ASOIAF, Ruler Beyond the Ice. Chapter 1. Woo, woo, woo. The horn blew, once, twice, and then a third time. One sound meant brothers returning home, two meant wildlings were approaching, but why was it still blowing? It had been thousands of years since the Night's Watch had blown the horn 3 times. The meaning behind it was so obscure that most of the Black brothers had forgotten. But Igor hadn't. When that third, piercing sound, higher and longer than the first two, split through the freezing air atop the wall and bored into his ears, Igor's heart sank. He was on duty at the time, having just drawn lots to stand watch. Hands trembling, he gripped the icy wall and gazed out from its northern edge. What he saw chilled him to the bone, a sight so terrifying he wished he could forget it for the rest of his life. Igor woke up in a cold sweat, his back drenched. That same nightmare haunted him again, a vision of the White Walkers, figures that should only belong in legends thousands of years old. The haunting had started the moment he joined the Night's Watch. Back then, when he was just a recruit, standing sentinel for the first time had rattled him. Even now, after becoming a full-fledged ranger, the fear lingered. Some might find it laughable to be so troubled by ancient myths. But Igor knew better than the others, many of the stories about the White Walkers were true. He knew because he was a traveler, a soul displaced in time. Igor wasn't a man of this world. He had come from another, one far removed from this fantastical, brutal place. Yet, rather than achieving greatness, rising to power, or forming a harem as one might in stories, his journey led him to the Wall, a remote, desolate place. Here, he swore an oath not to marry, not to inherit land, not to father children. He was to be a shield that guards the realms of men, defending Westeros from the ancient dangers lurking in the far north. What a noble, selfless cause. A hero's ambition that transcended worlds. If only that were the truth. In reality, Igor hadn't taken the Black by choice. His story began a year ago. Back then, he wasn't Igor at all. He was an ordinary college graduate, living a humdrum life in another world. After finishing his degree, he'd taken a job in the quality control department of a large company, a job slightly related to his field of study, as he often described it. It wasn't glamorous, but the pay was steady, and he lived comfortably enough. Then one day, everything changed. Igor woke up shivering in the wilderness, dressed only in his pajamas. Disoriented and freezing, he wandered aimlessly through an unfamiliar landscape. For hours, he trudged without finding shelter until, at last, he stumbled upon a village. But to his shock, the people in the village were not like him. They spoke a language he couldn't understand, and looked at him like he was an alien. Unable to communicate and starving, Igor resorted to stealing food, potatoes from a field and clothes to stave off the cold. He even considered taking some eggs from a chicken coop but was caught in the act by the villagers. For his petty crime, the local official, an impatient man who looked like a farmer himself, presented him with 2 options: lose a hand or don the black cloak of the Night's Watch. The message was delivered with a crude display of body language. Faced with the prospect of maiming on his very first day in this world, Igor reluctantly chose the latter. The villagers called him Igor, after the nickname they had given him during his capture, and it stuck. Thus, Igor was sent to Castle Black as a criminal, joining the ranks of the Night's Watch. The first time he laid eyes on the wall, it took his breath away. Its sheer size and majesty were overwhelming. The towering, 200-meter-high structure of ice loomed over the landscape like no mountain he had ever seen. In that moment, Igor realized where he was, the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Or maybe it was the Game of Thrones universe. He didn't have enough information to say for sure. All he knew was that he was trapped in this harsh, merciless world. Awake? Gary, his roommate, was already up, packing by the window. The older man glanced over at Igor and shook his head. Get ready early. Otherwise, you'll be the first one complaining about forgetting something once we're out there. Gary was a veteran of the Night's Watch. He'd joined as a boy after losing his parents, and though he wasn't yet 50, he had served for over 40 years. The Night's Watch was his home in every sense. Despite his gruff demeanor and tendency to lecture, Gary had looked out for Igor, helping him adjust to life in the watch. With a resigned sigh, Igor climbed out of bed, shaking off the damp quilt, and began dressing for the day. As a modern man with a college education, Igor prided himself on his adaptability. It hadn't been easy, but in the years since he arrived in this world, he had learned to blend in. Igor now communicated fluently with his fellow brothers of the Night's Watch. That had been no small feat. The common tongue of Westeros wasn't English. It resembled English only slightly in grammar and structure, and Igor's knowledge of the language had been no help here. The months of struggling to learn had been frustrating, but he'd managed. After a quick breakfast with Gary, Igor packed his gear and joined 3 other rangers for their patrol. Together, the group made their way to the stables, mounted their horses, and approached the tunnel leading through the wall. The iron gate creaked as it rose, revealing the dark, frigid passage beyond. Sir Waymar Royce, the leader of their party, entered first, his back straight and his head held high. The tunnel was cold and silent, save for the occasional whistling of the wind. They passed through 3 iron gates, each heavier than the last, their way lit only by flickering torches. When they finally emerged on the other side of the wall, the forest loomed ahead of them, a dark, endless expanse known as the Haunted Forest. The Haunted Forest was a vital part of their patrol. Though it stretched all the way to the land of always winter, the Night's Watch kept the woods closest to the wall clear of trees. This deforested, buffer zone prevented wildlings from using the cover of the trees to launch sneak attacks. However, with the dwindling numbers of the Night's Watch, maintaining this practice had become increasingly difficult. Igor glanced back at the wall, now behind them. The massive structure seemed to weep as it melted in the summer heat, drops of water trickling down its icy face. It was a welcome sign. At least for now, the temperature was bearable, and they wouldn't have to worry about freezing during their patrol. The horses trudged forward, their hooves crunching through the snow. The group crossed the deforested buffer zone and entered the haunted forest. Igor shivered. No matter how many times he ventured into these woods, they never failed to unnerve him. The year was 297 AC, 3 years before the War of the 5 Kings would tear Westeros apart. In Winterfell, Eddard Stark still muttered, "Winter is coming," as he enjoyed the company of his family. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen was still a frightened girl living under the shadow of her brother. The White Walkers, though stirring in the far north, had yet to unleash their full terror upon the world. For now, the realm was at peace. It wasn't the worst time to find oneself in Westeros, if you had the luxury of avoiding danger. But as a ranger of the Night's Watch, Igor had no such luck. He couldn't simply hide behind the wall and hope for safety. Instead, his duty demanded that he go beyond it, facing the dangers of the far north head-on. The irony wasn't lost on him. When he'd first arrived at Castle Black, Igor had tried to prove himself as a man of intellect. He hoped to catch the attention of Lord Commander Mormont or Maester Aemon, earning a position as a steward or scribe. At the very least, he'd hoped to avoid being sent beyond the wall. But his plans had failed spectacularly. No one cared about his education or wit. To the Night's Watch, he was just another recruit, a thief with no noble name or connections. He lacked the pedigree of men like Benjen Stark or Jon Snow, and so his fate was sealed. Igor had been assigned to the Rangers, the elite soldiers of the Watch. It was an honor most men would envy, but for him, it felt like a death sentence. Here, he wasn't the hero of a grand tale. He was just another expendable pawn in the fight against the darkness beyond the wall. Chapter 2. By law, deserters from the Night's Watch are considered criminals, and all lords of the 7 kingdoms are bound to hunt them down and execute them. This is particularly true in the north, where the Stark family and their bannermen hold a close relationship with the Night's Watch and show no mercy to deserters. For those who attempt to flee south, the journey is fraught with peril. For those who flee north to join the wildlings, their fate is equally grim, perhaps worse. Igor wanted to escape the Black Cloak and distance himself from humanity's enemies. But how could he flee north and join the wildlings? That path wasn't an option. As for fleeing south, it was a tempting dream, but one that required careful planning and preparation. First, he would need a fast horse, ample provisions, and plain clothes to replace his black uniform. He'd need to choose the right moment to slip away and avoid all inhabited areas along his path. If he could cross the neck and make it out of the north, his chances of success would rise dramatically. Once in the southern regions, ideally in the fertile lands of the Reach or the Riverlands, lords and common folk alike would care far less about the Night's Watch. There, he could find a small town or a safe haven that wouldn't ask too many questions, where he could start a new life. The plan sounded simple. The reality, however, was daunting. In a feudal world with slow transportation, low mobility, and a legal system built on rigid hierarchies, his distinctly foreign appearance and lack of identity would make him stand out like a sore thumb. It was almost impossible. Shaking his head, Igor pushed the thought aside. Now wasn't the time to fantasize. As the muffled crunch of horses' hooves broke through the snow, the trees thickened, blocking out the sunlight. The patrol had entered the vast boreal forest north of the wall. "These damned savages," Gary grumbled. "The weather's colder by the day, but they still won't stop. They're wildlings." "They don't know when to quit," Igor replied, brushing the snowflakes off his sleeves with an air of casual disdain. The Night's Watch, short on manpower and supplies, had long abandoned routine patrols in favor of targeted missions. Patrols were now sent out only when there was an urgent reason. 2 nights ago, the watchman stationed atop the wall had spotted a fire flickering several miles to the north. That was the sole reason why the commander and the chief ranger had ordered today's mission. Otherwise, the 4 of them would still be in Castle Black, finishing their morning drills and warming themselves by the hearth. Enough chatter. Spread out and move forward in a line. "I don't want anyone missing even the smallest trace," said Waymar Royce, their leader, in a curt, frosty tone. Hearing the command, Gary and Will exchanged looks and rolled their eyes behind Waymar's back. The group was arranged by age, Gary, the oldest, then Will, Igor in the middle, and Royce, the youngest, leading from the front. This dynamic didn't sit well with the older 3. Sir Waymar Royce was a young noble from the Vale, the 3rd son of the Lord of Runestone. He had joined the Night's Watch for one simple reason: as the 3rd son, his chances of inheriting his family's title or lands were slim. His father had personally escorted him to the wall, along with a wagon full of supplies. That detail alone had made him a frequent target of ridicule among the men at Castle Black. To many, it seemed that the great Sir Waymar Royce hadn't come to serve the watch but to enjoy a vacation. The Night's Watch had a creed: all brothers were equals, bound by their oaths. Yet here was a young, inexperienced noble suddenly promoted to a position of authority. And worse, this was Waymar's first time leading a patrol beyond the wall. It was hardly surprising that the others didn't trust him. But discipline was discipline. The 3 of them followed orders, spreading out in a line to comb the area for signs of wildling activity. Before long, they found what they were looking for: clear signs of human presence. The snow had held firm since the day before, preserving footprints and the blackened remains of a campfire. "They're already gone," Gary said, hesitating as he glanced at Waymar. The Night's Watch was born in the aftermath of the long night, the cataclysmic winter that had lasted a generation. During that dark age, the White Walkers had nearly wiped out humanity. In the wake of the devastation, the Wall and the Night's Watch were established to protect mankind from the terrors of the far north. For a time, joining the Night's Watch was considered the highest honor. Its ranks were filled with the best and brightest, and its entry requirements were strict. Men volunteered eagerly, drawn by a sense of duty and glory. But that era had long passed. As the White Walkers retreated to the land of always winter and faded into obscurity, the memory of the long night began to dim. Generations passed, and with them, the importance of the Night's Watch began to decline. Even so, the watch managed to retain some degree of relevance, for the wall served another purpose, keeping the wildlings at bay. For thousands of years, the wall had been a shield against the free folk of the north. That all changed with Aegon's conquest and the rise of the Targaryen dynasty. The Targaryens never sought to undermine the Night's Watch. In fact, the kings of Westeros respected the Black Brothers. But Aegon the Conqueror had brought dragons to Westeros, and dragons changed everything. When wildlings launched a major attack, Aegon simply mounted his dragon and scorched their forces, scattering them back to the wilderness. It was an efficient solution, but it came at a cost. The role of the Night's Watch diminished in the eyes of the realm. Why risk lives defending the wall when the king of Westeros could dispatch his dragons to deal with any threat? Over time, the noble sons and knights who had once flocked to the watch lost interest. Recruitment dwindled. Standards fell. The Night's Watch was forced to lower its entry requirements again and again, until it became what it was today, a shadow of its former self. The oath of the Night's Watch still rang with a certain grandeur. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, and father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come. It was a stirring vow, filled with solemn promises and lofty titles. But few knew how many revisions it had undergone over the centuries or how much bitterness and resignation lay behind the words. The dragons of House Targaryen were long gone, but the Watch's decline was irreversible. By now, the Black Brothers were little more than glorified gatekeepers. Their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 1,000, and the men could be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first and largest group consisted of criminals like Igor, men who had chosen the wall over punishment. Thieves, poachers, rapists, these were the dregs of society, unfit to serve in the glory days of the Watch but now its main fighting force. Their only futures lay in death, either at their post or as deserters. The second group comprised those forced into the Watch by circumstances. Bankrupt merchants, illegitimate children, disgraced nobles, or farmers who had lost their land, they joined not for glory but for survival. Many of the Watch's craftsmen and stewards came from this group, though their numbers had also dwindled. The final and smallest group consisted of men like Waymar Royce, volunteers driven by honor, guilt, or political necessity. These men still existed, though they were few and far between. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont, Chief Ranger Benjen Stark, and Maester Aemon of the Targaryen bloodline all fell into this category. Such men often rose quickly to leadership roles. It was an unspoken rule, rooted in practicality. In a remote and frozen outpost like the Wall, leadership couldn't be left to the criminals and peasants who made up most of the Watch. But even the noblest recruits soon found their ideals crushed beneath the weight of reality. The Wall was no grand stage for heroics, it was a frozen graveyard of broken dreams. Sir Waymar Royce was no exception. He'd joined the Night's Watch full of youthful zeal, inspired by its storied oath. He'd wanted to prove to his family, particularly his beloved brother, that he had no designs on the family fortune. But standing here now, on the edge of the haunted forest, Waymar couldn't help but regret his decision. There was no turning back. His oath had been sworn, his word spoken. Even if he fled home now, his family would never welcome him back with open arms. His only hope was to achieve some kind of success to prove himself a capable leader. Perhaps then he could petition for leave to visit his family without being branded a failure. Circling the site of the abandoned wildling camp, Waymar's eyes narrowed. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. They're not far ahead. Follow their tracks. We're going after them. Chapter 3. Waymar, determined to make a name for himself, had already made up his mind to continue the chase. His 3 companions, however, were less than thrilled. Will, a former poacher with excellent tracking skills, soon reported his findings. The group they were pursuing consisted of about 10 people, men, women, and children. Most likely, they were a wildling family. The people of the 7 kingdoms often regarded wildlings as savage, barbaric monsters, their image so fearsome that northern parents would invoke them to frighten disobedient children. But the Night's Watch, who dealt with wildlings regularly, knew better. To the men in black, wildlings were essentially rebellious farmers, people who refused to pay taxes or labor for any lord, believing this rejection to be freedom. Compared to them, the Night's Watch were professional soldiers. Even at their current state of decline, the Watch was still one of the largest standing armies in Westeros. In this feudal era, noble armies were often hastily assembled when needed. Farmers set down their hoes, picked up weapons, and joined knights and lords in battle, forming armies on an ad hoc basis. But the Night's Watch was different. Their only mission was to guard the wall, and they were always at war in some capacity. They lived off the resources provided by the gift and the support of northern lords, and, even in the best of times, the Watch produced nothing. While the quality of its members was often poor, the Night's Watch trained daily, making them a rare standing force. By the low standards of this world, they could still be considered an elite. The Rangers were the combat troops of the Watch, distinct from the stewards and craftsmen who handled logistics. Rangers didn't waste time on chores like cooking or washing clothes. Their lives revolved around training and patrolling. Compared to wildlings armed with wooden clubs and stone axes, people who spent most of their time on sheer survival, Rangers were far better trained and equipped. While some wildling warriors were exceptions, most free folk avoided direct confrontation with the Night's Watch unless they held a significant numerical advantage or the element of surprise. The small group of wildlings that Igor and his companions pursued certainly didn't seem inclined to fight back. Initially, the wildlings had been moving west along a path roughly parallel to the wall. But once they realized they were being followed, they turned north in an attempt to escape. Waymar, eager to prove himself, refused to let them go. The chase began, a relentless game of cat and mouse through the snow. During the day, the Rangers pressed forward on horseback, following the trail left behind by their quarry. At night, they huddled beneath thick blankets to rest. Their horses gave them an advantage, allowing them to keep close on the wildlings' trail. Over 9 days, the pursuit wound its way north, veering northwest at times, before curving back again. Thanks to clear skies and no snowfall, Will never lost the trail. By the 9th day, though, doubts began to creep in. 9 days, my lord, Gary grumbled. Is 9 days a long time? Waymar asked sharply. Not long, Gary replied, his tone calm but pointed. But we only brought enough rations for a dozen days. Even if we stretch them, we might last 20. And we still need enough to get back. If we keep going much longer. Waymar cut him off, a note of sarcasm creeping into his voice. I heard from Ser Alistair Thorne that last winter, Rangers survived outside the wall for 6 months on just 1 month's rations. How do you think they managed it? Will and Igor exchanged awkward glances but said nothing. Waymar's point may have been dramatic, but he'd clearly aimed it at the wrong crowd. If you really want to know, Gary said dryly, taking the opportunity to humiliate the young knight, I can tell you. I was on that mission. When the food ran out, we started with horse meat and dog meat. Then we dug up grass roots, raided rat nests, and hunted anything that moved. When there was nothing left, the commander ordered us to prepare the bodies of our dead brothers. Waymar's face paled, but Gary continued relentlessly. We didn't end up eating them. A storm forced us to retreat to Craster's Keep. That helpful wildling who marries his own daughters let us shelter there, and we barely made it back alive. If you want to try that for yourself, I'll do my best to get everyone home. But just so you know, the Lord Commander warned us never to ask Craster for help with fewer than 10 men. And horse meat isn't exactly easy to stomach. Igor expected Waymar to lash out in anger at Gary's insubordination, but to his surprise, the young knight remained composed. His face twitched, his pride visibly bruised, but after a few moments, he conceded. "Fine," Waymar said finally, his voice carefully measured. "We'll call off the pursuit tomorrow. But for today, our last day, we're going to take the initiative. We'll try to capture one or two of them alive. If we succeed, we'll interrogate them and head back. If not, we return anyway. Take the initiative." Will broke his silence, his nervousness plain. "But Lord Benjen only ordered us to investigate the wildlings' movements. He didn't say anything about engaging. And what exactly have we learned after 9 days of chasing them?" Waymar interrupted. "Capturing one of them is the fastest way to get answers. Don't you agree, Gary?" Gary scowled but bit back any retort. As a veteran, he could mock Waymar, but he couldn't openly defy a direct order from his superior, especially one who was both a knight and a noble. "As you wish, my lord," he said reluctantly. Waymar smirked, clearly enjoying the small victory. "Good. Will, scout ahead and report back. We'll plan our next move based on what you find." Will shot an exasperated look at Igor and Gary before mounting his horse and riding off. The remaining 3 dismounted, finding a spot between the trees to rest. Igor climbed onto a snow-covered rock to survey the area. The weather had grown colder with each passing day. They were now hundreds of miles north of the wall, in territory where the temperature was significantly lower. But it wasn't the chill that unsettled him, it was the presence of Waymar Royce. It wasn't fear of the man himself. Waymar, while arrogant, wasn't entirely intolerable. He wasn't a true villain, just a pampered young noble trying to prove himself. What worried Igor was the story Waymar was tied to. As a traveler from another world, Igor's memory of A Song of Ice and Fire was frustratingly vague. He had skimmed the series and watched the show without paying close attention to the details. But one thing he remembered clearly, Waymar Royce's death. Waymar was the first named character to die in both the novels and the show, cut down by the White Walkers in the prologue. His death wasn't just the end of his story, it was the moment that revealed the existence of Westeros's greatest threat and set the stage for everything that followed. Igor had no desire to become part of that introduction. Unfortunately, he had no say in the matter. As a convict sent to the wall, he couldn't refuse orders or choose his missions. When he learned that Waymar would be leading this patrol, he had dreaded it. But there had been no avoiding it. And so, once again, he found himself venturing into the haunted forest, a place named for the ghosts that undoubtedly dwelled within it. The forest's twisted trees and endless shadows made it easy to believe in ghosts. Igor remembered his first patrol beyond the wall, when his mind had been haunted by half-remembered legends and plots. Every dark shadow had seemed like a White Walker lurking in the distance. Every weirwood tree, its face carved in the bark, had made his skin crawl. By the end of the first day, he'd been so terrified that he could barely stand after dismounting his horse. He had grown used to it since then. This was his 11th trip beyond the wall. He had encountered wildlings twice before and had learned to temper his fear of the forest. But something about Waymar's presence set him on edge. The dense shadows between the trees felt oppressive, as though hiding something far more dangerous than wildlings. Igor forced himself to dismiss the thought. Maybe the sense of unease was just his imagination, heightened by his knowledge of Waymar's grim fate. Still, one thing was certain, when they returned to Castle Black, Igor would do whatever it took to avoid patrolling with Waymar Royce again. He shook his head and returned to where Gary and Waymar sat. Taking a seat beneath their watchful gazes, he waited silently for Will to return. The cold wind howled through the trees, and the horses shuffled restlessly, their breath misting in the air. Igor kept alert, listening for any unusual sounds. Time dragged on, and nearly an hour passed before Will finally rode back into view. Waymar looked up as the poacher approached, his tone haughty and dismissive. The savages must have stopped to make camp by now. Did you find them? Will dismounted slowly, his face pale and shaken. His eyes darted between the others as he swallowed hard. "You won't believe this," he stammered. "I don't even know what happened, but the savages, they're all dead." Chapter 4. What? What? Two voices rang out at the same time, one sharp with disbelief, the other laced with shock. Waymar shot Igor a strange look before turning his full attention to Will. "What exactly did you see? Tell me everything, and don't leave out a single detail." "The camp is about 2 miles away, over a small snow-covered ridge next to a stream," Will reported, his voice tense. "The fire's burned out, there's only a pile of smoldering embers left. The wildlings are scattered around it, lying in the snow. I counted 8 bodies, which lines up with my earlier estimate, but I didn't see any children among them. They're motionless. Not a twitch. Even the one in the tree, it's like they're frozen in place." I crept as close as I could and watched for a while. "There's no blood, no signs of a fight, but no living person would lie so still. Living people wouldn't let their fire die out either," Gary muttered, his tone grim. "The temperature's been dropping fast these past few days. Maybe they froze to death." "Maybe," Will agreed with a shiver. "What do we do now, my lord?" "If it's cold, wear more clothes," Waymar snapped. "When we left the wall 9 days ago, it was still dripping with meltwater. We've had some frost and light snow since, but it hasn't been cold enough to freeze a group of wildlings to death. And they had warm furs, good shelter from the wind and snow, and a fire to keep them alive. That's not what killed them." Igor felt an icy chill creep down his spine as he listened to the exchange. His thoughts raced. How could this be happening? The situation was too familiar. Even with his patchy memory, the feeling of déjà vu was overwhelming. He knew what this was, the beginning of a song of ice and fire. The ill-fated Waymar Royce leading his patrol straight into an encounter with the White Walkers. And now, thanks to whatever cosmic joke had placed him in this world, he was here too. "Now that the wildlings are dead," Gary said uneasily, "maybe we should head back." "Afraid of a few corpses, Gary?" Waymar sneered. He turned back, a trace of contempt tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Dead people don't scare me," Igor finally spoke up, his voice steady but urgent. He knew he couldn't stay silent any longer, this was life and death. If Waymar led them to that camp, they would face the White Walkers head-on. And Igor knew that the 4 of them wouldn't stand a chance against those ancient monsters. "What I'm afraid of is whatever killed them. Just because it killed wildlings doesn't mean it can kill the Night's Watch," Waymar said confidently, though he seemed momentarily taken aback by Igor's uncharacteristic boldness. "Besides, are you sure they're even dead? Where's your proof?" "Will may not be a fighter, but he's no liar," Gary said, his voice heavy with doubt. "If he says they're dead, I believe him. We were ordered to investigate the wildlings, and we did. They won't trouble the wall anymore, so. Do you think the commander won't want to know what killed them?" Waymar interrupted, his tone sharp. "We'll never find out unless we see for ourselves. Mount up and take me there." Gary's face darkened, and for a moment, it seemed like he might argue. But in the end, he bit back his anger and turned to retrieve his horse. "I'm not going," Igor said firmly. The words hung in the cold air, his defiance startling everyone. But Igor couldn't afford to back down, not this time. "You can call me a coward if you like, but I'm not going. I've had a bad feeling these past few days, like something's been watching us. Whatever killed those wildlings, it's not something we can handle." "I feel the same way," Will muttered hesitantly, emboldened by Igor's stand. Gary glanced between them, visibly conflicted. He had the seniority to challenge Waymar's decisions, but openly defying an officer's order wasn't something he could do lightly. "It's almost dark," he suggested cautiously. "Maybe we should wait until tomorrow." "Afraid of the dark, are you?" Waymar's face twisted with irritation. He wasn't used to being challenged, least of all by 3 subordinates at once. Their defiance only made him dig his heels in further. "I've made my decision. Get on your horses, we're going now." "I won't say it again." "No," Igor said again, his voice quieter but no less firm. He turned to Gary, hoping for support from the older man. "I have a strong feeling that if we go there tonight, we'll die." Gary hesitated, but after a moment, he shook his head. He wasn't willing to defy his superior for Igor's sake. Waymar narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. "I don't believe in your feelings," he said coldly. "But if you're that scared, fine. You can run back to the wall, but you'll leave your weapons behind, and you're not taking a horse. If you think you can make it, go ahead. Run." Igor stared at him, his throat dry. Waymar's hand was resting on the hilt of his sword now, his meaning clear. Run, and he'd be branded a deserter. No one would take him in. And even if he somehow made it back to the wall on foot, he'd be executed for abandoning his post. But if he resisted? Waymar had the training, the bloodline, and the blade. Igor wouldn't stand a chance against him. His only option was to go along. Perhaps the small precautions he'd taken before would save his life. Finally, he sighed and lowered his gaze. "Fine. Let's go." Waymar smirked, clearly satisfied with his victory. "Good. Get on your horse. You and Will lead the way. And don't even think about trying anything, I'll be watching you." The four of them mounted their horses and set off. Will took the lead, with Igor close behind him. The snow was treacherous, a soft, thin layer concealing rocks, roots, and hidden puddles that could easily trip a horse. Igor gripped his reins tightly with one hand, his other hand slipping into his pack. His fingers brushed against the cold, smooth surface of the obsidian dagger he'd spent so much effort acquiring. Obsidian, also called dragonglass, was known as frozen fire in ancient Valyrian. Back in Igor's original world, it was nothing special, volcanic glass, commonly found and largely unremarkable. But in this magical realm, obsidian was said to hold unique properties. Legends claimed it could kill White Walkers, though few in the present day believed such stories. The White Walkers had disappeared thousands of years ago, their existence reduced to myth. The only value obsidian held now was as a low-grade gemstone. Fragile and dark in color, it wasn't particularly desirable, and it fetched low prices on the market. Still, it wasn't easy to acquire. Despite its lack of rarity, few merchants traded in it. It had taken Igor months to track down a piece. He'd finally managed to buy a small chunk from an overseas trader at Eastwatch, paying for it with nearly all the allowances he'd earned since joining the watch. When he first got the obsidian, it had been a crude, forearm-sized chunk. Over the course of several weeks, he'd painstakingly carved and polished it into a rough dagger, wrapping its base in cloth to serve as a handle. It wasn't much, but it was the only weapon he had that might give him a chance against the creatures he feared. He had gone hungry for weeks to afford it, enduring ridicule from the other brothers for wasting his coin. They'd laughed at him then, but now, as he gripped the dagger tightly, Igor could only hope it had all been worth it. If this dagger saved his life, then every miserable, hungry night would have been worth the cost. Everyone dies eventually. Some deaths are weighty, like a mountain. Others are as light as a feather. Igor wasn't a coward. He didn't fear death itself. But he refused to die here, in an unnamed forest beyond the wall, with nothing to mark his grave but snow. To die alone, forgotten, with a name given to him by a group of farmers, killed by creatures the world refused to believe existed? That was a fate he could never accept. Chapter 5. 2 miles wasn't far, but in the dense woods, progress was slow. Dusk was falling, and in the north, night descended quickly. The cloudless sky deepened into a bruised purple, the stars beginning to dot the heavens, and the moon rising pale and cold. Its light was faint, less than 1/10 of the sun's, but thanks to the snow blanketing the ground, the visibility was good enough. "It's just ahead," Will whispered to Igor, nervousness slipping into his voice. Be careful. If anything happens, run. Igor took a deep breath, his chest tight. While Will feared the unknown dangers lurking in the dark, Igor felt his blood pounding with a mix of dread and resolve. He knew what lay ahead. His body and mind were bracing themselves to face the natural enemy of mankind. A lone wolf's howl echoed through the woods, distant yet clear. Will stopped by an ancient ironwood tree, its gnarled trunk half covered in frost, and dismounted. Igor followed suit, the cold biting into his face like a blade. The wind whistled through the branches above, and the temperature seemed to plummet even further. Whether it was the presence of the White Walkers or just his own fears heightening his senses, Igor couldn't tell. If the story unfolded the way he remembered, the enemy would already be closing in. Something's wrong, Gary muttered. Really? Waymar said mockingly. He smiled as if Gary's unease amused him. Can't you feel it? Gary pressed. Listen to the sounds in the dark. The wind, the rustling leaves, and wolves howling, Waymar replied dismissively. Which of those terrifies you? Waymar dismounted, tying his horse to a low branch well away from the others. Then, with an exaggerated flourish, he drew his sword, the metal glinting faintly in the moonlight. If you're scared, old man, stay here and guard the horses. Igor, Will, come with me. We'll check the camp. Gary scowled, clearly insulted, but didn't argue further. Instead, he began rummaging through his saddlebag. I'll start a fire. Are you trying to advertise our position to the whole damn forest? Waymar sneered. If there's something out there, do you plan to lure it to us with your fire? Some things fear fire, Gary countered stubbornly, holding up his flint and steel. Bears. Wolves. And, other things. Waymar snorted but didn't bother replying, turning his attention back to Will and Igor. Let's go. Will took the lead, moving cautiously through the dense underbrush, with Igor following close behind. Both men tried to step carefully, avoiding the crunch of snow beneath their boots. Waymar brought up the rear, making no effort to be quiet. His ringmail jingled softly, his boots scraped against the branches, and his cloak snagged on twigs, prompting him to mutter curses under his breath. Every noise Waymar made sent a jolt through Igor's already taut nerves. This idiot. He clenched his teeth, resisting the urge to turn around and silence the night with a harsh warning. But speaking up would only make things worse, draw even more attention to their position, and Igor had no desire to challenge the arrogant noble when his life might soon depend on Waymar's cooperation. He had no choice but to move forward, step by agonizing step, trying to ignore the tension coiling tighter in his chest. By the time they crested the snow-covered ridge, it felt like an eternity had passed. Igor heard Will gasp beside him. The camp lay below, bathed in pale moonlight. The embers of a fire still smoldered, a faint wisp of smoke rising into the frigid air. Rocks and tree roots poked out from beneath the snow. A half-frozen stream glittered nearby. But there were no bodies. The savages Will had seen earlier were gone. Gods bless you, Waymar muttered as he joined them. He sliced through a branch that had blocked his path and stepped up beside Igor and Will, his sword in hand. The wind tugged at his cloak, and the moonlight outlined his figure sharply against the dark woods. Get down. Will hissed, grabbing Igor's arm and pulling him into a crouch. Something's not right. Waymar remained standing, smirking down at the empty clearing. Will, it seems those dead wildlings of yours decided to get up and leave. Will's breathing was ragged as he stared at the deserted camp. Igor's grip tightened on the steel sword in his right hand, while his left hand clutched the obsidian dagger hidden up his sleeve. He scanned the clearing, the slope, and the darkened tree line, his eyes wide and searching. Where are they? Where will they come from? In the TV show, the White Walker had appeared behind Waymar, taking him by surprise. The details in the book were hazier in his memory. Would it happen the same way now? Will, get up, Waymar ordered sharply. There's no one here, and it's undignified to crouch like that. Will shot Igor a nervous glance before rising reluctantly to his feet. I'm not going back empty-handed on my first patrol, Waymar declared, his voice filled with stubborn resolve. We'll climb a tree and look around. If there's a fire nearby, we'll see it. The final moment was approaching. Igor's pulse thundered in his ears. He leaned close to Will and whispered, "Watch the dead." What? Will turned, confusion and fear on his face. What are you two muttering about? Waymar snapped irritably. Hurry up. Will hesitated, his gaze darting to Igor before he turned and trudged toward a towering sentinel tree. He pulled his dagger from his belt, gripped it between his teeth, and began climbing. Snow shook loose from the branches as he ascended, his figure soon swallowed by the shadows. Igor stood motionless, every muscle in his body tense, every sense heightened. The silence of the clearing was oppressive. And then he heard it. The sound was faint, something shifting in the snow nearby, too quiet to be natural. At first, Igor thought he might be imagining it. But no, it was real. Something was moving. He turned sharply, raising his sword, his eyes darting across the darkened forest. What's wrong with you tonight? Waymar muttered. You're not like the others. You. Shut up, Igor snapped, his voice low but urgent. Listen. What are you? Waymar began, but then he froze. His face paled as he heard it too. Who's there? Waymar called, his voice unsteady. For the first time, the arrogance had vanished from his tone. He raised his sword and turned, scanning the shadows. Will. Do you see anything? There was no answer from the poacher in the tree. The camp lay in a shallow depression, surrounded by slopes on three sides. The wind had stilled completely, leaving the air heavy with silence. The faint noises, soft steps in the snow, the rustling of unseen figures, grew closer. Yet nothing appeared in the moonlight. Igor's knuckles were white on the hilt of his sword. Waymar's steel weapon caught the moon's glow, a sharper gleam than the dull standard-issue blades of the watch. It was a fine weapon, no doubt, but would it matter? The cold intensified, seeping into Igor's bones. He gritted his teeth to stop them from chattering, his eyes straining to pierce the darkness. And then. It emerged. From the far side of the clearing, a figure stepped into view. At first glance, it looked human, but only barely. It was tall and thin, its skin pale as milk, stretched tight over sharp, bony features. Its armor shimmered as it moved, shifting between black shadow, snow white, and a deep forest green, as though reflecting the moonlight itself. Its sword, translucent and jagged, looked like a shard of ice. Igor spotted it immediately. His breath caught in his throat as the White Walker advanced, its steps slow and deliberate. Waymar saw it too. He inhaled sharply and stepped forward, raising his sword with both hands. Who are you? Stop. The walker said nothing. It didn't even seem to hear him. It just kept walking, its dead, ice-blue eyes fixed on Waymar. The wind had died, leaving only silence and the crushing weight of the cold. Igor's pulse roared in his ears as adrenaline flooded his veins. His fingers tightened around the obsidian dagger hidden in his sleeve. One chance. That's all he would get. The dagger was fragile, and he knew it. If Royce could hold the walker's attention for even a moment, he might be able to strike. Since you won't stop, Waymar said, trying to mask his fear with bravado, let's fight. He stepped forward, his sword raised, cloak billowing in the windless air. Igor swallowed hard and followed, his steel sword ready in one hand, the obsidian dagger in the other. But before he could take another step, the world seemed to tilt beneath him. Something unexpected happened. Chapter 6. The second White Walker emerged silently from the shadows of a tree. It looked almost identical to the first, gaunt, pale, and terrible. He couldn't distinguish these creatures from one another. Then came the third, the fourth. When the fifth pale figure stepped into view, Igor's heart sank like a stone, freezing in his chest. Something was wrong. There shouldn't be this many. Wait. Maybe there was only one White Walker who killed Waymar, but others had been present in the scene. The details were hazy, he couldn't remember perfectly, but this was far worse than anything he'd expected. There was no time to consider whether the story had deviated from the original plot or if his own memory was simply faulty. The immediate danger demanded his attention. If there had been only one or two White Walkers, Igor might have taken his chances with the dragonglass dagger clutched in his sleeve. But 5 of them? Against monsters like these, his glass blade might as well be a twig. Be a hero for a few seconds and die here, rising again as one of the dead in this forgotten part of the haunted forest. Or. The thought flashed through his mind in less than a heartbeat. The decision was instant. Igor turned on his heel and bolted without hesitation. Survival was all that mattered. He shouted over his shoulder as he fled, his voice hoarse with desperation. Don't fight. Run. Coward. Waymar's furious roar rang out behind him, followed by the whistle of steel as his sword sliced through the air. Waymar was too close to the nearest White Walker, too committed to escape now. He had no time, no space, and no desire to turn and run. The young knight's fine steel sword crashed against the walker's translucent blade with an ear-piercing shriek, the sound high and sharp like metal scraping against glass. The other White Walkers didn't move. They stood still, their icy blue eyes watching the fight unfold with eerie detachment, as though the outcome was already decided. One of them turned its head, its attention snapping toward Igor as he ran. It uttered something in a voice like nails scratching stone, a language harsh and incomprehensible. Another walker nodded in response and began to pursue him, its weapon gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Behind him, the clash of swords continued, sharp and discordant. Waymar's voice rose in a defiant roar, "For King Robert." The sound splintered into something that could only be described as a glass-shattering crack. The young knight's cry turned to a scream, raw, agonized, and short-lived. Igor didn't look back. He pushed himself harder, his boots pounding against the snow, lungs burning with each ragged breath. The blood thundering in his ears drowned out everything else. Waymar's screams, the faint sound of pursuit. The White Walkers behind him weren't mere men or beasts, they were nightmares incarnate, creatures that existed only to kill, to raise the dead, to consume the living world. This wasn't a fight for survival, this was a contest of life against death, fire against ice. The fur cloak on his back, his armor, the steel sword in his hand, all of it felt unbearably heavy as he ran. He forced himself not to throw the weapon away. Running for survival wasn't the same as fleeing in terror. His vision blurred. Was this real? Or was it just another nightmare, like the ones that had haunted him for months? Maybe when he opened his eyes, he'd still be lying on his cot in Castle Black, drenched in sweat. The snow concealed hidden puddles, jagged rocks, and treacherous roots. Earlier, Igor had picked his way carefully through this same forest. Now, he couldn't afford the luxury of caution. His boot hit a rounded stone, and suddenly, the world tilted. He fell. The ground rushed up to meet him. His face struck snow, roots, and hard earth, the impact stinging like fire across his skin. For a fleeting instant, as he lay sprawled in the snow, the moments of his life flashed before his eyes: childhood games, school, college, his first job, his first love. Then came the strange twist of fate that had thrown him into this world, into the Night's Watch, into this hellish forest on this cursed patrol. He was going to die here, falling, stumbling, like a fool only to rise again as part of the White Walker's army. What a cruel joke. A sudden crack yanked him out of his spiraling thoughts. Igor's eyes shot open. Barely a second had passed since his fall. The snow beneath him had cushioned the impact enough to spare him serious injury. His face throbbed, but he was alive. A low, ominous hum caught his attention. He lifted his head just in time to see the source of the noise, an ice sword, glowing faintly with an otherworldly blue light, embedded deep in the trunk of a pine tree ahead of him. If I hadn't fallen. The thought made his blood run cold. If he hadn't tripped, that sword would have gone straight through his chest and pinned him to the tree like some macabre hunting trophy. One moment, he'd been cursing the fall, the next, he thanked every god he could think of. The old gods, the seven, the Lord of Light, the many-faced god, any deity willing to listen. If he lived to return to the wall, he swore he would build statues to all of them. But survival wasn't assured yet. Not by a long shot. Igor scrambled to his feet, glancing toward the tree line behind him. The White Walker stood on the ridge, its pale form outlined against the moonlit snow. It was staring at him, motionless, its voice a low hiss of frustration as though cursing its missed shot. The figure held no weapon. It had thrown its ice sword like a javelin. It was unarmed. For a heartbeat, Igor's fingers tightened around his steel sword, his instinct screaming at him to fight. But common sense quickly prevailed. Even if he killed this one, there were others still out there, waiting, watching, ready to finish what this one had started. He had no desire to die a hero. Igor spared the ice sword another glance but knew he wouldn't have the strength to pull it free. He didn't waste time trying. Without another look back, he turned and bolted. He reached the horses seconds later. Gary was already mounted, gripping the reins tightly, his face pale and anxious. "What's happening?" the older man barked. "Where are Waymar and Will?" "White Walkers." Igor shouted breathlessly, seizing the reins of his horse. "Run! White Walkers!" Gary repeated, his voice cracking. His wide eyes darted past Igor, searching the tree-line. Are they chasing you?" Igor turned instinctively, and his heart leapt into his throat. Through the dim forest, it was hard to see the walker clearly, but the ice-blue glow of its eyes and the faint glint of moonlight on its armor were unmistakable. The walker lifted its hand. For the briefest moment, Igor thought it might summon another ice sword out of thin air. "Get down!" Igor shouted, his voice raw. He threw himself flat against his horse's neck. Gary followed instinctively, ducking low just as a flash of blue streaked through the air. The ice sword whistled past, missing Gary by inches. It struck Will's horse squarely in the head, shattering bone and killing the beast instantly. The weapon still had enough force left to slam into the tree behind it with an echoing crack, splintering bark and sending a cascade of snow falling from the branches above. The dead horse collapsed with a heavy thud. The other 3 horses screamed in terror, rearing up on their hind legs. Gary barely held on, his face pale with panic. The reins of Waymar's horse slipped from his grasp, and the frightened beast bolted into the night. Neither man waited to regain their composure. Kicking their heels into their horses' flanks, they turned and fled south, the snow whipping past them as they rode for their lives. Chapter 7. The last remaining horse collapsed to the ground. Though still breathing, it could no longer stand. Igor looked south toward the faint outline of the wall and then glanced over his shoulder at the forest behind them. Finally, he sank down onto the snow, utterly spent. 10 days had passed since that horrifying night, the night they encountered the White Walkers. For 10 days and nights, Igor and Gary had been on the run. In that time, they had slept no more than a few scattered hours. Exhaustion weighed on them like iron chains, their bodies and minds on the brink of collapse. Igor wanted nothing more than to lie in the snow and let the weariness take him. But the end was near. The Great Wall loomed only a few leagues to the south. They would make it, they had to make it. By tonight, they would sleep behind the safety of the wall. The escape hadn't been easy. Fleeing the White Walkers had been just the beginning of their troubles. Supplies were limited on patrols north of the wall. Each member of their doomed group had carried part of what they needed. Waymar, the leader, had kept the lightest but most valuable supplies, dried meat and floss. Igor's horse had carried blankets and spare clothes. Gary's mount had been laden with bread, and Will had brought oats for feeding the horses. When 2 horses were lost, the first killed by the White Walkers and the second fleeing into the night. Igor and Gary had been left with only half their provisions. Food, warmth, and survival were now in short supply. Horses, unlike wild animals, could not live on snow and grass alone. Without oats to sustain them, Gary's horse had faltered first, collapsing from hunger and fatigue after 2 days. Igor's mount had lasted longer, though he suspected that was only because he weighed less than Gary. The solution had been both brutal and practical. They killed the first horse, butchered it for meat, and split the last of their bread between themselves and the remaining horse. Carrying only the barest essentials, food, weapons, and blankets, they had continued south on foot, leading the horse until it, too, finally gave out. Now the poor beast lay gasping in the snow, its body trembling as it struggled to rise. Gary let out a long sigh, his breath misting in the icy air. He unslung his sword and began removing the gear from the horse's back. Igor, leaning against a tree and catching his breath, frowned in confusion. "What are you doing?" Ending it, Gary replied gruffly, raising his sword. "What? You're going to kill it?" Igor's exhaustion momentarily gave way to disbelief. "It's gotten us this far, kept us alive. It's half a day to the wall. Even if it has to crawl, it might make it." Gary snorted and shook his head. "You planning to go back to Castle Black? Where else would we go?" Igor shot back, irritation flaring. He was too tired for riddles. Gary stared at him for a long moment before speaking. "I'm heading south. Over the wall." "Over the wall?" Igor blinked, stunned. "What do you mean? You can't just bypass the wall. Commander Mormont would never allow that. The Lord Commander doesn't have eyes everywhere." Gary's voice was low but firm. "At the far western end of the wall, there's a canyon, natural, deep, and wide. The builders of the wall decided it was secure enough on its own, so they didn't bother extending the fortifications across it. Instead, they built a stone tower on the south side and hung an iron chain bridge across the gap. It's called West Bridge Watch." Igor frowned, suspicion creeping in. "And you think it's unguarded?" "Of course not. The bridge has been sealed for years, and men from the Shadow Tower patrol it to keep the wildlings out. But that's only a problem for a large group. The 2 of us, traveling light. We can climb down into the canyon, cross the bottom, and scramble up the far side." Gary's expression was grim. "It's dangerous, but we can make it." "And then what?" Igor demanded. "Once we're south of the wall, what's your plan?" Gary shrugged. "Take it one step at a time." "Take it one step at a time?" Igor repeated, incredulous. "We're rangers. If we run, we'll be deserters. You know what happens to deserters." "You don't get it, kid," Gary interrupted sharply. "Waymar Royce is dead. He was a noble." "We didn't kill him," Igor protested weakly. "It doesn't matter." Gary snapped. "In the eyes of the nobles, it might as well be the same thing. A superior officer dies, and the men under him survive. The blame always rolls downhill. It doesn't matter what we say, no one will believe us. White Walkers. They'll laugh in our faces." Igor swallowed hard. "What do you think they'll do to us?" Gary's lips twisted bitterly. "At best, they'll brand us cowards. At worst, they'll decide we're deserters and execute us. The Royce family will want justice for their son. His father's a Lord of the Vale, one of the oldest and most powerful families in Westeros. Even the Starks have to show them respect. Do you really think Commander Mormont can protect us if the Royces demand answers?" Igor fell silent. He hadn't thought of that. Gary's words rang painfully true. The Royces were a powerful family, even if their role in the larger politics of Westeros had been minimal lately. Igor could still recall the battle in the original story when Sansa brought the Vale Knights to help Jon Snow reclaim Winterfell. Most of those soldiers had come at the behest of Waymar's father, Yohn Royce. The Royce family commanded respect and power. If they wanted someone to blame for their son's death, 2 Night's Watch Rangers would make easy targets. Igor didn't know if Gary was exaggerating. Although he'd been here for nearly a year, he came from a world that championed equality for all. To be honest, he had no idea just how much power and influence nobles wielded in this world. Still, he knew one thing: no matter how much the great houses were manipulated by schemers like Littlefinger and Varys, dealing with a small Night's Watch deserter would be child's play for them. No wonder the survivors of the original patrol trio had to run. Now the question was this: in the original story, the survivors of the patrol who crossed the wall ended up being executed by Eddard Stark. Igor didn't think that, as a stranger to this world with no allies or sense of direction, he could avoid that fate by tagging along with Gary. Should he return to Castle Black and face judgment, or try to flee south? To put it more simply, should he entrust his fate to the Night's Watch, or take control of it himself? Even if the Lord Commander spares us, we'll still be marked men. The next time there's a dangerous, suicidal mission, guess whose names will come up first? Gary added, voicing another compelling reason to escape. And don't forget, Benjen Stark will definitely lead men north to find out whether the White Walkers really exist. If they don't chop our heads off, you can bet we'll be dragged along as guides and cannon fodder. I've been on the wall for 40 years. I know these officers. I can predict what kind of shit they're going to pull before they even drop their pants. Igor couldn't argue with that. Gary had a point. In the original story, Benjen Stark did indeed lead a search party north to look for Waymar, only to disappear himself. And even if Igor survived another patrol, he knew what came next: the Lord Commander would lead a full expedition beyond the wall to find Benjen. Then came the Wildling invasion, and after that, the White Walkers besieging the wall. What chance did someone like him, an ordinary man who'd only just learned to ride a horse and swing a sword, stand against all of that? Surviving crisis after crisis wasn't something he could count on. There was no time to plan for the long term. He had to leave the Night's Watch as soon as possible. If nothing else, fleeing with Gary seemed like the best choice. It was a shame, though. The horse that had carried him through life and death situations, that had survived the White Walkers' swords alongside him, would likely become his food on the road to desertion. Just as he was about to make up his mind, the horse, which had been lying on the ground in exhaustion, began to grunt uneasily. It struggled to its feet as if sensing Gary's intent to end its life. The old soldier raised his sword, ready to deliver a quick blow, but suddenly froze, his expression shifting. "What's that sound?" Gary muttered. "Don't mess with me," Igor said, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Gary hushed him with a sharp gesture, and the two fell completely still, straining to pick up on the subtle noises in their surroundings. The whistling wind and the rustling of branches formed the ever-present background hum of the wilderness. Beyond that, there was nothing but their own breathing, their own heartbeats, and the uneven panting of their exhausted horse. But gradually, another sound emerged, soft at first, almost imperceptible, but growing louder and clearer with every second. It was a rhythmic thudding, dull and repetitive. Hoofbeats. The sound was unmistakable. Horse hooves striking thin snow. After days of travel, they'd grown familiar with that noise. But their horse was right here, standing unsteadily beside them. So whose horse could it be? Was it Waymar's mount, spooked and now returning? Or was it? Chapter 8. The sound of hooves grew louder, and soon the visitor's identity was revealed. Emerging from the trees was Will's horse, a creature killed 10 days prior, its head split by an ice sword. Now, its stiff, decaying body was coated in icicles, and on its back sat a thin, pale figure. The White Walker, the one who had pursued Igor, had reanimated the dead horse into a white and ascended from an ordinary White Walker to something more terrifying, a White Walker Knight. If not for his poor riding skills, he might have caught up to the two Night's Watchmen sooner, before they reached the shadow of the wall. Still, he was satisfied. He had finally caught up. To the walker, the two humans in black had demonstrated surprising endurance and determination, particularly the younger one. From his instinctive decision to turn and run at first sight of danger, to his cool judgment when his weapon slipped from his grasp, to his agility in dodging thrown ice swords and his sheer speed, it was clear this human possessed admirable qualities. Soon, though, he too would join the ranks of the dead, a loyal servant to the cold and darkness. It was 2 against 1, but the White Walker was unfazed. With the overwhelming advantage of strength, weapons, and power, their numbers meant little. The two humans, already physically and mentally drained, were prey in a hunt, not opponents in a fight. The horse crashed to the ground, kicking and screaming, before staggering upright and stumbling away. Igor drew his weapon, his gaze fixed coldly on the advancing White Walker. The burn in his lungs forced a hoarse growl from his throat, as if the sound rose not from his voice, but from somewhere deep in his soul. Fear and shock churned within him, but instead of paralyzing him, they fueled an unshakable will to survive. The White Walker had a horse, there was no outrunning this foe. It was kill or be killed. This ends here. I'll hold him off, Gary said, raising his sword. His voice was rough with determination. Run, Igor. Someone has to warn the others, winter is coming. No. I'm not running just to die tired while you get cut down, Igor shot back. He knew Gary couldn't hold this monster off alone. We fight here, together. Then we escape across the wall. We'll figure it out from there. Watch his weapon, it'll shatter steel. If he throws it again. The walker didn't wait for him to finish. For a few long, chilling moments, it stared at them with glowing blue eyes, its face blank and emotionless. Then, with a sudden, unnatural lurch, it spurred the dead horse forward. Move! Igor and Gary split apart, darting into the trees. The dense forest offered some cover, forcing the White Walker to maneuver awkwardly. The two men circled through the undergrowth, dodging between trunks and branches as the mounted walker charged again and again, unable to land a strike. Finally, with an enraged shriek, the walker dismounted, abandoning its horse and advancing on foot. Go! Gary roared, lunging forward. Be careful! Igor cried out, his heart pounding. The sword training of the Night's Watch was simple: block, counterattack, strike. It worked well enough against wildlings, who relied more on brute strength than skill. But that kind of combat assumed the weapons could withstand a blow. Against the White Walkers, this basic truth shattered, literally. The fight erupted in an instant, the ferocity of the confrontation obliterating any preamble. Gary had decades of experience, and his instincts were second nature. When he saw the walker expose a weakness, he struck with everything he had. It was a masterful blow, deceptively simple but executed with flawless precision. Gary's timing was perfect, his blade arcing toward the walker just as it dismounted. It was the kind of strike born from 40 years of battle, a culmination of every lesson learned and every fight survived. Even the Sword of the Morning himself would have had to take this attack seriously. Gary felt it in his gut, this strike would end the battle. If by some miracle the walker managed to block it, Gary was already ready to withdraw, adjust his stance, and swing again. Igor would finish it off from behind. This ghostly monster would die, and they'd drag its body back to the wall. They wouldn't have to live as deserters after all. But that first, perfect step went horribly wrong. Gary's sword shattered. The sword Waymar had brought from home had only lasted a few strikes against a White Walker's ice blade. The standard weapon issued to Night's Watch soldiers was little more than crude steel, barely worthy of the name. Its strength and resilience were laughable compared to finely forged weapons. When Gary's sword clashed with the White Walker's weapon for the first time, it shattered with a loud, ringing crack, splitting cleanly in two, with shards flying in all directions. In all his 50 years, Gary had never seen anything like it. He froze, momentarily stunned, and in that split second, the White Walker drove its ice blade through him. No. Igor's bloodshot eyes widened in horror. He was too far, just 2 meters away, but he'd been unable to intervene. Helpless, he could only watch as his companion fell, pierced through by the ice sword. Desperation turned to fury, and he charged at the creature from behind without hesitation. Igor didn't have any great fondness or admiration for Gary. How could anyone truly admire a man who had served in the Night's Watch for 40 years and remained nothing more than a foot soldier? It was like his own life before, when he'd worked as a site inspector on behalf of the client, visiting construction projects. He hadn't become friends with the older laborers who were still hauling bricks in their 60s, unable to read or write. There was no malice in it, no disdain for their work, it was simply the reality of different lives. With no shared perspective or common interests, how could friendship be expected? But still. Gary had been his roommate, someone who'd shared the same roof and taken care of him when he first arrived at the wall. More importantly, at this moment, Gary had been his last ally, his comrade in arms against an enemy far beyond their strength. Igor had been counting on him. He'd had a plan: if he could bait the White Walker into making a mistake, there'd be an opening to drive the obsidian dagger he carried into the creature's body. If all had gone well, Gary would have been there to help him escape over the wall afterward. Now, though, all of it was gone. The plans, the chances, they were all shattered along with Gary's sword. The last human ally he had left was struck down before the fight even began. How was he supposed to stand alone against an enemy with such inhuman power? Damn you, die! Igor roared, his voice hoarse with rage. Rational thought vanished in an instant, replaced by unfiltered madness. When hope is lost, even the most composed and cautious men will turn reckless. Fear evaporated like mist. There was nothing left to lose. He gripped his sword in his right hand and swung it at the back of the White Walker's head while, in his left, he clenched the obsidian dagger, stabbing with every ounce of strength he had. If there was no way out, he'd fight to the death. If he was going to die here, then he'd make damn sure his enemy paid for it. The pale figure turned, its icy weapon raised to parry, its face as blank as ever. It regarded this final prey with faint disappointment. The last man it killed had been defeated in the exact same way, and yet this one attacked just as recklessly. Did this human truly believe such a slow, telegraphed attack, a strike warped by rage and desperation, could land? The sword's trajectory was clear as day, predictable enough for him to counter a dozen different ways. And the dagger in the other hand? A pitiful gesture. The White Walker's expression twisted faintly in disdain. Its form was held together by magic, it had no weak points. A strike to the head or stomach might create some inconvenience, but even if it stood still and allowed the human to attack, it would suffer no harm. The creature's ice sword flashed. With effortless precision, it parried Igor's strike, shattering his blade just as it had shattered Gary's. In the opening that followed, the Walker's weapon swept across Igor's body in a cold, final arc. Chapter 9. The ice sword struck the human, but it didn't produce the smooth sensation of slicing through flesh as expected. Instead, with a sharp crack, it shattered into countless fragments. At the same time, the White Walker felt something warm in its lower chest. A small, burning hot object pierced through its ice armor and embedded itself in its abdomen, where it radiated an unbearable heat, like fire consuming its very soul. What's happening? Even against the finest steel in the world, there shouldn't have been so much as a crack. And as for whatever had pierced its body, a creature born in the land of eternal winter, sustained by endless magic, shouldn't feel pain. Boiling lava wouldn't even scald its flesh, unless the magic holding its form together began to unravel, scattering like dust in the wind. The White Walker could no longer think. It dropped the remains of its ice sword, clutching at its abdomen in a futile attempt to stop the magic leaking from the wound. Frosty blue blood sprayed from the gash, hissing as it met the air and pooling around the obsidian dagger lodged in its flesh. It reached for the blade with skeletal, pale hands, but the moment its fingers touched the obsidian, smoke curled from its fingertips, and its flesh began to dissolve. Unable to remove the weapon or stop the destruction, the White Walker let out an agonized, furious scream before falling to its knees, motionless. Igor collapsed into the snow, his body trembling as he stared blankly at the shrinking remains of the White Walker. The first to disintegrate was the armor, a strange material now crumbling to dust. Then the pale flesh underneath began to rot and dissolve, turning sticky and grotesque, like a snowman melting in the sun. Within seconds, all that remained was a milky, glass-like skeleton, clear and polished as carved crystal. It shimmered faintly, but even this evidence of the creature's existence slowly melted, leaving nothing behind but the obsidian dagger. The dagger lay in the snow, encased in frost, its surface so cold that the surrounding air condensed into vapor. Igor watched as the dark blade turned pure white, blending almost seamlessly with the snow around it. It would be nearly invisible to anyone who wasn't looking closely. It wasn't until half a minute later that Igor realized, to his shock, that he was still alive. His sword hand throbbed painfully, his fingers numb and bleeding from cracked knuckles. The sheer force of the White Walker's blow had been overwhelming, even if his steel sword hadn't shattered, his grip would never have held. Tentatively, he touched his shoulder with his other hand, feeling where the icy blade had struck. The fur of his coat was sliced clean through, but the clothing beneath was intact. There was no gaping wound, no blood. His thoughts swirled in confusion before relief crashed over him like a wave. He was alive. In the moment of that desperate, final clash, he'd expected to die alongside the White Walker. By all accounts, the icy sword and his obsidian dagger should have struck at the same time. Given the force behind the White Walker's blow, it should have cleaved his entire upper body apart. But somehow, his dagger had found its mark a fraction of a second earlier, maybe just a hair's breadth faster. That tiny lead was the difference between life and death. The moment the obsidian pierced the White Walker, its magic failed. Its sword was no longer a weapon of supernatural power, it was nothing more than brittle ice. When it struck Igor, it shattered into pieces, like a frozen puddle underfoot. Had he been just a moment slower, he'd be dead, cut clean in two. If the White Walker had noticed the dagger and fought more cautiously, Igor wouldn't have stood a chance. But none of that mattered now. He'd won. By sheer luck, coincidence, and his enemy's overconfidence, he'd survived. The realization of how close he'd come to death finally sank in. Igor shuddered uncontrollably, fear spreading through his chest like ice water. His legs felt weak and twitching, and for a moment, he feared he wouldn't be able to stand. If he hadn't emptied his bowels earlier, he suspected he would have pissed himself right there. A faint groan broke the silence. Igor froze, then twisted to look. Gary, his fallen comrade, was moving. Another faint, guttural sound followed. Igor's heart leapt in surprise, and he crawled forward to retrieve the frost-covered obsidian dagger, along with the half-shattered steel sword. These would be enough to deal with any more whites that might still linger. Gary, he called out cautiously. The question on the tip of his tongue, "Are you dead?" sounded absurd, so he rephrased, "Are you still alive?" Another faint groan came from the older man. Igor couldn't make out the words, but there was enough sound and effort behind them to give him hope. He let out a long, shaky breath and sank back into the snow. Now that the immediate danger had passed, his mind began to clear. He remembered the lore: when Jon Snow had killed a White Walker, all the whites it had raised instantly collapsed into lifeless corpses. If the same rule applied here, then this White Walker's victims wouldn't rise again. Igor turned his head and saw confirmation of his theory. The white horse that the White Walker had ridden was now nothing more than a lifeless carcass sprawled in the snow. Its collapse must have happened at the exact moment the dagger struck its master, though Igor had been too preoccupied with survival to notice. Summoning what little strength he had left, Igor forced himself to his feet. His instincts told him there wouldn't be any more White Walkers nearby, but he knew better than to trust instinct alone. He needed to get out of here fast. With the broken sword in one hand and the obsidian dagger in the other, he carefully approached Gary. Gary's face was pale, his lips tinged blue from the cold, but his eyes were open, and there was still life in them. "See cold." Gary's voice was faint and broken. Igor scanned the area quickly. His own horse had bolted, but Gary's supplies had been left behind when they'd prepared to kill the animal earlier. Blankets, clothing, and other gear were scattered nearby. Moving quickly, Igor pieced together a makeshift bed to keep the man warm. After examining Gary's wound, Igor was relieved to find it wasn't as dire as he'd feared. The White Walker's sword had cut deep, but the blow had missed any vital organs. The wound itself was small, and the freezing cold had slowed the bleeding, causing the blood to coagulate into thick clumps. However, the frostbite spreading from the wound was another problem entirely. The freezing magic that lingered on the White Walker's weapon had preserved Gary's life for now, but it would make recovery far more difficult. Igor glanced up at the distant silhouette of the wall. Its gray-blue outline loomed faintly on the horizon. Chapter 10. So, you brought back 2 broken swords to prove that you and Gary weren't deserters, but heroes who killed White Walkers. Commander Mormont stared at Igor with a grave expression, scrutinizing him as though searching for signs of deceit. Igor took a deep breath and replied calmly, "I wouldn't dare call myself a hero. The truth is, I fled the battlefield 10 days ago. I failed to save Ser Waymar Royce, and I didn't bring back his body. But I thought it was more important to return to the wall with the warning about their existence than to die fighting the White Walkers in vain. Obsidian can indeed kill White Walkers. That much is recorded in many old legends," said Maester Aemon, his blind eyes turned toward the obsidian dagger Igor had handed over. Despite his lack of sight, he ran his fingers along its crude edges, clearly intrigued. "If I recall correctly, you're not from Westeros. You've only recently begun learning the common tongue. How is it that you know these legends so well?" "There are similar tales in my homeland," Igor said. "Back then, I thought they were just myths. But when I came here, when I saw the wall with my own eyes, I started to understand." The white horses ridden by the White Walkers still had bags of oats tied to their saddles. After killing the walkers, Igor had found his own terrified horse a few hundred meters away. Feeding it the oats, he rested briefly before placing the gravely injured Gary on its back and leading it southward to the wall. Now, Igor sat in a warm meeting room by the fire, facing the leaders of the Night's Watch for the first time. Over the year since being conscripted into their ranks, he tried everything to draw the attention of these high-ranking men. Finally, he had succeeded, but as a suspected deserter. "Maester Aemon, you're a learned man," Igor said, his tone steady but firm. "You should know this, when legends from entirely different places tell of the same event, it often means the story is based on truth. White Walkers are real, and they've returned." The old man nodded slightly. Though he couldn't confirm what had happened north of the wall, at least the latter part of Igor's statement made sense. "Humph." Alliser Thorne's cold sneer broke the silence. "To me, it sounds like he wounded himself to avoid punishment, found a way to break those swords, and cooked up a convenient tale to make it look like he'd fought a great battle. This one was lazy during training, always cutting corners. And now we're supposed to believe he killed a White Walker. If such creatures even exist." Igor didn't respond immediately. He knew Thorne wasn't singling him out unfairly. Back in his former life, Igor had also worked as a material testing engineer, a desk job. While he wasn't completely helpless, his pampered life had made him softer than even some of the noble-born recruits, let alone the low-born men conscripted into the Night's Watch. When he first arrived at the wall, the rigorous training had been a brutal adjustment, and his occasional slacking had left a poor impression on Thorne. That said, Thorne's own bitterness ran deep. A Targaryen loyalist forced to take the black after the dynasty fell, he was a cynical, humorless man who delighted in berating others. Few in the Night's Watch could tolerate his condescending tone. Even if Igor had thrown himself into the training with full effort, it was unlikely Thorne would ever think well of him. Ser Alisar, Igor said after a moment, keeping his voice level. Have you seen many broken swords in your time? More fine swords than you'll ever lay eyes on, Thorn replied curtly. Then take a look at the broken ends of the swords I brought back, Igor said, his tone sharpening slightly. Thorn might be his superior, but Igor was now a ranger, and his fate wouldn't be decided by the man's disdain alone. Night's Watch swords are forged from steel. Steel is strong and flexible, not brittle, like glass or ice. No matter how much force is applied or how quickly a blade is broken, the fractured ends will always deform. But that isn't the case with these swords. He gestured toward the fragments he'd laid before them. I brought back every piece on purpose. If you reassemble them, you'll see the edges fit perfectly, almost seamlessly. Except for a few minor gaps, it's like the blades were never broken at all. Commander Mormont frowned and leaned forward, piecing the fragments together as Igor instructed. Sure enough, aside from a few tiny chips along the edges, the swords looked whole again, straight, sharp, and nearly flawless. How could this happen? The commander murmured, clearly unsettled. Igor hesitated. He understood the science behind the phenomenon. Low temperatures weaken the bonds between metal atoms, increasing brittleness. But there was no way to explain such concepts to these men, none of whom had ever studied physics. And in this world, full of magic and mysteries beyond reason, who could say what rules truly applied? Legends say White Walkers use ice magic, Igor explained, choosing his words carefully. Maybe their sorcery froze the steel, causing it to crack. I don't know the exact reason. But I swear, no matter who you ask or what tests you run, you won't find a way to replicate this. Lord Commander, take these swords to the blacksmiths of Castle Black. If any of them can break a steel blade in the same way, then you're free to call me a liar and a deserter. Donal Noy, the one-armed blacksmith of Castle Black, a man with a storied past. Once a private blacksmith and soldier in service to House Baratheon, he had joined the Night's Watch after losing an arm during the Siege of Storm's End. Before that, he had followed Stannis Baratheon across the Seven Kingdoms, eaten the finest food, bedded women from all corners of Westeros, and fought in countless battles. It was said that the warhammer Robert Baratheon used to kill Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident was forged by his hands. In the original story, Donal Noy would later sacrifice his life in the tunnels under the wall, battling the giant King Mag the Mighty during the wildling assault on Castle Black. Truly, he was a legendary figure. Compared to a man like that, Igor had little to his name. Other than the fact that he had just killed a White Walker, there was nothing worth praising about his past. However, before he found himself in this world, he had worked as a material testing engineer. Right next to his office had been an array of metal performance testing machines, including impact testers. When it came to forging iron, he couldn't hold a candle to Donal Noy. But in terms of theoretical knowledge about metal properties, no blacksmith in this world, no matter how skilled, could rival him. To make a steel sword brittle enough to break like those he brought back, the temperature would have to drop to at least -200°C. Even in the modern world Igor had left behind, achieving such conditions required highly specialized and expensive equipment. Medieval blacksmiths could easily reach temperatures of 200 or even 2000 degrees but below zero. That was beyond their capabilities. It would be easier to capture a White Walker and force it to demonstrate its ice magic firsthand. Igor's calm expression and confident tone had a visible effect on the Night's Watch officers seated behind the long table. These men, most of whom came from noble backgrounds, seemed to sense that Igor was no ordinary soldier from some forgotten corner of the realm. He carried himself with an air of knowledge and conviction, one that even the so-called nobility could not shake. I've sent someone to examine Gary's wound, Maester Aemon finally broke the silence. It's strange. The wound was made by a sharp weapon, but it shows clear signs of severe frostbite. Yet the frostbite is contained to a very small area, both inside and around the wound itself. It took several men half a day to remove all the necrotic tissue. I don't know if Donal could break a steel sword in the way you described, but I know that I could not create a wound like this. Among the senior officers present, Maester Aemon was the first to openly express his belief in Igor's account. Igor remained composed, though relief swept over him. No matter the time or place, it was always easier to reason with learned and insightful individuals. His life, it seemed, had a chance of being spared. Commander Mormont turned his attention to the chief ranger seated silently beside him. "Ben-Jen, this man is under your command. What do you think?" Ben-Jen Stark, the leader of the Rangers and the only Stark in the Night's Watch, raised his head. Thin but sharp-eyed, he had been quietly studying the evidence Igor had brought back. Now, called upon by the Lord Commander, it was time for him to speak. "We are the Night's Watch," Ben-Jen began, his voice steady. "We guard the northernmost reaches of the kingdom. Yet when it comes to the vast unknown lands beyond the wall, we know little more than the southerners do." His expression darkened slightly. "I've never seen a White Walker myself, but I would not dare claim that they don't exist. Seeing is believing. In a few days, I will personally lead an elite patrol north to investigate the claims made by Ser Igor. But for now..." Igor held his breath as Ben-Jen paused, awaiting his judgment. "The most pressing matter at hand is to inform Waymar Royce's family of his disappearance and provide them with an explanation," Ben-Jen continued. "As for Igor, he will be placed in solitary confinement for the time being. When I patrol north, he will lead the way. Whether or not his words are true, he will have the chance to prove them with his actions." As expected, Gary had been right, Igor would end up leading the way. Two brothers escorted him out of the meeting room, his mind already racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. Just before the door closed behind him, he caught the tail end of a conversation between Maester Aemon and Ben-Jen Stark. "Before you lead a patrol north, there is something else that requires your attention," Aemon said. "The Raven brought word, Jon Arryn is dead, and the king is on his way north. Lord Eddard has requested that you return to Winterfell to meet him." Chapter 11. What a coincidence. Of course, Igor knew exactly what Maester Aemon was referring to. The death of Jon Arryn marked the beginning of the main storyline. It was an important moment, a pivotal turning point in the grand scheme of things. But right now, he didn't have the energy to think about such matters. Nearly 10 days and nights of fleeing had left him utterly drained, physically and mentally. Although he had managed to hold his own during his interrogation by several high-ranking members of the Night's Watch, his composure had come at the cost of what little strength and clarity he had left. By the time it was over, it felt as though the last bit of his brainpower had evaporated. Supported by two rangers, he barely made it to the confinement room before collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. The so-called confinement, which was more akin to semi-imprisonment, lasted several days. For most, such a punishment would have been a torment, but for Igor, it was a blessing. He spent his days eating and sleeping, not even required to participate in training. It was an unintentional respite, one that allowed him to rest for hours on end and finally regain his strength. But after he had rested enough, it was time to confront the issues weighing on his mind, his future, his fate. Littlefinger had killed the previous hand of the king. During the king's impending tour of the north, Robert would invite the Warden of the North, Eddard Stark, to take on the role, and from there, the Game of Thrones would begin. But what did all this have to do with him, a member of the Night's Watch? Practically nothing. The only connection was that the late Jon Arryn had been the Lord of the Eyrie, the Warden of the East, ruler of the Vale, and liege lord of the Royce family, Waymar Royce's family. How would Bronze Yohn Royce react when news of his lord's death and his son's disappearance reached him? Perhaps, if he was lucky, Yohn would be too preoccupied to pursue the man who killed his son. Perhaps he would simply let the matter go. Igor laughed bitterly to himself. Pinning his hopes on someone's indifference or mercy was a gamble, and a stupid one at that. This was a cruel world, and such gambles rarely paid off. The wrath of the Royce family, however, was far removed from his immediate concerns. Igor had more pressing problems to deal with. Ben-Jen Stark had been recalled to Winterfell by his older brother to attend a feast welcoming the king. When Ben-Jen returned to the wall, he would inevitably lead a ranging party north in search of the White Walkers and Waymar. As the one appointed by the Chief Ranger to act as a guide, Igor had little doubt that his fate would mirror that of the ill-fated Rangers in the original timeline, either dead in the snow or turned into a living corpse, much like Benjen himself. Neither option was acceptable. He had to act. Through a conversation with the Black Brother who delivered his meals, Igor learned that Gary had finally woken from his coma. He decided to visit him after lunch. If he could get a moment alone, he might be able to ask Gary about a way to cross the canyon. True, his current restrictions meant he couldn't access the stables or leave the camp, but walking around Castle Black was still allowed. But before he could put this plan into action, he was summoned by the Night's Watch leadership. "Are we setting off already?" Igor thought nervously as he entered the meeting room. The scene inside was eerily similar to the one during his interrogation. The only difference was that someone unexpected was seated in the interrogation chair. "Will. You're alive." "Igor." The man turned to him, his voice full of surprise. The speaker, however, looked haggard. When Igor and Gary had fled, they'd taken the only two horses left. Waymar's warhorse had returned to Castle Black earlier, but without a mount or supplies, Will had been forced to make his way back on foot. The journey had taken longer and been far more grueling. If not for his survival skills as a former poacher and his ability to evade the White Walkers, he would never have made it back alive. Will, who had never been robust to begin with, now looked like a shadow of his former self. His thin frame seemed barely able to support him, and half a bowl of porridge sat untouched on the table in front of him. He drank from it with trembling hands, his movements slow and unsteady. "The seven bless you," he rasped. "If it weren't for you, I'd be dead." "What?" Igor was confused. Will had survived because of his own resourcefulness. What did it have to do with him? "That day, I was hiding in a tree. I saw Ser Waymar cut down by those creatures, those ghosts. I stayed in the tree for a long time after they left, too afraid to come down. When I finally did, I went to look for something I could take back as proof, but then Ser Waymar, he stood back up. His body was mangled, his wounds terrible, but his eyes, they were glowing blue. He reached out, trying to strangle me. It was horrifying. If you hadn't told me to be careful of the dead, I'd never have reacted in time." Igor was stunned. So that was how it had happened. The words he had spoken in desperation, almost as an afterthought, had saved Will's life. He had never imagined they would prove so crucial. But what was the point of calling him here now? He glanced around the room and noticed something on the table in front of the senior members of the Night's Watch. It was Waymar Royce's sword. The blade, once made of fine steel, was now shattered. Only the hilt, the tip of the sword, and a small portion of the base remained intact. The rest of the blade had been splintered into countless fragments, as though struck by lightning. Despite his ordeal, Will had somehow managed to recover most of the pieces and bring them back to Castle Black after his long, harrowing journey. The shattered sword had been reassembled as best as it could, the pieces laid out like a puzzle. The breaks were clean, the fragments fitting together almost seamlessly, as if the weapon had been smashed all at once by some unimaginable force. This, Igor realized, was powerful evidence. The sword's condition, coupled with Will's testimony, could turn things around, for both of them. "Take Will to rest," Benjen Stark, who had been sitting silently, finally spoke. "Don't let him eat too much at once. A starving man doesn't know when he's full. Rest is what he needs most." Two Black brothers helped Will to his feet and escorted him from the room. As he left, Will called out to Igor, still asking how he had known about the dead rising again. Once the room was quiet again, Benjen gestured for Igor to sit. "What Will said aligns with what you and Gary reported," Commander Mormont began gravely. "Judging by his condition, I don't think you three colluded to fabricate this story." Mormont's tone softened slightly. "I now have reason to believe that there is indeed a strange and dangerous enemy north of the wall. Perhaps it's the White Walkers or something worse. It wasn't just Will's words that had swayed the leadership. During Igor's confinement, the Night's Watch blacksmiths had conducted experiments, trying to replicate the damage to the shattered sword. No one had been able to mimic the effect, proving that Waymar's weapon had been destroyed by something beyond human capability. "I'll be leaving for Winterfell soon," Ben-Jen continued. "You'll come with me. You'll report your experiences directly to the Lord of Winterfell. Bring Gary and Will as well, along with the broken swords. Prepare a clear and concise version of events. My brother will be busy with King Robert's arrival, so you'll need to make your case quickly." Maester Eamon nodded. "Don't overthink it. You did well when reporting to us, just do the same when speaking to Eddard Stark." "I understand," Igor replied, suppressing the excitement rising within him. "I'll prepare right away." Chapter 12. Regardless of the reasons why Ben-Jen originally joined the Night's Watch, Igor had to admit that he was, without question, a dedicated chief ranger. The lean and hardened man had received word from a raven that the king was expected to arrive in the north within 3 weeks. Knowing that the journey from Castle Black to Winterfell would take no more than 2 weeks, Ben-Jen busied himself for several days overseeing defense patrol arrangements before finally preparing to leave. Fortunately, Will had managed to return to the wall just in time to corroborate Igor's story. This shifted Ben-Jen's plans. He decided to take Igor along to Winterfell to report to the Warden of the North. Igor couldn't help but feel thankful that not everyone sought personal comfort the way he did. If it had been him in Ben-Jen's place, receiving an invitation from a brother who happened to be the Lord of Winterfell, he would have packed his bags and headed south the same day. Compared to the wall, even Winterfell, known by Southerners for being cold and gloomy, seemed like paradise. Some people, Igor thought, are so noble that their sense of duty is beyond the understanding of ordinary folk. He didn't presume to judge others by his own standards just because he couldn't relate to them. He genuinely admired Ben-Jen's honor and commitment to his duty, but Igor himself had no such ties. He wasn't born or raised in the north, and he didn't have a brother who ruled as the Warden of the North. To him, this land was as foreign as its customs. It felt akin to being conscripted into a war with no allegiance to either side, forced to swear oaths under the threat of mutilation, and expected to live and die for a cause he didn't believe in. He had no illusions about his own character. He wasn't noble or selfless, and no grandiose, poetic oath could change that. Igor simply couldn't accept such a fate. Even if he stripped away any personal motives, he believed that with his knowledge and understanding of the world, he could contribute far more elsewhere than by being confined to the wall, battling White Walkers until his dying breath. Opportunities, after all, came to those who were prepared. Will, who had witnessed Waymar's death firsthand from the safety of a tree, might have seemed like the more obvious choice to accompany Ben-Jen to Winterfell. But the chief ranger had chosen Igor without hesitation. Part of the reason was that Will was still too weak to make the journey. But more likely, it was because Will wasn't presentable. Compared to the skittish poacher who stuttered and spoke with a thick accent, Igor was articulate, clear-minded, and composed, qualities far more suitable for addressing the Lord of Winterfell. Besides, rumors were swirling that Will had been left deeply shaken, perhaps even mentally unhinged, by his encounter with the White Walkers. They departed in the afternoon. To save time, they planned to take the King's Road, passing through the Wolfswood directly to Winterfell. They wouldn't stop at Last Hearth or Deepwood Motte. As with patrols beyond the wall, they carried enough provisions to sustain them, though for ease of travel, they each brought 2 horses. Snow fell lightly from the sky as the 2 of them rode out through the gates of Castle Black. Though the road they followed was technically part of the King's Road, it bore little resemblance to the Grand Highway farther south. Here, it was barely wider than a forest trail. The true King's Road began at King's Landing and ended at Winterfell. The northernmost stretch they rode on was little more than a nominal extension. They rode south in silence and soon approached Mole's Town. Cresting a gentle slope, Igor couldn't resist glancing back. Castle Black stood on the southern side of the wall, where its icy shadow did not fall. The wall itself, despite its immense height, didn't dominate daily life for the Night's Watch, it was easy enough to ignore its presence. Igor, for one, had quickly learned to avoid craning his neck to look up at it. But no amount of willful ignorance could make the wall disappear. It stood there, towering and immutable, as if it had existed since the dawn of time and would endure until the end of the world. Now, as they moved farther away, the wall's full outline came into view. What had once loomed above him like an insurmountable barrier had become a distant, grey-blue expanse stretching endlessly along the northern horizon. It extended east and west, fading into the cold mist until it disappeared entirely. From a distance, its scale was even more awe-inspiring. It was the largest structure ever built by man in this world, the tallest and most formidable creation in Westeros. The towers and barracks of the Night's Watch at its base seemed like mere children's toys scattered in the snow. The men in black patrolling below looked no larger than ants. In Igor's old world, such a place would have been a prime tourist destination. Visitors would flock to it for a chance to marvel at its grandeur, to take a break from the chaos of city life, to bask in the quiet majesty of nature. People would stand atop the wall, gazing out at the vast haunted forest below, describing it as spiritual or soul-cleansing. It would have been a perfect retreat for urbanites desperate to escape the grind. But here, the existence of the White Walkers changed the wall's purpose entirely. It wasn't a tourist attraction, it was a last bastion, a military fortification standing against humanity's annihilation. It was the front line of a war for survival. This trip to Winterfell, Igor realized, might be his last chance to escape before the next patrol beyond the wall. If fate allowed, he hoped never to return. Igor, Benjen's voice cut through his thoughts. You're a stranger here. I know you're resentful about being forced to serve on the wall, but let me give you some advice, don't even think about running. Many have tried, and the cost of desertion is always heavy. I understand, Igor replied quickly, alarmed that his thoughts had been so transparent. I've sworn a sacred oath. I'll fulfill my duty until the end of my life. Where I come from, the culture is different, but the value placed on keeping one's word is no less important. Good. Benjen nodded, letting the matter drop. My brother, Eddard Stark, is a practical man, very much a northerner. He doesn't care for excessive ceremony, but he is still the Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. The Stark bloodline is ancient, and their legacy is long. There are certain courtesies and taboos you must observe when addressing him. I'll explain them to you now. Forgetting them won't cost you your head, but it would still be impolite. Understood. Igor nodded earnestly. He cast one last look at the wall, his expression complicated, before turning his attention to Benjen's words. They traveled by day and rested by night, passing Mole's Town and the ruins of Queen's Crown. As they moved farther south, the land grew more populated. Though the Night's Watch was granted the gift, an expanse of land north of the Wolfswood, meant to provide taxes and resources to support the Watch, its population had dwindled over the years. Frequent wildling raids, coupled with the Watch's declining strength, had driven most of the Gift's inhabitants south, seeking safety under the protection of northern lords. Now, only a few villages near the Watch's strongholds remained. Ironically, the abandonment of the Gift had made the north safer. The uninhabited land, combined with the wall itself, created a double barrier. Few wildlings were willing to risk crossing the wall and then starving in the desolate Gift just to raid villages under the protection of houses like Umber or Karstark. With such raids becoming less profitable, fewer wildlings attempted them. Many northern lords credited the Night's Watch for this improvement, and they continued to provide food, clothing, and supplies to support the Brothers in Black. The journey to Winterfell was uneventful for Igor and Benjen, save for a brief encounter with a group of wildlings fleeing south. Upon spotting the two men in black cloaks, the wildlings quickly retreated into the forest. Unlike Waymar, Benjen had no interest in pursuing them. He let them go without incident. As the road widened, they crossed a stone bridge spanning a swift river. Farms and settlements began to appear, clusters of homes forming around sturdy stone walls and timber beams. The road grew busier with travelers and merchants. Nights were no longer spent camping in the wilderness. 2 weeks later, as Ben-Jen had predicted, they arrived at Winterfell. Chapter 13. Winterfell is not a city, but a castle. Its purpose, much like the Red Keep in King's Landing, is to serve as a fortress and provide shelter for its lord and his family. It lacks any urban functions and has no citizens in the traditional sense. According to legend, it was built by Brandon the Builder with the aid of giants. As a noble stronghold, Winterfell is undeniably impressive, but when compared to another structure said to have been built by the same man, the Wall, it pales in scale and grandeur. Excluding the surrounding villages and the winter town, which lay temporarily abandoned during the warmer months, the area enclosed by Winterfell's high stone walls spans less than 100 acres, with a portion of that space taken up by the Gods' Wood. The permanent residents within the castle walls amount to only a few hundred, consisting mostly of followers, servants, and their families, all of whom serve the Stark household. Despite this, Winterfell commands the largest standing force in the north, second only to the Night's Watch. For someone like Igor, who had stood watch on the wall and survived encounters with White Walkers in the haunted forest, there weren't many things in the world that could still inspire fear. When he first laid eyes on Winterfell, his initial reaction wasn't awe or admiration, but surprise. This small place is the political center of the North and the home of so many key figures in this world's history. It was no wonder, he thought, that even the king constantly struggled to manage his realm. But the longer he considered it, the more Igor found himself subconsciously comparing Winterfell to the Wall. And when placed next to that towering expanse of ice, nothing else in this world could truly be called big. It was late when Igor and Ben-Jen arrived at Winterfell. Igor, lost in his thoughts, followed the chief ranger through the castle gates. "Welcome home, Lord Ben-Jen," said a guard who had clearly served the Stark family for many years. Taking the reins of the ranger's horse, he continued, "I'll arrange accommodations and a bath for you right away." "No need for that," Ben-Jen replied. "Where is my brother?" "My lord just finished receiving the king. He's likely still busy in the main keep now, but I can't say for sure." "The king is here already?" Ben-Jen frowned. "Damn, I thought I'd arrived 2 days early. At least I didn't miss the dinner." "Go on, then. I'll find him myself." "Yes, my lord." Winterfell was teeming with activity. The large parade grounds were packed with horses, wagons, chests, and bustling servants. King Robert Baratheon had brought hundreds of escorts on his journey north, and Queen Cersei and Princess Myrcella had brought even more luggage. With no room to house all the guests, many of them had been diverted to the nearby winter town for lodging. At the moment, the castle gates were a flurry of motion, with people constantly coming and going. Ben-Jen led Igor through the winding, uneven corridors of the castle, eventually reaching the main keep where the Stark family resided. After a brief exchange with the household staff, they entered and found Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, in his study. The Warden of the North was taking a brief respite from his duties, issuing instructions to servants regarding the arrangements for his royal guests. Ben-Jen. Eddard's face lit up with a genuine smile when he saw his younger brother. Standing, he waved the servants away before striding forward to embrace him. "How is life on the Wall?" "Still as hard as ever. I've grown used to it." Ben-Jen returned the hug briefly before stepping back. "But there have been troubling events beyond the Wall recently. I thought it necessary to bring this directly to the Warden of the North." "Yes, the wildlings. I've read your letters." Eddard sighed, running a hand through his dark brown hair. Though his long face resembled Ben-Jen's, there was a gravity about him, a quiet authority befitting his role as lord. Even when he smiled, his demeanor was solemn and composed, a ruler through and through. To Igor, he was the first person he'd met in this world who truly carried the bearing of a leader. "But you don't know how much trouble I've had dealing with Robert today. He's grown as fat as a pig." He gave his brother a wry smile but quickly added, "Can we talk after the welcome feast tonight? It's been an exhausting day." No, we need to talk now, Ben-Jen said, shaking his head. His tone was serious. What I have to tell you is more important than the banquet, the king, the queen, or anything else. Eddard's expression darkened at his brother's tone. Putting aside his complaints, he turned to Igor, who had been waiting silently by the door. And who is this? This is one of my rangers. He will explain what happened, Ben-Jen said, gesturing for Igor to step forward. Eddard's sharp grey eyes studied Igor. Your name, friend? Your lordship may call me Igor, he replied respectfully. I'm not from Westeros, and I don't have a surname in the fashion of the Seven Kingdoms. Not from Westeros? Eddard's curiosity was piqued. He turned to Ben-Jen, silently seeking an explanation. Igor comes from an unknown continent far west of Westeros, Ben-Jen explained. He encountered a White Walker while patrolling beyond the wall with Waymar Royce and managed to return to warn us. White Walkers. Eddard's face grew grim, his gaze shifting back to Igor. It was clear he didn't believe in the existence of White Walkers. To him, Waymar's disappearance was more likely the result of a wildling ambush. Yohn Royce, Waymar's father and a key vassal of Jon Arryn, had passed through Winterfell while escorting his son to the wall. During their meeting, Yohn had made it clear he expected Eddard to look out for his son. Although it wasn't Eddard's responsibility as Lord of Winterfell to account for the fate of a Night's Watch ranger, the situation left him feeling uneasy, almost as if he had failed to honor his promise. Wait a moment, Eddard said, his tone shifting to one of suspicion. If I'm not mistaken, you were one of the 3 rangers Waymar took beyond the wall. If White Walkers killed your leader, why did they let you and the other man escape? His voice hardened. And according to the rules of the Night's Watch, what is the punishment for desertion? They didn't let us escape, Igor replied calmly, despite the growing tension. We fled, barely surviving the ordeal. And as we neared the wall, the other ranger and I managed to kill one of the White Walkers that pursued us. Where's the body? When White Walkers die, their bodies disintegrate, leaving no remains, Igor explained. He knew this sounded unconvincing, so he quickly added, but I've brought other evidence. Show me, Eddard said, his skepticism evident. He exhaled lightly, gestured for Igor to proceed, and sat at his desk. Igor moved quickly, retrieving the items he had brought from Castle Black. Inside his pack were 3 broken swords, carefully wrapped in puncture-proof leather, as well as an obsidian dagger. He laid them out on the table, piecing together the shattered blades one by one. Waymar's sword, in particular, had been broken so thoroughly that it took several minutes to arrange. Eddard frowned as he watched, though he waited patiently for Igor to finish before asking, 3 broken swords and a black dagger. What are they supposed to mean? The broken swords belonged to 3 rangers who fought against the White Walkers, Igor explained steadily. Waymar died in battle. Gary was gravely injured and remains in Castle Black recovering. I am the only one fortunate enough to have survived. He picked up the dagger, holding it out for Eddard to inspect. And this is the obsidian weapon that killed one of the White Walkers. So all 3 swords were broken during the fight? Eddard asked, his brow furrowing. How do I know they weren't just broken by you? Please examine the edges closely, your lordship, Igor replied, gesturing to the shattered blades. The damage is unlike anything caused by normal wear or combat. Eddard leaned closer, studying the pieces with a practiced eye. He had seen countless broken swords over the years, but none like these. Picking up a fragment of Waymar's blade, he tapped it against the table, confirming it was real steel. What caused this? He finally asked. Ice, Igor said simply. Or rather, the ice magic wielded by the White Walkers. Their weapons appear to be made of ice, and they can shatter steel on contact. Igor then recounted the events beyond the wall, refining the explanation he had given to Commander Mormont and Maester Aemon. This time, he spoke with greater clarity and confidence, his body and mind fully recovered after days of rest. His explanation was precise, his tone measured, and his details persuasive. He described how the steel swords had shattered in moments against the White Walkers' weapons, then recounted the desperate escape back to the wall and the lucky blow that felled one of their pursuers. He omitted nothing essential, keeping his narrative clear and concise. Eddard listened in silence, his hand supporting his chin as his sharp grey eyes bore into Igor. Once Igor finished, Eddard lowered his hand, his thoughtful gaze shifting to his brother. Ben-Jen observed Eddard carefully, sensing that his brother was still reluctant to fully accept the existence of White Walkers. But that hesitation was not surprising. Ben-Jen himself had only second-hand reports to rely on, and while he trusted Igor, he had no first-hand proof to offer. The Shadow Tower has also reported sightings of White Walkers, Ben-Jen said, making one last effort. And Castle Black's Rangers, as well as those from East Watch, have witnessed signs of wildlings migrating in massive numbers. Villages north of the wall are being abandoned, their people fleeing something. His voice grew more insistent. All signs point to a new and deadly threat gathering in the far north. And you know the state of the Night's Watch, we're stretched thin and struggling to hold the wall as it is. We need aid, and we need it now. Eddard exhaled deeply. I'll inform my men to let you take prisoners from the dungeons, he said after a moment, his tone cool. What the Night's Watch needs now is not just a handful of criminals or untrained recruits. Ben-Jen interrupted, his voice sharp. Do you expect a band of barely disciplined convicts to defend the Seven Kingdoms? They're barely capable of maintaining order during peaceful times, let alone against the current dangers. He stepped forward, his frustration clear. I didn't bring Igor here to repeat the same tired requests as other brothers of the Watch. This is bigger than that. Silence filled the room as Ben-Jen's words hung in the air. Eddard sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the obsidian dagger in his hand. He turned it over slowly, his brow furrowed in thought. Chapter 14. In Igor's original world, the trajectory of civilization followed a spiral of progress. Although there were moments of stagnation and regression, the general trend was one of upward development. But here, in Westeros, the situation was different. Social advancement depended on productivity, which, in turn, relied heavily on population in an era of limited technological development. But feeding a population required resources, and the irregular, punishing climate of this world made resources scarce. The constant wars fought over these limited resources only worsened the problem, further destabilizing production. During a long summer, civilization might find a moment to flourish, but even a slightly extended winter could send it spiraling backward. This created a vicious cycle. Humanity needed people to advance, but the fragility of life made progress painfully slow. Stagnation and underdevelopment made further progress even harder to achieve. In this context, it wasn't surprising that Westeros's level of social development lagged so far behind its ancient history. Igor wasn't entirely sure how much of the tens of thousands of years of history from the Dawn Age was factual, but he knew one thing: in this feudal society, especially in the sparsely populated north, armies couldn't be mobilized quickly. I'll contact the lords and request that they each send a few hundred men in proportion to their population to support the wall, Eddard Stark said at last, sighing deeply. Despite his brother's earlier harshness, Eddard did not take offense. He knew Ben-Jen's bluntness came from concern, not disrespect. Shaking his head, he added, but it's the height of the farming season, so don't expect me to raise significant numbers quickly. However, give me a detailed list of supplies, and I'll see what I can provide. As for the king, give me some time. I'll speak to him myself. Eddard leaned back in his chair, his face shadowed with worry. When I spoke with Robert in the crypt earlier, I mentioned the wall's need for support. Unfortunately, he's preoccupied. Tensions in King's Landing have him on edge, and he's come here looking for my help. He's in no position to worry about the wall right now. If the wall falls, Ben-Jen said bluntly, the North will be the first to suffer. Even if you help Robert stabilize King's Landing, it won't matter. Think about the consequences. Ben-Jen's tone softened slightly as he continued. We don't urgently need conventional supplies right now. Those can be arranged over time. But there is one thing we do need: obsidian. And not just a small amount. The Night's Watch requires a large stockpile, and quickly. Unfortunately, obsidian is rare and expensive, mostly sold as decorative pieces in the market. We need it as a weapon, not an ornament. I read somewhere that Dragonstone has massive reserves of obsidian, Igor interjected. If we could arrange to mine it, it would be more than enough for our needs. Eddard nodded thoughtfully but remained skeptical of the Night's Watch's claims about obsidian's effectiveness against White Walkers. Still, he had already refused so many requests that he felt obligated to act. I'll write to Stannis about this. Perhaps he can help arrange something. Eddard turned his gaze to the window, where the dim light of evening was settling over Winterfell. It's getting late. You two should bathe and change for the dinner. Robert is an old friend, yes, but he is also the king. If you're too casual in his presence, even if he doesn't mind, it might give others an excuse to criticize him or me. Benjen nodded, and the two Night's Watchmen excused themselves. As they left the room, Igor followed Benjen through the winding corridors of the castle. Despite his allegiance to the Night's Watch, Benjen was still a Stark, and the room he had grown up in as a child remained his to use. To Igor's surprise, Benjen had also arranged for him to have a small room in Winterfell. Given how crowded the castle was, Igor would have expected someone of his rank, a lowly ranger of the Night's Watch, to be assigned to a bunk bed in one of the inns outside the castle walls. That he had been given accommodation within Winterfell itself felt more like a precaution against him escaping than a privilege. As these thoughts churned in his mind, Igor and Benjen turned a corner and encountered a young man heading straight toward them. Uncle Benjen. John. Benjen smiled, his expression softening into something almost paternal. You've grown taller again. The young man was lean, with a long face and dark brown hair that matched Benjen's. Igor didn't immediately recognize him, the boy looked different from his depiction in the show. But the tone of their conversation gave it away, this was Jon Snow, the bastard of Eddard Stark. Of course, Igor knew Jon's true parentage, he was the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. As significant as Jon's identity was, something else captured Igor's attention, the small, snow-white direwolf standing by Jon's side. Its crimson eyes gazed up at him, curious but not hostile. What the hell is going on? Igor thought, his mind racing. Because of me, the deserters who would have been executed at the start of the original story, Gary and Will, never crossed the wall. That means the Starks wouldn't have encountered the dead dire wolf and her pups on their way back from the execution ground. So how did this damn little dire wolf end up with Jon Snow? If I'm not mistaken, Benjen said, noticing the wolf, this little fellow is a dire wolf. They don't come south of the wall. Where did it come from? The villagers found its mother dead on a path outside Winterfell, Jon replied. Jory went to investigate and brought back a litter of 6 pups. The uncle and nephew spoke casually, but Igor was reeling. The sight of the direwolf made him question everything he thought he understood. The wolf's presence meant one of two things, either his actions had less influence on this world's events than he thought, or some larger force was actively working to maintain the story's original trajectory. While the pup at Jon's side was small and unassuming, its very existence unnerved Igor. The more he thought about it, the more he began to question whether his attempts to change the future of this world were truly within his control. Sure, he had made small changes, Gary was still alive, and Will had survived, but these were minor characters, nobodies in the grand scheme of things. Whether they lived or died had little impact on the broader narrative of Westeros. But what about Benjen Stark? Benjen was a significant figure, one of the key players in the early events of the story. If some unseen force was working to preserve the original timeline, was Benjen doomed to meet the same fate during his next ranging mission, turning into a half-dead servant of the White Walkers? And if that was the case, what were Igor's chances of surviving the mission himself? The more he thought about it, the worse his outlook seemed. If this world truly operated under some predestined narrative, his very presence, an outsider who had already altered events, might make him a target. I need to find a way out, he thought grimly. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Benjen's voice pulled him back to reality. The chief ranger clapped him on the shoulder, gesturing for him to follow. Take a bath and change your clothes. You'll need to be ready for the dinner. I'm joining too. Igor asked, surprised. Of course. There are only 2 of us here in Winterfell right now, Benjen said with a faint smile. Even if the whole Night's Watch were here, they'd still be treated as honored guests. Enjoy it while you can. Only in the north does the Night's Watch still get the respect it deserves. Chapter 15. After drying himself off, Igor picked up the clothes left by the servants. They were the characteristic all-black of the Night's Watch, but these were made of velvet, clearly not the standard-issue uniforms of the Wall. The texture and workmanship were leagues above the coarse, practical clothing typically worn by the brothers. When he slipped them on and the soft fabric brushed against his skin, the sensation was so luxurious that he nearly sighed aloud. They weren't tailored for him, though, judging by the size, they were likely brought along by Benjen Stark. Traveling on official business with a leader certainly has its perks, Igor thought with a wry smile. It wasn't as though he had never worn fine clothes before. Back in his previous life, his family hadn't been wealthy, but they were comfortable. They had a home, a car, and his mother owned a small clothing store. She was a skilled tailor, and growing up, he'd taken good clothes for granted. Anything he pulled out of his wardrobe was well made and affordable. But that life felt like it belonged to another person, another era. Now, having struggled just to survive in this world, the simple comfort of good clothing felt like a luxury. Among the countless transmigrators in fiction, he thought bitterly, he must surely rank among the most pitiful. Winterfell, warmed by its underground hot springs, circulated heat through its walls. Even in a room without a fireplace, the temperature was comfortably higher than the freezing outdoors. After his bath, Igor relaxed in a chair, the heat lulling him into a rare sense of ease. For a brief moment, he didn't want to move a finger. But the evening's obligations called. Pulling himself together, he dressed and left the room. The Night's Watch, though formally treated as honored guests at Winterfell, were far from being the center of attention. With the king's entourage present, Igor was little more than an afterthought. Following the brisk instructions of the servants, he made his way to the banquet hall and found his assigned seat at a table tucked into a far corner. The hall was alive with activity. The savory aroma of roasted meat and freshly baked bread filled the air. Banners from various houses adorned the grey stone walls, the direwolf of House Stark, the crowned stag of House Baratheon, and the roaring lion of House Lannister. A singer played the harp, his voice weaving a ballad that Igor could barely make out over the din, partly because of his shaky grasp of the common tongue and partly because he was seated at the far end of the hall. Jon Snow sat at the same table as Igor. As a bastard, Jon's social standing at the king's dinner was not much better than that of a night's watchman. Whether his father was Rhaegar Targaryen or Eddard Stark, Jon was still illegitimate in the eyes of Westerosi society. Like Igor, his inclusion at the banquet was purely ceremonial, he was allowed to sit, but only at the lowest tier of the hierarchy. Such was the cold reality of the feudal world. Yet Jon didn't seem troubled by his status. He appeared relaxed, sometimes sneaking pieces of food to the direwolf pup hiding beneath the table, other times eagerly peppering Igor with questions about the Night's Watch. His youthful enthusiasm and optimism were almost enviable. Their table was shared by other young servants and attendants. Some served House Stark, others the royal family, and still others came from Lannisport or Casterly Rock. Despite their differing allegiances, these boys shared no deep-seated feuds or grudges. They sat shoulder to shoulder, sipping fine wine and swapping stories in easy camaraderie. Jon's interest in the Night's Watch seemed infectious. As Igor answered his questions, more and more of their tablemates began to lean in, setting aside their utensils and cups to listen. Do giants really exist? Do the people north of the wall actually sleep with goats? I heard the wildlings eat their own children when food runs out. Igor chose his words carefully. He avoided mentioning White Walkers, knowing that such claims would only earn him ridicule. Instead, he picked out the more colorful and entertaining stories from his time at the Wall, turning them into lively conversation starters. Although Igor was in his 20s, his youthful appearance helped him blend in easily with the teenagers around him. At the same time, his age and experiences gave him a quiet maturity that the others instinctively respected. Back in his previous life, he hadn't been particularly smooth-talking or charismatic. But here, in this world where strength and bloodlines dominated social standing, his knowledge and demeanor made him seem almost worldly by comparison. Drawing on bits of pop psychology he had read before crossing over, he found it easy to endear himself to the group. Within a short time, Igor had become the center of attention at his table. The boys surrounded him, raising their cups in toasts and peppering him with questions. Even those seated at neighboring tables began shifting their benches closer to listen in on his stories. "Things aren't peaceful at the Wall these days," Igor said after regaling them with enough amusing anecdotes to loosen their tongues and win their trust. He let his voice grow more serious, steering the conversation toward a topic that mattered. "The weather is growing colder by the day. 100,000 wildlings, led by the king beyond the Wall, are gathering to breach the Wall and head south. To them, the Wall is the dividing line between life and death, crossing it is their only chance of surviving the winter. And that's not all. Rangers have reported sightings of strange, humanoid creatures in the haunted forest, figures that match the old stories of White Walkers. This year, several brothers have gone missing while patrolling north." The boys listened with wide eyes, some visibly skeptical, others nervously amazed. Though his words were aimed at them, Igor's true intention lay elsewhere. He knew these boys had no real power. But behind every servant stood a knight or lord. Jon Snow was close to the Starks, and the young attendants of other houses served those who controlled the resources of Westeros. By spreading word of the Night's Watch's plight through these channels, Igor hoped to plant seeds of support that might eventually reach the ears of those in power. The leaders of the Night's Watch were capable men, but they were constrained by their era. Raised in a world where swords decided disputes and the written word was secondary, they had little grasp of the concept of public opinion. Igor, with his outsider's perspective, saw the potential to use it to benefit the Watch and by extension, himself. After all, in this brutal world, survival often depended on collective strength. If the Night's Watch grew stronger, his chances of living through his time on the Wall would grow with it. 100,000 wildlings, one boy repeated, incredulous. Others exchanged nervous glances. Can the Night's Watch stop them? That's a good question, Igor replied, grimacing as he drank the last of his wine. The truth is, not all of those 100,000 are soldiers. There are children, the elderly, families traveling with livestock. At most, there are 10,000 who can fight. But the problem isn't their strength, it's our weakness. The Wall is massive, and the Watch doesn't have enough men to defend it all. If the wildlings choose to cross at an unguarded stretch, they could attack from inside and out. It would stretch us to the breaking point. What will you do, then? Another boy asked, his voice tinged with unease. Igor smiled bitterly. That's exactly what the Chief Ranger came to discuss with the Warden of the North. The boys began firing more questions at him, but their chatter abruptly quieted when the true stars of the banquet began to arrive. Chapter 16. The noise in the hall quickly faded, and all eyes turned to the entrance as the guard escorted the Queen into the hall. Before crossing into this world, Igor had come across a saying: the Game of Thrones production team had limited funds and couldn't afford actors who combined youth, beauty, and acting skill, so they prioritized the latter. The result was that many characters in the series appeared older or less attractive than described in the books, while some supporting roles turned out stunningly beautiful. Seeing the Queen in person, Igor couldn't help but feel this sentiment confirmed. The woman before him was far younger and more radiant than the Cersei he had seen on TV. She exuded charm and grace, her long golden hair shining under the light. A gem-studded crown rested on her head, complementing her bright blue eyes with emerald inlays. She wore an innocent smile as she entered, not sparing a glance for the northern guard beside her. If one didn't already know the depths of her scheming nature, who could imagine such a beautiful exterior concealed a heart as ruthless and venomous as hers? Following closely behind was the king, arm in arm with Lady Stark, who also appeared much younger than her on-screen counterpart. The king had the ruddy complexion and thick beard Igor had expected, but he was far taller than imagined, a towering figure of both fat and muscle. Next came the Stark and Baratheon children. Igor barely spared them a glance. They looked somewhat different from their depictions in the show, but he wasn't inclined to spend time identifying each one. With everyone distracted by the arrivals, he finally had the chance to sample the fish on the table. Since acquiring the obsidian dagger that had saved his life, he hadn't had the opportunity to eat anything better than the bland rations served in the Night's Watch canteen. The two Lannister brothers followed the children. Jaime Lannister entered in striking contrast to the others. Tall, handsome, and imposing, he wore a red silk tunic, black high boots, and a satin cloak draped over his shoulders. He carried himself with such regal confidence that he looked more like a king than the man at the head of the hall. The dwarf walking beside him, however, was the one who truly caught Igor's attention. Tyrion Lannister was unmistakable. Among the characters in this world, he was one of the few Igor could identify without the aid of costumes or house sigils. It wasn't just his stature that made him stand out, it was the intelligence and wit lurking behind his sharp features. This man, Igor thought, is probably the most worth befriending in the entire story of Game of Thrones. If he could get close to Tyrion, perhaps there was a way to escape the Night's Watch without risking desertion or execution. The dwarf had connections, influence, and a pragmatic mind. But as quickly as the idea came, reality reasserted itself. Igor was just a lowly ranger. How could someone like him approach a Lannister, let alone forge a relationship? Lost in thought, he watched as the Lannister brothers passed by, heading for the more prominent seats reserved for their family. The final arrivals were Benjen Stark and Theon Greyjoy, the young ward of the Lord of Winterfell. After they took their seats, the hall erupted in a flurry of toasts and polite congratulations, and the feast officially began. Jon Snow and the younger servants at the table still wanted to hear more of Igor's tales about patrolling the wall and encountering wildlings, but Igor had grown disinterested. "I've told enough of my stories," he said, deflecting their attention. "How about you tell me yours? I've never been south of the neck since coming to Westeros. Who can introduce me to life in the south?" The good thing about spending time with this group of youthful, relatively innocent boys was how quickly they warmed up after a few drinks. Under the influence of wine, one of the Lannister servants launched into a dramatic tale of accompanying his knight on a wild adventure outside King's Landing. Beneath the table, Jon's direwolf pup gnawed contentedly on a bone, oblivious to the lively chatter above. On stage, Jon listened intently to the other boys as they swapped tales of war, hunts, and scandalous escapades. Igor, however, had already drifted into his own thoughts. "Jon, how are you tonight?" a familiar voice interrupted. Benjen had left his seat to check on his neglected nephew. "Very well," Jon replied brightly. "Uncle, I heard from Igor that the Night's Watch is in desperate need of men. When you leave, take me with you." The servant who had been recounting his daring exploits fell silent, scooting aside to make room for Benjen. The chief ranger sat down, took Jon's glass, and examined it. "Summer wine," he said after a sip. "Nothing tastes as sweet. How many glasses have you had tonight, Jon?" "I'm not drunk," Jon replied quickly. "I never said you were," Benjen said with a slight smile, setting the glass down. He glanced toward the high table where his brothers sat before turning back to his nephew. "To be honest, the wall does need young men like you right now." Jon's face lit up with pride. "I'm a better swordsman than anyone I've ever trained with. Hullen says I'm one of the best riders in Winterfell." "Good. You agree?" Jon said, excitement creeping into his voice. "If you tell father, I know he'll agree, too." Benjen's gaze shifted to Igor, who shrugged, silently assuring him he hadn't encouraged Jon in this. Turning back to Jon, Ben-Jen said carefully, "Jon, the wall is a hard place for a boy." "I'm almost a man," Jon countered. "I'll be 15 on my next name day. Maester Luwin says bastards grow up faster than trueborn children." "That's true," Ben-Jen conceded with a small smile. He poured himself more wine and drank deeply. "Daeron Targaryen was only 14 when he conquered Dorne," Jon added confidently. Ben-Jen shook his head. "That campaign lasted an entire summer, and Daeron lost 10,000 men to conquer Dorne and another 50,000 to hold it. Someone should have told him that war is no game. And let's not forget, Daeron Targaryen died at 18. You haven't forgotten that part, have you?" "I haven't," Jon said, his cheeks reddening, whether from embarrassment or the wine. Straightening his back, he lifted his chin. "Uncle, I've made up my mind. I want to serve in the Night's Watch." The table fell silent. Some of the boys, envious of Igor's adventurous tales, had daydreamed about joining the watch themselves. But none had made a decision as serious as Jon's. Most of the servants, though of modest birth, were still legitimate heirs to their families. Jon, on the other hand, seemed increasingly alienated from his siblings as he grew older, leaving him without a place to belong. Ben-Jen smiled faintly. "Jon, you must understand, the Night's Watch is for men who have no ties to family. We take no wives, father no children. Our duty is our wife, and honor our mistress." "A bastard has no honor," Jon said firmly. "I'm ready to take the oath." "You're only 14, Ben-Jen replied gently. "Before you've been with a woman, you can't truly understand what you're giving up." "I don't care about women." Jon snapped, his frustration boiling over. "If you knew, you might care," Ben-Jen said kindly. "If you truly understood what the oath costs, you wouldn't be so eager to take it." "I'm not your child," Jon shouted. "It's a pity you're not," Ben-Jen said, rising from the bench. He patted Jon's shoulder. "Come back to me after you've fathered a few bastards of your own. Then we'll talk." "I'll never father a bastard." Jon's eyes burned with anger as he spat the words. He didn't seem to notice the hall falling silent around him. His voice, steady and filled with resolve, carried across the room. "Never." Everyone stared at Jon, the tension thick in the air. With tears threatening to spill from his eyes, Jon stood abruptly. "Excuse me," he said stiffly. Then, before anyone could stop him, he turned and stormed out of the hall. On his way out, he collided with a serving girl, knocking over a bottle of wine. Laughter erupted in his wake, but Jon didn't look back. He shoved aside a yellow-robed servant who tried to help him and disappeared into the night, the direwolf pup close on his heels. Igor sighed, almost covering his face in frustration. He finally understood what it meant to be naive. Here he was, racking his brain for ways to escape the Night's Watch, while a boy barely old enough to shave was clamoring to join. Ben-Jen's gentle warnings had been clear enough. He had tried to tell Jon that joining the watch meant sacrificing everything for a lonely life of service. But Jon, too young and idealistic, had taken his uncle's words as a slight, an insult to his pride. "You're embarrassing yourself, Jon," Igor thought with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Still, a flicker of guilt tugged at him. He suddenly remembered something and stood up. "I'll go check on him." "Leave him be," Ben-Jen said, waving dismissively. "Let him cool off." But after a moment of hesitation, the chief ranger changed his mind. "Forget it. Go on, then. Just make sure the drunken fool doesn't hurt himself." Chapter 17. Igor left the music and dancing behind as he stepped out into the courtyard. The cold wind hit his face, and the quiet of the night settled over him. The guards on the battlements above tightened their cloaks against the chill, their forms barely visible in the dim light. He scanned the area and quickly spotted Jon's figure, walking alone. "Boy," an unfamiliar voice called out. Igor couldn't immediately see the speaker, but he knew his memory hadn't failed him. This was the right spot. Is that thing with you a wolf? It's a dire wolf. His name is Ghost, Jon replied, turning toward the voice. He wiped at his face hastily, clearly not wanting anyone to see his tears. When he spotted Igor stepping outside, Jon quickly turned away. What are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be inside at the dinner? Igor moved around a stone pillar near the door and followed Jon's gaze, finally spotting the speaker. Tyrion Lannister was sitting on a protruding ledge above the hall's front entrance, gazing down at them. The dwarf was so still he might have passed for a statue if he hadn't spoken. It's too hot and too noisy in there, and I've had too much wine, Tyrion said with a shrug. I learned long ago it's impolite to vomit on one's brother. May I take a closer look at your wolf? Jon hesitated, then nodded slowly. Can you get down from there on your own, or should I fetch a ladder? A ladder? Tyrion scoffed, his tone mocking but good-natured. What do you take me for? With that, he leaned back, flipped into the air, and landed lightly on his hands before springing upright in a nimble backflip. The direwolf flinched, taking a few cautious steps back, and even Igor had to admit that Tyrion's agility was impressive, especially given his stature. Dusting himself off with a laugh, Tyrion said, I think I may have startled your little wolf. My apologies. He's not frightened, Jon replied quickly, kneeling to beckon the wolf. Ghost, come here. Come on, boy. The direwolf padded over to Jon, nuzzling his cheek affectionately but keeping wary red eyes on Tyrion. When the dwarf extended a hand to pet him, Ghost bared his teeth in a silent growl, pulling back slightly. Not exactly friendly, is he? Tyrion remarked dryly. Ghost, sit, Jon commanded firmly. The direwolf obeyed, lowering himself to the ground. Stay. He glanced up at Tyrion. You can touch him now. He won't move unless I say so. I'm training him. I see. Tyrion crouched and tentatively reached out, scratching behind the direwolf's ears. Good boy, he murmured. Igor stood nearby, searching for a way to interrupt and draw the dwarf's attention without appearing rude. He saw his chance when Tyrion stopped speaking, momentarily focused on stroking Ghost's snowy fur. Jon, Igor began, I don't know if I can call you that, but I must tell you, your uncle doesn't want you to join the watch. He's doing it for your own good. For my own good? Jon's anger flared again. If he cared about my good, he wouldn't have let me be born at all. Ah, Tyrion said, tilting his head as understanding dawned. He straightened, his sharp eyes studying Jon. So, you're Ned Stark's bastard. You want to join the Night's Watch, but Benjen Stark has refused. Tyrion's quick deduction was spot on, and the accuracy of his words only worsened Jon's mood. The boy's jaw tightened, and he stood abruptly. Ghost pulled back from Tyrion at the same time, clearly sensing his master's agitation. If I offended you, I apologize, Tyrion said quickly, his voice measured. But why? Isn't the Wall a place that values ability over birth? A good place to put bastards. When you've seen 100,000 wildlings camped beneath tents, preparing to attack the Wall, giants that can tear a man in half with their bare hands, or pale White Walkers cutting down your comrades with ice blades. When you've seen the dead rise again to kill the living, then you'll stop thinking it's a good place. An intriguing introduction, Tyrion replied with a faint smile. Turning to Igor, he added, first of all, let me say that I respect the Night's Watch and admire your sacrifices to defend the kingdom. Truly, I do. Although I'll never take your oath myself, I can appreciate your dedication. The dwarf's expression grew thoughtful. That said, I don't believe in those old stories, giants, White Walkers, myths, nothing more. The wildlings are no different from us, save for the fact that they happen to end up on the wrong side of the Wall. Have you ever seen the Wall, Lord Tyrion? Igor asked, seizing the opportunity to steer the conversation. It is the greatest structure ever built by men. A fact universally acknowledged, Tyrion said with a shrug. Not only the largest, but also the most useless. The most useless building? Igor resisted the urge to scoff. While Tyrion seemed approachable and intelligent, the vast gulf between their social statuses made him cautious. He couldn't afford to offend a Lannister, especially not on their first meeting. My lord, do you know how large the wall truly is? Tyrion raised an eyebrow, intrigued. 100 leagues long, 700 feet high, and wide enough at the top for 12 armored knights to ride side by side. As for its width, I'm afraid I don't know. Igor nodded approvingly. Your information is correct. But I doubt you've ever seen a structure 700 feet tall or a wall 100 leagues long. The towers of Old Town may be tall, but they're nothing compared to the wall. If you ever have the chance, you should see it for yourself. If not, I can offer you a clearer perspective. He continued, his voice calm but deliberate. The wall is 700 feet high and roughly 70 feet wide, about 1/10 its height. By comparison, Winterfell's inner wall is 100 feet tall and 10 feet thick. Now, my lord, you are a clever man. Can you calculate what that means in terms of materials? Tyrion frowned thoughtfully, clearly not accustomed to being stumped. After a moment, he said, it means the wall requires 7 times the height and 7 times the thickness of Winterfell's wall. That's 49 times the materials. Exactly. Igor allowed a small, respectful smile. Now consider this, the wall is 100 leagues long. If we dismantled it and rebuilt it to match the height and thickness of Winterfell's walls, the wall would stretch for 5,000 leagues. That's enough to surround the north or separate the entire King's Road from King's Landing to Winterfell. Its weight exceeds the combined walls of every city in Westeros. But the wall is made of ice, Tyrion countered. Winterfell's walls are stone. The weight of the same volume of stone is about twice that of ice, Igor explained, but considering the difference in construction difficulty and the workload required to build a wall that's 700 feet high versus one that's 100 feet high, I'd say it balances out. He quickly brought the discussion back to his intended point. Just now, my lord, you said that the only difference between the wildlings and us is that they ended up on the north side of the wall. I agree. Borrowing your logic, could I not also say that the difference between northerners and southerners is merely that they live on opposite sides of the neck? Most people in the north have the blood of our ancestors flowing in their veins, Jon interrupted, his earlier grievance forgotten as he latched onto the conversation. He had been silent for a long time, feeling somewhat out of his depth, but now he seized the opportunity to speak. The first men refers to the humans who first arrived in Westeros, Tyrion corrected patiently. They are not a separate race, nor are they older than anyone else in a meaningful sense. From a racial perspective, the first men are quite similar to the Undols or the Rhoynar, with no fundamental differences. So, the blood of the first men isn't particularly significant. It's more of a cultural heritage and belief than an actual bloodline. I agree, Igor chimed in, nodding. Lord Tyrion, I've read that the wall wasn't built in a single generation. 8,000 years ago, Brandon the Builder only laid the stone foundations of Winterfell and began the wall. Its current height of 700 feet was achieved over decades, possibly centuries, as thousands of nights watched craftsmen gradually piled up enormous blocks of ice cut from the haunted forest's frozen lakes. Isn't the wall made entirely of ice? Tyrion raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. I must have skimmed that part of the histories, though it does make sense. It matters little what it's made of, Igor said with a dismissive wave. I'm no military strategist, but even I can see that if a fortification of that size were built along the neck, the southern lords wouldn't pose any threat to the north. But instead, the builders chose to erect it at the northernmost edge of the realm. Even if the first generation of wall builders had lost their minds, what compelled their descendants to continue expanding and maintaining the structure for thousands of years? Are we to believe every single one of them was insane, or is there another explanation? Tyrion murmured thoughtfully, stroking his chin. And another thing, Igor continued, pressing his point while he had the dwarf's attention. At the peak of its strength, the Night's Watch stationed more than 5,000 soldiers at Castle Black alone, with over 10,000 combat-ready troops in the entire legion, not even counting the servants and attendants. This was 8,000 years ago, when the population on both sides of the wall was far smaller than it is today. The wildlings' numbers at the time may not even have matched the Watch's. So, why did the North devote such immense resources to building and maintaining the wall, while also supporting such a large standing army to guard it? Chapter 18. Fear, Igor concluded, his tone grave. The greatest fortifications and standing armies were built to confront the most terrifying of enemies. It was fear that drove our ancestors thousands of years ago to construct walls as high as these and to sustain an army of over 10,000 men, soldiers who neither produced anything nor were mobilized for daily affairs. There is no other reasonable explanation. Well, you make a valid point, Tyrion admitted candidly. But, forgive me for being insistent, I simply cannot believe in the existence of legendary monsters until I see one with my own eyes. It's your right not to believe, Igor said with a shrug, clearly unbothered. He wasn't trying to convince Tyrion of the existence of the White Walkers. In truth, I didn't believe it myself, until the day I faced a White Walker in battle. I watched as it shattered the steel sword in my hand with its ice blade as if the sword were made of fragile glass. Until just now, I thought you were merely the Night's Watch's accountant. How does someone like you end up fighting White Walkers? Tyrion asked curiously. Are you a ranger, or do you hold some other post? Ranger, Igor replied, nodding. Then his gaze shifted to Jon. Young man, do you want to know why your uncle doesn't support you joining the Night's Watch? Come with me and see the steel sword that was shattered by the White Walker. You'll soon understand how utterly powerless swordsmanship and skills are against such an enemy. Without hesitation, Jon followed Igor, curiosity written across his face. Tyrion hesitated for a moment but eventually trailed behind them. Igor felt a small sense of relief. His real intention wasn't just to show Jon the broken blade, but to find a pretext to get closer to Tyrion and discuss a matter of interest. Igor led them to the room Benjen had arranged for them. Inside, the Night's Watchman presented the evidence he had brought back from the wall to Winterfell, which was meant to be shown to Eddard Stark in a plea for aid. He laid it all out on a small wooden table for his two guests to examine. The sword that belonged to Waymar Royce was more severely damaged, so it was left to your father, Lord Benjen, to be passed on to the victim's family, the Earl of Runestone, Igor explained as he placed several broken swords on the table. The ones you see here belong to me and my comrade, Gary. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. The version I heard was that Waymar Royce went missing on patrol and is confirmed dead. I saw him fighting the White Walkers with my own eyes, Igor lied, his expression calm. In truth, he had only heard about it, but the fact remained, Waymar was dead. Originally, my fellow ranger and I were destined to die as well, but a dragonglass dagger saved our lives. That black shard you see there, I made it myself. If you're curious, you can place the broken swords together and take a closer look. Not many people get to see a steel blade frozen and cracked by ice magic. Jon, being young and eager, quickly leaned in to inspect the shards. Tyrion, on the other hand, showed little interest in broken weapons. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely around the room. Not spotting any wine jugs or goblets, he returned to Igor and looked up at him. Your name is Igor. Igor what? Igor chuckled inwardly, relieved at the chance to keep the conversation going. That's not my real name. It's just a nickname given to me by some Westerosi farmers. I don't even know what it means. He gave a self-deprecating smile. I don't have a proper surname like most people. Where I come from, names are a little different. I thought you looked a bit different. You're not from Westeros. Where are you from? Essos? The Summer Isles? Surely not Sithorios. Tyrion speculated. None of those, Igor replied. I come from a land your people called Sina, a continent far west beyond the Sunset Sea. In my language, Sina means Middle-earth. For thousands of years, we've believed our land is the center of the world, surrounded by nothing but endless ocean and scattered islands. Cena, huh? Tyrion's initial intent was to indulge his curiosity about the Night's Watchman, but Igor's unexpected answer piqued his interest. I've never heard of this place. How did you come to Westeros and end up as a Night's Watchman? That's a long story, Igor said, sensing that things were progressing smoothly. Tyrion was clearly hooked. Now, Igor needed to steer the conversation carefully. Our scholars studied the stars, made calculations, and reached a conclusion: the world is a sphere. They theorized that if a ship sailed far enough in one direction, it would eventually return to the starting point. To prove this, the ruler of Cena ordered a fleet to undertake long-distance exploration. We built several sturdy steel ships and sent them sailing north, south, east, and west. Steel ships? That's impossible, Tyrion interrupted, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Does an iron bowl sink when placed in water? Igor countered. A steel ship works on the same principle. What determines whether a ship floats is displacement, not the material it's made from. Cena's technology is far ahead of Westeros's. I could explain it in detail if you're interested. Iron bowls, displacement. Tyrion muttered, his sharp mind quickly grasping the concept. But soon, another question arose. Still, how do you build an iron bowl large enough to carry people? Wouldn't it sink the moment there's a leak? We use a technique called welding, Igor explained. It melts the joints between steel plates, fusing them into a single piece. I'm not an expert, so I can't give you the finer details, but that's the general idea. Fascinating, Tyrion admitted, his mind clearly racing as he visualized the process. All right, go on with your story. As a known adventurer, I couldn't resist joining such an extraordinary expedition. After donating a considerable amount of money to the project, I secured a cabin on one of the ships and set sail with the fleet heading east. After several months at sea, we finally reached Westeros. I haven't heard of any foreign ships landing on the Sunset Sea. Where's your ship now? Tyrion asked. It sank, Igor admitted with a rueful sigh. We encountered a storm while searching for a place to land. Although our steel ship was designed to withstand storms, a monstrous wave hurled it onto a reef. As you suspected, steel ships are strong but sink faster than anything once breached. I was lucky to survive, as I happened to be on deck admiring the waves. After drifting for several days, I eventually made it ashore. And after that? Tyrion pressed. Have the Northerners gone mad, arresting every stray foreigner and sending them to the wall? I was starving when I reached land. The first thing I did was search for food. Unfortunately, I came across a village where no one understood me and refused to help. Left with no choice, I decided to take what I needed. Clearly, theft isn't my strong suit. I was caught almost immediately. Igor gave a self-mocking laugh. The magistrate gave me a choice, lose a hand or take the black. So, here I am. You mean to say, Tyrion's eyes widened in disbelief, you're the first man from Cena to reach Westeros, and you ended up as a conscript of the Night's Watch. That's one way to put it, Igor said with a shrug. This, Tyrion said, his tone laced with incredulity, is the most absurd story I've heard all year. If I had to choose, I think I'd sooner believe in the existence of White Walkers. Chapter 19. Igor was indeed making things up, but his lies weren't entirely baseless. The original author once mentioned that the world of Westeros is situated on a spherical planet, slightly larger than Earth, with a greater landmass. Igor had personally verified this after arriving here. Based on the air pressure and gravity he could feel, the planetary environment of this world was strikingly similar to Earth's. If Martin's original setting held true in this reality, namely that, the land area of the world is larger than Earth's, then it was entirely plausible that there might be land or significant islands in the vast ocean west of Westeros. Of course, no one would believe him if he claimed to be a transmigrator. Instead, his greatest assets for survival were his knowledge of the plot and understanding of the key players. These two secrets, however, could never be shared. Therefore, the mysterious Sunset Sea, to the west of Westeros, an expanse unknown to most of its inhabitants, became a perfect fabrication for his supposed homeland. It's worth noting that Igor's claim of coming from across the ocean wasn't a spur-of-the-moment invention. It was a story he'd already used when introducing himself to the Brothers of the Night's Watch. Its biggest advantage? No one could ever disprove it. And whenever he needed to add more details to his backstory, he could chalk it up to cultural or linguistic differences, leaving plenty of room to improvise. The idea of being part of a globe-spanning voyage was something Igor had come up with on the fly during the dinner party. Though improvised, it wasn't entirely random, the inspiration behind it was obvious. The goal of spinning such a tale was also clear. By catering to Tyrion's curiosity and interests, Igor could make an impression on a core member of House Lannister. If all went well, he could use this as a stepping stone to escape the constraints of the Night's Watch. For a man like Tyrion, a noble dwarf with great ambitions and a thirst for knowledge about the wider world, how many people could be more intriguing than an alleged explorer from an undiscovered continent? By claiming to have funded his own daring journey, Igor hoped to present himself as someone of substance rather than a mere commoner in black robes. After over a year of adapting to this world, Igor had come to understand one thing: in Westeros, your origins largely determined how others treated you. Slightly elevating his status when interacting with people was always a good strategy. Making subtle comments to imply that he was wealthy and free-spirited, rather than directly claiming noble birth, made the lie more believable. This disguise not only helped reduce the distance created by social class but also provided a plausible explanation for his appearance and the breadth of his knowledge, which far exceeded that of the average person around him. It was, in essence, a two-for-one solution. Igor didn't particularly enjoy lying, boasting, or pretending to be something he wasn't. But for the sake of his survival, he was willing to deceive the world if it meant staying alive. While Igor schemed to present himself in the best possible light, the bastard Jon Snow was busy piecing together the broken sword fragments and had already noticed something peculiar. "This break is strange," Jon muttered as he tried to reassemble the shattered blade. He frowned, struggling to articulate what felt wrong. If a steel weapon breaks, it shouldn't look like this. "Exactly," Igor interjected, finishing the thought Jon was trying to express. "Normally, you'd see some deformation or bending at the break. But here, the fracture occurred precisely where the sword collided with the White Walker's weapon. Under the effects of ice magic, the steel lost its toughness, becoming brittle, more fragile than cast iron. It couldn't withstand the impact and broke cleanly in two." Jon stared at the two broken swords laid out before him, his expression darkening as he finally grasped the weight of his Uncle Benjen's warnings. "This is absurd." Tyrion scoffed. He wasn't interested in broken swords or their mysteries, and he certainly didn't care how steel behaved under ice magic. What truly captured his attention was Igor's supposed origin. While Tyrion wasn't entirely convinced by the tale, something about Igor's explanation felt genuine enough to him. He couldn't help but voice his outrage. "You claim to hail from a continent unknown to us, which should make you one of the most important visitors to Westeros in 1,000 years. And yet, the moment you arrived, a bunch of northerners arrested you and sent you to the wall. Are you really willing to stay in this frozen wasteland for the rest of your life?" "Of course I'm not willing," Igor admitted with a self-deprecating smile. "But what choice do I have?" "I'll help you leave," Tyrion said without hesitation. Igor nearly choked on his own saliva. This was exactly what he wanted, but the offer had come far more quickly and easily than he'd expected. Could it be that he was finally catching a break after all the hardships he'd endured? "Thank you for your kindness, my lord, but as far as I know, has there ever been a case in Westeros of someone leaving the Night's Watch and returning to a normal life?" "Not officially," Tyrion admitted, shrugging. "Once you take the oath, you either serve for life or you're branded a deserter. There's no third option." "But I didn't say I'd help you leave the watch, I said I'd help you leave the wall." "What's the difference?" Let me tell you a story, Tyrion began. There was once a nobleman who backed the wrong side in a political struggle. After his faction lost power, he was forced to join the Night's Watch. A few years later, the man he supported reclaimed the throne. That nobleman, now a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, returned to his family's castle under the pretense of collecting supplies for the watch. He lived out his days in comfort, feasting, enjoying women, and never returning to the wall until his death. What are you talking about? Jon finally looked up from the shattered sword, catching only part of their conversation. A Night's Watchman who doesn't guard the wall. How can someone just ignore their oath like that? It's not as simple as it sounds, Tyrion explained. If the Lord Commander declares a brother a deserter, every lord and noble on the continent is obligated to hunt him down. But this man wasn't declared a deserter. Officially, he remained a collector of supplies for the watch. The arrangement was beneficial for both sides. I see, Igor murmured, the pieces clicking into place. He hadn't considered this approach before, but it made perfect sense. I suppose this nobleman didn't collect supplies through donations, did he? Of course not, Tyrion smirked. This kind of arrangement requires two things, thick skin and deep pockets. The man provided the watch with enough resources to feed and supply its soldiers. Compared to that, one man's service at the wall was insignificant. Igor fell silent, stroking his chin in thought. The first requirement, thick skin, was no problem for him. But as for deep pockets? He had nothing. Compared to even the lowliest servant in Winterfell, his financial situation was laughable. How could he afford to buy his way out of the watch? There was one man in Westeros who could afford such an expense, Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West. If Tyrion's father was willing to help, Igor's problem could be solved in an instant. But this was only their first meeting. How could he possibly make such a request? Why haven't I heard this story before? Jon asked suspiciously. Besides, the Night's Watch is supposed to be independent of the Seven Kingdoms. Even the king has no authority to interfere in its affairs. You haven't heard of it because it's not a northern tale, and the man in question wasn't anyone significant, Tyrion replied. As for the king's authority, you're still young. When you grow up, you'll realize that anyone strong enough can interfere in anything they want. Jon flushed, struggling to find a retort, but the truth in Tyrion's words left him silent. I can help you with the first ransom, Tyrion said, turning back to Igor. But you'll need to figure out the rest on your own. And I have one condition, you'll need to tell me more about Cena's advanced technology and customs. Thank you, my lord. Igor's gratitude was genuine. Though the situation felt almost too good to be true, he had taken the right gamble after all. But he's sworn to the Night's Watch. Jon protested, momentarily forgetting the broken sword on the table. How can he just leave? So tell me, boy, Tyrion countered with a sharp grin, does it seem fair that an explorer from the far side of the world, the first senator to set foot in Westeros, should spend the rest of his life freezing at the wall because he took a few potatoes to survive a shipwreck? Jon sighed, looking conflicted. Fine. Do what you want. I'll pretend I didn't hear this conversation. Thank you, but this isn't about desertion, Tyrion said calmly. Even if you told your father or the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch about this conversation, they couldn't do anything to me. This isn't some clandestine plot, it's an open secret. When you're older, you'll understand. Jon looked frustrated at being dismissed as a child but didn't respond. His attention drifted back to the broken swords on the table. After a moment of silence, he straightened his back and declared, I've decided, I'm joining the Night's Watch. Before making life-altering decisions, it's best to calm down and think, Tyrion said, raising an eyebrow at Jon's sudden declaration. That said, I understand your reasoning. The wildlings are gathering under their king beyond the wall, and the White Walkers lurk in the shadows with their ice magic. While everyone else runs from danger, the boldest among us walk straight toward it, seeking fame and glory. I'm not doing this for fame and glory. Jon shot back, his face reddening with emotion. His gaze hardened as he turned to the shattered weapons. I just want to protect my family and the millions of people in the north from the threats that come from beyond the wall. Touching, Tyrion said with a slight smirk, but his voice carried no sarcasm this time. He turned to Igor. It's settled then. I've decided to visit the wall myself. They call it one of the 9 man-made wonders of the world, and I'd be a fool not to see it for myself. By the way, I'll also be able to verify whether this story of yours holds any truth. Perhaps we'll travel together. Chapter 20. Robert Baratheon was not a good king. Few in the 7 kingdoms or at court would argue otherwise. Although he had everything a man could want and lived a life of indulgence and excess, Robert was keenly aware of one thing: he neither liked nor trusted the Lannisters. His old hand of the king and adoptive father were both dead, leaving him uninterested in ruling and focused solely on pleasure. Yet even in his neglect of governance, he understood one fundamental truth: he could not allow the entire realm to fall into the hands of his queen's family. A kingdom's centers of power needed balance. And so, Robert thought of his old friend Eddard Stark, whom he had left behind in the north. However, inviting the Warden of the North to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King was no simple matter. The society of Westeros functioned under a feudal system that, while familiar in some ways, was unique in others. But there was one glaring problem. Of the 8 great families currently ruling the 9 regions of Westeros, none of them, aside from Robert's own, owed their rise to the dynasty that now sat on the Iron Throne. The rebellion that toppled the Targaryen dynasty and placed Robert on the throne had been branded the Usurpers' War, precisely because of this dynamic. The Baratheons had not so much changed the structure of the monarchy as they had replaced the Targaryens at its pinnacle. The realm itself remained much the same as it had been ever since Aegon the Conqueror first subdued the 7 kingdoms. The histories of Westeros made this clear. The Starks of the north, the Lannisters of the west, the Arryns of the Vale, and the Martells of Dorne had been kings in their own right before Aegon's conquest. They were rulers in both name and fact, recognized by their vassals and wielding unquestioned authority over their domains. After Aegon's dragon subdued them, these great houses simply gave up their royal titles, swore fealty to the Iron Throne, and continued to govern their lands largely as they always had. Meanwhile, the Tullus of the Riverlands, the Tyrells of the Reach, and the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands had been elevated during the conquest. These families had risen from powerful vassals of the defeated kings of their regions to become lords paramount in their own right. They owed their status to their timely submission to Aegon and his dragons. As for the Baratheons, they had been brought into the ranks of the great houses only because their founder, Orys Baratheon, had been Aegon's loyal general during the conquest. Even Orys had faced significant challenges in securing his rule over the Stormlands. He had to seize Storm's End, marry the daughter of the deposed Storm King, and adopt her family's sigil, words, and traditions to stabilize his position. Aegon's victories, while decisive, relied heavily on his dragons as weapons of mass destruction. He subdued the 7 kingdoms but lacked the infrastructure or resources to fully integrate them into a centralized state. He settled for feudal allegiances, allowing the great houses to maintain their autonomy as long as they recognized his sovereignty. This compromise was born of necessity, not choice. The harsh climate and geography of Westeros, combined with its primitive technology, sparse population, and underdeveloped transportation networks, made centralized governance impossible. Without a strong standing army or reliable communication, royal authority could only stretch so far. The farther a region was from the king's seat of power, the more likely it was to ignore his commands. This is why the concept of eradicating the roots rarely appeared in Westerosi politics. Even if a ruling family was overthrown, the victors still had to appoint local leaders to maintain order. Attempts to replace entrenched nobles with appointed officials often resulted in those officials turning into independent warlords, defying royal authority. Anyone who sought to break this status quo faced immense resistance, illustrating how backward productivity constrains political development. 300 years after Aegon's conquest, little had changed. The Targaryens had been replaced by the Baratheons, but the fundamental structure of the realm remained intact. Robert, as the head of the youngest and least established of the great houses, ruled from an unstable foundation. After the rebellion, he neither created new loyalist families nor possessed a weapon as devastating as dragons to consolidate his power. As a result, Robert sat on the Iron Throne but struggled to command the respect or authority needed to rule the Seven Kingdoms effectively. It was little wonder he turned to drinking and hunting to distract himself. Robert's predicament was a textbook case of easier to seize a throne than to hold it. To secure his reign, he married Cersei Lannister, daughter of the wealthiest and most powerful family in the realm, despite his personal dislike of her. He relied on his foster father, Jon Arryn, as hand of the king, and strengthened alliances with the Stark and Tully families through marriage and friendship. These relationships formed a coalition of 5 houses, Baratheon, Stark, Lannister, Arryn, and Tully, that kept the remaining great houses, the Tyrells, Martells, and Greyjoys, in check. This lengthy explanation serves one purpose, to clarify that the man sitting on the Iron Throne is king in title only. His actual authority depends entirely on his ability to outmaneuver and overpower the other great houses. When strong, he is the king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm. When weak, he is merely another lord among equals and may even become a target for rebellion or invasion. Robert couldn't simply issue a royal decree to summon Eddard Stark to King's Landing. Eddard was the ruler of the North in all but name, and their relationship was one of brothers-in-arms, not king and vassal. Instead, Robert had to visit Winterfell personally. Not only did he need to persuade Eddard to become his hand, but he also aimed to propose a marriage alliance between their families. This would ensure that the coalition of the 5 houses remained intact even after Robert's death, giving the Baratheons a chance at longevity. Though Robert was an indulgent and flawed ruler, his noble upbringing and grasp of political strategy were not entirely lacking. For this reason, he had come to Winterfell and intended to stay for a while. Whether it was Gary and Will, low-ranking members of the Night's Watch, or men of higher status like Waymar Royce, Benjen Stark, and Lord Commander Jeor Mormont, or even the King, Queen, and the Baratheons, Starks, and Lannisters he had met since arriving at Winterfell, all were different from how Igor remembered them from the screen before his arrival in this world. This made it clear to him that he had not stepped into a fictional show, but a living, breathing reality. Fortunately, the recorded history, plot developments, and character personalities he had encountered so far still aligned closely with the stories he knew. This familiarity was his greatest advantage, allowing him to prepare and adapt his behavior when dealing with key figures. It's worth noting that the 2 people who had visited his room tonight were among the most important players in this world. Tyrion Lannister and Jon Snow were unquestionably pivotal characters. Judging by the original story, their development, and the sheer amount of time dedicated to their narratives, they stood at the forefront of the series, surpassing even Daenerys Targaryen in prominence. As such, Igor had spent considerable time studying their personalities, growth arcs, and motivations before being transported to this world. His understanding of their characters, shaped by countless analyses, was likely deeper than their own self-awareness. Jon's decision to join the Night's Watch early, spurred by the evidence of White Walkers, was an unexpected development but ultimately harmless. For now, Jon was still just a boy with limited influence. On the other hand, Tyrion, with his noble lineage and sharp intellect, already wielded considerable power. And now, Igor had secured the dwarf's promise of help. While it was merely a verbal agreement, Igor's knowledge of Tyrion's character made him confident enough to place some trust in it. Still, the situation wasn't so simple. Tyrion, for all his intelligence and status, was not the king nor the true head of House Lannister. His power and resources ultimately depended on his father, Tywin Lannister, who had excluded Tyrion from the family's core political affairs. Even if Tyrion sincerely wanted to help, there was no guarantee of success. Moreover, according to the original plot, Tyrion himself would soon face obstacles preventing his return to the West or King's Landing. Before Igor could fully rely on Tyrion's aid, he would have to carefully plan his next steps. Chapter 21. If something must be done, the first step is to figure out what should happen next. How many major events tied to the main storyline were set to unfold during the king's stay in Winterfell? Searching his memory, Igor tried to recall the sequence of events. In the far north, beyond the wall, the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, was rallying the wildlings. They had gathered in the Frostfangs, attempting to use the rugged terrain to hold off the White Walkers. When that strategy failed, they began planning their migration south. Igor hoped to avoid being involved in that mess. Thousands of miles away, across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen, still a young girl, was being sold to Khal Drogo by her brother Viserys and the Magister Illyrio. The preparations for her wedding were already underway, a situation far beyond Igor's reach. In Winterfell, Lord and Lady Stark were soon to receive a secret letter from Lysa Arryn, widow of the late Jon Arryn, accusing the Lannisters of murdering her husband. That, too, seemed unrelated to Igor, who was simply a ranger of the Night's Watch. Compared to these monumental events, the accidental fall of a mischievous young Stark boy while climbing the walls of Winterfell seemed like a trivial episode. Yet, this minor incident was directly tied to Igor's immediate future. Bran Stark's fall would lead to a cascade of events. Littlefinger would use the incident to spread lies, framing Tyrion Lannister as the one responsible. On his journey back from the Wall, Tyrion would be arrested by Catelyn Stark in public and taken to the Eyrie, where he would barely escape death. These episodes, which seemed thrilling on page or screen, carried a level of danger in real life that rivaled even the threat of White Walkers. Igor had no intention of getting swept into that storm. All he wanted was to leave the walls safely with Tyrion's help. From a knight in Robert Baratheon's retinue whom he had met during dinner, Igor learned that the king and his entourage would be staying in Winterfell for half a month. Robert and Eddard, reunited after many years, would spend their time reminiscing and discussing matters of importance. As Benjen Stark was the Lord of Winterfell's brother and an important member of the family, he would need to accompany his brother and the king out of respect and courtesy. This was excellent news for Igor. With only 2 Night's Watch brothers currently in Winterfell, and the senior ranger occupied, no one, not even high-ranking nobles, had the authority to interfere with Igor's daily activities. This meant Igor would have half a month to himself, enough time to focus on what mattered. Initially, he had planned to use this time to scout the terrain, gather intelligence, and plan his escape. But now that he had secured Tyrion's promise of assistance, his priorities shifted. His new goal was to ensure Tyrion's journey south went as smoothly as possible. The tragedy that hadn't yet happened could still be prevented at its source. As a guest of Winterfell, Igor enjoyed his time. With no one watching over him or assigning him tasks, he spent his days wandering the castle, chatting with anyone willing to talk, and learning more about the world. At night, he returned to his room to read about the history of Westeros and its great families. Occasionally, he made up elaborate stories to satisfy Tyrion's curiosity about the technology and culture of his supposed homeland, Cena. His days were full and productive. After several days of observation and investigation, Igor identified the location where the next key event would likely take place, the First Keep. Winterfell was indeed constructed by Brandon the Builder, but in its earliest days, it lacked walls. Historical accounts suggested that the Stark family initially relied on fortresses and watchtowers for defense. The northeast corner of Winterfell still retained 2 such structures, a ruined tower and the First Keep. The ruined tower, once the tallest structure in Winterfell, had been struck by lightning over a century ago. The subsequent fire caused the tower to collapse inward. By then, Winterfell's outer walls had already been built, and the Stark family had firmly established themselves as the leading house of the north. Thus, the ruined tower was never repaired. Situated beside the high walls, near the old inner courtyard flanked by the mausoleum and guardhouse, the area was secluded and rarely visited. The tower's height and climbable structure made it a plausible site for the infamous incident in which Jaime Lannister pushed Bran Stark after being caught with Cersei. However, Igor's investigation revealed that the stairs leading to the upper floors of the ruined tower were completely destroyed, making it inaccessible. Confused and unable to find another abandoned tower, Igor turned his attention to the first keep. The first keep was a round, squat fortress adjacent to the ruined tower. Though dilapidated, it remained structurally intact due to its sturdier construction. Upon climbing to its upper levels and looking down, Igor had an epiphany. He had initially dismissed the first keep as too short, partly because of its wide, squat design and partly because it was overshadowed by the towering, ruined structure next to it. However, when judged on its own, the first keep's height, for 5 stories was more than sufficient to cause severe injury, if not death, from a fall. How could he prevent the plot from unfolding without drawing dangerous attention to himself? Standing in the weed-filled courtyard beneath the ruined tower and first keep, Igor pondered his options. Exposing Cersei and Jaime's relationship. Even if Igor had the courage, he didn't have the means. The story of A Song of Ice and Fire could be summarized in one brutal truth. All men die, but the ones who stand out die faster. Even someone as cunning and manipulative as Littlefinger met a swift end the moment he stepped out of the shadows and into the spotlight. Why would Igor willingly paint a target on his back by meddling in such a dangerous affair? Moreover, exposing Cersei and Jaime would jeopardize Tyrion, who was about to help him escape the wall. If their incestuous relationship were revealed, Robert would undoubtedly erupt in fury at being cuckolded. The Lannisters would face the same fate as the Targaryens, becoming public enemies of the realm. In such a scenario, Tyrion's ability to assist Igor or even ensure his own survival would vanish entirely. Targeting Cersei and Jaime was out of the question. But what about Bran? Could Igor dissuade the boy from climbing the walls? On paper, this seemed like the simplest solution. But in reality, would a lowly ranger sent to the wall for theft have the authority to lecture a noble son of House Stark? Even if he managed to speak with Bran, what could he say to change the boy's behavior? Should he try anyway? Days passed without progress. Igor grew closer to Tyrion, and Jon at least acknowledged him with a nod when they crossed paths. But aside from these two, Igor had no success interacting with any of Winterfell's key figures. The stark differences in their social status made it nearly impossible for him to even meet the story's main players, let alone form relationships with them. This sobering reality reminded Igor of his place in the world. He was, for now, a minor character. Still, Igor was an optimist. After some frustration, he found solace in his current progress. If not for his quick thinking and willingness to engage Tyrion at that fateful dinner, he might not have gotten this far. With his primary goal, escaping the wall, within reach, he decided not to push his luck by meddling further in the plot. With a clearer mind, Igor spent another leisurely day enjoying his freedom. He admired the southern maids working in Winterfell and watched the young nobles and servants sparring with blunt swords in the training yard. After some thought, he devised a new plan. If he couldn't influence the people involved, perhaps he could focus on their surroundings. If he couldn't stop Bran from climbing or prevent the Lannister twins from their rendezvous, then maybe he could ensure they never crossed paths in the first place. The next day, Igor resumed his daily training, but instead of using the main training yard, he relocated to the abandoned courtyard beneath the ruined tower and first keep. He brought along a borrowed scarecrow, a worn archery target, and a chair from his room. Every day, Igor practiced his swordsmanship on the scarecrow for an hour, shot arrows for another hour, and then sat down to read for a couple of hours. In this way, he spent half the daylight hours occupying the space beneath the tower, making it an inconvenient spot for any secret rendezvous. The hope was simple: by preemptively occupying the area, he could deter Cersei and Jaime from using it as their meeting place. As guests in Winterfell, they would be unlikely to confront him directly. As for the long-term consequences of preventing Bran's fall, Igor couldn't afford to worry about that right now. His survival and escape from the wall were his top priorities. Everything else could wait. Chapter 22. The broken bricks and stones from the abandoned watchtower were scattered across the ground of the old inner courtyard. Winterfell had seen a summer snow not long ago, and while most of it had melted, faint traces of white lingered on the rubble. The risk of being struck by falling debris was the primary reason the castle's residents rarely ventured into this part of Winterfell. Neglected for years, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds that reached from ankle to knee height, and a few scraggly shrubs struggled to grow amidst the ruins. Igor had spent considerable effort clearing the area so he could train there daily. He had painstakingly removed weeds and moved scattered bricks and stones out of the way. His Black Knight's watch cloak served as both an unmistakable badge of identity and a kind of protective charm. The North held the Night's Watch in high regard, and Benjen Stark's act of bringing Igor to Winterfell for a feast had cemented the image of him as the First Ranger's trusted companion. This made it easier for Igor to execute his plan. Though the castle servants were curious about why he chose such a desolate corner for practice, none objected, and some even offered assistance. It wasn't long before Igor claimed the abandoned yard for himself, a small, neglected piece of Winterfell where he could train in peace. He had considered sealing off the stairs leading to the first keep with stones and debris to eliminate the problem at its source. However, as a mere guest, he ultimately lacked the authority to alter the Stark family's castle and reluctantly abandoned the idea. The king's stay in Winterfell was nearing its end. Early this morning, Robert had led a hunting party into the Wolfwood west of Winterfell, hoping to bag a wild boar or bear to serve at the feast marking his last night in the north. The prince accompanied him, as did all the adult men of House Stark, including Robb. However, the queen had remained in Winterfell, and her brother Jaime had opted to stay behind as well, choosing to spend time with her rather than join the hunt. For the Lannister siblings, this was the perfect opportunity for a private rendezvous. For Igor, it was a day of mounting tension. After watching Benjen depart with the hunting party, Igor rushed to the yard he had claimed. He resolved to remain there until the hunting team returned, ensuring the Lannisters had no opportunity to meet in secret. Of course, he couldn't just sit idly by, so he began his usual sword training. The sun climbed higher, and the temperature steadily rose. Igor had already completed a set of cutting drills on the scarecrow and was transitioning to archery practice when an unexpected voice interrupted him. If I'm not mistaken, a deep, magnetic male voice spoke from behind, its tone casual yet brimming with energy. You're the Night's Watchman who crossed the Sunset Sea to Westeros, was caught by the Wall's patrols, and supposedly killed a White Walker. Igor turned, startled. Your Grace. Good morning. Yes, that's me. Standing before him was Jaime Lannister, with Queen Cersei at his side. While Jaime acknowledged Igor with a polite nod, Cersei barely spared him a glance, her expression cold and aloof. She clearly had no intention of conversing with someone she considered so far beneath her. Igor's mind raced. Jaime and Tyrion were close brothers, so it wasn't surprising that the Kingslayer had heard of Igor's supposed feats. But why would Jaime go out of his way to speak with him? And why had he brought the Queen along? Igor's heart sank as he pieced it together, they're scouting for a place to meet in secret. While Igor held no personal animosity toward Jaime, their positions were now at odds. Seeing the siblings together, he couldn't help but curse them inwardly. Though he cursed them in his thoughts, Igor's face betrayed none of it. Instead, he quickly adopted a look of humility and deference. Jaime might be manageable, but Cersei was another matter entirely. Unlike her brothers, she was vindictive, arrogant, and entirely capable of abusing her power. In a world as dangerous as this, one could not afford to offend someone like her, a person who would act without restraint or consequence. Your archery isn't bad, Jaime remarked, his eyes scanning the arrows embedded in the straw target. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Hand me the bow. Back at the wall, Igor had once toyed with the idea of crafting dragonglass-tipped arrows from leftover shards after forging obsidian daggers. He'd hoped these, dragonglass arrows, might allow him to kill White Walkers from a distance. But the plan was far from simple. Arrows, like ammunition in a modern army, were closely monitored by the Night's Watch. Stored in the armory, they were issued only with strict documentation, and any unused arrows had to be returned. Losing even a single arrow outside of wartime came with harsh penalties. Unsurprisingly, soldiers were forbidden from modifying or tampering with them. When his comrade Gary discovered Igor tinkering with arrowheads, he had not only reprimanded him but also forbidden him from continuing. The reasoning was simple: if Igor were caught, he'd face severe punishment. Unlike a dagger, which could be easily concealed, modified arrows were too conspicuous. Reluctantly, Igor abandoned the project, which was why he'd been forced to rely on a dagger when facing the White Walkers. Despite this setback, Igor continued practicing archery. Encounters with White Walkers were rare, but wildlings were a constant threat. As someone who valued his life highly, Igor naturally preferred long-range combat over the risks of close-quarters fighting. His dedication to archery meant his skills with a bow were far superior to his swordsmanship. While Igor's skills were better than most Night's Watchmen, they weren't remarkable enough to warrant praise, or interest, from someone like Jaime Lannister, one of the finest warriors in the Seven Kingdoms. What is this guy playing at? Suspicious but compliant, Igor handed over the bow. Jaime accepted it, testing its weight and flexing the string with practiced ease. He selected an arrow, adjusted his stance, and took aim at the target. This was the closest Igor had ever been to the Lannister siblings. Despite himself, he couldn't help but observe them. Jaime was tall and striking, his handsome face exuding an effortless confidence as he focused on the target. Beside him, Cersei's figure was as elegant as it was alluring, her cold beauty undiminished even by the impatient scowl on her face. Though a mother of three, she retained the air of a woman in her prime. In any world, whether Westeros or Igor's own, these two would have been regarded as stunningly attractive, the kind of people whose appearance alone could turn heads. Their beauty, however, did nothing to excuse their relationship. The first arrow flew with a dull thud, striking the target only a few inches from the center. The arrow's shaft quivered as it came to rest. Not bad. From a soldier's perspective, Igor had to admit Jaime's technique was impeccable. Every movement, from drawing the bow to releasing the string, had been executed with seamless precision. Judging by his composed demeanor, Jaime hadn't even exerted himself fully. His skill and strength were clearly worthy of a king's guard. Jaime, however, seemed dissatisfied. Muttering under his breath, he nocked a second arrow. This one struck dead center, landing right next to the arrow Igor had shot earlier during his practice. Tisk, Jaime clicked his tongue in mock frustration. Without hesitation, he reached for a third arrow. "How long are you planning to stand here shooting arrows?" Cersei's voice was icy, cutting through. "The moment. Surely Casterly Rock's training grounds are big enough, or has the White Sword Tower run out of bows?" "Heh. My apologies, dear sister," Jaime replied with a shrug, turning to flash her an insincere smile. "One more, I promise." With that, he loosed the third arrow. This time, it struck the very center of the target, splitting the wooden pole beneath the cloth covering. "Not bad." Jaime handed the bow back to Igor with a playful grin. "Keep practicing, Night's Watchman. Knowing there are skilled men like you guarding the realm makes it easier for me to sleep at night." "It's my duty," Igor replied stiffly, choosing his words carefully. After a brief pause, he added a polite compliment: "Your Excellency's archery is excellent." Though Jaime's skill far outstripped his own, Igor had no interest in evaluating or befriending the Kingslayer. What he wanted was for these two to leave his carefully occupied yard and find somewhere else for their schemes. But instead, Jaime's gaze drifted toward the ruined tower. "What's wrong with that tower?" he asked, his tone casual but curious. "Why does it look so dilapidated and neglected?" Chapter 23. That used to be a watchtower in Winterfell. I heard it was struck by lightning and burned down over 100 years ago. After that, it was abandoned. Igor's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly steadied himself and replied honestly. He didn't dare to fabricate anything that anyone in Winterfell could easily confirm. "I went inside once. It's filthy, chaotic, and the staircase has completely collapsed. It deserves to be abandoned." "Winterfell doesn't need a watchtower," Cersei said, casting a scornful glance in the direction of the ruined tower, a faint sneer playing on her lips. Who in their right mind would lead an army to attack and capture such a cold, miserable castle? Don't say that. For some wolves, no amount of gold or silver can compare to their own den, Jaime shrugged and laughed. But honestly, what's the point of that fortress? Igor pretended not to catch the Lannister siblings' thinly veiled disdain for the Starks and reluctantly introduced the first keep to Jaime. After hearing him out, Jaime nodded without much reaction and casually asked, "Brother of the Night's Watch, why are you training here? Isn't the Winterfell training ground just nearby?" "I prefer to be alone," Igor stammered, unsure of how to explain. Feeling awkward, he hurriedly added, "It's too noisy there. It affects my concentration." "Is that so? Then I hope the wildlings you meet in the future are gentlemen and ladies who also prefer peace and quiet," Jaime said, his lips curling into a mocking smile. It was clear he didn't believe Igor's reasoning. "Dearest sister, shall we go in and take a look?" "Here." Cersei frowned, glancing up at the crumbling old tower. "What's going on? Why can't I change the course of events even though I'm here? Are these two really so bold as to completely ignore my presence and carry out their schemes here?" Igor felt like an invisible hand was tightening around his throat, leaving him breathless. "My lord, it's filthy and abandoned inside. There's nothing but rats and spiders. I don't expect to find anything of value." "I'm just curious," Jaime replied with an easy confidence, turning to glance at his sister. "Sister, if you aren't afraid of mice and spiders, why not join me for a look? Who knows? We might find some hidden Stark family heirloom tucked away in a corner." Cersei and Jaime exchanged a glance. Though Cersei hesitated outwardly, deep down, she was intrigued. The idea of sneaking into an old, dilapidated tower with her beloved brother had a certain allure. "You're not young anymore, and you still want to play adventurer." She frowned, feigning disapproval. "Fine, do as you wish. Just don't do anything reckless. That's called staying young at heart. A queen who frowns all day will only age faster. Come along." Jaime began walking toward the first keep. Before he left, he gave Igor a light pat on the shoulder. "Brother of the Night's Watch, keep practicing. Her Majesty and I will just take a quick look. We'll try not to disturb you." What else could Igor do? Jaime hadn't asked for permission, he had merely informed him. The bond between the Lannister siblings was well known, close to the point of infamy. It wasn't Igor's place, as a mere Night's Watch recruit, to intervene. If he didn't know the plot, who could have guessed what the two of them might do once they entered the first keep? All he could do was nod reluctantly and watch the siblings disappear into the tower. What should I do? Igor was at a loss. It had been a long time since he felt so insignificant, so utterly powerless. Confronting them head-on was out of the question. Following them inside to interrupt their exploration might only make things worse. Jaime's words about continuing his training echoed in his mind, and Igor could only imagine how things might play out if he tried to insist on tagging along. If he got thrown from the tower instead of Bran, that would be a truly pathetic way to go. And then there was the bigger picture, his future at the Wall. He needed Tyrion's help to leave, but offending the two most powerful Lannisters would doom that plan. Who knew what fate might await him if he alienated them now? Countless ideas swirled through his mind, but one by one, he dismissed them. Finally, he decided to do what Jaime had suggested, stay and keep practicing. At least this way, he could keep watch for the couple while also ensuring that no curious child showed up to climb the tower. It wasn't possible to stop the Queen and a King's Guard from visiting the first keep, but he could certainly stop a young boy from getting involved. Even if Eddard Stark and his wife found out, surely they wouldn't blame him for that. The plan wasn't completely derailed yet. Gritting his teeth, Igor walked over to retrieve his arrows. He pulled them from the target, placed them back in his quiver, and returned to continue practicing. Igor fired arrow after arrow, each shot releasing a bit of his pent-up frustration. Surprisingly, his focus improved under the pressure, and more than half of his shots hit the target's vital area. His accuracy was far better than usual. Before long, his quiver was empty. Drawing a bow repeatedly was exhausting, and Igor's arms throbbed with fatigue. Shaking out the soreness, he wandered to a nearby chair, intending to sit down and read for a bit. "You shoot really well." The sudden voice startled him so badly that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Spinning around, Igor looked up, and there he was. Bran Stark, the second son of Eddard Stark, stood before him. The boy had chestnut hair, blue eyes, and a youthful face that seemed to glow with vitality. Despite his young age, Bran already had the kind of charm that made him the darling of Winterfell's womenfolk. At this moment, the boy, adored by everyone in Winterfell, was perched on the wall of the old inner courtyard, swinging his legs as he looked down at the Night's Watch recruit. "No matter how much I practice, I can't get any better. Even Arya can shoot straighter than me. When had this damn kid climbed up there?" Igor had no enemies in this world, and there were no White Walkers suddenly roaming Winterfell. He had been so focused on the entrance while practicing in the courtyard that he hadn't thought to keep an eye on the rooftops. Under the cover of the constant wind sweeping through the towers and buildings, Bran must have snuck up without a sound. Igor's heart sank as realization dawned. He had made a grave error. He had occupied the training yard by the only entrance leading from the old inner courtyard to the Godswood, assuming Bran would have to pass by him if the boy tried to climb the ruined tower or head toward the first keep. His plan had been simple: intercept Bran, stop him using the advantage of being an adult, or at least shout loud enough to alert the Lannister siblings hiding in the tower. Either way, he'd have things under control. But Winterfell wasn't just any castle. It was a sprawling, ancient fortress that had grown organically over generations. Fathers built towers, sons added walls, grandsons constructed extensions. The result was a labyrinth of buildings, courtyards, and passageways, twisting together like the branches and roots of an enormous stone tree. For a nimble climber like Bran, the interlocking rooftops and walls were an endless playground, providing routes that bypassed the ground entirely. Bran hadn't used the entrance to the courtyard at all. He had scaled the wall from somewhere else. A strong sense of foreboding gripped Igor. He stared up at the boy, forcing his voice to remain calm. "You'll get better as you grow up, Bran. Once your arms are stronger, you'll be able to shoot more accurately." "But what are you doing up there?" "Just playing. I haven't climbed the walls in a long time," Bran replied, smiling down at him. "I'm leaving for King's Landing with Father tomorrow, and I might not be back for years. This could be my last chance to climb." Igor glanced at the height of the wall, at least 3 meters. If Bran fell, there was no way he could catch him in time. Suppressing his growing panic, he tried to reason with the boy. "It's dangerous up there. Come down, and I'll teach you archery instead." "No need. I'll have plenty of time to learn in King's Landing," Bran said, still swinging his legs. "I heard the targets there are more than 10 times the size of the ones at Winterfell. It'll be impossible to miss." "That's ridiculous. You can't become a sharpshooter by aiming at something that big," Igor shot back, swallowing nervously. Then he noticed something even more alarming. "Why are you barefoot?" "It's easier to climb barefoot." "You don't make any noise when you're walking over the guardhouse roof without shoes," Bran said, clearly pleased with himself. He stood up on the narrow wall, balancing with his arms outstretched, while Igor instinctively reached out as though he could catch him. Bran began walking along the top of the wall toward the guardhouse. "I'm heading to the top of the ruined tower to feed the crows." "You keep practicing." "Feed the crows? Are you kidding me?" Igor's anger flared. His concern for Bran overrode any deference he might have shown to the boy's rank. Forgetting their difference in status, he chased after him along the wall, shouting, "Bran, get down right now. It's too dangerous up there. If you don't take care of yourself, have you thought about how upset your parents will be?" I've never fallen, Bran replied without turning around. Father says it's fine for me to climb. You'd never understand how beautiful it is up here unless you see it for yourself. Robb might inherit Winterfell, but I'm the only one who's seen all the rooftops within the walls and the hills beyond. Risking your life for a view, what's the point of that? You're boring and black, you know that. Bran said dismissively, snorting as he picked up his pace. I can't explain it to you. I'm leaving now. Without looking back, Bran jogged along the top of the wall toward the guardhouse, his obvious enjoyment of the danger only making Igor more anxious. Abandoning his bow and arrows, Igor ran out of the courtyard and circled around to the guardhouse. Just as he reached the area, 2 guards emerged fully armed. Seizing the opportunity, Igor hurried toward them like a man grasping at a lifeline. Your young lord is running across the roof. Why aren't you doing anything about it? He demanded. The guards exchanged startled glances and then looked up. Sure enough, they spotted Bran scampering barefoot toward the first keep. Don't worry about it, one of the guards said with a shake of his head. Lady Stark told us to chase him down whenever we saw him climbing, the second guard explained with a sigh. But the more we shout or chase him, the faster he runs. He thinks it's a game. We can't catch him anyway, the first guard added with a shrug. It's terrifying watching him up there, but it's happened so many times now that Jory told us not to bother anymore. I think the orders came from the Lord himself. So, brother of the Night's Watch, the second guard said with a chuckle, life at the wall must be hard enough. Relax and don't trouble yourself with our young master. The guards walked away, leaving Igor standing there, helpless. He watched as Bran ran along the rooftops, leaping lightly to the first keep, his small figure quickly disappearing behind the guardhouse. Igor clenched his fists and stamped his foot in frustration before hurrying back to the passageway leading to the old inner courtyard. His plan had gone completely off the rails, but as long as he could find a way to warn the Lannister siblings in time, there was still hope to salvage the situation. Chapter 24. After all this searching, this is the good place you found. My dear sister, we've walked through every corner of Winterfell. This is the only spot without prying eyes. But there's someone downstairs. He saw us, and you even spoke to him. Are you sure he's really going to stay down there and not come snooping around? Don't be afraid. If he dares to come up here, I'll break his neck. Jaime pulled Cersei closer, grinning mischievously. Besides, isn't it thrilling to have a night's watchman keeping watch over our good deeds? This place is filthy. Take off your leather cloak, spread it on the ground. Come now, stop fussing. Let me go, you fool. Cersei struggled in Jaime's grasp, but she couldn't escape. He held her firmly, as effortlessly as if she were a child. You keep acting like this, and one day, you'll bring about your own end. Maybe, Jaime said casually, still smirking. My dear sister is so charming, after all. But we're all going to die someday, so why not enjoy life while we can? Spare me your nonsense. Alright, enough talking. Since you're so worried about the man in black downstairs, let's have a look at him. What are you doing? Cersei was shocked as Jaime nudged her toward the window. You're insane. Relax. He can't see us. The two made their way to the small, dusty window. From the old inner courtyard below, they could see the Night's Watchman practicing his archery, focused on shooting arrows at the target. He didn't look up once, nor did he show any intention of entering the first keep. The window was narrow, built for defense rather than visibility. Even if Igor were to glance up, he'd only see the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms looking down at him, with Jaime Lannister standing behind her. Their bodies, hidden below the neck by the windowsill, betrayed no hint of what they might be doing. Feel better now? You're such a bastard. Cersei's voice was sharp, but there was an undeniable glint of excitement in her eyes. Even so, she hadn't come here today solely for this dangerous game with her brother. Stop thinking about these things all the time. Let me ask you, do you know if Stark agreed to Robert's offer? Do I need to ask? Jaime replied with a smirk, his movements undeterred. Knowing our king, if Stark had refused, do you think Robert would still be here, hunting merrily in the woods after more than 10 days? Of course Stark agreed. Soon enough, we'll have a pure northerner sitting on the small council. I don't like this, Cersei muttered, her face clouded with irritation. You should be the hand of the king. Spare me, Jaime said with a dry laugh. I don't want that miserable job. There are far more enjoyable things I'd rather be doing. Can't you see the danger in this? Cersei snapped, shoving Jaime's chest in frustration. She barely budged him. Robert treats Stark like a brother. Like a brother? If I recall, Robert doesn't even treat his real brothers well. Jaime's lips curled into a mocking smile. But then, who could blame him? A brother like Stannis would sour anyone's mood. Don't be an idiot. Stannis and Renly are one thing. Eddard Stark is another. Robert listens to him, does whatever he says. Those two are insufferable. If I'd known this would happen, I would have insisted Robert name you hand instead. I honestly thought Stark would refuse. Why do you hate Stark so much? Jaime asked, casually unbuttoning his cloak. For convenience, he hadn't worn his Kingsguard armor today. I don't like wolves either, but I'll take this over the alternatives. God knows who Robert might have chosen if Stark refused, Stannis, Littlefinger. I'd much rather deal with a man bound by honor than an ambitious snake with no limits. We need to keep a close eye on him, Cersei said firmly. You go ahead, Jaime replied, clearly uninterested. I'd much rather keep my eyes on you. Be serious. Their exchange was interrupted by a sudden noise outside the window. What's that? Cersei pushed Jaime away and leaned closer to the window, her expression alert. What now? Jaime asked irritably, joining her. Below, in the old inner courtyard, the night's watchman was still there. But now, a child was sitting on the wall beside him. Judging by the boy's stark features, he had to be one of Eddard's sons, though Jaime couldn't remember his name. The night's watchman seemed to be shouting at the boy, gesturing for him to climb down. However, the boy ignored him. Instead, he stood up, stretched his arms out, and began walking along the narrow wall like a tightrope. After a moment, the watchman gave up shouting and left the yard, likely circling around to try to reach the boy from another angle. They're gone. Feel better now? Jaime asked, turning back to Cersei. Feel better? Cersei's voice was tense. She pulled away from the window, her expression dark. How can I feel better? Eddard Stark has never involved himself in southern affairs before. Mark my words, he's coming for us. Why else would he leave the north, his base of power? You're overthinking this. You feel guilty, so now you're imagining threats where there are none. Jaime's tone was light, almost dismissive. There are countless reasons why Stark might leave the north: duty, honor, his love for Robert. Maybe he wants to go down in history as a great hand of the king. Maybe he had a spat with his wife. Or maybe he just wants to escape the cold for a while and enjoy some southern sunshine. His wife is Lysa Arryn's sister, Cersei countered. It's lucky that woman didn't come here with her accusations. You're giving her too much credit. Lysa Arryn is a frightened cow. Cersei glared at him. That cow slept with Jon Arryn. And a cow is still a cow, no matter who she sleeps with, Jaime retorted with disdain. If she really had something to say, she would have run to Robert before fleeing King's Landing. You think she's stupid? The only reason she didn't is because Robert agreed to send her son to Casterly Rock as a ward. She knows her boy is a hostage. But now that she's back in the Eyrie, she'll feel emboldened. All mothers are the same. Having children burns their brains. You're all crazy. Jaime's lips twisted into a bitter smile, as though cursing the very concept of motherhood. No matter what she knows or thinks she knows, she doesn't have any real proof. Does she? Tell me, Jaime, what proof do you think Robert would need? He doesn't love me at all. Sister, whose fault is that? You're as blind as Robert. If by blind, you mean I agree with him, then yes. Jaime's tone grew cold. In my eyes, Eddard Stark is a man who would rather die than betray the king. He's already betrayed one king, Cersei snapped. Or have you forgotten? I don't deny his loyalty to Robert, but what happens if Robert dies and Joffrey takes the throne? The sooner Robert dies, the safer we'll be. My husband grows more erratic every day, and having Stark by his side only makes things worse. He's still in love with that dead 16-year-old sister of his. Who's to say he won't cast me aside for some new Lyanna? Stop worrying about the future and enjoy the moment in front of you, Jaime said smoothly, pulling her close again. Don't talk to me like that. The room fell silent, broken only by the faint sound of shouting from the courtyard below. My dear sister, I'm tired of this conversation. Jaime's voice grew husky as he pressed Cersei against the wall. Damn it, the walls are cold. Jaime, stop. Go see what's happening out there. Cersei pushed him away in a panic, her nerves suddenly on edge. Gods damn it, Jaime muttered, stalking to the window. If the night's watchman was causing trouble, Jaime vowed he'd deal with him later. But what he saw made his blood run cold. Below, the man in black was waving frantically, shouting, "Come down quickly, it's too dangerous." Jaime's confusion turned to alarm as he realized the words weren't directed at him. Following the watchman's gaze, Jaime spotted the boy, climbing the outer wall of the first keep, swinging precariously from one gargoyle to the next. Get down now. Jaime shouted. The boy turned, startled by Jaime's sudden appearance in the window. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Then the boy lost his balance and his hands failed to grasp anything. With a terrified scream, he plummeted from the wall of the first keep. Gods! Jaime's mouth hung open as he stared, frozen in place. He had not expected things to escalate so quickly, nor had he intended for the boy to fall. For a split second, he considered reaching out to grab him, but it was far too late. The child's small, fragile form crashed to the ground below. Jaime stood at the window, still as stone, his expression blank. In that moment, the boy's name surfaced in his mind. Chapter 25. What happened? Cersei's voice was sharp, her wide eyes betraying her panic as she heard the boy's scream. He fell, Jaime said abruptly, turning from the window. He grabbed his windbreaker and hastily threw it on. Hurry, we need to get down there. Who fell? Bran Stark, Eddard's second son. Damn it, Cersei hissed, her face pale. Did he see us? No, but we can't take any chances. Move. I'll get to the Night's Watchman first. Half a minute earlier, when Igor had separated from two passing guards and returned to the old inner courtyard, Bran was already climbing. The boy had made his way from the roof of the guardhouse to the outer wall of the first keep and was shimmying horizontally toward the ruined tower along his usual route. Igor knew he couldn't stop Bran directly, so he resorted to shouting loudly. He didn't expect Bran to obey but hoped his voice would alert the pair in the first keep to respond in time. The first part of his plan worked, Jaime had indeed appeared at the window. But things took an unexpected and disastrous turn. Igor, standing in the courtyard below, saw it clearly, Jaime hadn't pushed Bran. Instead, the sudden appearance of the Kingslayer at the window startled the boy, and in his panic, Bran lost his grip and fell. The dull thud of Bran's body hitting the ground echoed in the courtyard. The boy now lay sprawled on the dirt, his eyes closed, completely still. A scattering of bright yellow corn kernels from his pocket, the feed he had intended to bring to the crows in the ruined tower lay around him, starkly contrasting with the lifeless form of the boy. Igor stared at Bran's small, motionless body, his thoughts a chaotic mess. His first instinct was to shout for help, but the Lannister siblings were still in the first keep. If their affair was exposed during the rescue, Igor's carefully laid plans to leave the wall would collapse. Even worse, he now found himself entangled in the incident. Igor had been shouting at Bran moments before the fall. Would he be blamed for distracting the boy, or would the fault lie with Jaime for scaring him? The situation spiraled further in his mind. A Night's Watchman being held responsible for the fall of Bran Stark, the nephew of the First Ranger and the son of Lord Eddard Stark, how could Igor hope to escape such a scandal unscathed? The consequences would be disastrous. Igor shuddered at the thought. Footsteps broke through his haze of panic. Jaime emerged from the entrance of the first keep at a dead sprint, reaching Bran's side in seconds. He knelt beside the boy, checking his breathing and heartbeat. After a tense moment, Jaime stood, his expression no longer casual and cocky. His eyes now gleamed with something cold and dangerous. The Kingslayer turned on Igor, grabbing him by the collar. If not for the height difference, Jaime might have lifted him off the ground entirely. His voice trembled with urgency. Tyrion said you were the smartest soldier he's ever met. So listen carefully, you saw him fall on his own. Understand? That's what happened. That's the truth, for both your sake and mine. Got it? Igor, though startled, quickly pieced it together. Jaime's meaning was clear, there were no witnesses to the event other than the two of them. If they agreed that Bran had fallen on his own, they wouldn't need to worry about who was truly at fault, at least, not until Bran woke up. But Igor wasn't about to shoulder the blame alone. He met Jaime's gaze and replied evenly, I understand. Yes, he fell on his own. But let's be honest, who's going to believe the word of a lowly Night's Watchman like me? Jaime's eyes narrowed. He hesitated for a moment, then relented with a begrudging nod. Fine. I'll testify for you. But you keep me, and her, out of this. Understood? Of course. Her Majesty has nothing to do with this. Jaime's lips tightened, but he seemed satisfied. On an ordinary day, Jaime Lannister wouldn't have spared Igor a second glance. But today was different. Circumstance had forced them into an uneasy partnership, first Jaime's ill-fated encounter with Igor while scouting for privacy, and now their shared involvement in Bran Stark's fall. After a brief but tense exchange to align their testimonies, Jaime straightened and stepped away. Moments later, Cersei appeared, emerging from the first keep with an anxious expression. Igor nodded silently and left the courtyard to call for help. Winterfell descended into chaos, the likes of which hadn't been seen since Robert's rebellion. Guards scrambled to carry Bran's unconscious body to the main castle on a stretcher. Lady Stark and Maester Luwin were summoned immediately, along with a physician who had accompanied the king's party from King's Landing. Every person in Winterfell with even a semblance of medical knowledge was enlisted in the effort to save the boy. The rescue efforts continued uninterrupted until the king's hunting party returned that evening. That night, Bran's direwolf howled outside the window of his room. The mournful cries echoed across Winterfell, as though the wolf were calling for its fallen master. Igor lay awake in his room, tossing and turning. Bran's penchant for climbing walls was well known to everyone in Winterfell. Nearly every resident of the castle had worried about the boy's recklessness at some point. To them, this fall was a tragic but foreseeable accident, a direct consequence of his climbing obsession. For Igor, though, it was a nightmare. No one immediately suspected him of wrongdoing. He was just the Night's Watchman who had stumbled upon the scene. It wasn't until Eddard Stark returned to Winterfell that the Lord of the North summoned Igor to ask for details. Igor stuck to the agreed story, recounting how Bran had fallen on his own. Fortunately, the two guards who had seen Igor earlier, as well as Jaime Lannister, corroborated his version of events. Lord Stark, after a long moment of contemplation, dismissed Igor with a wave, his brow furrowed in thought. While it seemed that Igor had avoided suspicion, the incident left him deeply shaken. Bran's fall had shaken more than just Winterfell, it had shaken Igor's entire worldview. He prided himself on his materialist perspective, believing that everything, no matter how strange or magical, could ultimately be explained through science and logic. Whether it was the White Walker's sorcery or the Lord of Light's miracles, Igor assumed there were underlying systems of rules governing these phenomena. With enough time and knowledge, he believed he could understand and perhaps even harness these forces. But despite all his efforts to interfere with the timeline, Bran had fallen at the same time, in the same place, and under nearly the same circumstances as in the original story. Was it coincidence, or was there some unseen force compelling events to align with the original narrative? Igor forced himself to stop dwelling on such existential questions. He had more immediate problems. Though he had escaped suspicion for now, he remained deeply entangled in the plot. If the timeline continued as he remembered, an assassin would soon attempt to kill Bran in his bed. When that happened, the Stark family would undoubtedly revisit the circumstances of Bran's fall. And when they did, Igor, the Night's Watchman who had been training in the secluded old courtyard and was the first to discover Bran's accident, would certainly come under scrutiny. By that time, Igor might already be far from the Wall, traveling south with Tyrion. But even if Tyrion had no connection to Bran's fall or the assassination attempt, his Lannister name would cast a long shadow. If the Starks decided that Igor was a Lannister collaborator, his fate would be sealed. The North's reach extended far, and it would be a simple matter for Eddard Stark to demand that the Night's Watch recall Igor or even declare him a deserter. On the other side, the Lannisters posed an equal, if not greater, threat. Cersei's vindictiveness was well known. A Night's Watchman who might have discovered her secret and refused to take the blame for Bran's fall was a liability she wouldn't hesitate to eliminate. Igor was caught between two powerful forces, neither of which he could afford to antagonize. He clenched his fists in frustration. I wanted to stay detached from this mess, and the first time I interfered, everything went wrong, he thought bitterly. If I'd known this would happen, I would have stayed far away. But self-pity wouldn't solve his problems. Now that things had come to this, Igor knew he needed a plan. He had to find a way to escape the web of suspicion tightening around him. But what could he do to break free from this precarious situation? Chapter 26. It was easy to assume things would go as planned. Igor had learned this the hard way, making the same mistake over and over since arriving in this world. Whether it was his initial encounter with the White Walkers, where he underestimated their numbers and nearly lost his life, or his attempt to interfere with a critical plot point only to fail and land himself in trouble, the root cause was the same: misplaced confidence in his assumptions. He had believed that Jaime and Cersei wouldn't dare meet in the first keep while he was in the old inner courtyard. He had assumed Bran would stop climbing before reaching the danger zone. Both assumptions had been proven disastrously wrong, culminating in a tragedy that seemed unavoidable. After spending most of the night racking his brain, Igor was no closer to a solution. He had failed to devise a plan to escape the growing danger or to resolve the predicament he found himself in. Exhausted both mentally and physically, he eventually forced himself to close his eyes and, without realizing it, drifted into a restless sleep. Sleep, as always, brought some clarity. When the first rays of morning light filtered through the small lattice window of his room, Igor opened his eyes. For a full minute, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind blank. Then, suddenly, a bold idea struck him. If there was no way to stay out of the plot, why not dive into it? The previous night, Igor had spent hours agonizing over two conflicting goals: saving Bran from the assassination attempt or distancing himself from the event altogether if it happened. Neither effort had yielded a solution. And the reason was simple: Igor had unknowingly imposed a severe limitation on himself. He was trying to avoid personal involvement at all costs. Who had ordered the assassin armed with a Valyrian steel dagger to kill Bran? The original author had left this question deliberately vague, and even the screen adaptation provided no clear answer. Before Igor's arrival in this world, fans had debated endlessly in online forums, pointing fingers at various suspects. Some believed it was Cersei, seeking to silence a potential witness. Others thought Joffrey acted out of spite after being humiliated by Tyrion. Some even argued it was Littlefinger, sowing chaos to serve his ambitions. Each theory had its own supporting evidence, leaving no definitive answer. How could Igor hope to prevent an assassination when he didn't even know who the assassin was, who sent them, or when they would strike? Stopping the assassination quietly seemed nearly impossible. And as for distancing himself afterward, that was equally futile. Everyone knew he had been training in the old inner courtyard, and it was common knowledge that he had been the first to discover Bran's fall. Whether or not he was directly responsible, Igor was undeniably connected to the incident. With so many obstacles in his path, trying to tiptoe around the issue and hope it resolved itself was wishful thinking. In that case, why not face it head-on? Though Igor preferred to avoid trouble, he wasn't one to back down once trouble found him. If he couldn't clear his name or stop the assassination alone, then he would abandon his self-imposed restrictions and force a resolution. What if he took the simplest, most direct approach? What if he told the Stark family that Bran's life was in danger? Initially, Igor considered leaving an anonymous note, but the risk of being implicated remained. If the assassination occurred, suspicion would still fall on him. The safest course of action was to position himself as an innocent messenger, someone who brought the warning to the Starks. He would deliver the news personally. Choosing the right person to inform was critical. Igor first thought of Jon Snow, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Jon, though well-meaning, was too young and lacked the authority to act decisively. That left only one Stark family member whom Igor knew personally and had access to, Benjen Stark, his superior and the chief ranger of the Night's Watch. As for who to accuse, Igor settled on Joffrey. Among the potential suspects, the prince's name was the most plausible and least likely to backfire on him. Joffrey had been suspected by Tyrion in the original story, and his Baratheon name made him a natural lightning rod for the Stark family's wrath. Eddard Stark would never act recklessly against the son of his oldest friend, King Robert. Even if he were furious, his response would be calculated. And if Eddard focused on Joffrey, Tyrion would be left out of the fray, allowing Igor to leave the wall without additional complications. If some mysterious force was indeed steering the events of this world to follow their original course, Igor was ready to challenge it. This time, he would intervene directly and see how far fate or whatever force governed this world would go to resist him. Bran's fall had delayed the king's plans to return to King's Landing. Robert had intended to take Eddard south to serve as Hand of the King, but with Bran's life hanging by a thread, he chose to remain in Winterfell to support his friend. Igor waited patiently, biding his time for a full day before seeking out Benjen Stark. When Igor finally entered his superior's chamber, Benjen looked tired and preoccupied. The delay in reinforcements for the wall and the accident involving his nephew had clearly taken their toll. "Is something wrong?" Benjen asked, his voice weary. "Sir, there's something I don't know if I should tell you. If you've stepped through that door, you've already decided. Speak quickly." "This matter involves someone important," Igor said cautiously. "I'll need your assurance that my safety will be guaranteed." Benjen frowned, eyeing Igor with suspicion. After a moment, he nodded impatiently. "I'll ensure your safety. Now speak." "It's about your nephew, Bran," Igor began, carefully choosing his words. "On the day of his fall, I was practicing archery not far from the first keep. Ser Jaime and I were competing. I didn't think much of it at the time, but this morning, I overheard something concerning." "Go on." "I overheard Prince Joffrey speaking with an armored knight I didn't recognize," Igor continued, feigning unease. "The knight said Bran would never walk again and that it might be kinder to end his suffering." Benjen's frown deepened. While the sentiment was harsh, it wasn't unheard of in this world, where the lives of the disabled were often filled with hardship. Still, voicing such an idea aloud was a grave insult to the Stark family. The prince agreed, Igor added, his tone grave. But it didn't end there. Joffrey then said he planned to show Bran mercy. His exact words were, "Learn from the people of Braavos and grant the Stark boy deliverance." Benjen stiffened. "And?" "The prince then displayed a dagger," Igor said. "I didn't see it clearly, but I heard him describe it. He said it was Valyrian steel, with a dragonbone handle, and that it was worthy of a Stark. Benjen's expression turned grim. And after that? They walked away, so I couldn't hear the rest, Igor said, lowering his voice. But I'm certain I heard the prince instruct the knight to hire a sellsword to do the deed. After a long silence, Benjen stared hard at Igor. Do you understand the weight of what you're saying? Yes, sir. To accuse the future king of treason without proof is to risk your life for nothing. I know, sir. That's why I came to you first. Even if it's just a precaution, posting an extra guard outside Bran's room would do no harm. Benjen was silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he said, "Go back to your quarters. And remember, tell no one else about this. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Igor replied, bowing and leaving the room. Chapter 27. Igor quietly returned to his room under the cover of darkness, his heart unable to settle. This was a colossal gamble, a desperate attempt to rectify his blunder in trying to prevent Bran from falling and to mitigate the troubles he might face when leaving the Wall in the future. It felt like one lie was being patched with another, and while it might hold for now, the risks down the line were no less terrifying than facing the White Walkers. If the truth came to light, as a lowly soldier who had dared to slander a prince, he would undoubtedly face the executioner's blade. Just as Littlefinger had falsely implicated Tyrion by claiming the dagger used to attack Bran was his, Igor was now betting that the Starks would react with level-headedness rather than unleashing a storm of fury upon discovering the situation. However, unlike Peter Baelish, who thrived in chaos to secure power, Igor's lies were born of necessity. He needed to stabilize the situation long enough to slip away from the Wall, survive, and slowly find a way to shed his Night's Watch identity. His deep familiarity with the story and its characters gave him confidence, a sense that the odds were in his favor. But no matter how sure he felt, the fact remained that he was risking his life. Now that he had done all he could, whether he lived or died depended entirely on the decisions of those in power. If he could choose his fate, he would never again want to gamble with his life just to secure his survival. Bran remained unconscious, just as in the original events. His family grieved deeply, but for the other residents of Winterfell, especially the hundreds of guests from King's Landing, life had to carry on. Igor waited for a quiet moment, then returned the scarecrow and other training equipment from the old inner courtyard to the storage room. In the days that followed, he kept to his quarters, preparing for the day of departure. 4 days later, a servant brought word from Benjen Stark. They would set out the next morning, departing alongside the king and the newly appointed hand of the king, returning to the Wall. The morning came with a light dusting of snow in the air. Reluctantly, Igor left his small room in the guest house. The warmth and soft bed had made it feel like a haven compared to the freezing misery of the Wall. After a quick breakfast, he made his way to the parade ground to wait. The king was likely still in bed, and neither the Lord of Winterfell nor the First Ranger had arrived. For now, it was only the younger generation and lower-ranking attendants gathering early to prepare for the departure. It had been 5 days since Bran's fall, and no one had summoned Igor for questioning or to confront anyone. This absence of scrutiny was a relief. What reassured him even more was that his intervention had worked. The guards posted at Bran's door had been doubled, both day and night. His daring gamble had paid off, at least partially. Now, as long as the assassin failed to strike again, and Tyrion managed to persuade the Night's Watch leaders to let him leave the Wall as a supply collector, he might finally have his way out. He could only hope everything went as planned. The king's entourage began to gather, followed shortly by Jon Snow. The boy greeted Igor warmly. Jon had made up his mind to join the Night's Watch and follow his uncle Benjen to the Wall. To him, Igor was now both a comrade and a senior, a future brother in black. Even though he knew Igor was desperate to leave the Night's Watch, Jon instinctively wanted to befriend him. Morning, Igor greeted the boy with a nod. When I was your age, getting up before dawn was impossible. Jon grinned. Starting today, Uncle Benjen is my superior. Ser Roderick told me I need to make a good impression. Well, from someone who's been around a while, I'll tell you this, in a few years, you'll realize that sometimes performing well is more important than actually doing well. Jon tilted his head in confusion. Performing well? Isn't that the same as doing well? Sometimes it is. But more often than not, there's a big difference. The two chatted idly as they strolled through the yard, eventually finding themselves at the blacksmith's shop on the south end of the parade ground. Jon stopped to collect a slender, finely crafted rapier he had commissioned, a gift for Arya. A small sword like that? Is it for a girl? Igor asked, though he already knew the answer. Jon carefully inspected the blade, wiping it clean. Yes, but don't tell anyone. And I won't tell anyone about your chat with the imp. Deal, Igor replied with a faint smile, though his thoughts were elsewhere. Hey, boy, a cheerful voice called out from behind. Jaime Lannister approached, his smile as dazzling as ever. Unlike others who seemed weighed down by Bran's fall, Jaime looked positively delighted to be leaving Winterfell, a place he clearly found stifling. You're heading to the Wall today? Yes, Sir Jaime. Then do me a favor and pass my regards to the Night's Watch. It's good to know there are men like you guarding the realm, keeping the wildlings, White Walkers, and other monsters at bay. Thank you for your service. He extended his hand toward Jon, who hesitated before shaking it. Jaime then turned to Igor and offered his hand. And you, White Walker Slayer, make sure to kill as many of those icy bastards as you can. Don't let them through the wall. At your service, Igor replied stiffly, shaking Jaime's hand. The knight's grip tightened painfully, forcing Igor to match his strength just to avoid wincing. Safe travels, Jaime said casually, releasing his grip and striding off without a backward glance. Jon frowned as he watched Jaime leave. What did he mean by that? What else could it mean? Igor shrugged, though he understood perfectly well. Jaime's little show of strength had been a subtle warning to keep his mouth shut. Still, with everything else on his mind, Igor couldn't be bothered to care about the Kingslayer's theatrics. Southern nobles like him have too much time on their hands and end up acting a bit eccentric. Jon nodded thoughtfully before turning to collect the small sword from the blacksmith. I need to go say goodbye to my brothers and sisters. See you later. Go on. As Jon walked off, Igor watched him go. The boy had spent his entire life in Winterfell, so leaving wasn't easy for him. Igor, by contrast, had no family or friends in this city or anywhere else, for that matter. He wandered aimlessly for a while before being flagged down by Tyrion, who had arrived late. Sitting on the railing at the edge of the parade ground, the two chatted about Igor's homeland while watching the royal caravan prepare to depart. Though the sun remained hidden behind clouds, the morning grew steadily brighter. Around 9 o'clock, the two most important figures, King Robert and Lord Eddard Stark, finally appeared. Their departure was swift and resolute, with heartfelt goodbyes exchanged before they mounted their horses and rode out of Winterfell through the Hunter's Gate. At the first fork in the road, the king's party turned south, heading toward King's Landing. Meanwhile, Igor, Benjen, Jon, Tyrion, and his guards turned north, bound for the Wall. Thus ended Igor's eventful 2 weeks in Winterfell, a time filled with danger, indulgence, and unexpected twists. Ahead lay the Wall, still looming as an unyielding fortress, and beyond it, the growing army of the dead, waiting in silence. Chapter 28. Unlike the journey south to Winterfell over a month ago, where he experienced warmer temperatures and livelier roads bustling with travelers, Igor now faced the grueling realities of returning north. With each passing day, the air grew colder, the roads narrower, and human settlements fewer and farther between. 3 days after leaving Winterfell, farmland and villages vanished entirely, replaced by the desolation of the lands beyond the jurisdiction of the northern lords. The trees of the Wolfswood grew denser, their dark branches creating an eerie, shadowed canopy, and the King's Road became little more than a forest trail. The mountains loomed to the west, while the road curved northeast. The chill in the air became sharper, biting through their tightly wrapped sheepskin cloaks. At night, the temperature dropped below freezing, and whenever the northern wind swept through, it felt like a blade cutting through to their skin. To make matters worse, the mournful howls of wolves echoed from deep within the forest. Jon's dire wolf, Ghost, would prick up his ears at the sound but never howled back. A week into their journey, the group reached a wooden manor at the edge of the Wolfswood, where they encountered Yoren, a recruiter for the Night's Watch. The so-called Ravens were Night's Watch officers tasked with traveling the realm to recruit criminals, exiles, and the desperate for the Wall. To the wildlings, who feared and hated the Night's Watch, they were nicknamed Crows. Yoren looked every inch the part, with his rough features hidden beneath a thick, unkempt beard that could terrify a child at first glance. He was no kindly emissary, his hardened demeanor and fierce expression made it clear he was a man to be reckoned with. Yoren had brought with him 2 ragged boys from the Fingers. Rapists, Yoren grunted in explanation, nodding to the 2 recruits. Even though he was an officer, there was no trace of politeness in his tone. The North had its own brutal form of justice, where crimes were met with mutilation or death, hands cut off for theft, tongues removed for slander, and heads taken for treason. For these boys, the choice had likely been between becoming eunuchs or taking the black. It was no surprise they had chosen the Wall. With their addition, the group now consisted of 9 people and a wolf. Jon Snow, who had grown quieter and more withdrawn since their departure, kept stealing glances at Yoren and his 2 sullen recruits. The boy's expression grew more conflicted with each passing day. Igor could see that Jon was struggling with the reality of the Night's Watch. Up until now, Jon had only known his uncle Benjen and Igor, 2 men who, to him, seemed honorable and capable. The sight of Yoren and the new recruits had clearly shattered whatever idealized image Jon had of the Brotherhood. Igor understood what the boy was going through. Jon had chosen, or, more accurately, been forced by his illegitimate status to walk a difficult path. The truth of what it meant to be a member of the Night's Watch was now sinking in, and Igor couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the boy's disillusionment. Tyrion, as always, was of little help when it came to setting up or breaking camp. His short stature and limp made physical labor difficult, and he wasn't one to push himself unnecessarily. Instead, the dwarf would wrap himself in his furs, find a quiet corner, and bury himself in a book, a wineskin always within reach, while the others pitched tents, tended to the horses, and built fires. That evening, after the camp had been set up, Igor found Tyrion seated at the edge of the camp, reading as usual. "What are you reading this time?" "A book about dragons," Tyrion replied, lifting it briefly to show the cover. "I borrowed it from Winterfell's library with Lord Stark's permission. I'll return it after I've finished. Today, I'm reading about the Battle of the Field of Fire." "What's that?" "It was one of the battles during Aegon's conquest," Tyrion explained, lowering the book to rest on his knees. "King Loren Lannister of the Rock and King Mern Gardner of the Reach joined forces to resist the Targaryen invasion. Their combined armies included 600 lords, 5,000 knights, and over 50,000 infantry and mercenaries. The Targaryen forces, on the other hand, were barely 1/5 of that size, and most of them were former enemies who had recently bent the knee, so loyalty was questionable." Tyrion paused, glancing at Igor. Knowing that the man struggled with reading the local language, he continued, summarizing the events. The 2 armies met on a fertile plain by the river. The coalition forces charged, and the Targaryen troops scattered in retreat. For a moment, it seemed like the conquest was at an end, but then Aegon and his sisters entered the fray with their dragons. Igor nodded knowingly. "Let me guess, the dragons turned the tide instantly. Everyone in Westeros knows that story." "Indeed," Tyrion agreed. But this was the only time in history that all 3 dragons, Vhagar, Meraxes, and Balerion were unleashed on a single battlefield. More soldiers died to dragonfire that day than in all the other battles of the conquest combined. After the devastation of the Field of Fire and the burning of Harrenhal, the remaining kings realized that resistance was futile. The Starks of the North and the Arryns of the Vale surrendered without a fight, and the 7 kingdoms were soon united, or, well, 6 kingdoms were. A battle like that doesn't leave much room for military strategy, does it? The dragons made it a slaughter. Of course, Tyrion said with a shrug. I'm not reading it for tactical insights. It's simply fascinating. Did you know that the Gardner line was completely extinguished that day? The Tyrells only rose to power because they surrendered early. As for my ancestors, thank the gods they were wise enough to kneel when they did. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, recounting this history. Igor realized then that one of the defeated armies in that battle had been led by the Lannisters. No wonder Tyrion seemed so interested in the story, it was personal. Before Igor could respond, Jon approached. His face was still sullen, and he seemed eager for distraction. Reading again, he asked, clearly directing the question at Tyrion. Is there something wrong with reading? Igor asked before Tyrion could reply. Jon, how old are you? 14. And you're taller and stronger than many boys who are 20. Do you know why that is? Maester Luwin says bastards grow up faster than other children, Jon replied, his tone defensive. Igor snorted. And you believe that nonsense? Tell me, who's older, you or Robb? We're the same age, Jon admitted, though his expression soured. I don't know my exact birthday, but Robb is probably a little older. You're the same age, yet Robb's taller than you. So much for that theory about bastards. Igor smirked. The truth is, Jon, you're taller and stronger than most boys your age because you eat better than almost anyone else in the north. Farmers' children don't get proper nutrition during their most critical years. They'll never grow to your height, but you've had meat, fish, and vegetables at nearly every meal, and don't forget those fancy Winterfell-grown greens. Jon bristled. My father makes sure no one in the north goes hungry. There's a difference between eating enough and eating well. You've been fed like a noble, Jon, and that's why you're strong. The same logic applies to reading. Every book you read becomes part of who you are, just like every meal you eat becomes part of your body. Jon frowned, considering this. I suppose that makes sense, but why does that matter? Because knowledge, like food, makes you stronger, Igor replied. The body, the mind, and the people you surround yourself with, that's everything you have. So why not feed your mind as well as your body? Jon blinked, seemingly unsure how to respond, while Tyrion gave Igor a sly grin. Igor, he said, you're full of surprises. 1 minute you're a soldier, the next a philosopher. Igor smiled back. Why can't I be both? Jon was still young, and while Igor's words had made an impression, the boy clearly wasn't ready to embrace such a mindset fully. Dinner should be ready by now, Jon said, glancing toward the campfire. Let's go, Igor agreed. We've still got some wine from King's Landing left, let's hope there's enough meat to go with it. Back at the camp, the mood was lively. The group had built shelters against an old wall, the horses were fed, and Yoren sat on a rock, skinning a fresh kill. The rich aroma of soup filled the air. Tyrion limped over to Maurice, who was stirring the pot, tasted the soup, and handed the ladle back. More pepper, the dwarf muttered. Igor sat down at the makeshift dining area, ready to enjoy his meal. But before he could take a bite, a sudden whistling sound cut through the air. Arrows struck the ground and even pierced the cooking pot. Enemy attack. Yoren roared, dropping the animal he'd been skinning and drawing his sword. Chapter 29. Igor was stunned, completely and utterly stunned. It was even more shocking than when he had seen Bran fall from the tower in the novel or the series. This event wasn't supposed to happen. He racked his brain trying to recall if Benjen had encountered any such attack while returning to the wall from Winterfell. Was it deliberate? Did Jaime and Cersei send someone to assassinate him? Or had the Starks discovered the truth about him and dispatched men to capture him? No, it didn't make sense. Igor only froze for a second before his instincts as a soldier kicked in. With a sharp clang, he drew his steel sword and moved to guard Tyrion before his 2 Lannister guards could even react. This short Lannister was his best ticket out of the wall. He shouted, "My lord, hide quickly. Benjen, get out here." "I'll cover you," yelled a recruit, who was struck by an arrow in the shoulder and collapsed, screaming in pain. Yoren shoved a skinning knife into the hands of another terrified recruit and bellowed, "If you don't want to die, stick with me." The flap of the tent flew open, and Benjen Stark emerged, weapon in hand. Shadows charged out of the surrounding darkness with fierce cries. Arrows and rocks flew sporadically through the air. Benjen quickly assessed the attackers and barked, "It's wildlings." To the horses, "No, it's too late. Everyone fall back to the stone wall and prepare to fight." Tyrion's 2 guards instinctively obeyed Benjen's command, abandoning any thought of waiting for orders from their panicked lord. The group of 9 huddled against the old stone wall beside the tent. They formed a defensive circle, with a wounded recruit and Tyrion protected in the center. Faces grim and tense, they prepared to meet the wildlings head-on. "Aren't the wildlings supposed to stay north of the wall?" Tyrion crouched behind Igor and Jon Snow, cowering with no trace of noble dignity. Igor, after identifying the enemy, felt a wave of relief. Jon, however, was practically buzzing with excitement at the chance to prove himself. The 2 Lannister guards, despite their full armor, appeared less than competent. Only one of them seemed to have any real combat experience. "No one told me the north was this dangerous," Tyrion complained. "Small bands of wildlings sometimes cross the wall," Igor replied, "but they rarely venture this deep into the wolfswood." "Do you have anything I can use as a weapon?" Tyrion interrupted, his voice rising. "I don't even have a knife to defend myself." "No time for that," Jon hissed. "They're coming." There were no banners or war cries, no drums or horns. The wildlings charged at them with crude weapons, sticks, stone-tipped spears, and dull axes. Igor didn't see a single proper blade among them. One of Tyrion's guards let loose an arrow, striking a shadowy figure and sending him stumbling back with a scream. But despite their ragged appearance and poor armaments, the wildlings' boldness in attacking such a small, well-armed group baffled Igor. Before he could dwell on it, the attackers were upon them. The wildlings were as bedraggled as they seemed, emaciated figures clad in scraps of mismatched leather and ill-fitting armor. Most had no helmets, and their weapons were laughable. The Night's Watch braced for a bloody battle. But within moments, Igor realized something was off. The wildlings weren't pressing their attack. They stopped 2 meters short, yelling and brandishing their weapons as if trying to intimidate rather than kill. Some wildlings, women among them, darted past the skirmish and began looting the camp. A woman even snatched up the half-skinned squirrel Yoren had been preparing. Jon surged forward, eager to prove himself. His strikes landed on a wildling's wooden shield, leaving only shallow cuts. Benjen quickly called him back, unwilling to risk his nephew in the chaotic melee. The wildlings weren't fighting to kill. They were here for supplies. As the 2 sides clashed, it became apparent that the wildlings' true objective lay elsewhere. Yoren was the first to notice. He shouted, "They're after the horses." Benjen whirled around and spotted wildlings cutting the ropes tethering the horses. His face darkened with fury. Horses were more precious than gold to the Night's Watch. "Stop them," he roared. Igor and Yoren responded immediately, charging forward with Benjen to scatter the disorganized wildlings. Jon and one of the Lannister guards, a man named Jack, followed closely behind. The tide of the skirmish shifted. Benjen felled 1 wildling in a single swing, and the rest broke and fled, scattering like frightened animals. Some threw down their weapons as they vanished into the darkness. Igor had seen this scene before. Wildlings often fled this way when pursued by rangers. Only those foolish enough to resist met steel and death. "Don't pursue." Benjen's voice rang out. "Secure the horses." 3 Night's Watchmen charged toward the horses. The wildlings had already cut many of the ropes, and several horses were being driven or ridden away. The sight enraged Igor. These horses were donations from northern lords, and as members of the Night's Watch, they might one day rely on them to survive beyond the wall. As the men approached, the nearest horse thief shouted a warning to his companions before fleeing into the woods. The rest followed, abandoning the remaining horses in their haste. Back at the camp, chaos reigned. The iron pot of broth had been shot through, spilling its contents into the dirt. Loaves of bread were gone, the dead squirrel had been stolen, and even an iron spoon was missing. Small, insignificant items had been taken, leaving the camp in disarray. Why did they take my book? Tyrion raged, his voice shrill with indignation. A book? Do wildlings even know how to read? I borrowed that from the Winterfell library. They probably don't know what a book is, Igor replied dryly. It's square, so they grabbed it. Odds are they'll use it for kindling or to wipe their asses. Yoren, his face stormy, growled, 8 horses are gone. Which means we still have 14, Ben-Jen said, though his tone was grim. With only 3 men armed and trained to fight, chasing the wildlings into the woods would be too dangerous. There could be an ambush waiting. After a moment of deliberation, he sighed and shook his head. No, we won't chase them. The attack ended as abruptly as it began. For Igor, this was his 4th encounter with wildlings since joining the Night's Watch. But it was the first time he had been on the defensive. Like the previous encounters, the Night's Watch suffered no fatalities. The disparity in skill and discipline between trained soldiers and desperate peasants was as vast as the gap between wolves and sheep. Theoretically, the wildlings could have overwhelmed them with numbers, but fear and disorganization made them easy to rout. The final toll was 3 wildlings dead and no losses among the Night's Watch, save for a recruit wounded by a crude arrow. The injury was shallow, thanks to the poor quality of the arrowhead. For Jon, Tyrion, and the Lannister guards, it was a triumphant victory. For Igor, it was a reminder of how precarious survival was in the north. But for Ben-Jen, it was a humiliation. Nearly 1/10 of Castle Black's horses had been stolen by wildlings, a loss far greater than any material goods. Yet the attack signaled something far more troubling. The wildlings were fleeing south, and the situation beyond the wall was worsening. A patrol would need to be sent soon to uncover the truth. Chapter 30. Ben-Jen gave a firm order to gather the remaining horses closer to the tent. He then took Igor and Yoren to set up traps and alarm mechanisms among the surrounding trees to guard against another ambush. After organizing a rotation for night sentry duty, he allowed everyone to move about freely before focusing on preparing dinner again. What did I just witness? One moment you're quoting philosophers, and the next you're a proper warrior, Tyrion said, drinking what little broth was left in the pot. Though he tried to keep his tone light, his voice still carried the lingering shock of the attack. Protected by Igor during the skirmish, the dwarf now regarded the Night's Watchmen with a mix of gratitude and confusion. I never believed that the Night's Watch were the most elite force in the 7 Kingdoms, but now I'm beginning to wonder if you really did kill a White Walker. In any fight against wildlings, even a ragtag group of soldiers could seem like elite warriors, Igor thought to himself with a wry smile. But he knew better than to diminish the prestige of the Night's Watch in front of an outsider. Well, thank you for the compliment, but I wasn't lying to you. Call me Tyrion, the dwarf said, leaning back slightly. I owe you a debt for your help today. I'll do my best to honor our agreement. Thank you, Tyrion, Igor replied, his voice stiff. After spending so much time adapting to the formalities and rigid hierarchy of Westeros, being addressed so informally caught him off guard. The incident had begun and ended in mere moments. Igor had no idea how Tyrion perceived his actions during the attack, but he was keenly aware that he hadn't done anything particularly remarkable. The truly brave and capable wildlings had already gathered under Mance Rayder's banner, preparing for the harsh winter atop the Frostfangs and devising ways to confront the White Walkers. The wildlings who had attacked them were nothing more than stragglers, weak even by wildling standards. Any trained soldier could have won that fight, provided they weren't struck down by the initial volley of arrows. Forming a defensive line and charging to drive the wildlings off was simply following Benjen's orders and executing them with precision. Any other ranger could have done the same. The only unique thing Igor had done was shield Tyrion during the chaos, and that had been entirely deliberate. After all, Tyrion was his key to escaping the wall. But even without his intervention, the wildlings' crude and scattered attacks wouldn't have posed any real danger to the dwarf. Perhaps it was this small, subconscious act of protection that left such an impression on Tyrion. Still, Igor saw no reason to clarify the situation. Tyrion was likely experiencing his first real battle and had let his imagination inflate the bravery and skill of those who protected him. Since this misunderstanding worked in Igor's favor, there was no harm in leaving it uncorrected. Why were the wildlings here? Jon asked, his voice tinged with both excitement and unease. He had killed an enemy for the first time in his life, and the mix of guilt and adrenaline still colored his face a deep red. He seemed unable to calm himself. Back at Winterfell, we rarely heard of wildlings coming this far south. It's true that it hasn't happened often, Igor replied seriously. Crossing the wall is incredibly dangerous. If they just wanted to survive, they could have made do with the resources in the Wolfswood. But these wildlings, they're not just looking for food. They're trying to get further south to find a place to wait out the winter and escape the White Walkers. But without proper transportation or supplies, they have no chance of avoiding the patrols of the Northern Lords, let alone making it as far as the Neck. That's why they're desperate enough to attack us. Even if they fail, they'll likely target the nearest villages next. White Walkers, muttered one of Tyrion's guards, shivering visibly. Aren't those just old stories? Monsters from legend? You don't mean to say they're real? On any normal day, no one would take talk of White Walkers seriously. But fresh off the tension of the skirmish, and surrounded by the eerie, shifting shadows of the forest, the guards' nerves were clearly frayed. The cold wind rustled the trees, adding to the sense of unease. Don't worry, Jon said with sudden enthusiasm. This guy killed one before. There was a hint of pride in his voice, as if knowing Igor personally lent him some kind of reflected glory. If one of those ghostly things shows up. Igor, you still have that obsidian dagger, right? Of course, Igor replied, patting his bag with a grin. Don't worry. Even if the White Walkers could get past the wall, which they can't, I'd just take them down one by one. Although he sounded confident, Igor wasn't nearly as calm as he appeared. He couldn't shake the thought of what was happening north of the wall at this very moment. The lands beyond the wall had likely become a frozen wasteland of death, with scattered wildlings either fleeing south or joining the army of the dead. The thought unsettled him deeply. Even though he had resolved to leave the wall and avoid a direct confrontation with the White Walkers, he couldn't escape the reality that he was still part of this world. If the wall were breached and the Seven Kingdoms fell under attack, what would a time traveler with no allies or powerful backing do? Escape to another continent? Even that would be an uncertain and perilous journey. Dinner, which had been interrupted by the wildling attack, was eventually finished without further incident. No one felt tired enough to sleep, so the group lingered for a while, chatting quietly. Eventually, Benjen emerged from his tent, his face stern as he addressed the group. Stop talking and get some rest. Up until now, we've been able to camp in relatively secure areas. But the terrain ahead is flat and barren, offering no protection. If we continue at our current pace, we'll need 3 more days of travel and 2 nights in the open. That's far too dangerous. He paused, letting his words sink in. After careful consideration, I've decided to start a forced march at dawn. We won't camp at night. We'll push the horses to their limits and try to reach Castle Black within a day and a half. Everyone nodded in agreement. Igor, however, couldn't help but notice how the plot seemed to be subtly shifting. This wildling attack wasn't part of the original timeline, and he couldn't help but wonder if his presence, the metaphorical butterfly, had caused the ripple. Perhaps his actions had altered the group's route, or perhaps the wildlings who should have been killed by the White Walker he had slain had attacked them instead. Either way, things were different now. One unexpected attack could lead to another. While the wildlings themselves weren't particularly threatening, their arrows and stones could still kill. "All right, then," Igor said, standing up. "You all head inside and get some rest. Jack and I will take the first watch. Leave your things here, we'll clean up." The others quickly obeyed, and soon the camp was quiet. As Tyrion passed by, he patted Igor on the shoulder. "Well then, be careful, the both of you." The first half of the night passed uneventfully. When it was Jon and Mor's turn to take over the watch, Igor and Jack finally got some rest. At sunrise, the group rose early, packed up their tents and supplies, and saddled the horses for the forced march north. The weather had worsened. The temperature had dropped below freezing, and snow now blanketed the ground. For Igor, accustomed to grueling ranger missions and his harrowing 10 days of escape, the forced march was nothing unusual. But the rest of the group wasn't as hardened. After traveling over 100 leagues in a little more than a day, Tyrion and his 2 guards looked utterly miserable. By the time they passed through the gates of Castle Black, they could barely dismount their horses. Their legs trembled beneath them, and they stumbled like newborn calves, as though they'd forgotten how to walk. Chapter 31. The clanging of swords echoed through the courtyard, marking just another ordinary day at Castle Black. Commander Mormont had resisted the Royce family's demands to punish the 3 surviving patrol members. Now, these men, who had escaped the blades of the White Walkers, were no longer under suspicion of desertion and could move freely within Castle Black. On the balcony overlooking the courtyard, Igor and Tyrion stood leaning against the railings, watching the new recruits train below. The scene reminded Igor of standing on a college campus, observing younger students during their first military drills. Unfortunately, there was little to admire among these new recruits, not a single woman among them, nor even many handsome men. In the center of the yard, Jon stood out, clad in a black wool sweater layered beneath a leather vest and chainmail. He wielded a training sword with practiced ease, sparring with an opponent. This training batch was the largest in Castle Black's history, with nearly 20 recruits, most aged between 14 and 18. Even among such a group, none could match Jon's skill. Some recruits were agile but timid, like Will, while others fumbled with their swords like children handling daggers. One was so weak he could barely swing his weapon. Most of them, however, were slow and clumsy. Jon, in comparison, was a tiger among sheep. In just a few minutes, he had defeated 4 recruits in succession. With a well-timed feint, he disarmed a 5th, a thick-necked recruit, then pushed away the man's sword and struck his abdomen with an elbow. The recruit staggered, lost his balance, and fell heavily into the snow, his dull-edged blade slipping from his grip. Igor had to admit that Jon's swordsmanship was every bit as impressive as the boy claimed. Even if Igor, a veteran with a year's service and nearly a decade of experience over Jon, were to duel him, the best outcome he could hope for would be a draw through sheer defensive effort. The training session came to a halt when the recruit instructor, Alliser Thorne, intervened. Thorne, a former knight who had been exiled to the Wall after backing the losing side in Robert's rebellion, clearly harbored no affection for Jon Snow, the bastard son of the rebellion's victor. Though Igor and Tyrion couldn't make out the exact words exchanged between Thorne and Jon, it was obvious the conversation was far from friendly. Jon's face darkened with anger. "That boy's got talent," Tyrion remarked, shifting uncomfortably. The days of riding had left him sore, and standing was the only position that didn't aggravate the pain. But for someone who's supposed to be making friends among his new brothers, he's being a little too harsh. If he keeps this up, he'll find it hard to get along in the watch. Someone ought to talk some sense into him. "You're surprisingly compassionate." "I can't help it," Tyrion said with a shrug. "I've always had a soft spot for bastards, cripples, and outcasts, anyone dealt a bad hand by the gods." Igor smirked. "So, I'm an outcast too, lucky enough to end up on your list." Should I consider myself fortunate or cursed? Excellent question. You've got me stumped. As the days passed, Igor found himself growing more at ease around Tyrion. The Lannister dwarf had an uncanny charm. Despite his noble lineage, he didn't exude arrogance or condescension. Not being insufferable was, in itself, a rare skill, one that highlighted his intelligence. At that moment, Tyrion gestured toward the yard. How are things progressing with the Rangers? The Chief Ranger is already preparing for the next patrol. I'll be leading the way, Igor replied, his tone deliberately nonchalant, though inwardly he felt a gnawing anxiety. How long do you plan to stay at the wall? I can stay as long as I like. It's not as if I have a kingdom to govern, Tyrion said with a shrug. How long does a patrol usually take? Anywhere from 1 or 2 months to half a year, Igor replied. That's unfortunate. I was hoping you'd catch a White Walker and bring it back for me to see. You know, to prove you weren't exaggerating. Tyrion's expression was one of exaggerated regret. I came here mainly to see the legendary wall, climb to the top, and piss off the edge of the world. But I can't stay here for that long. Catch a White Walker. Igor couldn't help but feel the absurdity of the suggestion. The collection of dragonglass weapons had only just begun. At present, the amount of obsidian available wasn't even enough to properly outfit a patrol team. And despite its usefulness against White Walkers, dragonglass was brittle, too fragile to be wielded like conventional weapons such as Valyrian steel. Dragonglass weapons weren't a solution to decisively turn the tide. At best, they gave humanity a faint chance of survival against the White Walkers. With no preparations and no real strategy, returning alive from beyond the wall would already be a miracle. Catching a White Walker alive? That wasn't even worth considering. The Night's Watch was far from ready to deal with the threat of White Walkers, but the stubbornness of the Stark bloodline clearly ran deep. Benjen Stark refused to delay or cancel the patrol, no matter how Igor tried to dissuade him. My lord, it might be possible to capture a White, Igor said, choosing his words carefully. But a White Walker? Forgive us, that's far beyond our ability. This patrol led by Ser Benjen is meant to verify the truth of the White Walker's existence. If he returns with evidence, then perhaps the Night's Watch can plan a larger operation to prove the threat to the rest of the world. Joining this patrol would almost certainly be a death sentence. Avoiding the mission was the only way to survive. Yet, no matter how dire the circumstances, Igor couldn't afford to push Tyrion too hard. The dwarf, after all, was a true Lannister and a highborn noble. Tyrion had already promised to help him, any further pleading might come across as desperate or disrespectful. Relax, Tyrion interrupted, brushing off the explanation with a casual wave of his hand. It was just a joke. I'm willing to take you away from the wall, but not because you've killed some ridiculous magical creature. No need to explain yourself. Tyrion shrugged again. I'll go talk to your commander and arrange it. Oh, and stop calling me, my lord. All right, Tyrion, Igor replied, exhaling in relief. He gave the dwarf a grateful smile. I'll wait for your good news. I'll do my best not to disappoint you, Tyrion said as he shuffled away toward the commander's office, his short legs carrying him in a brisk, awkward gait. A few steps later, he paused, turned back, and waved a hand dismissively. Find a place to sit down. No need to stand around waiting for me here. And with that, the dwarf disappeared into the corridors of Castle Black. Chapter 32. Tyrion. The Lord Commander nodded at the dwarf seated across from him. As the former Lord of Bear Island and a man of considerable standing in the north, Jeor Mormont had the right to address him directly by name. Are you enjoying your stay at the wall? Thank you for asking, Lord Commander. Apart from my numb backside and the delightful chill that keeps me shivering at night, everything's been splendid, Tyrion replied, settling himself into the chair with a faint smile. Though I must say, being ambushed by a group of wildlings on the way was a unique and thrilling experience. One I could have happily done without. The failure to stop wildlings beyond the wall lies with the Night's Watch. Please accept our apologies, Mormont said, his tone somber. Very well, I forgive you, Tyrion said with a shrug, shifting uncomfortably to ease the pressure on his sore behind. I've taken some time to familiarize myself with the state of the Night's Watch over the past few days, and I must admit, I can't find it in me to criticize you too harshly. But, if I'm being honest, no matter how short-handed you are, it's still your responsibility to keep the wildlings at bay. This time, Benjen and his men kept me safe, but what happens when wildlings slip past you again? If they strike deeper into the north, attack Umber, Karstark, or even harm the Stark family or their bannermen, it would create chaos. Don't you agree? Yes, Mormont admitted with a deep frown. The wildlings climb over the wall near the unmanned gaps between our fortresses, row across the Bay of Seals past our two pitiful patrol boats, and slip through the foothills near the Shadow Tower. The Night's Watch tries to intercept them, but we are stretched too thin to cover every weakness. I've already instructed Maester Aemon to send word to the Lords of the North, and Lord Stark has agreed to raise temporary forces for our use. The problem is, I don't know how long it will take for those forces to be gathered and sent. Lord Stark is a good man, Tyrion said, his expression tinged with regret. But even the best of men cannot halt the decline of the Night's Watch. It pains me to see this once proud shield of humanity reduced to such a sorry state. He paused, then continued with a slight smirk, that's why I've decided to provide funding to the Night's Watch. Ah! Even Jeor Mormont, a man known for his composure, blinked in surprise at the declaration. The population of the Gift and New Gift under the Watch's control barely exceeded 10,000, far too small to sustain the nearly 1,000 members of the Night's Watch. Over the years, financial aid had quietly become the Black Brothers' main source of food, wages, and supplies. As Lord Commander, Mormont was no stranger to soliciting support from nobles, and he had been considering how best to appeal to Tyrion Lannister for aid. That the Lannister dwarf would volunteer assistance without prompting caught him completely off guard. So much so that, in his excitement, he adjusted his tone immediately, That is most generous of you, my lord. The Night's Watch will be forever grateful for your kindness and your consideration of the greater good. Hold on, Tyrion said, raising a hand. There's a condition attached. I want to nominate someone to accompany me to King's Landing to receive this funding. Who? Igor. The ranger you sent to Winterfell not long ago. That's a reasonable request, Mormont replied, quickly regaining his composure. He studied Tyrion for a long moment before speaking again, his tone cautious. But the rangers are short of men as it is. He will need to return as soon as possible. I haven't finished yet, Tyrion said quickly, noting the way Mormont's sharp gaze seemed to cut right through him. As expected of the former Lord of Bear Island, Tyrion thought, and hurried to clarify. He won't just accept my funding and then return. He must also remain in King's Landing to continue securing food and supplies for the Night's Watch. Mormont fell silent for a moment before responding carefully. Tyrion, the vows of the Night's Watch are for life. No one joins and then leaves. I understand and respect that tradition, Tyrion said smoothly, leaning forward. But he would still be serving the Night's Watch. His station would simply shift to King's Landing, where he could act as a supply collector, ensuring ongoing support for the Wall. King's Landing is the largest city in Westeros, teeming with lords and merchants. Securing additional funds and resources would be far easier there than it is here. Mormont shook his head. Tyrion, I won't pretend to understand why you're so determined to help this man, but let me speak plainly. The Night's Watch lacks many things, food, funding, and equipment, but what we lack most is manpower. Yes, our resources are stretched thin, but we could scrape by for months by rationing supplies or relying on the northern lords. Starvation is not an immediate threat. But people, Mormont continued, his voice heavy with frustration, are another matter. We have fewer than 1,000 brothers left, 600 here at Castle Black, 200 at the Shadow Tower, and even fewer at Eastwatch. Of those, less than a third are capable fighters. The wall is 300 miles long. If an attack came, I'd be able to station only 3 men per mile. Think about that, Tyrion. 3 1/3, Tyrion quipped with a yawn. Not even that, if we're being precise. And let's not pretend they'd all be needed. I doubt your enemies will bother attacking every mile of the wall. Besides, King's Landing has a population of 500,000. Pull a few from the slums and send them here, they'd fill those empty towers in no time. Don't you already have crows like Yoren roaming around Westeros recruiting? Why can't Igor do the same? This is different, Mormont countered, his voice firm. The crows who roam are veterans, men who've grown old in service. Their best fighting days are behind them, and sending them south is the only way to make use of what strength they have left. They've taken root here and have nowhere else to go. Even then, we calculate their travel costs and ensure they can't linger too long after completing their missions. But Igor is not the same. He's young, strong, and intelligent, exactly the kind of man we desperately need here. If I let him go, I might never get him back, even if I sent men to drag him back. And, Mormont added with a grumble, the Night's Watch already has plenty of boys from the slums. The men we receive these days are stable hands, thieves, and rapists. Yes, they make up the numbers, but we're sorely lacking in men capable of training, managing, or even leading them. Right now, there are fewer than 30 men at the wall who can read, let alone think strategically or plan operations. Frankly, Lord Tyrion, he continued, his voice tinged with exasperation, I'd rather ask you to stay at Castle Black to help us than to send Igor away. You give me far too much credit, Tyrion replied with a smirk. But if you don't mind, I'd be happy to send all the dwarves in Westeros to join the watch. The joke fell flat. Mormont's stern expression didn't waver. He shook his head. Forgive me, Tyrion, but I can't accept your proposal. I won't force you to provide financial support, but please don't ask me to let him leave again. Damn it, why couldn't this old man be a little slower, a little easier to fool? Tyrion cursed inwardly. Jeor Mormont was far too sharp for Tyrion's liking. And while the dwarf prided himself on keeping his promises, he hated the thought of letting down a friend. After a moment's thought, he decided to play his last card. Commander, Tyrion said, his tone growing serious, let me put it this way, I swear on the honor of the Lannister name that Igor will not desert. If you lose a capable soldier because of me, I will personally compensate you with 12 replacements, not thieves or rapists, but men I will train, discipline, and prepare for you. What do you say to that? Mormont let out a heavy sigh, his frustration evident. His earlier refusal had been firm, yet Tyrion persisted, bringing up his family's honor, a veiled reminder of the Lannisters' influence. The subtext was clear, I am taking this man with me, so grant me this favor. Mormont understood the implication all too well. Refusing Tyrion now would mean offending a powerful ally. Chapter 33. What does it mean to offend the Lannisters? There is a well-known song in Westeros, sung from the courts of kings to the firesides of peasants. It is called the Rains of Castamere, also infamously known as Tywin's Curse. The song recounts the complete annihilation of House Rayne, a once proud Westerlands family. They shared the Lion's Sigil with House Lannister, built their wealth on gold mines, and rivaled Tywin Lannister in power and prestige. But they made the grave mistake of defying Tywin before he became Hand of the King. In one decisive battle, House Rayne was wiped out, lords, soldiers, servants, even distant relations were slaughtered or vanished without a trace. Today, most people don't even remember that House Rayne ever existed. Massacre of a house and destruction of a legacy is a concept almost unheard of in Westeros outside of stories about the Targaryens, who once wielded dragons to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. While legally, lords hold the authority to punish vassals in such ways, in the 3 centuries since Aegon's conquest, only the Lannisters have executed such ruthless justice. This act solidified the Lannisters' rule over the Westerlands and cemented their fearsome reputation across the continent. Even Aerys Targaryen, later called the Mad King, was impressed by Tywin's ruthlessness and brought him to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King. And Tywin, as history would prove, was indeed more than capable of governing the Seven Kingdoms. The fear inspired by Tywin's methods lingered long after. When the Farman family of Faircastle resisted their lord's control, Tywin sent a harpist to their hall to play the Rains of Castamere. That alone was enough to make them surrender. When the Freys orchestrated the Red Wedding, they used the song as a signal to begin the massacre, bringing an end to Robb Stark's rebellion. At King Joffrey's wedding feast, the same song was played repeatedly at the suggestion of Olenna Tyrell, a subtle, but grimly prophetic touch, given the fate that awaited the young king. Even at the siege of Riverrun, when Jaime Lannister had the Rains of Castamere played outside the castle walls, it was enough to make Edmure Tully surrender without a fight. This song holds a terrifying power, and that power is backed by the Lannisters' wealth and ruthless will. In short, the Lannisters are not to be trifled with. But is there anyone in Westeros who isn't afraid of the Lannisters? Of course. Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, 4-1. The Night's Watch was far removed from the power games of the South. No matter how fearsome or wealthy House Lannister might be, they could not send their forces to the Wall. The Rains of Castamere. At the Wall, the only thing falling was snow, and the bitter cold would freeze the strings of any harp long before a song could be played. Even if Tywin himself had made the request, Mormont might not have cared, much less for Tyrion, whom he regarded as little more than a clever, insistent meddler. Still, while Mormont was unafraid of the Lannisters, he had no reason to provoke them unnecessarily. He wasn't in the habit of picking fights just to prove a point. Instead, the grizzled old commander scratched his head and thought of a compromise. "It's not that I don't want to honor your request, my lord," Mormont said carefully, choosing his words with a touch of politeness. He had decided to pass the decision to others. But Igor is a ranger. His transfer must first be approved by his direct superior. Besides, Maester Aemon has already made a special request for him as well. With that, Mormont turned to his steward and ordered, "Go fetch the chief ranger and the maester." If there was any combination less intimidated by the Lannisters than Mormont, it would be Benjen Stark, a Stark in his prime with the weight of his family name, and Maester Aemon, a man who had lived long enough to see his own Targaryen relatives wiped out. Mormont allowed himself a moment of silent satisfaction at his cleverness, though Tyrion looked as though he might explode with frustration. The former Lord of Bear Island might look blunt and straightforward, but there was a sly cunning in his approach. The summons didn't take long. The Black brothers' quarters were small, and soon Benjen Stark and Maester Aemon entered the room. After Mormont explained the funding proposal and Tyrion's request, Benjen's expression turned stony. "Lannister," Benjen said coldly, his tone sharper than his glare. "I don't care how your southern noble games and power plays work. But let me warn you, if you're thinking of poaching men from the Night's Watch, you've come to the wrong place." Poaching? Tyrion was stunned. He prided himself on his sharp wit, but for once, he was caught off guard. "You think I'm trying to recruit him for myself? If I were king, I'd make Igor Hand of the King. The Seven Kingdoms would benefit from his talents far more than the Wall ever could." "You'd make him Hand of the King, would you?" Benjen sneered. "And yet here you are, trying to drag him away from his sworn duty so he can run errands in King's Landing." "Calm down, Lord Tyrion," Maester Aemon interjected gently. "It's true we didn't fully recognize Igor's abilities before. But now that we've seen them, we will do our best to make use of his talents. In fact, I've already discussed with Benjen that after this patrol, I plan to bring Igor into my service. There are tasks here that an illiterate man cannot do." "Illiterate tasks?" Tyrion scoffed. "Do you mean reading letters and balancing ledgers? Counting rations?" "Forgive me, Maester, but Igor is capable of far more than clerical work." "With all due respect, Lannister," Benjen said with icy disdain, "he is a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. In life, he fights for the Watch. In death, he is its ghost. No matter how talented he may be, his duty is to the wall. Tyrion was momentarily at a loss for words. But the dwarf was never one to give up easily. Inspiration struck, and he smiled slyly. How can it have nothing to do with me? If the White Walkers you're so concerned about truly exist, then they threaten the entire realm. I may be a dwarf, but I'm still human. Strengthening the Night's Watch helps all of us. Strengthening the Watch by stealing away its best men. Benjen snapped. I'm not stealing him, Tyrion shot back. I'm sending him to where he can do the most good. Do you know why the Night's Watch has fallen so far? Benjen raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Enlighten me. Because you've isolated yourselves, Tyrion replied, his voice rising with passion. You cling to traditions, refusing to adapt, refusing to connect with the rest of the realm. The world has changed, but the Watch hasn't. No wonder it's in decline. Benjen opened his mouth to retort, but Maester Aemon held up a hand. Tyrion, there is wisdom in what you say. But we are stretched too thin as it is. Losing Igor would only make our situation worse. And clinging to him as you are now will only hasten your decline, Tyrion countered. The Night's Watch needs to adapt, or it will vanish. Maester, you're the wisest man here. Surely you can see this makes sense. Tyrion leaned forward, his gaze sharp. With Igor in King's Landing, the resources and allies he could secure for the Watch would far outweigh anything he could accomplish trudging through snow or sorting ledgers. Chapter 34. The tension in the room was palpable, a silent battle of wills between Tyrion and Benjen. The air felt thick, almost combustible. Thankfully, Tyrion wasn't the sort to escalate into physical confrontation, and Benjen Stark, despite his simmering anger, wasn't going to throw the first punch either. It was Maester Aemon who finally raised his hand, signaling for the two men to stop arguing. The old Maester's blind eyes turned toward Mormont, who had been quietly observing the heated exchange. Lord Commander, Aemon began calmly, Dragonstone has sent a reply. They've granted us permission to send people to mine dragonglass. Mormont raised his eyebrows. Over there. Surely we can just send a few workers. But then something clicked in his mind, and his tone shifted. Wait, you mean? The blind Maester nodded knowingly. Dragonstone is quite close to King's Landing. Since Lord Tyrion speaks so highly of Igor's abilities, why not give the young man a chance to prove himself? He crossed the narrow sea to come here and became a brother of the Night's Watch for something as trivial as stealing a few potatoes to stave off hunger. If he finally has a chance to leave, but we deny him that, I doubt he'll ever truly accept his place here. Even if he stays, his heart won't be in it. Tyrion silently applauded Aemon's words, nodding along with enthusiasm. He turned expectantly toward Mormont, waiting for the commander's decision. If you see it that way, I have no objection, Mormont finally said, his respect for Aemon evident in his tone. He turned to Benjen, passing the decision on to the Chief Ranger. Ask Stark if he's willing to let him go. The weight of the decision shifted to Benjen Stark once more. The Ranger's jaw tightened. He had no desire to let this clever Lannister get his way, but neither did he want to openly oppose Maester Aemon. After a moment, he voiced his hesitation. And what happens if he doesn't come back? Who will take responsibility for that? Me, Tyrion answered without hesitation. If he fails the mission or doesn't make a significant contribution to the Night's Watch after leaving, you can recall him. If he deserts, you can hold me accountable. Benjen's eyes narrowed. Hold you accountable? Will you come to the wall to replace him? Or will you send Lannister soldiers to fill the gap? Neither option seems likely. Instead of playing these word games, why not give us something tangible? The Lannisters are the richest family in Westeros, after all. Surely a little more generosity wouldn't hurt, especially since the Night's Watch protects the entire realm. Tyrion sighed heavily, recognizing this as a calculated blow to his pride and his purse. He gritted his teeth, knowing he was about to take a loss. Ah, And here I thought Starks cared little for material possessions, he muttered, forcing a tight smile. Fine. Since it's for the sake of humanity, I won't be stingy. Let's discuss the specifics of my funding for the Watch, as well as the details of Igor's responsibilities after leaving the wall. While the negotiations continued inside, Igor, standing some distance away, kept his gaze fixed on the commander's office. The arrival of the Chief Ranger and Maester Aemon shortly after Tyrion entered had not gone unnoticed. It was clear that something significant was being discussed. The sight made Igor uneasy, though he forced himself to stay calm. If he had to put the feeling into words, it was like waiting outside a birthing chamber, wondering if the outcome would bring life, or death. The outcome of this discussion would determine everything. If Tyrion succeeded, Igor would be leaving the wall, leaving the confines of the Night's Watch, and stepping into the vast, opportunity-filled world of Westeros. If he failed, Igor would resign himself to a life of patrols, snow, and survival. Even if he rose through the ranks, from ranger to squad leader, to possibly chief ranger, he would still be shackled to the wall, forever facing danger and death. For a man with memories of another life, such a fate was unthinkable. But leaving. If he left, the world would open before him. The label of the Night's Watch might remain, but life was what you made of it. Determination could overcome any obstacle. After what felt like an eternity, the door opened again. This time, the steward left the room and returned with 2 additional officers, Bowen Marsh, the first steward, and Othel Yarwick, the chief builder. Igor's heart leapt. It settled, he thought with growing excitement. Marsh and Yarwick didn't concern themselves with anything unrelated to their respective duties. The fact that they had been called in likely meant the negotiations had moved to specifics, discussing resources and supplies rather than arguments over principle. In other words, bargaining over the price of his departure. If nothing unexpected happened, the decision would be finalized soon. It wouldn't do to stand around any longer, so Igor turned back toward the meeting hall and found a seat. There was nothing more to do but wait. The waiting ended after what felt like hours. The wooden door creaked open again, but this time, it wasn't Tyrion who emerged. It was Benjen Stark. The Chief Ranger's expression was unreadable as he stood in the doorway for a moment, then addressed Igor curtly. Igor, you won't be joining the next patrol. The Lord Commander has assigned you to a more important mission. Prepare yourself to leave with Lannister once he's finished touring the wall. Igor stood quickly, suppressing the grin threatening to break across his face. Though he'd been expecting this outcome, hearing it confirmed sent a thrill of relief through him. As you command, he replied, trying to keep his tone measured. But I was supposed to lead the patrol. Now I'm leaving. What's there to pretend about? Benjen thought, his inner irritation barely masked. He wasn't blind, he knew exactly what had happened. Tyrion Lannister, for whatever reason, had taken a liking to Igor. The dwarf had gone out of his way to secure this mission as a convenient excuse to remove him from the wall. And Igor, the supposed beneficiary, was hardly innocent in the matter. Benjen had no doubt the boy had struck some kind of deal with Tyrion, manipulating the situation to his advantage. It was impressive, in a way. Despite his low rank, Igor had managed to befriend one of the most cunning men in Westeros and convince him to intervene. When it comes to leading patrols, Will is just as capable as you, Benjen said, his tone neutral. Though he wasn't happy about the situation, he didn't hold any personal resentment toward Igor. The young ranger had done what anyone in his position would do. You're a clever man. You found your way off the wall, and I have no reason to stop you. Just focus on your new mission, complete it well, and don't look back. Igor's face flushed slightly, knowing Benjen had likely seen through him. Still, there was no point in denying it. He nodded respectfully. As you command. Satisfied with the response, Benjen gave him one last appraising look before turning and walking away. Chapter 35. After Benjen left, Igor exited the room, eager to find Tyrion. Igor was not a man to rely solely on the goodwill of others. Instead, he used half-truths to pique Tyrion's interest and leave an impression. It was a calculated move, a carefully orchestrated performance. But the process, from Tyrion suggesting a workable plan to leave the wall, to him speaking briefly with the Lord Commander and securing approval, was not due to Igor's eloquence or Tyrion being gullible. The truth was simple: Tyrion's intelligence and social acumen were sharp enough to discern from a few casual words that Igor wanted out of the patrol, and he had the generosity to help make it happen. Sometimes Igor couldn't help but wonder, was Tyrion motivated by curiosity, intrigued by the fabricated story Igor had told, or was he simply willing to help a poor soul in trouble? Ultimately, Tyrion's intentions didn't matter. What mattered was that he had extended a helping hand. This timely act of kindness might very well save Igor's life and alter his future entirely. Such a favor was one that could only be repaid with a lifetime of loyalty and friendship. But friendship and loyalty couldn't replace the importance of thanking someone in person. Igor stepped outside, scanning the surroundings until he quickly spotted his target. A dwarf stood out easily in Castle Black, a place filled with tall men clad in black. "Thank you, Tyrion. I knew you'd succeed," Igor called out. "Of course. Who could stop the infamous little devil of House Lannister?" Tyrion said smugly, tilting his chin upward. Then he added with a smirk, "Though I must say, I finally understand just how poor the Starks truly are." "What do you mean?" Igor asked, puzzled. "It didn't take much to convince the Lord Commander and Maester Aemon, but Benjen Stark had to discuss funding with me in the end," Tyrion explained with a laugh. "I expected to be fleeced. At worst, I figured I'd borrow some gold from my brother when I got back to King's Landing. But the amount he proposed, it nearly made me laugh out loud." "Was it that little?" "Not too little," Tyrion said, shrugging. "It was about the same as a few months' pocket money for me. In fact, it was slightly less than what I'd already planned to offer." But his expression, so grave as if he were asking for an outrageous sum, was amusing. He grinned. "I pretended to be shocked, bargained with the steward and the craftsman he brought in, and reluctantly agreed. And here we are." Igor couldn't help but wonder, a few months' pocket money? Was it 2 or 3 months? Or perhaps 8 or 9? Either Tyrion was exaggerating, or the Lannisters really were as wealthy as the songs claimed. Regardless, for Igor, who had less than a single gold dragon to his name, it was an unimaginable fortune. Just as Igor was waiting for Tyrion to elaborate, the dwarf suddenly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and motioned for him to follow. What kind of secret requires such discretion in Castle Black, where a shout could reach half the fort? Igor's curiosity was piqued, but he followed without question. They crossed the training yard in the heart of Castle Black, heading toward the armory, where they found Jon Snow, and a group of recruits. It wasn't hard to guess what had transpired. A bunch of young men who had been humiliated by Jon during training had ganged up on him, cornering him inside. Tyrion must have stumbled upon the situation while leaving the Lord Commander's quarters and intervened. Igor vaguely remembered something like this happening but couldn't recall the exact timing. Seeing the recruits surrounding Jon, Igor frowned. He stepped aside to clear the doorway and nodded sharply. "Out." Whether it was the authority Igor carried as a more experienced recruit, or the fear of Tyrion's Lannister name, the young men hesitated, muttered curses under their breath, and retreated, though they made sure to give Igor a wide berth on their way out. "What's going on?" Igor asked. He had initially sought out Tyrion to thank him and discuss their departure from the wall, but now that Jon was involved, it felt inappropriate to add salt to his wounds. "Nothing," Jon muttered, turning away as he packed up his practice gear. He sniffed, trying to hold back tears. Peeling off his armor, leather coat, and sweat-soaked wool shirt, he changed into a rough black tunic. His mind drifted to Winterfell and his family, Robb, Arya, Bran, even Sansa, who had always been distant. No one had warned Jon about the true state of the Night's Watch. Only Tyrion and Igor had mentioned it briefly, but at the time, he'd been too focused on proving himself. He had dreamed of fighting alongside the Rangers, defending the realm from the ancient enemy and earning glory to show he was no less worthy than any trueborn son. Yet here, survival itself was a daily struggle. Did father know what it was really like here? As Warden of the North, he must have known. But when Jon asked to join the Night's Watch, Eddard Stark had agreed without hesitation. That thought stung. Was his father's past kindness just a facade? Deep down, did he hate his illegitimate son? No wonder, Jon said quietly, his voice filled with bitterness. No wonder you're so desperate to leave this wretched place. It's so cold here. Yes, it's cold, Igor replied. Cold, harsh, and merciless. He suppressed a wry smile. No matter how strong or mature Jon appeared, he was still a boy. But look at it this way, I got lucky. Someone kind came along and offered me a chance to leave. If they call me back, I'll have no choice but to return. But you can leave whenever you want, so long as you haven't sworn the oath. You could go back to Winterfell and never set foot here again. Jon didn't respond. The idea of returning home was tempting, but Winterfell wasn't the sanctuary it once was. With his father in King's Landing, Lady Stark ruled Winterfell, and her disdain for Jon was no secret. Even with better food and warmer beds, life there might still be more miserable than here. Jon felt trapped. Staying at the Wall was a matter of honor, but it also meant enduring endless suffering. Just like Tyrion, who had been fleeced earlier in the commander's office, Jon was making the same choice, suffering for the sake of pride. If you decide to stay, you'll need to figure out how to fit in here, Igor said. Once you take the Black, this place will be your home for the rest of your life. And that life could be long or short, it's entirely up to you. But if you keep using the sword skills Ser Roderick taught you to humiliate farmhands, blacksmiths, and orphans, someone will eventually put a blade in your back. I saw your fight this morning, Tyrion chimed in, stepping closer. That wasn't sparring. If those had been real swords, you'd have killed them a dozen times over. Do you think it's an accomplishment to humiliate recruits who've never held a blade before? Is that why you joined the Night's Watch, to feel superior? Jon's face turned red. He had taken pride in his victories, even if they were against untrained opponents. He's a smart boy, Igor said, defusing Tyrion's harsh tone. He knows what he needs to know. He's just shaken by all this. Igor softened his voice, showing empathy. Jon, let's not sugarcoat it. You came here because you wanted to do something meaningful, but have you ever considered this? If the Wall were a place where you could achieve greatness and live comfortably, why would they struggle to find recruits? Jon faltered. Igor's words stung because they were true. He needed reassurance, but Igor only offered harsh truths. In my homeland, there's an old saying, before the gods entrust someone with great responsibility, they first make him suffer and struggle so that he becomes stronger. The words sounded foreign to Jon, but they struck a chord. Igor omitted the rest of the saying, something about gaining rewards after enduring hardship. It felt out of place in this grim fortress. Jon, however, interrupted bitterly, that's easy for you to say. Why don't you stay and suffer with me, then? I'm not a bastard, Igor replied bluntly. I'm my family's only son. I don't need to prove anything. All I have to do is return home safely, and I'll inherit the family estate. But you don't have that luxury. It's not fair, Jon. It's not your fault you're a bastard, it's your father's. But in this cruel world, you're the one paying the price. His tone softened again. If you're feeling lost, let me offer you some advice. Jon raised his head, waiting. What do you think is the greatest achievement a Night's Watchman can accomplish? Defending the realm, Jon replied. Protecting the Seven Kingdoms. No, Igor said, shaking his head. That's just the bare minimum. The greatest achievement would be to destroy the White Walkers. Chapter 36. What? Jon asked, unable to keep up with Igor's train of thought. We, the Night's Watch, exist to combat the wildlings and the threat of the White Walkers. Now think about it, what's better, endlessly maintaining a defensive stance, or eliminating the threat at its root? Jon's eyes widened as the meaning behind Igor's words became clear. Imagine, Igor continued, if someone could lead the Night's Watch to completely wipe out both the wildlings and the White Walkers, eliminating every threat north of the Wall. Would this wall, or even the Night's Watch itself, still need to exist? Think about it, Jon, after the Watch's mission is complete, every brother would finally be able to declare, "My watch has ended." This tradition of service lasting until death has gone on for thousands of years. Why hasn't anyone stood up to end the threat once and for all? Why hasn't anyone proudly proclaimed, "Our watch ends here"? Igor fixed Jon with a steady gaze. Imagine disbanding the Night's Watch, returning to a world of warmth and light, and being celebrated as a greater hero than Azor Ahai. Wouldn't that be something? How could that be possible? Jon asked, his eyes wide, his voice almost trembling. How could anyone achieve that? White Walkers are humanity's enemy, Igor said flatly. There's no reason to show them mercy. Kill every last one of them. If possible, push further into the land of always winter, find their nests, or the source of their power, and destroy them completely. End it at the root. Igor gestured sharply, mimicking a killing strike. As for the wildlings, Tyrion's right. They're just people living north of the Wall, yearning for freedom. I admire their spirit, but true freedom doesn't exist. Use whatever means are necessary to make them understand that and bring them to heel. The room grew quieter. Jon wasn't the only one captivated, even Tyrion, standing beside them, didn't interrupt. The dwarf watched Igor closely, fascinated by the boldness of his words. For all his sarcasm and cynicism, Tyrion found himself respecting this adventurer from across the sea. Igor pressed on. The Night's Watch doesn't produce anything. It exists solely to maintain the Wall, a massive, nearly useless structure in peaceful times. Thousands of men in black are fed, clothed, and armed at a staggering cost. Now imagine, if the White Walkers were destroyed and the wildlings subdued, hundreds of men would no longer be tied to the Wall. Tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, of wildlings could become productive members of the North. Think of how that would transform the North standing among the Seven Kingdoms. Jon stiffened. Growing up as a Stark, he had always been aware of the North's tenuous position, a vast, cold land with sparse resources, struggling to hold its place among wealthier, more populous kingdoms. If what Igor described could come true, his father might finally regard him with pride. Even Lady Stark's disdain might soften. But none of this can be achieved as just a soldier, Igor said suddenly, his voice cutting through Jon's daydreams. His sharp tone snapped Jon back to reality. You'll need to climb to a position of real influence within the Watch. The position of Lord Commander is ideal. And the Watch uses an election system, Jon. If you act like a sulking child or gloat over beating a few untrained recruits, you'll never gain allies or the respect of your brothers. Without that, you'll never rise to power, let alone accomplish anything meaningful. I never wanted to be Lord Commander, Jon stammered. Really? Igor's tone softened. A soldier who doesn't aspire to command isn't a good soldier. From a personal standpoint, you're the son of Eddard Stark, Warden of the North. You shouldn't settle for mediocrity. And from a moral perspective, only by wielding power can you make the world a better place. Power, Jon, belongs in the hands of those with the vision and ability to use it wisely. This isn't ambition for ambition's sake. It's about responsibility. Jon fell silent. Igor's words rang in his ears, reverberating with a clarity that left him speechless. Tyrion, for his part, smirked faintly, as though remembering something, but said nothing. If you've already decided to leave the Watch before taking the oath, even if it means being mocked as a bastard and a coward, then we'll leave together in 2 days, Igor said, his voice steady. If you've decided to remain a soldier for the rest of your life, forget everything I've just said. But if you're still unsure, lie in bed tonight and think about it. You're quite the dreamer, Tyrion remarked, grinning as they exited the armory. The boy's eyes were practically shining back there. A greater hero than Azor Ahai, eh? You have quite the talent for painting grand pictures. I hope he succeeds, Igor replied. Imagine it. I'd be slogging away in King's Landing, scraping together supplies for the watch, expecting a dull, thankless life. Then one day, poof. Igor made a dramatic gesture, mimicking an explosion. The Night's Watch completes its mission and disbands, and I'm free. Wouldn't that be a miracle? A fantasy, perhaps, but isn't it worth dreaming? Ha ha ha, Tyrion chuckled. He appreciated the humor. Igor's unorthodox way of thinking was refreshing, even entertaining. In a world full of sycophants or enemies, Tyrion found himself genuinely enjoying this man's company. You know, sometimes I wonder, was I also fooled by your silver tongue? Did you trick me into helping you leave the wall? If I said yes, would you kill me? Of course not. I'd bring you before my father and have you convince him why he should name a dwarf his heir. See if your silver tongue could win me Casterly Rock. That might be tricky, Igor said thoughtfully. But from what I know of Westerosi laws and customs, you are the rightful heir to Casterly Rock. Forget it, Tyrion said, his tone suddenly bitter. He'd give it to my sister before he'd give it to me. If he won't give it to you, why not take it yourself? This isn't a crown we're talking about. It's not, winner takes all. Tyrion's smile turned wry. Be careful with that kind of talk, Igor. It might get you killed. Fair enough, Igor replied, steering the conversation away from treason. So, tell me about your meeting with the Lord Commander. Aside from Benjen Stark giving you a hard time, did anything else cause trouble? Trouble? Tyrion wrapped his cloak tighter against the cold. I'm the Queen's brother. No one dares give me much trouble, except your friend, Benjen. He's not overly fond of Lannisters, but he didn't object to my plans outright. The Lord Commander was thrilled at the idea of receiving supplies, though he frowned when I mentioned my conditions. What conditions? Nothing too demanding. Maester Aemon was reasonable enough to agree after some persuasion. As for Benjen, well, let's just say he doesn't trust me, but he couldn't refuse the offer outright. In the end, we came to a friendly agreement. Everyone has a price, Igor. Be thankful yours wasn't too high. Igor feigned a look of sorrow. Should I be grateful that I'm worthless? Quite the sweet dilemma, isn't it? Tyrion's smirk returned. You know my brother's most infamous nickname, don't you? Everyone does. The Kingslayer. You answered quickly, and rightly so, Tyrion said, his tone growing somber. After the rebellion, Eddard Stark insisted that Jaime take the Black. Back then, the Baratheons, Starks, Tullis, and Arryns had formed an unbreakable alliance. The Targaryens were dead, the Tyrells defeated, and the Martells despised us after my father's men butchered Princess Elia. If Robert had agreed to send Jaime to the wall, what would my family have done? Your family couldn't have stood against the other great houses, especially after their victory in the rebellion. Even Tywin Lannister would have been forced to comply. Exactly. Thankfully, Robert refused. If he'd agreed, I doubt all the gold in Casterly Rock would have been enough to ransom my brother. Sometimes, being too valuable isn't a blessing. Tyrion gave Igor a sharp look. So, enjoy being worthless while you can. Because after what I'm about to tell you, you may not feel that way anymore. Chapter 37. Igor raised an eyebrow. Bad news? I can't think of anything right now that would make me unhappy. It's not bad news, the dwarf replied with a sly grin. I managed to convince the Night's Watch leadership to let you head back to King's Landing with me as a so-called supply collector. But, well, in the process, I may have bragged about you a little. Maester Eamon has decided to give you a chance to show off your abilities. So, aside from the task I mentioned earlier, you've been saddled with a few extra responsibilities. No matter how many responsibilities there were, they were preferable to patrolling beyond the wall, especially when those patrols were aimed at tracking down White Walkers. Igor wasn't particularly moved but was curious nonetheless. Such as? Yoren will also be heading south in a few days, Tyrion said, picking up his pace to fend off the cold. He'll be tasked with recruiting fresh blood in King's Landing for the Wall. I've decided to go along with him. As for you, Commander Mormont wants Yoren to bring the first group of recruits back to the Wall, then turn right around and head south for a second group. In the meantime, you'll also be recruiting for the Night's Watch. The Wandering Crows, who officially acted as recruiters for the Night's Watch, had a reputation for being little more than scavengers. Men like Yoren rarely sought out volunteers. Instead, they roamed from one noble's dungeon to the next, asking for permission to pluck prisoners for the Wall. At best, they might trawl the slums to see if any starving souls were desperate enough to enlist. Before Igor had been dragged into this world, he had been an engineer. His work relied on technical skills and qualifications, not networking or charm. He had no experience hosting social events or wining and dining clients. Recruiting soldiers? Hardly a skill he'd developed. But apparently, the way he'd handled himself during the desertion incident had left an impression. The leadership, used to dealing with criminals and vagabonds, seemed to think his competence extended to everything. Still, how hard could it be? Even if he bungled the job, could he really do worse than Yoren? Igor sighed. What else? Dragonstone has agreed to let the Night's Watch mine obsidian on the island. They'll provide access and basic support, but the rest is up to us, Tyrion continued. And guess what? Commander Mormont has decided you're in charge of this operation as well. Dragonstone and King's Landing are separated only by Blackwater Bay, Igor muttered, inhaling sharply. So not only do I have to collect food, supplies, and men for the watch, but I'm also responsible for managing a mining operation. Do they think I have 3 heads and 6 arms? How much manpower and funding am I being given? About that. Tyrion smirked. The Night's Watch is strapped for resources. There's no funding available. As for manpower, Mormont plans to request workers from northern families, but you'll need to organize the mining effort and, well, front the costs for tools and equipment. The Watch will try to reimburse you later. On the bright side, the Night's Watch fleet is at your disposal. Igor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Eastwatch did indeed have a fleet, but its size was laughable. 2 thin rowing vessels, the Storm Crow and the Claw, were tasked with patrolling Seal Bay for smugglers selling weapons to wildlings. A larger transport ship, the Blackbird, occasionally sailed to the free cities for trade. Altogether, the fleet's crew and port staff numbered fewer than 200. So, at his disposal, essentially meant he'd be using the ships to haul obsidian back to the Wall. The mining itself wasn't the problem, he could always consult a mine owner for advice. But how in the world was he supposed to advance the funds? He was as broke as they came. And until the North provided workers, he might as well grab a pickaxe and start digging himself. Without tools or funds, he'd have to rely on Tyrion to bear the financial burden yet again. Just moments ago, Igor had felt a flicker of gratitude for the leadership's willingness to let him leave the Wall. Now, he was drowning in the avalanche of responsibilities they'd dumped on him. Freedom, it seemed, came with a steep price. Since I'm involved, I'll help you figure something out, Tyrion offered. Tyrion. Igor hesitated, a touch of guilt creeping into his voice. I'm sorry to keep costing you money. Cost me money? You think I'll just hand over the funds? Tyrion raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. If I front the costs, your commander will undoubtedly refuse to pay me back. Do you think a Lannister would stoop to chasing after such petty debts? Igor blinked in confusion. Here's what I'll do, Tyrion said with a wicked grin. I'll introduce you to some blacksmiths and wealthy merchants in the mining business. They'll provide tools, supplies, and advice, on credit. Then they can deal directly with Mormont to collect payment. Let's see if your commander dares tarnish the reputation of the Night's Watch over a few coins. Igor's eyes lit up. It was a clever move, shifting the financial risk away from himself and Tyrion. I see your point. Thank you for the help. Don't thank me just yet. There's one final task, Tyrion added, his expression taking on a sadistic glee as Igor's shoulders sagged. You need to improve the reputation of the Night's Watch among the nobles and common folk south of the Neck. Congratulations. You're now the Night's Watch's envoy, recruiter, mining overseer, and public relations officer. Rather than thanking me, you might want to start brainstorming how to pull all of this off. Under Tyrion's amused gaze, Igor pinched the bridge of his nose and took a few deep breaths of icy air to steady himself. The urge to abandon all of this and remain a simple ranger at Castle Black was almost overwhelming. It was clear the Night's Watch leadership wasn't about to let him leave without piling on as many obstacles as possible. The idea that he could simply pay a ransom, walk away from his vows, and live a peaceful life was laughable. Each of these tasks, obvious tests of his resolve, was designed to give the officers back at the Wall leverage over him. Should he fail any one of them, they'd have the perfect excuse to recall him. A year ago, he had done everything he could to get the attention of the higher-ups. Now that he finally had it, he was finding it more trouble than it was worth. The irony was not lost on him. Was it even possible to juggle all these responsibilities? Not on his own. These tasks were far beyond the capabilities of a single person. While knowing the characters and events of this world gave him some advantages, it wasn't a magical solution. Without external support, he wouldn't get far. And right now, his only reliable ally was Tyrion. The question was, how long could he keep leaning on the Lannister without feeling like a parasite? Chapter 38. Igor had to admit that Tyrion was right. He really couldn't bring himself to feel happy right now. The excitement he had felt upon learning that he would be leaving the Wall had all but faded. The weight of the many tasks that lay ahead dulled his mood. There was no room left for laughter, teasing, or even the occasional sharp remark. As he and Tyrion walked back to their quarters, they discussed the schedule for his departure and a few other details. Even his footsteps felt heavier than usual. Igor's attention was drawn to a tall, rough-looking member of the Night's Watch heading toward him, carrying a large sack slung over his shoulder. "Ozer, what's in the bag?" Igor asked. "Supplies. Lord Benjen has decided to head north tomorrow morning to search for Waymar Royce, the wildlings, and any other strange happenings, assuming they're even real." Ozer, an experienced ranger, stopped and adjusted the weight of the sack, eyeing Igor up and down with a faint smirk, as though seeing him properly for the first time. "Ha! The so-called White Walker Slayer, reduced to running errands for supplies. Ready to head off to King's Landing to live the good life? You wouldn't believe how many assignments I've been saddled with," Igor replied with a wry smile. Among the Black brothers, let alone outsiders like Tyrion, there were still many who didn't believe in the existence of White Walkers. They dismissed it as nonsense, thinking that the Lord Commander and Benjen Stark were mad to take the words of a few deserters seriously. But now that Benjen had made his plans clear, there was no need to keep secrets. Of course, compared to your mission, wandering the wilderness looking for White Walkers, it does sound like an easy job. Speaking of which, how are the special weapons coming along? Valyrian steel, Ozer said flatly. There's only one Valyrian steel weapon in the entire Castle Black, and that's the commander's sword. Benjen refused his offer to lend it to him. We've managed to gather some obsidian, dragonglass. We made 3 spearheads and a dozen arrows. If what you've said about the numbers is true, that should suffice. I can only swear that I've seen 5 White Walkers with my own eyes, but there's no way there are only 5 in existence. They're like lords or princes. They roam in small groups, harvesting wildling lives and stealing babies to strengthen their army of the dead. When the haunted forest is devoid of life, and they've amassed enough strength to assault the wall, they'll rally together. Igor put aside his thoughts about his assignments and turned serious. His duties as a ranger, or rather, his role as a jack-of-all-trades, dictated that he should do his job well. Whatever his personal conflicts, he didn't want his comrades to march into danger unprepared. Self-interest aside, a devastating defeat for the Night's Watch would mean a heavier burden on everyone, including himself. Supplies would dwindle, and more would be demanded of the remaining brothers. In short, their survival was tied to his own. There's something else you need to remember. White Walkers aren't mindless beasts, they're intelligent beings. Killing one of them will have alerted the others. Even with obsidian weapons, you'll need to stay vigilant. Ozer yawned, clearly unimpressed. Tell that to Benjen. I'm just a soldier. I follow orders. The rest isn't my concern. I've already told him, Igor said, trying to keep his tone measured. But this is the kind of thing where the more people know, the better. One more thing, if anyone dies on the road or you come across a corpse, you must burn it. Fire works on the whites, but it won't kill a White Walker. Got it. Burn the corpses, use dragonglass, and pray to whatever gods will listen. Anything else? Ozer grumbled. I'm not good with details. Now, if you'll excuse me. The ranger waved him off irritably and marched away without looking back, the sack bouncing on his shoulder. I'm used to your bluntness, Tyrion said with a smirk as he watched Ozer disappear down the corridor. I never thought I'd see you being so long-winded. You almost made me believe in these White Walkers of yours. Igor forced a small smile. There was no point in trying to convince Tyrion. The man was a skeptic by nature, and Igor didn't have the energy for an argument. No matter how he justified his actions, the truth remained, he was abandoning his post and leaving the wall behind. He was using his knowledge, his insider information, to escape danger. Benjen Stark, on the other hand, was about to lead 7 rangers into the unknown, searching for evidence of an ancient enemy that most believed to be a myth. Each of them was a seasoned fighter, yet without Valyrian steel, they would face an enemy with superior strength, deadly weapons, and the element of surprise. Even armed with dragonglass, they were walking into a death trap. By rights, Igor should have been among them. His absence would increase the risks for the others, even if only by a fraction. If Will, one of the rangers replacing him, died during the mission, it would be hard to ignore the guilt of having shifted that burden onto someone else. But guilt alone wasn't enough to change his mind. He wasn't a hero, nor was he foolish enough to throw himself into a doomed expedition. What's wrong? Tyrion asked, noticing his companion's heavy expression. Nothing, Igor replied lightly, forcing himself to sound indifferent. I guess I'm just too honest for my own good. Honest? Hardly. It felt more like cowardice. Yet saying anything more would feel like cursing his comrades to their deaths. He'd learned his lesson from Bran's fall, some things were beyond his power to change. Until he had the status and authority to make a difference, words meant little. I suppose I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Leaving the wall is harder than I expected. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Sentimental? If I recall correctly, you didn't come here by choice. No, but it wasn't the Night's Watch who brought me here, Igor said with a shake of his head. Since I've been here, I've had the same treatment as everyone else. Food, shelter, even a bit of coin. It's not much, but it's fair. A nobleman I'd never met condemned me to this place, but the Night's Watch, they didn't treat me unfairly. Do you understand what I mean? I think so. You don't hate them. Exactly. Igor fell silent, watching the Black brothers busy themselves with preparations for the next day's patrol. His irritation over the daunting assignments faded. Compared to the rangers heading north, his burden seemed trivial. Not only was he avoiding this dangerous expedition, but his journey to King's Landing would also keep him far from Mormont's inevitable decision to launch a larger search and rescue mission if Benjen's party failed to return. For all his complaints, Igor realized he was lucky. A few extra responsibilities were a small price to pay for survival. He'd once told Jon that hardships were a test, a way for the gods to prepare those they deemed capable. Now, he found himself in need of the same advice. If he didn't push himself, how would he know what he was capable of? Before crossing over into this world, Igor had been cushioned by the privileges of modern life. He had never truly struggled. Here, equality in misery meant there was no easy path, but it also meant that every achievement would be earned. The days of coasting were over. From now on, his success, or failure, would depend entirely on his own decisions. As a recruiter, a resource manager, and an emissary, he would rise to the challenge. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chapter 39. Igor, why didn't you go? Will grabbed him by the arm, his eyes wide with panic. Are the men going out on patrol this time going to die? Is that what's going to happen? It was just before dawn, and most of the night's watch were still deep in sleep. Only Igor had risen early, wanting to see off the rangers who were about to head beyond the wall in search of the White Walkers. He was supposed to be among them. Faced with Will's panicked questioning, which was dangerously close to the truth, Igor was left speechless. He could only grip his companion's hand tightly and say, "Don't let your imagination run wild. I was just assigned to another task." No. It must be like this. It has to be. Ever since Igor's warning had saved Will's life, the poacher had developed a near-superstitious trust in him. Now, learning that Igor would not be joining the patrol, and seeing the unease in his expression, an ominous premonition swept through Will's mind. Fear overwhelmed him, and he shouted out, "Lord Benjen! This patrol, no one's coming back. The White Walkers are waiting for us in the haunted forest. We can't leave the wall. What nonsense is this?" Benjen's voice cut sharply through the early morning air. He stood just a few paces away, already saddling his horse. His piercing gaze bore down on Will as he secured his pack of provisions to the saddle. "Do you have any idea what kind of pressure the Lord Commander endured to convince the realm that you three deserters were telling the truth? Enough of this. Get your things and mount your horse. We're leaving now." Igor knew he'd made a mistake, allowing his unease to show, and he quickly recovered. Plastering on a calm, confident expression, he pulled Will aside. Stuffing an obsidian dagger into the poacher's trembling hands, he said in a firm tone, "Keep this safe. Be careful. You'll come back." It was a lie, but one meant to comfort. Igor woke with a start. Since his terrifying encounter with the White Walkers, their pursuit, the harrowing battle, and the moment he managed to kill one, he had come to understand these ancient enemies of mankind in a way few others did. Perhaps because of that, the nightmares that had once plagued him had vanished entirely. Instead, his dreams were now haunted by a different scene: Benjen, Will, and the other elite rangers mounting their horses and disappearing into the darkness of the wall's tunnel, heading north on what was likely a doomed mission. The memory of Will's nervous, desperate expression before being scolded into silence by Benjen lingered in Igor's mind, clear as day. Benjen had gone north to confirm the existence of the White Walkers. Will, however, was being forced to confront his nightmares again, the horror of creatures he had already barely survived. Igor imagined the fear must weigh even more heavily on him than it did on the others. Where were they now? Had they found any sign of the White Walkers? Were they still alive? The warmth of the room, heated by the hot spring water flowing beneath Winterfell, should have been comforting. But Igor sat motionless in the soft bedding, feeling as if a heavy weight pinned him down. This was one of the guest rooms in Winterfell. A few days after Benjen's patrol had set out, Igor had joined Tyrion and his party in leaving the wall. During their journey south, they had been attacked by wildlings. In response, Commander Mormont had generously assigned 10 rangers to escort the group, ensuring the safety of the Queen's brother and a vital source of future support for the Night's Watch. They had arrived in Winterfell the previous evening, where accommodations had been arranged for them. The room Igor now occupied was far more spacious and comfortable than the one he had been given on his first visit. But this wasn't home, and the unfamiliar surroundings did little to ease his thoughts. Finally, after lying in bed in a daze for what felt like an eternity, he got up, dressed, and stepped out into the cold morning air. The chill hit him immediately. Outside, the world felt quiet, almost dreamlike. The parade ground was nearly empty, save for a few Winterfell guards going through their drills. The departure of the king and his entourage had taken Lord Stark, his 2 daughters, and more than a quarter of Winterfell's guards and servants. The castle had not been this empty since the last war. As a result, the butler who greeted Igor, Tyrion, Yoren, and their small escort had been able to easily arrange a private room for each of them. But they would only enjoy these accommodations for a single day. Tomorrow, they would continue their journey south. In the south, the words, Night's Watch, carried no respect, only disdain. Before leaving, however, Igor had something important to confirm. "Excuse me, ma'am," he said, stopping a passing servant. "There's something I'd like to ask you." "I'm not a lady, sir," the maid replied respectfully, cutting him off. "Just tell me what you need to know." Igor gave her a small smile. "It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask, when Lord Bran fell, I was the one who found him first. How is he now?" "He's awake," the maid said, though her tone turned somber. "But he's not doing well. His head, it seems like something's wrong. He can't remember a lot of things." Igor frowned. It was still in line with the original events. "And while I was gone? Did anything unusual happen?" "Unusual? Plenty of things. What are you asking about specifically?" The maid tilted her head thoughtfully. "The most notable thing was probably the fire in the library tower. Such a shame, so many books lost." "The fire." Igor's heart skipped a beat, and his voice came out sharper than he intended. "And Lady Stark? Is she all right?" The maid gave him a puzzled look. What did the Lady of Winterfell have to do with a black-clad member of the Night's Watch? If she didn't know her mistress better, she might have suspected some sort of secret relationship. "She's fine. She doesn't read much, so the fire didn't affect her. She spent all her time crying and staying by young Master Bran's side. Now that the boy's awake, she's doing much better." "She's still in Winterfell, then?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" The maid's frown deepened. Igor studied her face and found no sign of deceit or hesitation. The confirmation came more easily than he'd expected, and the weight on his chest lifted. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. His small intervention, his risk in deviating from the original events had worked. There was no higher power forcing events back on track. The timeline had shifted. He no longer had to worry about Catelyn Tully intercepting Tyrion on the road. "Thank you. That's all I needed." "You're welcome. Breakfast is ready, by the way. You can head to the hall to eat," the maid said, still baffled by his odd questions and changing expressions. She gave him a polite nod before hurrying away. One of Igor's 2 major concerns had been resolved. Now, all that remained was figuring out how to tackle the tasks ahead. Though he still hadn't come up with a solid plan, he had a rough idea of how to approach things in the short term. Feeling lighter than before, he went to wash up and have breakfast. On his way back to his room, a guard approached him. "Brother of the Night's Watch," the man called. "What is it?" "The Lord of Winterfell is receiving guests in the hall. Please follow me." Chapter 40. The contrast to the king's feast held in this room not long ago was striking. Now, with many of the long tables and benches removed, the hall that had once felt crowded and narrow seemed spacious. When Igor entered, led by the guards, he found that most of the attendees were already present. A row of guards stood stationed by the walls. Robb Stark sat in the high seat that once belonged to his father. To his right and left were Maester Luwin and Lady Catelyn, respectively. Robb, seated in the center, exuded the air of a young lord, his youthful face beginning to show traces of the authority he would one day wield. Igor's earlier questions to the maid before breakfast had been unnecessary. Lady Stark was right here, sitting in front of him. Compared to the last time he had seen her, she seemed to have aged 20 years. Her haggard face bore a resemblance to her older appearance in the television adaptation of this world. She looked only slightly younger than Maester Luwin seated beside her. Yet, despite her weariness, this was undeniably the real Catelyn Stark. Igor noted the implications of her presence. Catelyn hadn't gone to King's Landing, hadn't encountered Littlefinger, and hadn't been deceived about the dagger. This meant he didn't have to worry about helping Tyrion avoid conflicts with her on the way south. In the middle of the hall stood the other Night's Watchman who had arrived earlier, along with Tyrion and his entourage. Igor quietly joined Yoren and the black-clad brothers, blending into their ranks. Once he was in place, Robb spoke. "Welcome. I was occupied with duties last night and wasn't able to greet you personally. I hope I haven't failed in extending proper hospitality," Robb said, his tone formal yet slightly awkward. It was clear he was speaking as a host for the first time in his young life. His words lacked polish, as though they had been hastily memorized, but his effort was evident. Igor's attention was drawn to Robb's demeanor. The boy had not unsheathed his sword, nor did he address Tyrion with hostility. It was a subtle but significant departure from the original course of events. Igor knew this change was tied to his own actions, and the realization made him feel more entangled in the unfolding plot. "You're too kind," Tyrion said with a sigh. "So, when will your brother arrive?" At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. A large figure entered, Hodder, carrying Bran Stark. "Oh, the boy survived after all," Tyrion remarked, turning to look at Bran. Cradled in Hodder's arms, the young Stark still managed to tower over the dwarf. "I must say, you Starks have remarkable luck. Northerners must be tough to survive," Robb responded evenly. Though his tone held no hostility, it was far less brash than in the original events. "Hodder, bring my brother here." "Hodder," the giant replied cheerfully, trotting forward. He gently set Bran down near the high seat where the rulers of House Stark traditionally sat. The boy gripped the chair's arms as he settled into the seat, his useless legs dangling in the air. The chair's grandeur made him look smaller than he was. "Lord Tyrion, you wanted to see my brother." "He's here now," Robb said. "Bran, I hear you were quite skilled at climbing," Tyrion began, studying the boy intently. "Tell me, how did you fall that day?" Igor felt his heart race. If Bran mentioned Jaime Lannister, or worse, if he implicated the noisy Night's Watchman who had been on the tower that day, it would lead to trouble. But Bran's response was a relief. "I don't know. There's no way I could have fallen." "The boy remembers nothing of the fall or the events leading up to it," Maester Luwin added softly. "How peculiar," Tyrion remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "My lord, Bran is still weak and needs his rest," Lady Stark interjected. Her voice was soft, almost fragile, as though she barely had the energy to maintain politeness. "If there's nothing urgent, please allow him to return to his chambers." "I have a gift for him," Tyrion said, nodding toward her before turning back to Bran. "How would you like to ride, boy?" Maester Luwin sighed. "My lord, the boy's legs are no longer functional. He cannot ride a horse." "Rubbish," Tyrion said bluntly. "With the right horse and saddle, even a cripple can ride." "I'm not a cripple." Bran's voice was sharp, defensive. "Then I'm not a dwarf," Tyrion replied with a smirk. "I'm sure my father would be thrilled to hear that." Catelyn and Robb looked displeased, but Theon Greyjoy chuckled. Maester Luwin, ever patient, asked, "What sort of horse and saddle are you referring to, my lord?" "A clever horse," Tyrion explained. The boy can't guide his mount with his legs, so the horse must respond to reins and voice commands. I suggest an untrained yearling. That way, you don't have to retrain a seasoned horse. He pulled a rolled parchment from his belt. Give this to your saddler. He'll know what to do. Maester Luwin took the parchment with curiosity, unrolling it to examine the detailed drawings and notes. I see. You've laid it out very clearly. Yes, this could work. I should have thought of this myself. Igor stood among the Night's Watchmen, silently observing this familiar yet altered scene. He prayed that the interaction would end quickly. His only wish was for everything to proceed smoothly until they could depart southward, uninterrupted. Can I really ride a horse? Bran asked, his voice filled with hesitant hope. Of course, Tyrion assured him. And I promise you, boy, when you're on a horse, you're as tall as anyone else. Thank you for your kindness, my lord, Lady Stark said, forcing a polite smile as she looked at her son's happiness. If you'll stay for lunch or dinner, we would be honored to host you. You're too kind, Lady Stark, Tyrion replied, bowing slightly. But I've had my fill of northern hospitality. I'd prefer the atmosphere of an inn in Winter Town over the formality of the castle. He turned to the Night's Watchman. Igor, Yoren, we'll head south at dawn tomorrow. You'll find me on the road. With that, Tyrion exited the hall, his guards following close behind. The remaining members of the Night's Watch, along with the dozen rangers who had escorted Tyrion back, lingered briefly. Despite the reduced numbers, their presence kept the hall from feeling too empty. Robb addressed them with some hesitation. Brothers of the Night's Watch, you are always welcome in Winterfell. If you need anything, let the servants know, and we will do our best to assist you. I also hope to have the honor of dining with you tonight. Though his words were formal and slightly awkward, the Night's Watchman didn't seem to mind. After thanking him for his hospitality, they departed, led out by a ranger. As Igor followed the group, a guard stopped him. Igor? Yes. The young lord wishes to speak with you. Please follow me. Igor froze. What could Robb Stark possibly want? Had he somehow been caught in his lies about Bran's fall or Joffrey's plot to kill the boy? He felt a pang of guilt. Though he hadn't acted with malice, he knew there would be no reasoning with the Starks if they discovered the truth. Either revelation could derail everything he had worked for. Feeling uneasy and powerless, Igor followed the guard into a small room in the northern wing of the hall. Inside were a table, 2 chairs, and Robb Stark, waiting for him. Chapter 41. At the signal from the new Lord of Winterfell, the guard turned and left, shutting the door behind him. The room was now silent, leaving Igor alone with Robb Stark. This one-on-one situation eased some of Igor's nerves. If there had been any hostility or accusations, this wouldn't be the way to handle it. Robb gestured for Igor to sit down. Friend, were you the one who discovered my brother falling from the tower that day? The word friend was enough to make Igor exhale in relief. The Starks were not known for subtlety when it came to their feelings about others. They wore their likes and dislikes openly. Igor nodded and replied, I'm ashamed to admit it, my lord. I could have stopped young Bran from attempting such a dangerous climb, but I failed. As his brother, I know Bran's stubbornness better than anyone, Robb said, sighing like someone much older than his years. When he sets his mind on something, no one can talk him down. It's partly our fault, we've spoiled him too much. Robb's tone carried the weight of responsibility, and Igor silently agreed. Bran had been spoiled. From what Igor had learned in conversations with the guards, the Stark family had tried various ways to dissuade Bran from climbing, but none of them worked. Eventually, even Eddard Stark had resigned himself to the boy's reckless habit, allowing it to continue. Bran's fall was undeniably influenced by Jaime Lannister's actions, and to a degree, Igor's own interference, but from a modern perspective, wasn't there some accountability on the part of his parents? Poor education, lack of proper supervision, didn't it all add up? To put it bluntly, if you never fall, that's your luck, but if you do, then you've brought it on yourself. And for a child who can't grasp the consequences, isn't a firm hand sometimes necessary? Igor's own childhood had been full of such lessons. He'd been beaten for sneaking off to swim in the river alone, for stealing money to buy snacks, and for skipping school to visit the arcade. As an adult, he felt gratitude rather than resentment toward his parents. As long as discipline was measured and accompanied by an explanation, it wasn't something to be feared. Such idle thoughts ran through Igor's mind, but he kept his expression neutral. As a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, he had no right to lecture the heir of Winterfell. So, he simply waited for Robb to continue. "Let's not dwell on what's already happened," Robb said finally. "Thanks to your warning, my brother escaped danger a second time." "My warning?" Igor's expression turned serious. "The assassin, he acted. Not long after you left Winterfell, one night, the library tower caught fire. Most of the castle was busy fighting the blaze, but the guards my father had stationed inside and outside Bran's room didn't abandon their posts. And the assassin still made a move under those conditions?" "No," Robb said, shaking his head. "He approached, saw the guards at the door, and turned back. The guards suspected it was a trick and didn't pursue him immediately. But Winterfell is a small place, and everyone here knows one another. It didn't take long to track him down." Igor felt a strange mix of emotions. The assassin had been caught. Despite all the time he had spent trying to alter the course of events, only to be thwarted at nearly every turn, it was ultimately a whispered warning to Ben-Jen that had achieved the desired result. The threat to Tyrion, and by extension himself, had been neutralized. All his effort had been outdone by a single lie. Was this irony, or just the absurd nature of reality? Was he interrogated? Igor asked cautiously. "He resisted capture and was killed," Robb said grimly. "We couldn't risk taking him alive. Once we knew who sent him, his fate was sealed." "That's understandable," Igor said, nodding. A small wave of relief washed over him. If the assassin had been caught alive and his confession hadn't implicated Joffrey, it would have caused more problems than it solved. "Uncle Ben-Jen says you're a clever man," Robb continued, his tone more solemn. "So I trust you understand that this assassin had to disappear, and this matter must remain a secret. Most people in Winterfell know nothing of what happened. Out of respect for your role in uncovering this threat, I've decided to share the truth with you, but I expect you to keep it to yourself." "Understood," Igor replied immediately. In this world, there was no such thing as equal justice under the law. Even if the assassin had been sent by Joffrey, the Stark family had little recourse. Short of open war, any accusations against the Crown Prince would only result in denials and excuses. At most, Robert Baratheon might scold his son. If this had been a time of peace, the Starks could have sought retribution. Given Eddard's long friendship with Robert, they might have even had the upper hand. But with Eddard preparing to leave for King's Landing and the family reeling from revelations about the Lannisters' involvement in Jon Arryn's death, the Starks couldn't afford to alienate their Baratheon allies. The Stark family could only swallow the matter in silence. "Here, take this." Robb pulled a leather pouch from behind the table and handed it to Igor. Igor accepted the bag, its weight and the metallic sound within making its contents easy to guess. His brow furrowed as unease flickered across his face. "What is this?" "What we found in the assassin's hiding place. It should be the payment he received from his employer," Robb replied, his expression dark with anger. "My brother's life was worth only this pitiful amount of coin." "This might have just been the deposit," Igor murmured. "The rest would have been paid after the deed was done." "But why give it to me?" "You're heading to King's Landing on behalf of the Night's Watch. That journey won't be cheap," Robb said plainly. "I added a gold dragon to the assassin's bounty for my brother, and I hope you can use it." Holding the heavy pouch, Igor hesitated. His first instinct was to refuse it outright, just as he had turned down red envelopes in the past before he'd found himself in this world. But this wasn't the modern world he had once known. The customs and expectations here were different. This was a gift from a great noble, and he couldn't afford to reject it. Moreover, he truly needed the money. Igor hadn't left the wall willingly, nor had Commander Mormont provided any funding for his trip south. After all, he was a ranger, a man expected to fight on the front lines, not wander the south on missions. Being penniless and reliant on Tyrion to pay for his meals and lodging had been a bitter and humiliating experience. "Thank you, my lord," Igor said, bowing his head slightly in gratitude. "Keep it," Robb said firmly. "And thank you again for what you did for my brother. Just remember what we talked about, this must remain a secret. That's all. See you at dinner. The North respects the Night's Watch." Igor had heard those words countless times from his fellow brothers, but he hadn't truly understood their meaning until his second visit to Winterfell, after Robert Baratheon and his entourage had left. The new, young Lord of Winterfell, Robb Stark, actually chose to dine at the same table as the 12 Night's Watchmen who were visiting. From Yoren, Igor learned that Robb's actions weren't meant to set a precedent, nor were they driven by gratitude for Igor's role in saving Bran. Rather, this practice followed a tradition established by Eddard Stark himself. Before leaving for King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King, Eddard had made it a point to personally greet every Night's Watchman who came to Winterfell, without exception. If they were deserters or oath-breakers, he would dispense justice with his sword and the guillotine himself. But if they were brothers of the Watch carrying out their duties, he ensured they were given warm meals and good wine, dining with them at the same table. He would listen to their reports about the wall directly, treating the Watch's concerns with the respect they deserved. Strictly speaking, Igor and Benjen's previous visit to Winterfell had been overshadowed by the king's arrival. It had been an unusual situation, and the Watch's brothers had been given little notice or priority. But such courtesy and respect for the Night's Watch could only be found in the north. Once they left Winterfell, things would change. The 10 rangers who had escorted them remained at Winterfell for just one day before heading back north to the Wall. Meanwhile, Igor, Yoren, and Tyrion, along with his party, began their journey south. This time, they traveled at a leisurely pace, though Igor knew all too well that life would be very different once they crossed into the southern regions. Chapter 42. For over a decade, Eddard Stark's unwavering respect for the Night's Watch had set an example in the north. This tradition had fostered a culture of friendship and honor toward the men in black, but as Igor and Yoren continued their journey south, it became clear how isolated this sentiment was. The farther south they traveled, the warmer the weather became, but the colder the reception from the people they encountered. By the time they passed Moat Cailin and approached the Neck, the attitudes of the villagers, settlers, and minor lords they met had become indifferent, almost perfunctory. After crossing into the Riverlands, Igor noticed that people paid no attention at all to the black clothes of the Night's Watch. As they moved even farther south, that indifference turned to disdain. The respect and warmth they had experienced in the north seemed like a distant memory. Yet neither Igor nor Yoren was particularly bothered by the shift in attitude. Both men were seasoned adults. Yoren, having traveled far and wide in service of the Watch, was used to the varying levels of respect, or lack thereof, shown to the Black brothers across the 7 kingdoms. Igor, meanwhile, had braced himself for this reality long before setting out. If wearing the black cloak brought universal respect, the Watch wouldn't need to scour the realm for recruits to fill its ranks. For Igor, the journey south only reinforced his long-term goal, to find a way to shed the black cloak entirely. The cold stares and dismissive attitude served as a constant reminder of his current status and of the motivation he needed to change it. However, one thing did trouble him: the task of improving the image of the Night's Watch seemed more daunting than ever. No road stretches endlessly, and after nearly a month of traveling with Tyrion, their destination finally came into view. The journey had been filled with good food, leisurely sightseeing, and ample time for Igor to reflect. Now, as the towering walls of King's Landing appeared in the distance, all his lingering worries melted away. Igor had been confident since leaving Winterfell that Catelyn's absence from the road meant their journey would remain uninterrupted. Still, it wasn't until they actually reached King's Landing without incident that he allowed himself to fully relax. The twists and turns surrounding the Winterfell incident were finally behind him. This successful deviation from the original story held greater significance for Igor than it might for others. It proved to him that the major events of this world, the plot of A Song of Ice and Fire, could be changed. With enough willpower and decisive action, anything was possible. King's Landing, the largest city in Westeros and the heart of the Seven Kingdoms, loomed ahead. Overlooking Blackwater Bay, it was the seat of the Iron Throne and the Red Keep, the landing site of Aegon the Conqueror, and the center of the continent's politics, economy, and culture. Now, a world traveler had arrived, one determined to alter the course of the future. All the anxiety Igor had carried during the journey evaporated, replaced by a bubbling excitement that threatened to overwhelm him. If not for his self-control, he might have galloped ahead on the King's Road like a man possessed. A few miles outside the city walls, clusters of huts and tents began to line the roadside, marking the outskirts of civilization. With these came an unmistakable stench carried on the wind. "Ah, the smell of King's Landing," Tyrion remarked, his tone light and amused as he rode alongside Igor. "I've missed it. After months of fresh air in the north, it's almost comforting to return to this." Igor had heard tales of the city's infamous stench long before finding himself in this world, but nothing could have prepared him for it. The smell reached them even at this distance, and he couldn't help but wonder how much worse it would be within the city walls. By comparison, the icy air of the wall, though harsh, was refreshingly clean. How can the capital of the Seven Kingdoms smell this foul? Igor asked, wrinkling his nose. Don't they clean the sewers or take care of the garbage? Oh, we have sewers, and garbage is cleared, Tyrion said, smirking. But there's never enough manpower to keep up. First, we ensure the nobles' quarters are clean, then the wealthier districts. As for the poorer areas, well, they're left to fend for themselves. There are nearly 500,000 people crammed within the city walls. Imagine how much waste they produce every day. Igor frowned. If manpower is the issue, why not hire more workers? There are so many poor souls outside the city who would gladly work for a meal and a few copper coins. Tyrion chuckled. A simple solution, but who do you suggest pays for it? Our dear king is already drowning in debt to the Iron Bank and to my father. There's no money for such noble endeavors. Igor sighed. How can he stand the stench of his own capital? The Red Keep sits atop Aegon's high hill, Tyrion explained with a dry laugh. The wind carries away the worst of the smell. The nobles up there don't have to worry about such things. Of course, Igor muttered, shaking his head in resignation. He had no clever retort. Even with his knowledge of modern systems, he couldn't fix a city whose rulers saw no need to improve. Besides, his own list of priorities was already overwhelming. The smell of King's Landing was the least of his concerns. As they continued along the road, the gates of the city grew closer. The northwest entrance, the Gate of the Gods, was teeming with life. A chaotic crowd of people, animals, and carts jostled for space. Among them were knights and free riders, bards strumming harps or beating drums, and merchants with carts piled high with goods, hops, corn, barrels of honey. Craftsmen, farmers, and prostitutes mingled in the throng, creating a scene as vibrant as it was disorderly. Dozens of gold-cloaked city watch guards struggled to maintain order amidst the surge of bodies. The gate was loud, congested, and overwhelming, but it was undeniably alive. The Hand's tourney, Yoren sneered. Born and raised in the north, he understood Lord Eddard Stark's temperament better than most people in Westeros. The Hand must hate this tourney. The tourney itself isn't a bad idea. Events like these bring some prosperity to the kingdom, Tyrion remarked, his voice low but laced with sarcasm. The nobles use it to show off and chase glory, the common folk get to join in the festivities and forget their hardships for a while, and the merchants make a tidy profit. The problem lies with our good king. He holds these tourneys far too often. There's one for festivals, one for the prince's naming day, one for the new hand taking office, and another just because he's in a good mood. No registration fees, no entry fees, participants and spectators are all thrilled, but the organizers are buried in debt. And, of course, he borrows the money in the name of the Iron Throne instead of his own. TSK. I don't know whether to call him clever or... Tyrion trailed off with a smirk, leaving the thought unfinished. The group discussed the recently concluded tourney as they rode through the bustling streets of King's Landing, drawing closer to the city's center. The stench, much stronger now than it had been outside the walls, was unavoidable. Yet the human mind was remarkably adaptable, and within a few minutes, they began to tolerate it. It wasn't that their noses stopped working, their brains simply chose to ignore the foul odors and focus on other things. My backside has endured enough punishment these past 2 months. Let's find a place to settle down first and then think about what comes next, Tyrion said, changing the subject. I know a decent inn, halfway up the slope of Rainey's Hill. The elevation makes the air fresher than most parts of King's Landing. You'll appreciate it. Don't you live in the Red Keep? Igor asked, surprised. Tyrion was the Queen's younger brother, after all. Even if his relationship with Cersei wasn't particularly warm, he should still have the privilege of staying in the royal castle, or at the very least, in the noble district below it. The Red Keep is too far from my favorite brothel, the dwarf replied with a mischievous grin. And I can't stomach being surrounded by schemers, fools, and the ambitious every waking moment. My lord, you've already spent a great deal of coin on this journey. Let us handle the matter of accommodations ourselves, Yoren interjected. He was unaware of the private discussions and deals Tyrion had made with the higher-ups of the Night's Watch. As far as Yoren was concerned, Igor had been sent to King's Landing purely to gather supplies. Relying so heavily on Tyrion's generosity made him uneasy. 7 gods, have mercy on a poor, wretched dwarf like me. Tyrion exclaimed in mock outrage, shaking his head in exaggerated exasperation. Do you expect me to ride halfway across the city whenever I feel like chatting with my 2 favorite brothers of the Night's Watch? Don't argue. Come with me. Chapter 43. Since Tyrion had insisted, the 2 Night's Watchmen stopped arguing and followed the Lannister party along the main roads of King's Landing. They passed through Shoemaker Square and the central square before veering left and continuing up the gentle incline of Nun Street. Slowly, they climbed toward the top of Rainey's Hill, the smallest of the 3 hills encircled by the city walls. As they ascended, the scenery changed noticeably. The streets became wider and cleaner. The people they passed were better dressed, moving with an air of leisure and refinement. Shops selling luxury goods, trinkets, jewelry, and finely tailored clothing, began to appear on either side of the road. Igor quickly realized this was one of the wealthier districts of King's Landing. If he were to stay here for any length of time, it would undoubtedly be an expense far beyond his means. At last, the group stopped outside an inn called the Albatross. After dismounting, Igor looked around and noticed that their position on the hill offered a clear advantage. They were higher than most parts of the city, far above the crowded and filthy streets below. The elevation greatly reduced the stench of the city while still allowing for convenient travel and activity. It was a prime location. For rooms, please, Tyrion called out as he entered the inn. 1 for myself and my 2 friends in black, and 1 for my servants. Make sure they're connected. The innkeeper clearly recognized Tyrion and greeted him with enthusiasm. Servants quickly appeared to take their horses and luggage while the innkeeper personally led the group to the 2nd floor. The interior of the inn was well decorated, far better than even the main hall of Winterfell. It was evident that this was an establishment catering to wealthier clientele. Before parting ways to enter their rooms, Tyrion turned to the 2 Night's Watchmen with some parting advice. You're representatives of the Night's Watch here, so you'll need to dress the part. There are shops on Sister Street nearby that sell both ready-made and custom clothing. I suggest you take the time to buy something appropriate. He paused, then added with a grin, oh, and if you head out, turn right. When you can see the hole in the top of the dragon's lair clearly, take a left. That'll take you to Silk Street. Half the brothels in King's Landing are there. Mention my name, and even if you're short on coin, you'll find yourselves well taken care of. If you're too shy to go on your own, let me know, I'd be happy to take you another day. But for now, I need to rest my poor, tortured backside. Sleeping on my stomach might be my only option tonight. See you later. To be honest, Igor was tempted. He was a normal, healthy man with his own needs, and it had been over a year and a half since he'd come to this world. During that time, he hadn't so much as touched a woman. The idea of visiting a brothel in King's Landing, where the women were far more refined than the part-time village girls near Castle Black, was an appealing thought. But the moment passed quickly. He owed Tyrion far too many favors already, and he carried the weight of significant responsibilities. The idea of using someone else's money for something so indulgent made him uncomfortable. Instead, Igor entered his modest room, set his belongings aside, and left briefly to request pen and paper from the innkeeper. Returning to the small table by the window, he sat down to reflect. King's Landing was undoubtedly a dangerous place, but as long as he avoided becoming entangled in the political machinations of the capital, he believed he could keep himself safe for the time being. Still, his long-term survival depended on careful planning. If he wanted to avoid being recalled to the wall, he needed a strategy. Staring out at the bustling streets below, Igor allowed himself a few moments to adjust his thoughts before beginning to write. He listed his tasks on the paper in front of him. Collecting supplies. Recruiting personnel. Mining dragonglass. Improving the image of the Night's Watch. When he had first received these tasks, Igor had been overwhelmed, unsure of where to even begin. But during the long journey south, with plenty of time to think and discuss matters with Tyrion, he had begun to form a clearer picture. Now, he felt confident enough to put his plans into writing before the chaos of the coming days blurred his focus. The first thing he and Tyrion had agreed on was that, improving the image of the Night's Watch, was practically meaningless. In a world where communication was so limited, the opinions of the South about the Watch mattered little. Could the Watch even afford to send people to conduct surveys or gauge public perception? Hardly. The reality was that this task was more about appearances. Whether or not Igor actually succeeded in improving the image of the Watch, it would be difficult for anyone to measure his progress. In truth, its only real purpose was to serve as a safety net, an excuse he could use if he succeeded in completing the other tasks but still faced the risk of being recalled to the wall. With that in mind, Igor crossed out the fourth task with his pen. That left 3 tasks, all of which had to be approached seriously. But what defined completion for these tasks? Igor saw room for flexibility. For instance, when Yoren next came south from the wall, Igor couldn't afford to tell him he hadn't recruited anyone. Similarly, he couldn't let months pass without sending supplies north or allow the Night's Watch's ships to arrive at Dragonstone only to find that the mining of dragonglass hadn't even begun. Any of those failures would result in his immediate recall, with no room for negotiation. However, as long as he could show some progress, provide a few recruits, deliver a modest amount of supplies, or even a small cache of dragonglass, there would be room for maneuvering. The specifics of how much was enough remained deliberately vague, giving him opportunities to manage expectations while buying himself more time. It couldn't be too little, not for long, at least. If he couldn't deliver anything substantial, who would let him live freely outside the wall? The Night's Watch might tolerate an underperformer for a while, but sooner or later, he'd be recalled and sent right back to the cold and danger of the wall. But giving too much was equally dangerous. People's appetites grew with what they were offered, and the same went for organizations. If Igor recruited too many men, the Night's Watch would expand, and with that expansion would come an even greater need for supplies. Winter was approaching, and the lords of the north would inevitably be forced to cut back their contributions to the wall. Supplies would dwindle, and the gap between what the Watch needed and what they could get would only widen. If Igor created the impression that he could fulfill the Watch's every need, providing endless supplies, recruits, and resources, he'd be setting himself up for disaster. The truth was that the productivity of this world was limited. Outside of air, water, and land, there were no abundant resources to draw upon. Even if Igor somehow convinced the wealthiest nobles in King's Landing to pour all their wealth into supporting the Night's Watch, it still wouldn't be enough to fill the void. The ideal strategy, then, was to keep his contributions at a level that left the Watch's leadership not very satisfied, but not dissatisfied enough to turn against him or recall him. By keeping expectations low, he'd ensure that when the Wall inevitably demanded more men and supplies, they'd be starting from a lower baseline. This would give him more room to maneuver in the future. Finding that balance, where the safety line was something Igor would have to figure out for himself. With that in mind, he finalized his approach and outlined his itinerary. First, he would handle the matter of Tyrion's funding, or more accurately, his ransom, and ensure it was sent to the Wall as a gesture of good faith. Afterward, he'd travel to Dragonstone to conduct the initial survey and groundwork for obsidian mining. Only after those two matters were settled would he return to King's Landing to focus on recruitment and gathering supplies. Once his itinerary was set, Igor hesitated for a moment. Then, at the bottom of the page, he added 2 lines in English, a language no one in this world could understand. Take off the black clothes. Find a way home. Trying to complete the tasks assigned by Mormont was only a means to an end, a way to buy time. And the purpose of buying time was clear, finding a way to escape the Night's Watch. He had once hoped that Tyrion might be able to help him achieve that goal, but it had quickly become apparent that even leaving the Wall legally required overcoming enormous obstacles. Removing the mark of his identity as a sworn brother of the Watch, though. That was an entirely different challenge, and one no one else could solve for him. Not only that, but Igor never let himself forget that he didn't belong in this world. If it was possible, he wanted to find out why he had ended up here, and more importantly, if there was a way to return to his original world. Chapter 44. Before his journey to this world, Igor had followed a simple principle at work: do your job well, but nothing beyond what's required. He avoided taking on tasks outside his responsibilities or allowing anything to cut into his personal time, including overtime. The reason was straightforward: his financial security, broad horizons, and wide social circle gave him access to opportunities far beyond the office. For him, work was simply a way to avoid idleness and a sedentary life. His earnings from gaming and stock trading dwarfed his salary, so why bother with office politics or pretending to be a diligent worker just to win a boss's favor? But now, things were different. The Night's Watch didn't pay him, but they held power over his life and death. If he displeased them, they could easily recall him to the Wall, assign him to patrols beyond the Wall, or even brand him a deserter. Survival would be the least of his concerns in such scenarios. He'd be lucky to escape with his skin intact. Under the weight of this invisible but ever-present threat, Igor decided to begin working immediately, despite his physical and mental exhaustion. Tyrion had announced his intent to rest, and Igor resolved to take advantage of the time. Tyrion might be a noble and a benefactor, but there was something Igor needed, something Tyrion couldn't provide. That meant visiting the only northerner in the royal court, Eddard Stark. Knock, knock. Igor rapped on the door to the next room. Yoren opened it, wearing only shorts after taking advantage of the inn's bathhouse to wash off the sweat and grime of their journey. The heat of King's Landing had left him flushed. What is it? I'm heading to see the Hand of the King. Do you want to come with me? Now. You don't want to rest first? Yoren had traveled south with funds meant for the Night's Watch, but all their food and lodging expenses had been covered by Tyrion Lannister along the way. His purse was still untouched, and he wasn't in any rush to leave King's Landing. A Stark is the Hand of the King. There won't be a better opportunity for the Night's Watch to get things done, Igor said firmly. I have too much work ahead of me to waste time. If you don't want to join me, I'll wait a few days before going alone. Lord Eddard values the Watch, but it's best not to trouble him unnecessarily. Yoren sighed and scratched his beard. Fine, fine. Give me a moment to get dressed. The temperature difference between King's Landing and the Wall was staggering, nearly 60 degrees. The Wall was a place of frostbite and biting winds. Here, the heat was oppressive, clinging to their skin like a second layer. For Yoren, getting dressed meant little more than throwing on a coarse black coat and pulling on a pair of outer pants, yet even this was enough to make both men sweat as they left the inn. They retrieved their still-saddled horses from the stable and set off toward the Red Keep. The route was simple enough to follow without needing directions. Aegon's High Hill, where the royal fortress stood, dominated the southeastern corner of King's Landing. The hill's height dwarfed the surrounding terrain, including Visenya's Hill and Rainey's Hill. From almost anywhere in the city, the Red Keep's towering walls and spires could be seen rising above the landscape, like the seat of a god surveying its domain. Igor couldn't help but admire Aegon the Conqueror's choice of location. The Red Keep truly looked like the residence of a ruler. After riding for a while, Igor slowed his pace. "What's wrong?" Yoren asked. "We should tidy up before meeting the Hand," Igor said, glancing at Yoren's appearance. Yoren shook his head, his tone that of a veteran schooling a junior. "Believe me, lad, the Hand of the King won't give us more men or supplies just because we've cleaned ourselves up. Eddard Stark might not care about the appearance of the Night's Watchman requesting his help, but the people and nobles of King's Landing certainly would." Igor wasn't particularly concerned with his task of improving the image of the Night's Watch, but even so, the idea of appearing in public with a scruffy and disheveled companion was something he couldn't stomach. Igor understood how critical first impressions could be, and the lasting impact they might have on improving the overall image of the Night's Watch. But trying to explain such concepts to someone as rough and pragmatic as Yoren would be an exercise in futility. Instead, he chose a more direct and effective approach. "You've got that huge beard and are wearing a greasy coat. Don't you feel hot?" "Well, I've been living like this for years. I'm used to it," Yoren replied gruffly. "Don't worry about it, I'll cover the costs." The bag Robb had given Igor contained a gold dragon and 90 silver stags. Igor now had the equivalent of over $3,000, a significant fortune in a world of low productivity. Of course, he couldn't spend recklessly, but if used wisely, it would be enough to sustain him for well over 10 months. Still, as a Night's Watchman with no steady income, Igor wasn't about to waste money in the wealthy district of King's Landing. Instead, he deliberately ventured into a more modest part of the city to find the shops he needed. Their first stop was a barber shop. Igor instructed the barber to cut both his and Yoren's hair short, shave their beards, and wash their hair, leaving them looking refreshed and presentable. The transformation cost him a silver stag, with a few copper pennies given as change. Afterward, Igor led Yoren to a nearby clothing shop. "Two light and breathable black robes," Igor said to the shopkeeper. "Pure black is preferred, but if you don't have that, make sure there are no bright patterns or decorations." "Pure black." The shopkeeper's face took on a solemn expression. "I'm sorry, has someone in your family passed away?" "No one's died. We're Night's Watchmen," Igor replied curtly. "Night's Watch?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened slightly. "Ah, no offense meant, it's just my first time serving a customer from the Wall. It's a bit unusual." Realizing that his reaction might lose him business, the man quickly plastered on a polite smile. "Please wait a moment. I'll see what I can find." Igor remained patient. In Westerosi custom, pure black clothing was typically reserved for mourning. It was rare for a general clothing store to carry black garments, and Igor couldn't fault the shopkeeper for the delay. He also couldn't help but feel the weight of his uniform. One of his long-term goals was to leave the Night's Watch, and no one in this world hated wearing black as much as he did. But for now, he had no choice. He was about to meet Eddard Stark, a man known for his stern northern values. The best way to handle someone like him was to project the image of a loyal and dedicated Night's Watchman. After an extended search, the shopkeeper finally produced two nearly pure black robes from a dusty corner of his inventory. At Igor's request, the man sewed over some visible white stripes to make the robes completely black. Each robe cost 2 silver stags. Additionally, Igor ordered several more plain black garments for future use. At Castle Black, he had been forced to wear the same clothes for months on end due to the limited conditions. But now that he was in King's Landing, he refused to endure such discomfort again. With their new clothes on, Igor and Yoren mounted their horses once more. As they rode through the streets, Igor couldn't help but glance at Yoren, who now looked clean and almost unrecognizable. Improving the image of the Night's Watch, Igor muttered to himself with a wry smile. The task he had mentally dismissed as meaningless had somehow become the first thing he had acted on. When they reached the entrance of the Red Keep, Igor and Yoren explained their purpose to the gold-cloaked guards at the gate. After a brief wait for confirmation, they were permitted to enter and were guided toward the Tower of the Hand. Closer to the tower, they encountered guards from Winterfell, familiar faces who recognized the black cloaks of the Night's Watch. Respectful of their purpose, the northern guards offered no resistance and quickly granted them entry. Moments later, Igor and Yoren stood before Eddard Stark, the new hand of the king. It had been 2 months since they had last met at Winterfell. Chapter 45. Good afternoon, brothers of the Night's Watch. How can I help you? Eddard Stark, now hand of the king, remained as courteous as ever. Igor had come to understand that this politeness wasn't a facade. Knowing this gave him confidence as he prepared to present his request. My lord, Igor began steadily, 100,000 wildlings are gathering north of the wall, and the smaller groups that have crossed it are already causing trouble in the north. By order of Lord Commander Mormont, we've come to King's Landing to seek aid from the Iron Throne. Yoren coughed lightly and interjected. I'm here to recruit men for the wall, my lord. Normally, I'd wait for the king to hold court, explain our needs, and see if the dungeons have any scum they'd like to be rid of. But this lad insisted we come directly to you, so here we are. Yoren's casual use of Igor seemed to jog something in Eddard's memory. His gaze shifted to Igor, and recognition dawned in his eyes. The young ranger's distinctive features made it impossible to forget their first meeting. You were right to come to me, Eddard said, his tone carrying layers of meaning. If you waited for an audience with the king, you might still be waiting when winter arrives. He paused, studying Igor. So, Igor, why are you here? The double meaning in the hand's question was not lost on Igor. Eddard no longer bore any ill will toward him, but the events surrounding Bran's fall and Joffrey's subsequent assassination attempt were clearly still fresh in the lord's mind. Igor knew that any mention of those events could cause chaos, for the Starks, for the Night's Watch, and for himself. I've been tasked with collecting supplies and equipment, recruiting new men, and organizing the mining of dragonglass on Dragonstone, my lord, Igor replied calmly, his tone steady. These tasks require someone who can read, calculate, and make plans. That's why I was sent here. Eddard Stark was a man of rules and honor, someone who valued tradition and legal authority. He would never tolerate something as underhanded as paying a ransom to let a member of the Night's Watch leave the wall. Igor knew this well. The leaders of the Watch, Jeor Mormont, Maester Aemon, and Benjen Stark, would never have told Eddard about the deal with Tyrion Lannister. This was Igor's greatest advantage. Only Mormont, Aemon, Benjen, and Tyrion knew the full truth of why he had come to King's Landing. Even the stewards and craftsmen at the wall believed Tyrion's funding was merely financial aid for the Night's Watch. As far as everyone else in Westeros was concerned, Igor was an official representative of the Watch, sent south to secure critical resources. While this identity might not win him respect among the nobles of King's Landing, it ensured he wouldn't be ignored. The Night's Watch, though diminished, remained an independent force protected by the Iron Throne. Legally, it stood on the same level as the great lords of Westeros. Collecting supplies, recruiting men, and mining dragonglass on Dragonstone. Eddard repeated, his voice thoughtful. For a moment, a faint smile softened his stern features. You have quite the burden on your shoulders. How many men has Jeor Mormont sent to assist you? The Night's Watch is short of manpower, my lord, Igor explained. It's just the two of us for now, and Yoren will soon return to the wall with any new recruits he finds. After that, I'll be alone in King's Landing. But Lord Commander Mormont has given me the authority to act at my own discretion and decide how best to complete my tasks. As he spoke, Igor placed a parchment on the table, a certificate signed and sealed by Jeor Mormont himself. He silently thanked Tyrion for insisting on this document. Without it, convincing anyone of his legitimacy would have been far more difficult. Eddard unfolded the parchment but didn't read it in detail. A quick glance at Mormont's signature and the seal of the Night's Watch was enough to satisfy him. No member of the Watch would dare forge such a document and risk being branded a deserter. Igor's words rang true. Very well, Eddard said, setting the parchment aside. How can I help you? Igor noted the hand's expression carefully and allowed himself a small, private smile. Even if Eddard had scrutinized the parchment word for word, he wouldn't have found any flaws. The document was genuine, and every word Igor had spoken was technically true. The key lay in his interpretation of Mormont's instructions. When the old bear had told him to act at his own discretion, it was meant as a warning. The Night's Watch would provide no support, and Igor would have to rely on himself and Tyrion to accomplish their goals. But Igor had deliberately twisted those words, framing them to mean he had full authority to represent the Night's Watch in King's Landing. By exploiting this ambiguity, he had successfully drawn Eddard Stark, the steadfast warden of the North and hand of the king, into his plans. With Mormont's certificate in hand and another endorsement from Eddard, Igor would have all the legitimacy he needed to operate in King's Landing. This was the beginning of his bold plan. I understand the kingdom is facing financial difficulties, so I don't expect the treasury to provide direct assistance, Igor began carefully. However, after some investigation, I've learned that more than 10 years of peace have allowed King Robert's plan to share wealth with the people to develop rather well. He paused, then added with subtle tact, since the treasury is tight, I've decided to think creatively. I plan to raise funds from the public. Eddard raised an eyebrow, suppressing the urge to smirk. Share wealth with the people. If Robert heard that description of his reckless spending, would he laugh or feel ashamed? But such a task isn't something I can handle alone, Igor continued. I need 1 or 2 people who can read and count to help me organize everything. Yoren. I can't read or count, Yoren interrupted bluntly, shrugging. Eddard nodded slowly, masking his amusement at the honesty of the old Night's Watch recruiter. The request wasn't unreasonable, and Igor's calm demeanor made it hard to doubt his sincerity. I understand. I'll assign 2 guards who meet your requirements to assist you. Thank you, my lord, Igor replied, his face shifting into an expression of gratitude. There's another matter. I may remain in King's Landing for some time to handle supplies and recruitment. I need a space to serve as an office, not too large, but preferably on a street where it will be easy for people to find. That way, I can start recruiting new members for the watch efficiently. An office? Like setting up a storefront to recruit men for the watch, as if opening a shop. Eddard couldn't help but feel skeptical. The wall's defenders were in dire straits, but this approach seemed almost absurd. Still, the hand of the king could hardly refuse such a simple request. I'll speak with the city watch and see if they know of any unused properties owned by the Iron Throne, he replied. Thank you again, my lord, Igor said with a bow of his head. Then he hesitated, his tone becoming more cautious as he continued, there's one last thing. Eddard frowned slightly but remained silent, signaling for Igor to speak. Commander Mormont instructed me to oversee recruitment and the mining of obsidian. Both tasks require funding, but I can't carry large sums of money with me. To address this, I've decided to buy materials and hire workers on credit, with the promise that the debts will be repaid by the Night's Watch once the work is complete. However, I've run into an obstacle. Buying on credit? Eddard shook his head and gave a wry smile. Mormont must truly be desperate. First the Iron Throne, now even the Night's Watch is borrowing money. The thought of Robert's mounting debts had already left him bitter. Now it seemed the wall was facing a similar crisis. What's the obstacle? The merchants and nobles in the south don't recognize the authority of the Night's Watch, Igor explained. They might think I'm a charlatan, taking their goods and coin with no intention of paying. To reassure them, I'd like to ask for your help. A certificate, issued in your name, confirming that I'm indeed a Night's Watchman and that I've come to collect supplies and recruits on behalf of the Watch. Eddard leaned back in his chair, his expression pensive. His fist rested under his chin as he considered the request. As Hand of the King, Eddard Stark was naturally cautious. While Igor's proposal seemed simple on the surface, issuing an official certificate in his name carried weight. It was no small favor. Yet, unlike Igor who had seen his share of scams in his previous life, Eddard lacked the instinct to spot potential risks in such situations. He didn't immediately grasp how much power such a certificate could wield in the wrong hands. After a few moments of silence, Eddard reached for a blank parchment from the pile of documents on his table. Picking up a quill and dipping it in ink, he glanced up at Igor. This is the first time I've issued a certificate like this, he admitted. Tell me, how should it be written? Chapter 46. A mere Night's Watchman, yet he had commanded the Hand of the King to write a certificate of authority as if issuing a royal decree. Though Igor relied on his black cloak to disarm suspicion, as he walked out of the Hand's tower with a certificate stamped with the direwolf seal, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seems that as long as you know the right method, these high and mighty nobles are as easy to deceive as common folk. No wonder Littlefinger thrived in King's Landing, manipulating the Baratheons, Starks, and Lannisters at will. Lies were truly effective. By the time Igor returned to the inn, night had already fallen. He no longer dragged Yoren around the city. Instead, he rested properly in the room, welcoming the second day of his life in King's Landing with renewed energy. You went to Eddard Stark yesterday and asked for 2 men, a room, and a signed certificate? Tyrion's sharp eyes sparkled with curiosity. After spending 2 months in Igor's company, he'd grown familiar with the man's knack for surprising tricks. I can understand the first 2 requests, but what's the purpose of the certificate? To raise money. Raise money? Tyrion blinked, stunned. If Eddard Stark ever finds out that you used his signed certificate to scam people out of coin, well, he may not have the authority to punish you directly, but with just a letter, you'd probably be dragged back to the wall in chains. We passed through the gates of King's Landing yesterday, and you made some comments about the Hands tournament. Do you remember? Igor didn't respond directly to Tyrion's concerns but instead pivoted the conversation. You said holding such events boosts the kingdom's economy. I agree with that. These spectacles make spectators and merchants happy at the cost of significant debt. The king spends an exorbitant amount, but that wealth doesn't vanish. Instead, it's redistributed through the event, flowing from the coffers of the Lannisters and merchant guilds into the hands of the people, tradesmen, and victors. Regardless of his intent, Robert's extravagance isn't entirely without merit in this regard. Tyrion didn't interrupt. He was curious to see where Igor was going with this. However, Igor continued, a large portion of that money ends its journey here. The people of Westeros are notorious for hoarding their wealth, the rich stash their gold coins, the common folk bury their silver, and the poor cling to their copper pennies. Unless it's absolutely necessary, they'd rather hide their money until they die or are robbed. Once King Robert's spending trickles down to the populace, much of it is locked away in private savings, delaying its re-entry into circulation. This is harmful to the economy. What I intend to do is extract that hoarded wealth and put it to productive use. I've heard similar arguments from maesters in Old Town, Tyrion mused, his curiosity deepening. They compare gold locked in a vault to useless stones. Everyone agrees that circulating currency stimulates the economy. But the irregular seasons and constant wars leave people anxious about the future. If those fears persist, no amount of reasoning will convince them to spend their savings. Changing the spending habits of all Westerosi is unrealistic, and I'm not that ambitious, Igor replied with a faint smile. I'm not asking them to spend their money, I'm asking them to lend it to me. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. And how do you plan to convince people to lend you their hard-earned coin? By offering them a chance to earn more in return. Tyrion immediately spotted the flaw. So, you're telling them they'll profit, but you actually don't have a way to generate that profit? Not yet, Igor admitted frankly. But I'll figure it out in time. For now, I'll use other means to make them believe their money is growing. For example, I'll repay loans with interest, higher than the usual rates. Interest? Yes. Let's say 1% per month. If someone lends me 100 gold dragons today, I'll repay them 101 by the end of the month. And where will you get the extra one? From someone who hasn't asked me to repay them yet. This. Tyrion's sharp mind quickly grasped the concept, despite Westeros lacking banks or an understanding of investment. But this will all fall apart eventually. What happens if everyone suddenly demands their money back at the same time? You've hit the crux of the issue. If that happens, it would mean the capital chain is broken. Not even the Iron Bank could survive such a scenario. My job is to ensure that day never comes. And how exactly would you do that? By creating rules and incentives. For example, no interest for loans repaid within a month, but higher rates, say 1.5%, for longer-term loans. Or penalties for early withdrawals. Small mechanisms like these can delay payouts and maintain stability. But no matter what you do, if the money doesn't actually grow, the day of reckoning will come sooner or later, Tyrion said, his tone unusually grave. And when it does, the consequences will be catastrophic. If you insist on pursuing this scheme, your head will end up on a spike. Igor sighed inwardly. He had hoped Tyrion, with his sharp intellect, would be more open to innovation. Instead, his plan seemed too radical for the Lannisters' sensibilities. Listen, what I described is only the initial stage of the plan, Igor explained. You're right, eventually, I'll need real profits to sustain the system. That's why I'll invest the funds in ventures like merchant guilds, expanding the Night's Watch fleet, and increasing trade between the Grant and Essos. The goal is to generate genuine returns to pay the interest. That assumes nothing goes wrong in the early stages, Tyrion countered. Yes, but there won't be mistakes in the beginning, Igor insisted. I have the seals of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and the hand of the King. If I borrow money in the name of the Night's Watch, rather than as an individual, I'll at least secure some funding. And once I repay the first round of loans with interest, it will establish confidence among the creditors. After that, things will only get smoother. He paused, then asked, Tyrion, how much money can you spare right now? Less than 1,000 gold dragons, Tyrion replied. 400 or 500 of that is set aside as ransom for freeing you from the Night's Watch. The rest is reserved for supplies, assuming prices haven't risen since I left King's Landing. All right. Let's assume you have 300 gold dragons in liquid assets. What can you do with such a small amount? Igor pressed. It's enough to buy me a few more months of freedom, but it's barely enough to begin mining obsidian. I'll find another way for you, Tyrion said firmly. My brother has money he doesn't use, and if necessary, I can ask my father. It won't be much, but it'll be something. However, I won't help you with this scheme. Fraud is shameful, and I won't condone it. Staring at Tyrion's resolute expression, Igor suddenly realized his mistake. At the start of their conversation, he had joked that his plan was to cheat money. What he'd intended as a bit of humor had been taken literally, coloring Tyrion's perception of the entire scheme. Damn it, Igor cursed inwardly. His mind raced as he searched for a way to salvage the situation. Chapter 47. Oh gods, I must apologize for my unclear explanation earlier. Igor waved his hand dismissively. Let's start over. I'll use a game to explain the feasibility and advantages of my plan. You know of the Iron Bank, correct? Of course, Tyrion replied. Then tell me, how does it work? It collects surplus money from the people of Bravos and lends it to those in need, Tyrion said, then added, but it's not the same as what you're proposing. The Iron Bank is managed by the rulers of Bravos, not by an individual like you. That's true, but we'll address that difference later. For now, let's focus on how it works through a little role-playing. Igor set aside the 2 certificates lying on the table, pulled out a silver coin, and placed it in front of Tyrion. I'll play the role of an ordinary citizen of Bravos, and you'll represent the Iron Bank. Let's say several wealthy residents of Bravos have deposited 10,000 gold dragons with you. Tyrion glanced at the single silver coin representing 10,000 gold dragons. His skeptical expression softened slightly. He was an easygoing man but principled enough that he would never condone fraud, even if it came from someone he admired. That made him even more curious about how Igor intended to convince him. Igor's tone turned serious. I'm an ordinary Bravosi planning to open a shop. After some initial calculations, I estimate I'll need around 10,000 gold dragons to start, but I don't have the money. So, I come to you for a loan. Igor picked up the silver coin he had placed in front of Tyrion and returned it to his own side, signaling the start of the game. I then use the 10,000 gold dragons to rent a storefront, purchase tools, and prepare to open my shop. Igor placed the silver coin on the far side of the table, representing the funds spent. The first round of the game ends here. So far, it's simple enough. I owe you 10,000 gold dragons, and you owe the original depositors the same amount. But then something interesting happens. Tyrion leaned forward, watching as Igor picked up the silver coin he had set aside to represent his expenses and placed it back on his side. What does this signify? This is where the people of Bravos differ from those in Westeros, Igor explained. In Bravos, people don't hide their surplus wealth under their floorboards or in cellars. Instead, they deposit it in the Iron Bank. This seemingly small habit is crucial in the game of money. Igor's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly pleased with his explanation. Once I spend those 10,000 gold dragons, the person who earned them, through rent or trade, deposits that money with you, the Iron Bank. Tyrion frowned as if he were beginning to piece something together, though the picture was still unclear. At this point, my business plan hits a snag, Igor continued. I realize that while I've set up the shop, I haven't yet purchased the raw materials I need. I still require another 10,000 gold dragons, so I come to you for another loan. But you haven't repaid your first loan, Tyrion pointed out. Exactly. But if you refuse me, I'll have no choice but to declare bankruptcy, leaving you to seize my half-finished shop as collateral. Igor smiled again, his tone calm. But that storefront I rented and the tools I purchased are useless to the Iron Bank. In other words, the only way for you to recover your initial loan is to lend me more money and hope my shop succeeds. That sounds an awful lot like extortion. No, it's not extortion. This is why Bravos is the wealthiest and most powerful of the free cities, Igor countered, his voice rising slightly for emphasis. He took the silver coin back to his side and placed it on the far end of the table. I used the additional 10,000 gold dragons to purchase materials and officially open the shop. Do you see what's happening now? You're telling me that with just 10,000 gold dragons, you managed to create a business worth 20,000 gold dragons? Precisely. By borrowing 10,000 gold dragons twice, I've set up a shop worth 20,000. Now, the shop generates income, allowing me to repay the principal and interest on both loans. You, as the Iron Bank, recover your investment with profit, and the original depositors receive their interest. Everyone wins. Igor leaned closer, fixing Tyrion with a pointed look. But here's the real question, where did the extra 10,000 gold dragons come from? Tyrion mulled over the question for a long moment before answering cautiously, it's because I, as the Iron Bank, took a risk. While still owing the original depositors, I lent out their money again to someone who hadn't repaid their initial debt. His voice grew sharper as he added, that extra 10,000 gold dragons doesn't actually exist. It's just the embodiment of the risk I took. Exactly, Igor said approvingly. Now let's revisit your earlier concern. What happens if one of the original depositors suddenly wants to withdraw their money while it's tied up in my loans? The Iron Bank doesn't keep just 10,000 gold dragons on hand, Tyrion replied without hesitation. Correct. Igor took out a small handful of coins and placed them before Tyrion. The Iron Bank's vaults hold substantial reserves. If a depositor asks to withdraw 10,000 gold dragons, you can simply pay them out of the reserves. But here's the catch, all the money in your vault belongs to the depositors. What happens if every single depositor demands their money back at the same time? Tyrion's brow furrowed deeply as he recalled their earlier conversation. The question was now reversed, with Igor asking and Tyrion on the defensive. Clever bastard, Tyrion thought, realizing the role reversal was intentional. Still, he prided himself on his intellect and enjoyed mental challenges. He decided to play along. After a brief pause, Tyrion answered, interest and trust. The promise of interest encourages people to deposit their money, while trust in the Iron Bank's strength ensures they don't worry about accessing their funds when needed. Unless they have an immediate need for the money, most depositors won't withdraw it out of fear. Good answer, Igor acknowledged with a nod. But what happens if my shop fails to turn a profit? Tyrion's expression darkened. After a long silence, he finally growled through clenched teeth, then I wouldn't lend you a single coin more. I'd send my employees to inspect your business before granting a loan. If they determine your shop is unlikely to succeed, that's the end of it. Tyrion's response was sharper than Igor had anticipated, further proof of the dwarf's keen mind. Still, Igor pressed on, undeterred. Exactly. Before granting a loan, the Iron Bank assesses the risks. That's why it can use 10,000 gold dragons to achieve what would otherwise require 20,000. Through a series of seemingly complex but fundamentally simple operations, we've created 10,000 gold dragons that didn't exist before. And the reason this works is because of trust in my shop's potential to generate profits, and trust from the depositors that you can safeguard their money. Rather than calling the extra 10,000 gold dragons a manifestation of risk, Igor concluded, it's more accurate to call it a manifestation of trust between the bank, the depositors, and the borrowers. This trust, and the confidence it breeds, is what allows Bravos to use limited resources to construct grand fleets and magnificent cities far beyond its actual financial means. It's why Bravos rose to become the wealthiest and most powerful of the free cities. Other cities have since tried to replicate the model by establishing their own banks, but they lack the same culture of trust that encourages Bravosi to deposit their wealth. That's why they can't compete with the Iron Bank in terms of capital. Tyrion was silent, overwhelmed by the novel concepts and intricate rules Igor had introduced. For the first time in a long while, he felt out of his depth. After a long moment, he admitted to himself that he couldn't poke any obvious holes in Igor's reasoning. But Igor wasn't finished. Sensing Tyrion's hesitation, he leaned forward and asked with a sly smile, "Do you think our game is over?" "Not yet." Tyrion raised his head, staring at his adventurer friend. Then, as realization dawned, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Seven hells, you still want to borrow more money." Chapter 48. Yes. If my store runs into problems again, I'll come back to borrow more money. As long as the people who earn my 10,000 gold dragons deposit it back into the Iron Bank, this cycle can continue indefinitely. Igor grinned slyly. With just 10,000 gold dragons, it's entirely possible to accomplish things that should require 20,000, 30,000, or even 40,000. The only thing that can break this cycle is if too much money is lost during circulation, or if it ends up outside Bravos and can't be recovered in time. Now you see why the Iron Bank was so desperate to collect its debt from King Robert. Because the money Robert spent wouldn't return to the Iron Bank. It would end up hidden in the homes of Westerosi commoners. Tyrion slapped his thigh in sudden realization. So this is what's called a broken capital chain, isn't it? Exactly. Igor nodded, pleased with how quickly Tyrion grasped the concept. Right now, the money the Iron Bank has lent out is far greater than the actual wealth in its vault, or even in all of Braavos. The idea of repaying the principal doesn't even enter the equation. It's not something the bank plans to do or can afford to do. Would you call that cheating people out of their money? Tyrion's eyes widened. Though he understood the logic, he still struggled to fully accept it. But you're just a common man, not a noble or a wealthy merchant. I'm the Night's Watch's supply collector, recruiter for King's Landing and the Crownlands, the overseer of Dragonglass mining, and its unofficial public face. I have official documentation. Didn't you help me secure it? Have you forgotten? Igor's grin grew wider, his confidence evident. On top of that, I now have a certificate signed by the hand of the king. If I borrow money in the name of the Night's Watch, Commander Mormont would have no choice but to acknowledge it. Now, tell me, what constitutes a scam? If I borrow money and flee across the narrow sea, that's a scam. If I fail and can't repay the loans, that could also be called a scam. But if everything works out, if everyone who lends me money can collect it back with interest, then can you still call it a scam? Wouldn't that just make it a brilliant scam? Tyrion muttered skeptically. Let's think about it this way, Igor said, leaning back slightly. A Westerosi who wants to open a store would need to have 20,000 gold dragons of their own. But without a store, they'd never make that kind of money. And without that money, they'd never open a store. It's a vicious cycle, one that stifled Westerosi development for thousands of years. Now, if this kind of system isn't a scam, then the society I come from, he caught himself and quickly corrected his wording. I mean, the continent and culture of Tsina where I come from, are built entirely on such scams. Yet that same, scam-based, system has allowed Tsina to develop politically, economically, culturally, and technologically far beyond what Westeros has achieved. What do you make of that? This. Tyrion hesitated, his skepticism clashing with the logic presented. And more than that, Igor continued, his tone calm but firm, Tsina plays the game of money on a level far beyond even Braavos. The Iron Bank, for all its wealth, lends real gold and silver. Because of that, it has to slow down after a few cycles to avoid risks tied to the physical limits of its gold reserves. At most, for every gold coin in its vault, the Iron Bank can create 2 or 3 virtual coins to invest in armies, fleets, cities, or loans. But the banks of Tsina? They lend no real gold or silver at all. Tyrion frowned, intrigued despite himself. What do they lend, then? They issue paper certificates, which we call banknotes or notes. These notes represent a promise. The holder owns a certain amount of gold or silver supposedly stored in the bank's vault. The powerful thing is that people treat these notes as though they were actual coins. Igor paused, allowing Tyrion to absorb the idea. So, for every gold coin in the vault, Tsina's banks can fabricate a dozen or more non-existent gold coins and inject them into the market. With that, they can fund armies, build cities, and grow their economy at a rate Braavos could never match. That's why Tsina became thousands of times stronger than Braavos. If not for the endless Sunset Sea, it would only be a matter of time before Tsina's armies conquered Westeros, Essos, and even Sithorios. One piece of paper represents 10,000 gold dragons. Tyrion asked, incredulous. It's not that extreme, it was just an analogy. But even so, how is that possible? Tyrion's voice grew sharper as he leaned forward. According to your description, if just 1 in 10 people tried to exchange these notes for actual gold, the whole scheme would collapse. It's not as fragile as you think, Igor replied patiently. In reality, no one exchanges the notes for gold. To the people of Tsina, banknotes and gold coins are effectively the same. It's difficult to explain, but let me put it this way, playing the game of money produces an almost magical result. Even though the chickens we create are fake, the eggs they lay are real. Seeing Tyrion's baffled expression, Igor elaborated. By introducing non-existent gold into circulation, society prospers. It mobilizes people's enthusiasm, boosts productivity, and leads to the creation of real goods, houses, armies, food, clothes, tools, and so on. Eventually, the total value of goods produced far exceeds the value of gold and silver coins in the bank or even in the entire continent of Tsina. At that stage, using precious metal currency for transactions becomes impractical. That's why the people of Tsina abandoned gold and silver entirely, treating banknotes as real money. Think of paper as money? Tyrion repeated, his tone both skeptical and intrigued. Exactly. That's the final stage of the money game. At that point, what you call a scam becomes the foundation of society itself, a framework so ingrained that it's no longer possible to break it. What Igor didn't mention was the true final stage, where even physical banknotes would become obsolete, replaced by numbers on ledgers. The chicken is fake, but the eggs it lays are real. The chicken is fake, but the eggs it lays are real. For the past 2 months, Igor had been spinning tales about his homeland, Tsina, every chance he got. These stories cleverly masked the advanced concepts of modern technology from his past life, relocated to an entirely different setting. They were 90% true and 10% embellished, leaving no apparent flaws. As a result, Tyrion, sharp as he was, never questioned the existence, power, or wealth of Tsina. Now, the smartest Lannister in Westeros sat muttering Igor's words like a fool, his usual eloquence abandoned in the face of this bewildering idea. It's too soon to fabricate a chicken to lay eggs. What I'm doing right now is just borrowing the chicken to lay the eggs, Igor clarified, his tone calm but confident. Having explained everything, it was time to see if his effort had borne fruit. Since even creating imaginary gold can be used to stimulate economic growth and benefit society, then borrowing money in the name of the Night's Watch, using it for legitimate purposes and ensuring that both principal and interest are repaid, how could that possibly be considered a heinous crime? Let me think about it. This is a lot to process, Tyrion said, rubbing his temples. Take your time. We're not in any hurry, Igor replied, standing up. I've got other business to attend to today. We'll talk about fundraising when I return. He walked toward the door but stopped and turned back. Tyrion, you saved my life when I was in desperate need. That's a debt I can never repay, and I swear by all the gods, old and new, that I would never deceive you. But let me ask you something, have you ever thought about it? You're a Lannister, yet you've spent most of your life studying and philosophizing. When will it be your turn to contribute to the family? When will you finally have the chance to prove yourself to Lord Tywin? Igor's words struck a nerve. Though carefully phrased, they touched on Tyrion's deepest insecurities. If the two hadn't been on such good terms, the comment might have come off as cutting or too presumptuous. But Igor was counting on Tyrion's sense of reason and, more importantly, his desire to be seen as something more than a drunken wastrel. Tyrion, ever the gentleman, wouldn't take offense, no matter how personal the remark was. My suggestion is this, Igor continued, leaning against the doorframe. Why not consider opening the first bank in Westeros? I couldn't possibly manage it, after all, I'm just a member of the Night's Watch, but the Lannisters have both the financial strength and the reputation of always paying their debts. If anyone could make it happen, it's you. Of course, he added quickly, if you decide it's not feasible, then we'll drop the matter entirely. You can just lend me 100 or 80 gold dragons as interest for the first round of loans, and I'll handle all the risks and operations myself. But if you do decide to give it a try, you wouldn't just be helping me with this venture, you'd be setting the foundation for a financial institution that could shape the future of Westeros. And when you do move forward with it, I'll offer whatever advice and help I can. What do you think? Do we have a deal? Tyrion was silent for a moment, his mind clearly racing with the possibilities. All right, he said finally. I'll think it through and give you an answer. Perfect, Igor replied, smiling. Now, I'm off to the Red Keep. The conversation had taken up the entire morning. As Igor reached the door, something else occurred to him, and he turned back one last time. Oh, I almost forgot. That game of money we've been discussing, Cena already has a name for it. There's no equivalent word in Westeros, so I've come up with a new one. Combining the ideas of gold and liquidity, I'm calling it finance. Chapter 49. In his original world, what Igor was attempting would have been seen as a direct challenge to established banks and, by extension, the state. The label of illegal fundraising would have been slapped on him, and he'd have had to bear the consequences. But in Westeros, where the economy and financial systems were virtually non-existent, there were no laws governing such activities. And even if such laws existed, with Eddard Stark as Hand of the King, the Night's Watch could easily secure legal approval to raise funds. Igor wasn't an expert in economics. In fact, he had barely any understanding of it. But before he was transported to this world, he had often frequented a forum, a place where industry experts, storytellers, and self-proclaimed geniuses debated and exchanged ideas. It was a melting pot of knowledge, where facts were interwoven with clever fabrications. From there, Igor had picked up more than just the art of storytelling. He had gained snippets of knowledge and insights into ideas most ordinary people wouldn't know. Now, those scraps of information were proving invaluable. What he intended to do was, at its core, a form of robbing Peter to pay Paul, essentially a Ponzi scheme, at least until he found a legitimate way to generate profits. Tyrion quickly saw through this and initially refused to participate outright. At a critical moment, however, Igor improvised. Using simplified terms and examples, he presented a much larger and more complex financial concept in a way Tyrion could grasp. It was a truth that most people either couldn't comprehend or didn't want to believe, even when they understood it. Modern society, in many ways, was built on a massive system of non-existent money. This grand illusion, born from collective human imagination, was far more impactful than any single invention or discovery. And when everyone participates in the illusion, it ceases to be a scam, it becomes the foundation of society. By leveraging this grander scheme, Igor had broadened Tyrion's perspective. He had, in essence, used poison to fight poison, easing Tyrion's discomfort with the smaller scam of raising funds for the Night's Watch. What he didn't tell Tyrion, however, was the disastrous consequences that could arise if this financial game went awry. Nor did Igor know if introducing such concepts to this world was the right thing to do or whether his plan would ultimately succeed. Still, he had no choice but to project confidence. If he hesitated or appeared uncertain, how could he convince a feudal noble unfamiliar with such ideas? Convincing Tyrion, though not essential, would make everything far smoother. If the Lannister agreed to join, it would be a major boost to Igor's efforts. Igor's ultimate goal wasn't to remain in the Night's Watch forever. He still dreamed of returning to his original world. He couldn't and wouldn't spend every waking moment scrambling for money to buy his freedom. After weighing his options, he realized that fundraising was the only way to solve his financial woes once and for all. Igor was truly busy. First, he needed to figure out which two assistants Eddard Stark had assigned to him and where his office was located. While money could have solved these problems, he was currently at the pre-fundraising stage and needed to save as much as possible. Next, he had to ensure that the first installment of his ransom payment, courtesy of Tyrion, was delivered to the Wall. Finally, he needed to prepare for an upcoming trip to Dragonstone to organize the obsidian mining operation. On the surface, it didn't seem like much. But in this era, even the smallest tasks could be time-consuming, especially with the distances involved. As a newly appointed official, Igor felt the weight of responsibility and dared not slack off. After rushing to the Red Keep with Yoren and grabbing a quick lunch, Igor re-entered the royal castle and headed to the Tower of the Hand. Unsurprisingly, Eddard Stark was far busier than Igor and unavailable to meet. Instead, Yoren was escorted to the dungeons, while Igor was introduced to two Stark guards, Odin and David, who had been assigned to assist him. The two soldiers from Winterfell carried a natural affinity for members of the Night's Watch, given their shared roots in the north. Their initial meeting was cordial, and the trio quickly established a harmonious working relationship. With their help, Igor's next destination was the eastern barracks of the King's Landing City Watch. It was here that Igor met the captain of the City Watch, Slint. The man was short, stocky, bald, and possessed a double chin that only added to his generally unpleasant appearance. His demeanor was as repulsive as his face. Igor harbored no goodwill toward this man. In the original story, Slint was a corrupt official who sold positions, lined his pockets, and ultimately betrayed Eddard Stark. It was hard to muster respect for such a figure. Thankfully, the feeling was mutual. Slint clearly had no interest in a Night's Watchman from the Wall who couldn't offer him bribes or influence. Still, this was a direct order from the hand of the king. Despite his sour attitude, Slint didn't dare to obstruct or cause trouble. With a perfunctory nod toward Igor, he ordered one of his gold cloaks to escort the trio to the building that had been assigned as the Night's Watch office. The house was located opposite the gate of the east camp of the capital garrison, not far from the Noble District and the Red Keep. As it belonged to the garrison and was located on a street with huge traffic, even Slint, who valued money like his life, did not dare to rent it to others for business on his own initiative. To be honest, Igor was very satisfied with the result. If he had to rent such a storefront near the street and close to the security forces of King's Landing, he would probably not have enough gold and silver coins to pay for a month. It turned out that he had done the right thing by asking Eddard Stark for help. This was definitely a great favor to the Night's Watch. After looking at the house and taking the keys, Igor took the two guards from Winterfell back to the inn where he was staying and reunited with Tyrion. The sun began to set, and they set out from the Albatross into the port and merchant gathering place on the Blackwater River in King's Landing to begin purchasing supplies. They went south through Street of Sisters, Mudwat and Fishermonger Square, and finally arrived at their destination after exiting River Gate, also known as Mud Gate. Mud Gate is not bad at all. It got this name because people who disembark at the port here often have wet mud on their feet. Due to the large flow of people, the roads and squares are covered with mud. When it rains, the road conditions are so bad that it is like walking into a swamp. 300 years ago, this area was completely covered by forests, with only a few fishermen settling on the north bank of the Blackwater River, where the water flows fast and deep into the sea. Later, when Aegon the Conqueror crossed the sea from Dragonstone, his army landed here. Now, this has become the most prosperous area outside the walls of King's Landing. Houses, pavilions, brick warehouses, wooden inns and market stalls, taverns, cemeteries and brothels, all kinds of buildings are built one after another, and the noise can be heard from a long distance away. More than 100 docks line the waterfront, and countless ships are moored in the harbor. Deep-water fishing boats and river rafts are endless, and boatmen paddle back and forth in Blackwater Bay, and merchant ships unload goods from Bravos, Pentos and Liss in a steady stream. This is the port with the largest external trade volume in Westeros. In order to provide space for the fishermen's square inside the city wall and the cargo distribution center outside the wall, the city wall gates here are the weakest positions in King's Landing, which makes the nickname Mud Gate more worthy of its name. Tyrion knew almost every merchant in the port, and with his Lannister's brain and reputation as a little devil, basically no one dared to kill him. Igor was happy to be relaxed about this matter, just following along, watching the dwarf negotiate all the transactions and arrangements for the ransom he paid for himself at a slightly lower cost than expected, from determining the price, delivery date, to hiring ships to deliver the supplies to Eastwatch. He didn't worry about anything, and his freedom for at least the next 3 months was settled. The first task of the 2 Winterfell guards is to ensure that the supplies arrive at Eastwatch on time with guaranteed quality and quantity and be delivered to the Night's Watch without any loss. As night fell, before dark, Igor found a small merchant ship that was heading to Dragonstone. After paying a deposit of several silver stag, the captain agreed to wait for him to board the ship before setting off the next day. Everything was done, and the night was deep. The second day after Igor arrived in King's Landing passed so busy and fulfilling. Chapter 50. With Tyrion's guidance, Igor managed to find an old mine owner in King's Landing, someone who had once managed gold mines for the Lannisters. The man had retired to the city to live out his remaining years with his children. After much persuasion and flattery, Igor convinced the old man and his youngest son to accompany him to Dragonstone to provide advice on dragonglass mining. With everything prepared, Igor boarded the rented ship near noon on the third day after arriving in King's Landing. The salty sea breeze accompanied him as he set sail with his two companions, heading toward Dragonstone, the ancient seat of House Targaryen. Dragonstone lies at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. The journey downstream from King's Landing is straightforward, but the daytime sea breeze blows inland, slowing the ship's progress. It wasn't until the sun set and the wind shifted direction that the vessel was able to sail smoothly. Despite this improvement, the distance from King's Landing to Dragonstone spans several hundred miles. By nightfall, they had only covered about one-third of the journey. They had no choice but to spend the night aboard the ship. Fortunately, the ship's speed increased after dark, and the captain arranged for sailors to work in shifts, ensuring they didn't waste too much time. The next morning, Igor was awoken by the combined effects of the ship swaying, the rising light, and the shouting of the crew. When he climbed out of his cabin, the ship was already entering Dragonstone's port, maneuvering to dock. One glance at Dragonstone Port was enough to understand Stannis Baratheon's bitterness toward Robert for granting him this fiefdom. To call it a port was generous, it was more akin to a small fishing village. Compared to the bustling harbor of King's Landing, Dragonstone's desolation was glaringly obvious. Igor's ship was the only vessel in motion, the sole source of life in an otherwise eerily quiet harbor. While Igor often described the wall as a haunted place, much of that sentiment was subjective. Now, far removed from the wall's cold and isolation, he had no room to complain anymore. The Night's Watch lands were remote, yes, but they were fertile and rich in resources, albeit dangerous. Dragonstone, on the other hand, was a barren island formed by volcanic eruptions, its rocky terrain offering little of value. This was truly a haunted place. The fishing village, home to fewer than 100 residents, was the only settlement of note on the island apart from the castle itself. As far as Igor knew, the only other significant location was the naval port where the Dragonstone fleet was stationed. This meant that Stannis Baratheon, Duke of Dragonstone, directly controlled little more than this sparse fishing village and the castle. Igor couldn't help but sympathize with Stannis. A place like Dragonstone, relying solely on fishing, could barely sustain a knight, let alone a duke. While Stannis was theoretically the overlord of the lords of the Narrow Sea, these so-called lords were nothing more than minor island owners with a combined population of less than 100,000. Such a pitiful number of subjects could hardly provide Stannis with the wealth, troops, or status befitting a great lord. The injustice was obvious. Robert Baratheon, after losing Lyanna Stark, had once considered remaining unmarried and passing the throne to his younger brother Stannis. If that plan had held, making Stannis the Duke of Dragonstone would have been logical, in line with Targaryen tradition. But Robert eventually married Cersei Lannister, fathered heirs, however dubious their parentage, and Stannis' claim to greater lands was sidelined. Despite Stannis' numerous requests to be granted control of the Stormlands, Robert ignored him. Storm's End, the ancestral seat of House Baratheon, was instead given to Renly Baratheon, the youngest of the three brothers, who had contributed nothing of note during Robert's rebellion. Stannis, who had defended Storm's End against the siege by the Tyrells and played a pivotal role in securing victory for Robert, was exiled to this barren island. Even the most stoic man would resent such treatment. As the boat approached the shore, Igor noted the abundance of seabirds nesting along the cliffs. Their constant movement and cries filled the air, making one thing abundantly clear: Dragonstone was a land ruled by birds rather than people. When the ship finally docked, several villagers quickly gathered, offering accommodation and food. Despite its prime location at the mouth of the Blackwater River, Dragonstone saw few visitors. Ships passed it daily, sailing to and from King's Landing, but few stopped at the island. Naturally, Igor and his companions were treated with great enthusiasm. Not wanting to waste time, Igor rented 3 horses and hired a guide to take them directly to the castle. Built on the highest point of the island, Dragonstone Castle appeared majestic and imposing from a distance. But up close, its moss-covered walls and poorly maintained gates told a different story. 2 guards stood watch, one so disinterested that he scrambled to his feet when visitors arrived. The castle's neglected state only deepened Igor's sympathy for Stannis. A guard went inside to announce Igor's arrival. Unlike Eddard Stark, Stannis Baratheon had no interest in personally meeting a lowly night's watchman. After a wait of 10 minutes, a young man rode out of the castle, claiming he had been sent to escort them. This arrangement suited Igor just fine. He had no intention of meeting Stannis either. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group left the castle gate and began scouting potential mining sites for dragonglass. An ancient mine. The guide, seated on his horse, pondered Igor's description for a moment before nodding. There's a place like that. I went inside once, but there was nothing there except some old carvings on the stone walls. Carvings on the stone walls. Igor's mood lifted. This sounded like exactly what he was looking for. Though Stannis' arrogance had kept him from offering a proper welcome, the guide seemed competent enough. Igor silently noted that perhaps Robert's meticulous older brother wasn't entirely without redeeming qualities. Where is it? Take us there, Igor said. It's at the southern tip of the island, quite far from here. I'm not sure we can make it back before dark. The guide hesitated. Thank you for your trouble. Let's go now. I'll treat you to a good meal when we return. Igor's tone was confident. He still had some money left, and how expensive could food possibly be on this barren island? It's not too much trouble, the guide replied, slightly embarrassed. It's just that the roads are hard to navigate after dark. But if you're determined, we'd better stop at the village first to pick up some torches. Hours later, after enduring the relentless sea breeze and the rough terrain, Igor finally stood at the entrance of the ancient mine Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen would later visit, though that moment was far from the present timeline. Without a local guide, the mine would have been impossible to find. After lighting their torches, the guide led Igor, the old miner, and his son into the dark cavern. Inside, the cave was barren. There were murals on the walls, but for Igor, who had seen the origins of the Night King through the lens of his old world's media, the carvings offered little of practical use. Still, everything had gone better than expected. This was the place he had been searching for. Chapter 51. I want to mine dragonglass here. What do I need to prepare? Igor held the torch close to the cave wall, illuminating the gleaming black volcanic rock. So this is what a dragonglass mine looks like. What's the use of this for a night's watchman? The old mine owner muttered as he handed the torch to his youngest son. Pulling a small hammer from his waist pouch, he tapped on the cave wall, studying it closely. After a few moments, he straightened up and shook his head. The mine is already here. It's above sea level with a stable structure, and natural ventilation means no worries about collapse, water seepage, or toxic gases. The ore itself is pure dragonglass, requiring no refining. Mining this is almost effortless. Just get some strong men, and there's no need to worry about them sneaking nuggets like they would in a gold mine. The only thing you need to watch out for is falling rocks. Build some scaffolding and lay planks to keep workers safe during the mining. Igor nodded, his expression thoughtful. He wasn't an expert in mining, but he knew when to defer to those with experience. With a respectful tone, he asked, "Can you make a clear list of what we need? When can we start mining? And how much will this cost? We'll need to make a list of tools and materials first. That can't be done here. As for when we can start mining, the conditions are excellent. If you have the money and tools ready, work could begin tonight." The old miner hesitated before continuing. As for costs, it depends on how urgently you need the dragonglass, how much you want, and the quality of the ore you're looking for. What do you mean by ore quality? For example, if you want to carve something grand, like the dragon heads at the castle gates, you'd need large, flawless stones, which are difficult to mine. But if you're just making beads or bracelets, the workers can smash smaller pieces directly from the walls, which is much cheaper and easier. That made sense. Igor stroked his chin, considering the options. Dragon glass, after all, was little more than volcanic glass. Forging massive weapons like swords was impractical. The children of the forest had used dragonglass daggers and arrowheads to fight the White Walkers thousands of years ago, and those designs had already been proven effective. With that in mind, mining smaller, easily workable pieces for arrows and daggers made the most sense. Against intelligent foes like the White Walkers, long-range attacks seemed far more viable than repeated close combat. The ore doesn't need to be large, Igor said. Focus on pieces that are practical for crafting weapons. We'll work with what's naturally available. Understood. The old miner nodded. I'll prepare a list of tools and supplies. You can confirm the quantities after reviewing it. Once that's done, I can handle the procurement. It'll cost less than if you try to source it yourself. Also, you'll need someone to manage the site. This person will oversee the workers, prevent slacking, and ensure tools aren't stolen and sold off. My youngest son grew up around the mines near Casterly Rock. While he's not as experienced as me, he knows a lot more than someone new to the job. Igor smiled. Before being transported to this world, he had never been in a leadership position. But he understood a key principle: benefits should be shared among many, but planning must involve only a select few. In other words, major decisions should be made by a small, trusted group, while the execution should ensure everyone involved feels rewarded. Attempting to hoard all benefits or micromanage would only lead to failure. If the water is too clear, there are no fish, Igor mused inwardly. Stannis Baratheon failed to grasp this, which explained why he was disliked by most of Westeros nobility. While Igor admired Stannis' fairness, he had no desire to emulate his isolation. Important matters would be discussed with Tyrion. For mining, the old mine owner clearly wanted to secure a future for his son and perhaps earn a little extra from purchasing tools. Igor had no objections. Fine, Igor said with a nod. Your son will be the manager of the obsidian mine. He'll oversee all mining operations. His salary will be 100 silver stags a month, with the possibility of bonuses if he performs well. But there's one condition: all expenses, whether for tools, hiring workers, or travel, must be clearly accounted for. I'll need to report everything to my superiors. The Night's Watch has limited funds, so there's no room for excessive spending. Thank you, sir, the old miner replied, clearly pleased. He clapped his son on the shoulder, and the younger man quickly expressed his gratitude. Call me Igor. There's no need for formalities. Igor shook his head. We need to get started quickly. The initial budget is capped at 100 gold dragons. Within a month, I want the first shipment of obsidian ready to be sent to Eastwatch. Aim to fill the small boat we took to Dragonstone. That's not much, the old miner remarked. Recruiting a dozen workers from the village should suffice. Good. Finalize the details with your son. Tyrion introduced me to you, so I trust your expertise. Thank you, Igor, the old miner said again, his tone grateful. All right, let's head back to the village before it gets dark. I promised you all a good meal. Igor soon faced an awkward problem. Fulfilling his promise of a hearty meal for his companions turned out to be harder than expected. It wasn't because the villagers were price-gouging visitors. Stannis' strict nature would never allow such behavior on his lands. The issue was simpler: the village didn't have anything to sell. When Igor asked for pork, beef, or mutton, they had none. Chicken, duck, or goose. Also none. The only thing available was fish. Igor glanced at the young guide, realizing the man was likely sick of fish after a lifetime on Dragonstone. Is it the same at the castle? Igor asked, puzzled. What does the cook serve Stannis when he wants something other than fish? Supplies come by ship every 10 days or so, the guide explained with a helpless shrug. Whatever arrives determines what the castle has until the next delivery. Igor nodded, deep in thought. If we're shipping out obsidian every month, we'll arrange for those ships to bring meat, poultry, and other supplies on their return trips. Add it to the food budget. And deliver half of it to Lord Stannis. It's only fair, considering he hasn't taxed us for mining on his land. The Night's Watch shouldn't take such kindness for granted. Before being transported to this world, Igor hadn't dealt with such mundane logistics. But he understood the importance of doing things properly, leaving no room for complaints. The food costs would be negligible, especially if Tyrion agreed to his fundraising plans. And since the miners' food expenses were technically the Night's Watch's responsibility, it was a win-win situation. In the end, Igor managed to keep his promise. At 3 times the usual price, he convinced a villager to butcher an egg-laying hen for their meal. With several fish dishes as sides, the guide finally got to enjoy something different. Watching the young man devour his chicken leg with enthusiasm, Igor realized it had probably been months since the man had tasted chicken. After the meal, the group continued discussing mining plans over beer. The old miner, tipsy and in high spirits, became the center of attention, regaling them with tales of his youth managing Lannister mines. His stories, filled with both humor and intrigue, captivated the table. At one point, he began recounting how Tywin had stripped his father's mistress naked and paraded her through Lannisport after taking control of Casterly Rock. Though Igor found the story vulgar, even he couldn't help but listen with interest. But before the old miner could describe the woman's white body in detail, the door suddenly swung open. A woman entered the room, her commanding presence silencing the table. "This is the first time a Night's Watchman has come to Dragonstone, and you didn't think to inform me?" Before Igor could respond, the guide rose hastily, his face pale. "Lady Melisandre, why are you here?" Chapter 52. Igor had to admit that Melisandre was an alluring woman. With red hair, red eyes, and a strikingly beautiful face, she wore a bright red robe that clearly could not have been dyed with the ordinary methods of this era. She was so dazzling that even the current queen, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms, who was 10 years younger than her, could only be considered her equal in beauty. If he didn't know her identity, he would have been delighted to meet such a stunning woman and might even have considered her as one of his potential conquests. But at this stage, Igor truly couldn't fathom how this priestess, whose age was a mystery, whose skills were questionable, and who relied on fire tricks and illusions to pass off as something otherworldly, could possibly help his plans. She was the very woman who had deceived Stannis Baratheon, causing him to lose his family and nearly bringing the entire Baratheon house to ruin through internal strife. Deep down, as a world traveler, Igor instinctively felt a bit of fear toward her, not only because she had a penchant for burning people alive when she disagreed with them, but also because she wielded something called magic, which did not exist in the modern world he came from. Humans always fear what they don't understand. This is a built-in self-preservation mechanism at the genetic level, and Igor didn't feel ashamed of it. True bravery is not the absence of fear but the ability to overcome it. While he did harbor a mix of awe and unease toward Melisandre, he wasn't yet prepared to deal with this key figure in the plot. But since she had come to him of her own accord, he had no choice but to confront her head-on. He suppressed the tension in his heart, and his rational mind quickly kicked into gear. The woman in front of him was terrifying, yes, but she wasn't like the Mad King, who was unpredictable and bloodthirsty. If the enemy of my enemy is my friend, then Melisandre, who was aware of the White Walkers and who wholeheartedly served the Lord of Light, should, in theory, be an ally of the Night's Watch, someone on the same side. Even though Igor intended to leave the Night's Watch eventually, she didn't know that yet. Once he worked through that line of reasoning, Igor felt his nerves settle. Rising from his seat, he looked at the red-robed woman with a calm demeanor, though he couldn't help but wonder whether her breathtaking beauty was natural or an illusion created through magic. Melisandre must have come to him to gather intelligence about the state of affairs at the Wall and beyond, likely to gauge the White Walkers' threat to humanity and to formulate a response. Should he tell her the truth? Or exaggerate the danger to see if he could extract some kind of assistance from her? No, things must be handled step by step. First, let's figure out how to greet her. Should he feign ignorance? If he hadn't known the plot beforehand, he wouldn't recognize Melisandre at this moment. It was better to play it safe. He decided to act as if he didn't know her and addressed her simply. "Good evening, ma'am." "Good evening." Melisandre's voice carried a soft, almost hypnotic quality as she gave him a warm, alluring smile. "The representatives of the Kingdom's Shield have come to Dragonstone as guests. We ought to receive you with proper hospitality. Alas, the island is poor in resources, so I apologize if our welcome has been lacking." "You're too kind," Igor replied calmly. "I'm here on official business, not for leisure." Melisandre smiled and nodded, moving slowly toward the table where Igor and his companions sat. The summer heat was oppressive, and most of the men had rolled up their sleeves, exposing their forearms. As Melisandre drew closer, the exposed skin on Igor's arms began to feel an undeniable warmth radiating from her, a sensation that was far from natural. It was as if the air itself around her carried a palpable heat. Igor's heart skipped a beat. What was this? Unless Melisandre was walking around with a fever of 50 or 60 degrees, there was no way she could generate such an intense aura of heat. Was this some sort of trick? Or was the God she believed in truly shielding her with this blazing warmth? Suppressing his suspicions, Igor kept his composure, waiting for her next question or test. He braced himself, both mentally and physically, for any unexpected developments. Yet what happened next caught everyone in the room completely off guard. "Huh?" Melisandre suddenly froze, her expression shifting into one of shock. Under the watchful gazes of those in the room, some filled with greed, others with reverence, she abruptly stepped back as though she had been burned by an invisible flame. Her piercing red eyes fixed on Igor with a mixture of disbelief and fury. "Guards," she shouted, her voice ringing with authority. "Seize this heretic." Two fully armed Dragonstone guards rushed into the room, their sharp spears pointed directly at the stunned Night's Watchman. What was going on? This was the second time Igor had been captured since his arrival in this world. The first time, he had been unarmed and faced a group of peasants wielding pitchforks and axes. Knowing he was in the wrong and unable to resist, he had obediently surrendered. That capture had resulted in him being sent to the wall to become a member of the Night's Watch. But this time, what had he done? There was no time to think. Igor's body reacted instinctively, honed by a year of service as a ranger. His hand went to his waist, but he found no sword hilt there. He suddenly remembered that the steel sword issued by the Night's Watch had been turned into the armory back at Castle Black when he departed. Besides, once he reached King's Landing, there had been no reason to carry a weapon. "Don't move," one of the guards barked, tightening his grip on his spear, his expression fierce. Igor quickly sized up the situation. This was Dragonstone, and the men in front of him were soldiers personally trained by Stannis Baratheon. Stannis was a seasoned warrior and commander, and his soldiers would undoubtedly have better combat skills than Igor. A one-on-one fight might be manageable, but against two armed guards and with Melisandre, a mysterious witch, standing nearby, he knew resistance was futile, even if he had been armed. The room seemed to freeze in time. The old miner and his son, terrified, stood frozen in place. The homeowner, who had been about to offer a chair to the Red Priestess, now stood motionless in the middle of the room, gripping the chair like a lifeline. The young man assigned to guide Igor looked utterly lost. As a native of Dragonstone, his loyalty was naturally to Stannis, the Lord of Dragonstone. But just moments ago, he had been sharing a meal with Igor. If the Night's Watchman resisted, which side should he take? "I surrender," Igor said after a brief pause, his tone steady. "But please, let me settle the bill first." He reached for his coin pouch, untied it, and tossed it to the old miner. "Go back to the ship and tell the captain I'll be detained at the castle. Ask him to wait for me until noon tomorrow." When Igor had tried to visit Dragonstone Castle earlier that morning, he had been turned away at the gate. Now, he was being escorted inside by armed guards. His surrender seemed to ease the tension in the room. Melisandre visibly relaxed and followed the guards as they marched Igor to the castle. Once inside, they tied him tightly to a pillar in one of the chambers. Standing a few meters away, Melisandre's voice was calm but firm. "Who sent you?" Igor met her gaze, his expression resolute, but his thoughts were racing. He had manipulated the Stark family, framed the current crown prince, and conned Tyrion Lannister into supporting his schemes. From one perspective, he had done enough to warrant execution 10 times over. But none of his actions had harmed or even involved Stannis Baratheon, let alone offended the Lord of Light. And as for the charge of heresy, wasn't Westeros full of heretics in the eyes of the Red God? Stannis wasn't king yet. Who gave Melisandre the authority to persecute unbelievers? Jeor Mormont, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Igor finally said. Of course, he wasn't about to admit that Tyrion had funded his mission. But even if he told the truth, it shouldn't offend Melisandre or her faith. Could she somehow know about his plans to leave the wall? Really? And why were you sent here? Igor explained his mission honestly, outlining the 4 tasks he had been given. Suppressing his growing frustration, he added, "Lady Melisandre, there must be some misunderstanding. This is the first time I've ever seen you." "This is indeed our first meeting," Melisandre said, her voice laced with suspicion. "But I sense an ancient and powerful aura emanating from you, one that belongs to a foreign god. Who are you?" Igor's heart skipped a beat. Ancient foreign god. He swore he had no idea what she was talking about. Could it be the lingering traces of ice magic from his encounters with the White Walkers? Or was it because he was not originally from this world that the priestess had detected something unusual about him? Keeping his composure, he replied firmly, "Ma'am, I truly don't understand what you're talking about." "Perhaps you don't," Melisandre said, smiling faintly. "But I have my ways of uncovering the truth." She gestured to one of the guards. "Bring a brazier." A brazier? Was she planning to torture him? Igor's mind raced. He had always prided himself on his ability to plan ahead. He had rehearsed excuses and escape plans for situations where his lies might be exposed, whether by the Starks, Robert Baratheon, or even Cersei Lannister. But this situation had caught him completely off guard. He had simply come to Dragonstone to survey an obsidian mine. What could he possibly confess to Melisandre? Would he be forced to reveal that he was a world traveler if she pressed him too hard? And even if he did, would she believe him? The brazier was brought in and placed a meter in front of Igor. To his surprise, there was no glowing hot iron inside. Instead, Melisandre produced a knife and handed it to the guard. "Take some of his blood," she ordered. "Just a few drops. I want him alive." Chapter 53. The Dragonstone guard who had been ordered to act walked toward Igor, holding a knife shorter than his palm. Shrugging apologetically, the young man glanced at him. Bound tightly with his torso and limbs secured, Igor could only feebly struggle against the ropes, shaking his body as he watched the guard approach. His thoughts raced, but no clear answers came. What was happening? Could it be that his blood, as someone from another world, carried some unique power that the Lord of Light, R'hllor, required? If that were the case, would he eventually be thrown into the fire and sacrificed at some critical moment? He had knowledge far beyond anyone else in this world. He had a massive plan to slowly establish a foothold, build his own connections and influence, and eventually use resources and strategy to intervene in the Game of Thrones. He had plans to change pivotal events in the future and potentially alter the fate of the entire world. He had survived the White Walkers, left the wall far behind, and was just beginning to embark on a new life. Was everything going to end prematurely on this desolate island at the mouth of Blackwater Bay? Igor's wide eyes were fixed on the knife in the guard's hand. A few drops of blood weren't enough to scare him into losing his composure or begging for mercy, but the real issue was what might come after. Like Tyrion, he fancied himself a clever man, but cleverness was of little use against an opponent whose intentions were completely unknown. He had no idea why Melisandre had suddenly turned hostile, and he had no leverage to counter it. "Just my arm, be gentle, please," Igor said, eyeing the guard's trembling hand as it gripped the knife. He was determined to retain the last shred of dignity in this humiliating situation by choosing where the wound would be made. "All right." The man holding the knife was a young guard, no older than 20. He had been a child during the last Great War and had joined Stannis's forces only a year ago. This was the first time he had ever used a weapon to deliberately draw blood from someone. Igor's calm but sarcastic remark only made him more nervous, and the guard applied too little force, resulting in a shallow cut. It took several seconds for the blood to start seeping out. Hurriedly, the guard used the back of the knife to scrape up a few drops of blood and carried it over to the priestess. Melisandre took out a handkerchief, wiped the blood off the blade, and let the fabric absorb the droplets. Then, she threw the blood-stained cloth into the brazier and turned her gaze intently toward the flames. Igor's eyes also shifted to the fire, but he saw nothing unusual. His blood didn't have any kind of power. The flames engulfed the handkerchief, and aside from the brief addition of a new flicker, neither the color nor the temperature of the fire changed in any significant way. However, Melisandre's expression grew solemn. Her wide, unblinking eyes stared at the brazier as though it held the answer to some ultimate question, though whatever it was seemed frustratingly out of reach. She leaned closer, gripping the brazier's stand, moving her face nearer and nearer to the flames. Igor was startled to notice that the flames actually licked at her hair, yet not a single strand curled or burned. The priestess of the Lord of Light truly had some extraordinary abilities. She appeared immune to fire itself. About a minute later, Melisandre finally released the brazier stand and stepped back. Her gaze returned to Igor, her red eyes gleaming with interest. As she opened her mouth to speak, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, and a man entered the room. "You arrested the night's watchman?" Against the light of the brazier, Igor couldn't make out the figure's face, but the commanding tone of the voice and his own instincts told him who it was. "Lord Stannis. I'm here under the orders of Jeor Mormont to oversee the mining of dragonglass. You should be aware of this. I swear I've done nothing wrong on your island. If I've offended you or Lady Melisandre unintentionally, I apologize. But please, untie me. I'm willing to face her directly to clear up this misunderstanding." "What do you mean by this?" Stannis ignored Igor's outburst and turned his cold gaze toward Melisandre. "The Night's Watch came here to mine dragonglass. Lord Stark wrote to inform me of this, and I granted my permission. Who do you think you are, ordering the arrest of someone who entered my land with my approval? Do you remember the ancient alien gods I told you about?" Melisandre asked, nodding respectfully toward Stannis. A faint smile played on her lips. "I sensed a powerful aura of a foreign god emanating from this night's watchman. I wanted to understand why that, or perhaps those, gods sent him here." "I don't care what you want to understand, Melisandre." Stannis's voice was calm but carried the weight of absolute authority. "You have your uses, which is why I tolerate your presence on Dragonstone. But if you continue to act without my approval and indulge in nonsense, I'll have no choice but to send you away. Now, release the Night's Watchman and apologize to him, or leave Dragonstone immediately." Relief swept through Igor's body like a wave. He had narrowly avoided disaster. For several seconds, his mind went blank before he silently clenched his fists behind his back. Knowing the plot and holding advanced knowledge suddenly felt meaningless. In this world, his fate could be decided with a single word from these powerful figures. He realized with startling clarity how urgently he needed to turn his advantages into tangible influence and real power. "As you wish, my lord," Melisandre said after a moment, her tone softening as she lowered her gaze. Her earlier confidence was gone, replaced by quiet obedience. "Let him go." The young guard holding the knife hesitated, clearly confused. But since both Stannis and Melisandre had spoken, he quickly moved to untie Igor. Without another word, Stannis snorted and turned to leave the room. Perhaps it was because the young guard had been intimidated by Lord Stannis moments ago, or maybe he was simply clumsy by nature, but it took him several seconds to figure out how to untie the knot. Impatient, Melisandre finally shook her head. "Step aside, I'll do it." Ever since she had ordered Igor's capture, the Red Priestess had kept a cautious distance of 2 meters, standing in a defensive posture. Now, confident that he posed no immediate threat, she approached the bound Night's Watchman. The hot air radiating from her seemed to intensify as she ran her hand lightly along his arm, brushing against the ropes that restrained him. Igor flinched slightly. Her touch came with a faint, burning sensation, and almost immediately, the ropes binding him began to snap one by one with loud pops. Freed, he stepped forward to steady himself, rolling his shoulders and stretching his arms. Touching the spots on his skin where he had felt the heat, he found no burns or injuries, only a lingering warmth. Looking down at the broken ropes on the ground, he noticed the severed ends were charred black, faint wisps of smoke curling into the air. The ropes had been burned, yet his skin remained unscathed. The sheer impossibility of what had just happened left Igor at a loss for words. No explanation, no knowledge he possessed, could account for it. Melisandre stood within arm's reach now, close enough that Igor could have wrapped his hands around her slender neck and choked the life out of her. And yet, as much as he loathed her at this moment, he had to admit that he couldn't bring himself to act. The woman standing before him, seemingly delicate and fragile, exuded an intangible power that made his instincts scream in warning. "I apologize, my friend in black," Melisandre said, her tone softened. But the expression on her face betrayed no genuine remorse. Her words were delivered with the detached, self-assured air of someone who considered herself superior. "This is the first time I've encountered such a potent aura of a foreign god other than my Lord of Light, and I was caught off guard. I overreacted, and in doing so, caused you to suffer. Please, forgive me." Igor had no intention of forgiving her, nor did he plan to leave quietly, tail tucked between his legs. He had always considered himself a calm and good-natured person, but when truly provoked, his anger was far from trivial. What bothered him more than the humiliation was the feeling of being at the mercy of an enemy whose motives and intentions he couldn't understand. Tonight, he intended to get to the bottom of this. If Melisandre couldn't provide a reasonable explanation for her actions, he might need to add a "fight to the death" category to his mental blacklist. When he returned to King's Landing to begin preparations for his next steps, acquiring supplies, recruiting soldiers, and raising funds, his first order of business might just involve finding a way to eliminate this woman. He already had an idea. The faceless man Jaqen Hagar was currently imprisoned in King's Landing, likely destined to be recruited by Yoren into the Night's Watch. As a devout follower of the many-faced god, Jaqen would surely resist being taken to the wall to swear an oath of service. If Igor could find a way to release him, he doubted it would be difficult to secure Jaqen's help in dealing with Melisandre. Igor couldn't help but feel a curious fascination at the thought: what would happen if a devotee of the many-faced god, someone who claimed to be able to kill anyone, clashed with the mysterious priestess of the Red God? "It's easy enough for me to tell Lord Stannis that I forgive you, my lady," Igor said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "But I was in the middle of enjoying a good meal when I was dragged off, tied to a pillar, and stabbed. If I don't understand why any of that happened, I doubt anyone would expect me to let it go so easily." His voice was calm but firm as he met her gaze. "I need an explanation, Lady Melisandre." Chapter 54. Perhaps it was the trace of murderous intent in Igor's eyes, or perhaps it was guilt gnawing at her conscience, but the casual expression on Melisandre's face faded. She stared at him for a moment in silence before the corners of her lips curved into a faint smile. "All right." The Night's Watch had always been the backbone of the fight against the enemies of the Lord of Light. Igor was the first man in black she had encountered since coming to Westeros. Despite her disdain for mortals, Melisandre decided it was unwise to risk offending a potential ally so quickly. The red-robed woman turned and gestured toward 2 chairs in the corner of the room, inviting Igor to sit. Ask me anything. As long as my lord does not forbid me from answering, I'll tell you everything I know. Unceremoniously, Igor strode to a chair and sat down. You said I carry the aura of an alien god. What does that mean? To be precise, Melisandre replied, you have two auras. One is dark and evil, but very faint. The other is far stronger, though it carries no malice. Either way, you're fortunate to be alive. Why do I have these two auras? Igor pressed, his skepticism clear. Materialist by nature, he struggled to believe in talk of gods and divine powers. Yet in this world where the woman in front of him had just demonstrated abilities beyond his comprehension, he knew better than to dismiss her words outright. I'm just an ordinary soldier of the Night's Watch. No, you are not. Melisandre's red eyes glimmered. I saw you in the flames, fighting a servant of the Great Other, the god of cold. You were brave, but bravery alone does not explain your survival. Few mortals can slay such creatures, yet you killed a White Walker. The moment you did, you ceased to be ordinary. That act marked you, drawing the attention of the god of cold. Melisandre waved her hand, dismissing the guards and instructing them to close the door behind them. The evil aura clinging to you is a remnant of that battle. In the future, should you enter the god of cold's perception, you will be noticed far more quickly than your comrades. Igor's heart sank. It wasn't just her ability to glean his past from a few drops of blood that unsettled him, but the implications of her words. He had been marked by this so-called god of cold. But what was the god of cold? Was it just another name for the Night King? And how had Melisandre known about his encounter with the White Walker? Did she truly see it in the flames, or had Stannis learned of it through Jeor Mormont or Eddard Stark's letters and told her? What about the other, stronger aura? Igor asked, masking his unease. Yes, I killed a White Walker. It's the toughest enemy I've ever faced, and I only won because it underestimated me. If even that fight left me with a faint trace of evil, then what kind of fight would leave behind the powerful aura you sensed? That's the mystery, Melisandre admitted, her gaze narrowing. The existence that left the other aura is far weaker than the god of cold, yet the mark it left on you is exceptionally vivid. Such a thing should only happen if you had direct contact with it, if you confronted it face to face. But for a mortal to survive such an encounter is impossible. Stranger still, in the flames, I saw a boy falling from a great height. If you want me to explain further, you'll need to tell me what happened. You saw it all, didn't you? Igor retorted. Why do you need me to explain? Fire divination isn't as all-seeing as you might imagine, Melisandre replied. Once Igor sat down, she took the seat across from him. What I saw wasn't a complete picture. Your blood carried traces of the two forces I spoke of, and they revealed fragmented scenes. The evil aura was faint, so it only showed me flashes of your battle with the servant of the god of cold, the White Walker. I saw you nearly perish as you plunged the dragonglass dagger into its chest. That was all. The stronger aura, however, allowed me to see more. I saw you running on a rooftop, speaking with a boy, and then, he fell. I couldn't hear what you said to him, nor could I decipher what relationship it had to a god. That's why I need your account. What were you doing that day? I was trying to stop it. Igor replied, frowning. Then, as if struck by lightning, a single thought surged to the forefront of his mind, Green Seer. The memory of that moment filled Igor with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. He had failed to stop Bran from falling, and his interference had been clumsy and ill-planned. But now, after hearing Melisandre's words, he began to wonder if his failure had less to do with his own actions and more to do with forces beyond his control. Could it be that the outcome had been inevitable? That his actions were meaningless against a powerful entity pulling the strings? It was like the stock market, no matter how clever or precise a retail trader's moves were, they couldn't outplay the big players. And even those market makers, no matter how wealthy, wouldn't dare to challenge the system itself. The two sides operated on entirely different levels, and there was no doubt as to who would prevail. Bran's fall wasn't an accident. It had been orchestrated, perhaps by the Green Seer himself. The more Igor thought about it, the more everything clicked into place. The Green Seer's influence might explain why Bran was so determined to climb the tower that day, why the Lannister twins seemed compelled to enter the first keep, and why events unfolded exactly as they did. Melisandre watched him closely, noting his hesitation and the way his expression shifted between contemplation and doubt. Interpreting his silence as evasion, her face darkened slightly. "Friend of the Night's Watch, I've been rude. I don't believe I've asked your name yet." "You can call me Igor," he said flatly. "Well, Igor," Melisandre said softly, her tone taking on a more persuasive edge, "if you know anything, it would be wise to tell me." The witch regarded the Night's Watch as hardened warriors, standing guard against unimaginable horrors in the frozen north. In her eyes, they were the toughest of men, and Igor, in particular, intrigued her. Deciding to adopt a gentler approach, she continued, "The two gods who left their marks on you are far beyond the power of mortals in the south. Either one could end your life with a single flick of their finger. Only the Lord of Light can protect you now." Igor hesitated. He didn't know whether the gods of this world were truly omnipotent, transcendent beings as described in legend, or simply more powerful entities that had mastered the use of magic. But regardless of which they were, one thing was clear: R'hllor, the Lord of Light, was a real and formidable force in this world. If he had to pledge himself to a deity, R'hllor would certainly be a strong candidate. But Igor faced a problem: he was not an ordinary man. He carried too many secrets. As the saying goes, an innocent man becomes guilty by holding a treasure. If he threw himself into the arms of a god recklessly, it might work out well if they could cooperate openly. But what if this god became greedy for the knowledge in his mind or curious about the possibilities of worlds beyond this one? What if it decided to drain him of everything he knew, and then discard or even destroy him? Igor would have no means of resistance. He couldn't even stand up to a single priest of R'hllor, let alone bargain with a divine being. Before he had the power to sit at the same table as these players, and trusting his life to someone or something he didn't understand would not be a wise move. Moreover, he had to consider the backstory he had crafted for himself. An outsider from beyond the Sunset Sea who had managed to quickly integrate into Westerosi society was already a rarity. How could he reveal secrets that even the locals didn't know without exposing himself further? In a cold, ruthless world filled with unfathomable supernatural powers, caution was always the best policy. With that in mind, Igor composed himself, adopting a confused expression. After organizing his thoughts, he began to speak. "That happened during King Robert's northern tour. I went south with Chief Ranger Benjen Stark to report the movements of the wildlings and White Walkers beyond the wall to the Warden of the North. One day, while I was training alone in a quiet corner of Winterfell, I noticed Lord Stark's second son climbing the castle walls. I was worried he might fall, so I tried to dissuade him, but the boy wouldn't listen. In the end, he was startled by someone who suddenly poked their head out of the first keep and lost his footing. But no matter how you look at it, it was just an accident. If I offended any god in the process, then that god must have wanted Bran to fall to die, or to become disabled." Chapter 55. Lying is an art, and Igor had learned a valuable trick: deceive yourself before deceiving others. The best lies are rooted in truth. If you create an identity within a story, everything you do and say must strictly align with that identity. It's like writing a novel: no matter how strange or fantastical the setting, as long as it's consistent within its own rules, it will appear logical. If a liar can immerse themselves deeply enough to believe their own words, the deception becomes nearly unbreakable. Igor had placed himself in the role of an adventurer from beyond the Sunset Sea, and in this role, he told the Red Priestess the complete, unvarnished truth as much as fit within the parameters of the identity he had constructed. How could anyone detect a lie when there wasn't one? Even so, while he carefully avoided revealing the secret of his time travel, he worked to subtly lead Melisandre's thoughts. As long as her reasoning followed his guesses, without veering into suspicion, he would be able to navigate this conversation without issue. Melisandre was no demon. She was simply a woman who had mastered magic or found a way to communicate with the so-called Red God. Faced with Igor's truthful answers, even if she wasn't fully satisfied, there wasn't much she could question further. Instead, Igor's carefully placed remarks triggered her own thoughts, and she soon squinted, deep in contemplation. "I understand now," she said after a pause. Connecting Igor's words with the visions she had seen in the flames, her mind began piecing things together. The boy possesses the physique of a divine messenger, and the demigod wanted him. "What is a demigod?" Igor asked, keeping his tone even. "A demigod is a being weaker than my master, the Lord of Light, but far superior to mortals. Think of them as powerful wizards," she replied. "And what exactly is the physique of a divine messenger?" Igor continued. "Also, if the demigod wanted to use the boy, why did it cripple him?" Melisandre's expression was calm as she explained, the so-called divine physique refers to a person's natural affinity for the divine. Some people can easily perceive the messages the Lord of Light conveys through fire. Others require assistance, and still others will never hear the Lord's voice, no matter what. Interestingly, those with the highest divine affinity often have extraordinary talents for magic. They possess strong, healthy bodies, resilient souls, and unyielding wills. These advantages, however, can hinder divine communication, more precisely, hinder the divine from communicating with them. And so, you saw what happened next. Igor felt a chill run down his spine as her words sank in. He suddenly understood what she meant. Among the free folk, only 1 in 1,000 is born a skin changer, and among those, only 1 in 1,000 can become a green seer. Bran Stark, with his exceptional skin changer abilities, was the perfect candidate to inherit the mantle of the next green seer. But because of his strength, the old green seer couldn't simply control or manipulate him. Instead, the green seer chose a cruel solution to temporarily weaken Bran. Even the nature of the inheritance seemed suspect. Did the previous green seer pass on all his knowledge and memories to Bran, or did he take over Bran's body entirely, viewing his life across time and space before impersonating him? This line of thought was so disturbing that Igor needed confirmation. "Let me see if I understand this," he said carefully. "If someone is healthy, whole, and conscious, a demigod cannot easily influence them. But if that person is unconscious, physically weakened, or mentally broken, the demigod can take the opportunity to infiltrate their mind and exert greater control." "In theory, yes," Melisandre said with a dazzling smile. "But resorting to direct harm is usually a last, desperate measure. Often, when a person's heart is filled with doubt or emptiness, a demigod can exploit that vulnerability just as effectively. That's a tactic used by the weak. My Lord of Light has no need for such underhanded methods. So long as there is fire, his grace can reach anywhere. My lord is far more powerful than the one you fought." Her response only solidified Igor's suspicions. The day Bran Stark fell was the day before he was supposed to leave Winterfell for King's Landing with his father. The Green Seer had orchestrated the tragedy to prevent his ideal successor from leaving the north, his sphere of influence. The pieces began to fit together in Igor's mind: Bran's dreams of the three-eyed raven after his fall, Jojen Reed's arrival as a guide, Jojen, whose green dreams foretold the future but left him frail and sickly, and other individuals who claimed to possess prophetic insight. It all made sense now. The Green Seer had wanted Bran crippled to ensure he remained in the north. While Bran lay unconscious, the Green Seer likely implanted dreams and messages, urging him to go beyond the wall to fulfill his destiny. Jojen, already under the Green Seer's sway, would then guide Bran to him. It was cold, calculated, and utterly ruthless. But one part still puzzled Igor. He had witnessed Bran's fall with his own eyes, and the event had seemed entirely accidental. He needed to know how the Green Seer had caused it. "But, it was clearly an accident," he said. "You're dealing with a demigod, my friend of the Night's Watch," Melisandre said, her tone dripping with disdain. What you saw was an accident. But was it truly one? Demigods spread their influence through faith, persuading others to act on their behalf. Within this sphere of influence, they can subtly manipulate people's thoughts. No god can directly control a person's mind, but through whispered suggestions deep in the subconscious and careful arrangements, they can orchestrate events. What they wish to happen will manifest as a series of coincidences. The heart tree, the old gods. Igor's voice trembled as the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly understood everything. Melisandre's sharp eyes narrowed as she observed his reaction. She gave a small nod, then shook her head slightly, a wordless signal for him to stop speaking. Her expression and gestures confirmed Igor's worst fears. The so-called old gods were merely a facade, a construct of the Greenseers. Or perhaps the old gods were the Greenseers. By promoting this belief, the Greenseers had encouraged the children of the forest and the first men to plant weirwoods everywhere, creating a vast network through which they could extend their influence. The Greenseer didn't just see the world through the weirwoods, he could manipulate it. And Bran's Fall. Less than 200 meters from where it happened stood the God's Wood of Winterfell. Through the heart tree, the Greenseer had likely influenced Bran's subconscious, compelling him to climb the broken tower that day. At the same time, he had stirred the forbidden desires of Jaime and Cersei, ensuring they would be there when Bran arrived. A few nudges here, a whisper there, and the accident was complete. Igor's blood ran cold. By intervening repeatedly to try to prevent Bran's fall, he had unwittingly drawn the Greenseer's attention. Melisandre had said he carried the aura of a powerful being. Could it be that he had already crossed paths with the Greenseer, no, with the old god? Thank the gods I didn't succeed, he thought, sweat soaking his black tunic. As the implications of Melisandre's explanation sank in, Igor's mind raced to another possibility. Wasn't it the same principle when Melisandre burned 3 leeches to curse and kill 3 false kings? Robb Stark was killed by the Freys, who had conspired with the Lannisters at the Red Wedding. On the surface, it seemed to have nothing to do with the 3 leeches. But the king in the North's stubborn willfulness, his betrayal of his oath to House Frey, and the ultimate choices of the 2 treacherous families, could all of this have been the result of whispers and subtle provocations buried deep in their subconscious? Could it have been R'hllor's influence at work? Joffrey Baratheon was poisoned by Littlefinger and Olenna Tyrell, which also appeared unrelated to the leeches. Yet consider this, Peter Baelish took enormous risks to orchestrate chaos that yielded no clear benefit to himself. Meanwhile, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell, was willing to kill her own granddaughter's future husband to save her from marrying Joffrey, monster with echoes of the Mad King's cruelty. The 2 conspirators aligned their plans perfectly, joining forces to kill the king. Could this perfect storm of collaboration have been induced by subtle hints and manipulations from the Lord of Light? As for Balon Greyjoy, he was believed to have fallen to his death while crossing a stormy bridge. But his long-exiled brother, Euron Greyjoy, who returned to the Iron Islands immediately after Balon's death, was the true culprit. Euron had been absent from Westeros for years, claiming to have traveled the world. How, then, did he manage to return at the critical moment of the War of the 5 Kings, ensuring that Melisandre's curse came to fruition? The red-robed woman's curse couldn't directly kill its targets. But the King of Light behind her ensured that those she cursed would always be slain by someone with the motive and means to kill them. Subconscious interference and whispers in the ears, these seem to be the methods through which the gods of this world manipulate events, turning mortals into their pawns and wielding them as tools to strike at one another. Is it possible that this Game of Thrones, this battle between life and death, this Song of Ice and Fire, is nothing more than a power struggle between gods and demigods, fighting for influence over the mortal world? Chapter 56. In this world, can one truly get anywhere without noble status? While the statement might sound absolute, it is almost always true in Westeros. No one is born untouchable. Once you enter this world, you have to play by its rules. But Igor saw beyond the surface, past the aristocratic system that seemed to define everything. The noble system was merely a visible layer of the game in Westeros. Beneath it lay the deeper, more fundamental rules. Every problem was ultimately one of resources and power. Take the messenger from the Iron Bank, for example. He was just an ordinary clerk, yet even Queen Cersei, who had purged all her political opponents and wielded supreme power in King's Landing, had to treat him with courtesy. Was it because of his title? No, it was because he represented the immense resources of Bravos across the narrow sea. Or look at the High Sparrow, whose rise to power caused so many kings and queens untold trouble. Was his influence derived from his title or the favor of the seven gods? No, it stemmed from his armed followers and the public support, combined with the weaknesses of his enemies. Even Littlefinger, after being granted Harrenhal, became one of the highest-ranking nobles in Westeros. But if he hadn't already forged ties with the Lady of the Vale, what would his noble title have truly amounted to? In the end, nobility in Westeros was a tool for controlling resources, not the source of power itself. In this world, control over resources came first, nobility followed after. Once you understood this cause-and-effect relationship, the path forward became clear. If Igor could amass resources, even if he spent his entire life branded as a member of the Night's Watch, legally no better than a common soldier, he could still achieve great things with a mere gesture. Firmly believing this, Igor began to plan. His initial strategy had been simple: use a Ponzi scheme to amass capital, channeling the profits into supplies for the Night's Watch while strategically placing people loyal to him within its ranks. Slowly but steadily, he intended to make the Watch dependent on him, both materially and ideologically. This would ensure his personal safety and grant him freedom of action. With that foundation secured, he could then use his resources and advanced knowledge to establish a vast network of influence throughout Westeros. When the time was right, he would carefully leverage his power to participate in the Game of Thrones, remove the shackles of his Night's Watch identity, and ultimately explore the possibility of reversing his time travel. Igor had laid out this ambitious plan, eager to employ his wisdom and knowledge in navigating the chaotic world of Westeros. But before he could even begin, Melisandre had appeared and in doing so, had pulled back the curtain on this world, revealing a greater and far more terrifying truth beneath its surface. A month ago, Igor had doubted the existence of fate when he failed to prevent Bran Stark's fall. But when Tyrion successfully returned to King's Landing, it overturned his earlier suspicions. Convinced that there was no such thing as destiny or divine interference in this world, Igor had grown ambitious, crafting an enormous plan to reshape Westeros and rewrite its history. But now, Melisandre's words hit him like a hammer to the head. Supernatural powers did exist, and they were influencing the mortal realm. Tyrion's return hadn't disproved this, it simply meant that the gods had been too preoccupied elsewhere to interfere. Igor felt like a child, quietly preparing to play games or watch movies in his room, only to look up and notice a camera on the ceiling. The excitement drained from him immediately. Who could remain cheerful while being watched, scrutinized from all angles by an all-seeing, father-like presence? Melisandre observed Igor's prolonged silence and mistook it for fear. She can't remove the traces left on you by the god of cold. Regarding that, I can only suggest, don't go north of the wall again. Igor wanted to demand that she undo whatever manipulations she had left on his body, but as he thought it over, he realized something. Even if she lied and claimed she had undone it, how would he know for sure? He couldn't sense magic. It was better to ask something practical. Didn't you say the aura left by the god of cold on me is weak? So why can you remove the stronger mark but not the weaker one? An adult wolf can kill a newborn dragon with a single bite, but even so, a dragon is a fundamentally stronger creature than a wolf, Melisandre explained with a soft sigh. The god of cold is evil, yes, but he is a true god, one who has just awakened after a long slumber. As winter deepens, his power will grow stronger and stronger. In contrast, the unfortunate demigod opposing him in the north is already in decline, inching closer to death. She looked at Igor, her tone turning thoughtful. The night is dark and full of terrors. Take care of yourself, my Night's Watch friend. And one last thing, tell the guard outside that we've reached an understanding and this misunderstanding should end. We all have more important matters to deal with, don't we? Igor hesitated at the door. Her calm yet earnest tone left no room for further argument. After a moment's pause, he nodded curtly, then pushed the door open and walked out. Chapter 58. In Winterfell, there would always be a butler or servant busy making arrangements to ensure someone like Igor had proper accommodations for the night. But this was Dragonstone, and the word polite likely didn't exist in Stannis Baratheon's vocabulary. Under the guidance of a guard, Igor quickly found himself outside the castle gates. Facing the dark night, the kind-hearted guard handed him a torch. Of course, there were no wolves or white walkers on the island, and for a night's watch ranger, walking a few miles at night was hardly a daunting task. Bathed in the bleak moonlight, Igor made his way down toward the fishing village along the shore. The ship hadn't left yet, and Igor breathed a sigh of relief. The captain, along with the old miner and his son, nervously asked what had happened. Naturally, Igor couldn't reveal the truth to these ordinary folk. Instead, he fabricated a simple excuse about a misunderstanding to put their minds at ease. After retrieving his wallet, he headed straight for his cabin. The return journey from Dragonstone to King's Landing differed from the trip there. They were now sailing against the wind and current, which slowed their progress considerably. Even if they set out in the middle of the night, Dragonstone would still be visible on the horizon by dawn. With no other choice, the ship remained docked in Dragonstone's small port for the rest of the night, only departing at first light. Standing at the stern and watching the island slowly recede into the distance, Igor couldn't help but sigh. Arranging the mining of dragonglass had originally been a side project, something to do amidst other, more pressing concerns. According to the original plan, the task of managing the mine would fall to the old miner and his son. Igor had intended to simply provide funding and avoid further involvement. Who could have anticipated that such a short trip would embroil him in the conflict between the god of fire and the god of cold? Moreover, he had learned so much inside information from Melisandre, though whether any of it was true remained uncertain. Since there was no way to discern truth from lies, Igor resolved to stop dwelling on it. The only thing to do now was to focus on the present. It was time to get back to business. The ship drifted against the Blackwater rush for more than a day and night, its waters rushing eastward into the narrow sea, before finally reaching the port of King's Landing. For days after departing the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, Igor set foot on Westerosi soil once again. After briefly discussing his address and next steps with the old miner, Igor entered the city through the mud gate, eventually returning to the Albatross Inn where he had stayed previously. Tyrion Lannister hadn't gone out, and as soon as he heard that Igor had returned, he knocked on his door. "Finally, you're back. During the 2 days you spent at Dragonstone, I didn't even feel like going to the tavern or the brothel," Tyrion said by way of greeting. The dwarf's comment left Igor utterly baffled. Thankfully, Tyrion quickly clarified. "I've been mulling over the finance idea you mentioned during our last conversation. I couldn't stop thinking about it, day and night, over and over. I couldn't eat or sleep because of it. Have you figured anything out?" Igor asked, slightly surprised by how invested Tyrion seemed. Compared to being randomly accused of heresy by Melisandre and dragged into a bloodletting ritual, this conversation was entirely within Igor's expectations. Men like Eddard Stark or Stannis Baratheon would likely dismiss the concept of financial schemes as outright fraud. But Tyrion was different. The hallmark of a clever man was his ability to examine new ideas objectively and rationally. That was precisely why Igor preferred dealing with people like Tyrion. It saved effort. You must have realized by now that if the Game of Thrones is about fighting for power and dividing the spoils, then the game of money is about growing the spoils, making the cake bigger, so to speak. Regardless of which is more important or complex, when it comes to contributing to the world, the latter is undoubtedly greater than the former, Igor explained. "I'm not going to argue with that," Tyrion replied, his expression sharp. "But don't think you can get away with twisting concepts to confuse me, at least, not with me. Tyrion's calm rebuttal was refreshing to Igor, though it was hard to take him seriously when he tried to look stern. It almost came off as comical. No matter how you dress it up, no matter how you justify it, you have to admit that this is a scam, Tyrion added bluntly. As expected, there was no fooling a smart man. For days had been more than enough time for Tyrion to figure out the truth. Igor felt a flicker of nervousness as he scrambled to think of a way to respond. Tyrion. Tyrion cut him off, seeing the hesitation in his expression. Don't bother making excuses. Just admit it. Fine, I admit it, Igor said. His mind quickly shifted gears, and he realized something. If Tyrion truly intended to reject the idea, he wouldn't have bothered saying so much. His tone didn't suggest outright refusal, and that gave Igor a glimmer of hope. Yes, I tried to pull off a financial scam. In Cena, there was a man named Charles Ponzi who used a similar trick to deceive tens of thousands of people. Because of that, this kind of scam is now called a Ponzi scheme. How was his scam exposed? Tyrion asked curiously. In order to compete with legitimate financial ventures, he promised ridiculously high rates of return. But he didn't make any real investments or generate any actual profits. Worse still, he squandered much of the money he raised. His scheme collapsed quickly because the flow of capital dried up. Once he couldn't even pay the promised returns, excluding the principal, his scam fell apart. Even if the investors hadn't suspected him, it wouldn't have lasted. It's just as I deduced, Tyrion said, raising his eyebrows and solemnly announcing, Igor, I'll join your plan, as long as you agree to my 3 conditions. Just like that. Standing at the door of an ordinary single room in the Albatross Inn, Igor felt a sudden, inexplicable throbbing in his chest. It struck him that this simple and straightforward conversation between friends could very well shape the future of Westeros. After a full second of silence, he nodded. Go on. First, every step of this whole fundraising endeavor must be discussed with me in detail, and you must explain your reasoning clearly. I must be allowed to participate fully. Second, the account funds will be managed by me. The money will be kept in an independent house I rent, and I'll personally handle all incoming and outgoing transactions. Tyrion straightened his expression, trying to emphasize that he wasn't joking. Third, if the plan fails, I will cover the shortfall. But you are not allowed to attempt this scheme elsewhere without my approval. I'll find something else for you to do. With your brains, you can live comfortably without resorting to scams. That's all, decide. The first 2 conditions were easy enough to understand. Igor's calculated approach and the mutual trust between the two had helped them grow close in just a few months, despite being from vastly different worlds. However, they had only known each other for a short time, and Tyrion likely feared that Igor might squander money recklessly, as the original perpetrators of Ponzi schemes had done, or worse, abscond with a massive sum. Igor had no such intentions, so he readily accepted the restrictions. With King's Landing being the population and economic center of Westeros, and with both a northern hand of the king and a Lannister to cooperate with, it should be feasible to raise funds. If it couldn't work here, why try elsewhere? Igor didn't hesitate. Your requests are reasonable. I agree to all of them. Very good. The dwarf appreciated Igor's straightforwardness. He nodded, then gave his friend a once-over, his expression shifting into a frown. Did you really go to Dragonstone? You look like you've been in a brothel for 3 days and 3 nights. You're utterly exhausted. Is it that obvious? Igor muttered. He couldn't help but replay Melisandre's words in his mind, still struggling to separate truth from lies. Tyrion didn't even believe in the existence of White Walkers. When it came to skepticism, this native of Westeros might surpass even Igor himself. I'm seasick and didn't sleep well. Do you want to rest? I'll write up a list first. You can have Morales and Jack do the shopping. I'll take a nap, and once everything's in place, we can begin. Excellent. I can't wait. Tyrion's excitement was palpable. He was like a child about to unbox a long-awaited toy. The game of money. Just thinking about it feels more thrilling than drinking or spending time with women. Tyrion, you might be the most adventurous man in Westeros I've ever met. Humph, Tyrion grunted, unimpressed by the flattery. As you said, I'm only the most adventurous Westerosi. This venture doesn't interfere with my drinking or carousing, nor does it put my life at risk. That's why I find it more interesting than the other two, and why I'm willing to try it. Compared to someone like you, who's crossed the sunset sea to get here, I'm nothing more than a country bumpkin. Let's not waste time complimenting each other, Igor replied with a smirk. I'll write up the list of supplies we need immediately. This afternoon, we'll start preparing to issue the Night's Watch bonds. Chapter 59. After a short nap and confirming with Yoren that they wouldn't be leaving for the Wall in the next few days, Igor and Tyrion set out together, discussing details as they rode. Any form of fundraising is a scam at the beginning, Igor began. The difference between legitimate finance and outright fraud is this: in the former, cheating people out of their money is just the initial step, not the ultimate goal. What we're doing, or at least what we hope to be doing, falls into the first category. To achieve that, we need to establish a formal and complete system that not only appears legitimate but actually functions as such. He glanced at Tyrion. This requires a whole set of rules and regulations to govern everyone involved, not just you and me. And since you've asked for details, let's start there. Very well, go ahead, Tyrion replied, gesturing for him to continue. I'll listen and offer suggestions where I can. All right. Igor had thought everything through meticulously in his room and now laid it out with clarity. A mature financial system has to account for many factors: stability, order, growth, but since we're just getting started, we only need to focus on one thing: stability. Specifically, stability of the capital chain. Since our main source of funds is borrowing, ensuring stability means making sure our creditors don't suddenly demand repayment en masse. Tyrion nodded, though he was struggling to keep up with the flood of unfamiliar terms and concepts. You mentioned interest. Yes, interest, or rather, the return on investment, Igor explained. I casually set the rate at 1% per month earlier, but after thinking it through, that figure is quite reasonable. The lower the return rate, the lower the risk of the entire operation collapsing. It's a moderate figure, low enough to be sustainable. However, we'll need to implement additional rules to support it. The method is simple: when borrowing money, we'll agree on a repayment period. If repayment is delayed, interest will continue to accrue. If repayment is made early, there will be penalties. Penalties? Tyrion asked, raising an eyebrow. Borrowing money is already a request for help. Who would dare to pay up if you start talking about penalties? Calm down. The penalties won't affect the principal, Igor assured him. The principal will always remain secure, no matter what. The penalty will only apply to the interest, the profit portion. And remember, we're operating under the guise of raising funds for the Night's Watch, with the Lord Hand of the King's endorsement. Officially, the money is for purchasing food and equipment to defend the Wall against wildlings and White Walkers. This is a noble cause, one that few would object to. While it's true that everything is being managed by just the two of us, and only part of the funds will go where we claim, the debtor isn't me, it's the Night's Watch. Igor paused to let the point sink in before continuing. This distinction is critical. I represent the Night's Watch. Even though the organization is in decline and Southerners look down on it, it's still legally independent and on par with the great houses of Westeros. As such, it must act impartially and responsibly. To maintain that facade, we need strict principles that seem overbearing but ultimately work in our favor. The most important of these is that our bonds will not be redeemable before the agreed-upon time. You make a valid point, Tyrion admitted, but you're underestimating how unreasonable people can be. I don't know how things work in Cena or wherever you claim to be from, but here in Westeros, those rules could backfire and cause widespread panic. You're not wrong. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If creditors are truly desperate for repayment, we won't strictly enforce the rules. However, there must still be consequences, Igor said. For instance, if a creditor redeems their bonds early, after more than 2 months, a 1% handling fee will apply. That means they lose 1 month's worth of interest. If they redeem within 1 month and the interest doesn't cover the handling fee, we'll waive it, but they'll face other penalties. For example, I might refuse to lend to that person again. Refuse to lend to them again? Tyrion laughed, then paused when he saw Igor's serious expression. You can't be serious. Who would beg for the privilege of lending you money? It does sound a bit arrogant, doesn't it? Igor admitted. Let's put it another way, such individuals will be disqualified from purchasing Night's Watch bonds in the future, unless, of course, they pay the handling fee for their defaulted bonds first. It might sound ridiculous, but reality often defies logic. Tyrion's skepticism remained. I'll believe it when I see it. Fair enough, Igor conceded. A 1% monthly return isn't enticing enough on its own. That's why we need incentives as well as penalties. Incentive 1, after 3 months, no handling fee will apply to redemptions. Incentive 2, interest increases over time. For example, the interest for the 3rd month might rise to 1.5%, the 6th month to 2%, the 9th month to 2.5%, and the 12th month to 3%. Every 3 months, the rate increases by 0.5%. That's still too much, Tyrion said, shaking his head. Not at all, it applies only to the current month, not cumulatively. It's perfectly manageable, Igor clarified. Think about it, after 3 months, the creditor earns 3.5%, after 6 months, 7.5%, after 9 months, 12%, and after a full year, 17%. This structure makes the return rate attractive enough. Creditors will naturally conclude that the longer their money stays with me, the higher the return. Imagine you had 100 gold dragons. If you left it untouched at home for a year, it would still be 100. But if you lent it to me, it would grow to 117 by year's end. What would you choose? Indeed, it's attractive enough. Arithmetic had always been one of Tyrion's strong suits, but compared to Igor, who seemed to possess a methodical, almost clinical understanding of numbers, he felt like a rank amateur. Since meeting Igor, Tyrion found himself being persuaded more often than he had in the past 20 years combined. I get it now. Not only that, but the people who lend you money will eventually form a habitual mindset. The longer they leave the money with you, the more they'll earn. Unless they're in a true emergency, they'll avoid redeeming it. Exactly. Now, think a bit deeper, Igor said, his tone steady and deliberate. Imagine you're a creditor who's lent the Night's Watch, 100 gold dragons. Let's say it's been 11 months or 11.5 months. Suddenly, your family encounters an emergency, and you urgently need the money. If you redeem the bond now, the return will be calculated for 11 months, meaning you'll receive 100 gold dragons plus 11 months interest, 114 gold dragons. But if you wait just another half a month, that 114 becomes 117. However, because of the urgency, you can't wait. What would you do? Tyrion furrowed his brow, considering the scenario. After a moment, his expression brightened as he found the answer. I'd sell the bond to someone else for 115 or 116 gold dragons. That way, I can solve my problem, and the person buying the bond still gets to earn 1 or 2 gold dragons in just a matter of days. Exactly. And what does that imply? Tyrion mulled it over again, his mind racing. After a few seconds, a realization dawned on him, a realization both thrilling and unsettling. In that case, the Night's Watch bonds you've issued can effectively serve as 115 or 116 gold dragons. In other words, those bonds function almost like what you called banknotes earlier. Precisely, Igor confirmed, nodding with a faint smile. But for that to happen, society at large would need to recognize the reliability and value of the Night's Watch bonds. That's a long road ahead. If we're fortunate, we might see it in our lifetime. More likely, however, the king will recognize the potential of finance, issue his own royal bonds, and squeeze us out of the market entirely. He chuckled softly. True finance is 1,000 times more complex than this, but we're only taking the first steps. No need to overthink the distant future. Now, which way should we turn at this intersection? Asterisk. Chapter 60. Igor had just arrived in King's Landing and naturally didn't know his way around. Fortunately, Tyrion had lived in the city long enough to navigate it with ease. While not an expert on every street, he had no trouble finding their destination. As they talked, they soon arrived at the only professional seal-making shop in King's Landing, and one of the few in all of Westeros. Westeros in this era was far behind the modern world Igor had known before crossing over. However, as the Seven Kingdoms unified and developed, people had begun to grasp the importance of law and order. Seals in this world followed specific formats and were subject to certain regulations. You couldn't just carve one out of stone and expect it to be recognized. In King's Landing, only seals made at this shop were guaranteed to be accepted by nobles and wealthy individuals throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Seal shops typically served only people of status or those with fixed assets, as ordinary folk had no need for them. Igor, a Night's Watchman, didn't meet these criteria. Fortunately, he had two powerful credentials, letters signed and sealed by Eddard Stark and Jeor Mormont. After inspecting these documents, the shopkeeper agreed to take on Igor's business. He ordered a seal for himself with the title, Chief Logistics Officer of the Night's Watch. While such a position didn't currently exist within the Night's Watch, Igor planned to establish it soon as part of his broader strategy. Igor commissioned 2 seals, one for official correspondence and one for personal identification. After settling on the design and content with the engraver, he turned to Tyrion. "Do you have a seal?" "No," Tyrion replied honestly. It was uncommon for someone of his rank not to have a seal, but his situation was unique. His disability and distinctive appearance meant his identity as a Lannister was rarely questioned. The family's reputation for paying its debts often served as sufficient proof in dealings with taverns, brothels, and merchants. Nobles, meanwhile, typically dealt with his father Tywin or his siblings. Though Tyrion pretended not to care, it was clear he had his own struggles with this reality. "I suppose I should get one as well." Tyrion's seal order was quickly arranged. As the infamous imp, he didn't need official credentials, but it was still a practical step. Regular seals were expensive, but compared to the scale of their plans, the cost was negligible. Once the seals were commissioned, they left the shop, mounted their horses, and headed for their next destination, discussing the details as they rode. Tyrion climbed onto his horse with some difficulty. "And now? Your servant has already bought the paper, ink, wax, and other supplies. Now we just need to visit the sign workshop," Igor replied. "The sign workshop? Fine. But I wasn't asking where we're headed. I meant, since you said this project needs my help, what exactly do you need me to do?" "A lot," Igor admitted. "With your involvement, we've skipped the hardest part of the plan and moved straight to the first major stage. If I were doing this alone, I'd have to raise interest rates to attract attention, then go around begging for every single gold dragon, scraping together initial loans from commoners through sheer persistence and all kinds of tricks. But with you on board, I can target middle and upper-class lenders from the start. This lets me offer reasonable returns and set a minimum subscription threshold. Fewer creditors, better quality, and a far more stable capital chain. The workload for fundraising operations is reduced exponentially." He paused, considering his words carefully. "The first thing I need from you is to convince a few of your friends to buy these bonds. Just a few. Once we've got that foundation, the rest will fall into place." "Damn it, you want me to scam my own people?" Tyrion said, half joking. "Scam?" Igor feigned indignation. How can you say that? In this setup, the first group of creditors is the least likely to be cheated. All they need is a little persuasion from you to join. Once they're on board, their participation becomes a source of confidence for the next wave of lenders. As long as we control the total funds, the cycle can continue. Someone has to take the first step. If you're unwilling to convince your acquaintances, we'll be forced to take the bonds to the streets, knocking on doors like peddlers. Fine, I'll do it. Tyrion agreed, having already decided to invest his own money. This wasn't a matter of principle to him. Worst case, he could simply cover any shortfall himself. How do I convince them? It's simple. Introduce me to your friends and vouch for me. With the Commander-in-Chief's seal and the hand of the King's endorsement, it shouldn't be too difficult, Igor said confidently. All right. You mentioned a subscription threshold, how much are we talking? 100 gold dragons. Tyrion's eyes widened. That much? Igor, King's Landing might be the wealthiest city in the Seven Kingdoms, but asking someone I know to hand over 100 gold dragons is no small matter. Especially when the money isn't being lent to me, but to the Night's Watch. Many of these people may have never even seen a member of the Watch before. Asking them to throw that much into a cause they don't fully understand is ambitious. It's just a starting figure, Igor explained. We're issuing fixed-rate, simple interest, registered bonds. Remember the supplies I asked Morris and Jack to purchase? Each bond will be made from high-quality parchment, processed with anti-counterfeiting measures, and signed and sealed by all parties involved. Each bond will cost over a silver stag to produce. If we don't set a high minimum, we'd end up issuing hundreds, if not thousands, of bonds. That would be a logistical nightmare, not to mention it would increase costs and complicate management, threatening the stability of the capital chain. He added, of course, the 100 gold dragons figure is negotiable. We can adjust it if needed. Fixed interest, simple interest, registered bonds. What do these terms mean? Fixed interest means the interest rate remains constant. Simple interest means no additional interest will be calculated on the interest already accrued. Registered bonds mean the name of the holder is recorded on each bond. The first 2 points are for ease of accounting and management, while the third ensures the authenticity of the bonds and protects the holder's ownership in case of theft or loss. You'll understand these better when the time comes. It's complicated, Tyrion remarked, shaking his head slightly. The truly complicated parts are still ahead, Igor replied with a faint smile. For now, let's focus on simpler issues, like what to write on the sign for my Night's Watch office and what design to use. They eventually arrived at the sign workshop. Unlike the seal engraving shop or the planned Night's Watch office, the workshop required a large space for processing and production. To save on rent, it was situated in a more remote part of King's Landing. By the time they found the place, the sun was already setting. In the semi-open workspace, a dozen carpenters and laborers were busy at work. King's Landing saw the opening of new shops all the time, which meant a steady demand for new signs. Though the Seven Kingdoms were rife with political struggles and undercurrents of tension, the ordinary citizens remained blissfully unaware. On the surface, Westeros was enjoying an unprecedented period of peace and prosperity, with industry and commerce developing at remarkable speed. Igor couldn't help but wonder, if the War of the Five Kings hadn't occurred and the long winter hadn't arrived, would cities like King's Landing have eventually sprouted the seeds of capitalism? The workshop owner greeted them warmly, assuring them that making a sign was far less troublesome than crafting a seal or unlocking a safe. As long as you pay, he said confidently, we can make it in any size or design you like. After half an hour of discussion, Igor and Tyrion finalized the size and content of the sign and paid the deposit. By the time they returned to the inn after another exhausting day, the city was cloaked in darkness. Chapter 61. They still couldn't rest even after nightfall. Igor and Tyrion squeezed into their shared room, and under the dim light of a dozen candles, they began crafting the first-ever Night's Watch bonds. A stack of the finest quality parchment available in King's Landing sat on the table. After finalizing the content of the bonds through one last discussion, they began working. Tyrion's appearance might not inspire confidence, but his handwriting was elegant and refined. Igor, on the other hand, had grown accustomed to using computers in his past life, and his handwriting, even if he could mimic the characters of Westeros, was subpar. As a result, the task of writing the first bond fell squarely on Tyrion's shoulders. The dwarf copied the draft carefully, word by word, without the slightest sloppiness, perhaps the most effort he had ever put into writing anything, even compared to letters to his father, Tywin Lannister. Phew! Tyrion exhaled as he carefully lifted the corners of the first sheet and blew on it to dry the ink. Setting it aside, he picked up a fresh sheet to continue. It had been a week since he returned to King's Landing, and for once, he hadn't visited a single brothel. He couldn't believe it himself. This sense of purpose, this work that filled the emptiness inside him, was almost intoxicating. Igor, seated across from him, was absorbed in revising a draft. The parchment before him was covered in scribbles, words struck through and rewritten. He wasn't yet satisfied. The bond itself couldn't hold every rule or detail, it was just a piece of paper. He planned to draft a larger poster to hang in the Night's Watch office, explaining everything clearly to visitors. Just jot down a basic outline for now and get some sleep, Tyrion suggested without looking up. What matters isn't the bond's content but the signatures, seals, and anti-counterfeiting measures. Yeah, I'll hire someone to handle it tomorrow, Tyrion added. Hire someone to copy the bonds? Why bother? Find a shop to print them instead. Igor's words trailed off as he realized he didn't know how to say, print, in Westeros's common tongue. What are you trying to say? Igor struggled to explain, resorting to gestures and examples, but Tyrion still didn't understand. Finally, Igor said, imagine taking the bond's content and turning it into an oversized seal, then stamping it onto each piece of parchment. How clever! Why didn't I think of that? Tyrion's eyes lit up. Is this another one of your center tricks? Your people are frighteningly innovative. Sometimes I'm grateful the Sunset Sea lies between us. Wait, Westeros doesn't have this technology. How do you produce books? By copying them, of course, Tyrion answered casually. There are scribes who do it for a living, painstakingly copying text for miserable wages. His voice trailed off, and his expression shifted as realization struck. 7 hells. Are you saying? Igor came to the same conclusion. The reason he didn't know how to say, print, was simple, printing didn't exist in this world. The two men stared at each other in stunned silence. Then, almost simultaneously, they thought the same thing, this is a business opportunity. They immediately launched into a deeper discussion. Igor asked Tyrion about the state of books in Westeros and quickly learned the shocking truth. Books in this era were copied entirely by hand, and their prices ranged from several silver stags to multiple gold dragons, depending on the neatness of the handwriting, the book's content and accuracy, and the quality of its binding. For some volumes, calling them luxuries would not be an exaggeration. Is this why Tsena is so advanced and powerful? Tyrion mused aloud, his quick mind grasping the implications immediately. He realized how printing could revolutionize the spread of knowledge and culture. This could change everything. We could open a printing house, sell books, and make a fortune. We could even fund it with the money from your bonds. No, we shouldn't wait. I'll front the money myself and get started right away. But Igor shook his head. It's not that simple, he said. With Westeros's current level of technology, printing might not even be cheaper than manual copying. If we put in the effort to create molds but only print a few dozen or a few hundred books, we'd lose money compared to just hiring scribes. And if we print in large volumes, the real issue arises, who's going to buy them? Tyrion frowned but listened as Igor continued. You're a man of learning and refinement. Of course, you'd hope for a world where everyone could read and appreciate books. But for now, we need to focus on making money, not cultural advancements. The money we raise has to create immediate value, otherwise, this becomes a Ponzi scheme that collapses under its own weight. We can't afford to print a bunch of excellent but highbrow books that no one will buy, even if they'd enrich the cultural landscape of Westeros in the long run. Igor leaned back and sighed. To put it simply, we need to focus on practical opportunities. If we're not part of the ruling class yet, it's a waste of time to think about reshaping the entire world. After pondering for a while, Igor quickly identified several items that society urgently needed, ones with a massive market where printing costs would undoubtedly be cheaper than manual copying. Calendars, the 7 sacred scriptures, and ghost stories that were simple and entertaining for all ages. He could collaborate with institutions like the Faith of the Seven, local churches, or even bards to ensure the funds he raised were put to work effectively. The idea came so suddenly that it caught him off guard. Excitement surged through him, and with a flourish of his quill, he crossed out an item on the original schedule. "What did you cross out?" Tyrion asked, noticing the sudden change. "I originally planned to limit the number of bonds issued," Igor explained, his voice brimming with excitement. "If there's no real way to make money, the faster the fund grows, the quicker it collapses. But now that we have a project that can generate revenue, limiting the bonds is pointless." He leaned forward eagerly. "We already know what to do with the first round of funds. First, we'll recruit people with seal engraving skills. Not the master craftsmen from the King's Landing seal shop, they're too expensive, but apprentices or anyone with some experience will do. Next, we'll contact paper merchants. We need a large, stable supply of cheap paper. We finally have something solid to work toward." Tyrion smirked and folded his arms. "Ha! You were planning to limit the number of bonds? Are you seriously confident enough that people will beg to lend you money? If things go as planned, I might even raise the interest rate. By then, people will line up from the Red Keep all the way to the Gate of the Gods to throw their money at me," Igor said, half boasting but fully confident. He stood and stretched. "That's enough for today. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll split up to handle our respective tasks." In countless tales of world travelers, the protagonist always seems to effortlessly dig out their first pot of gold using knowledge from their previous world. But when it came to Igor's turn, he realized how difficult it was to turn knowledge into money. He knew how combustion engines worked, how generators produced electricity through magnetism, and even how airplanes and spacecraft soared into the skies. But these advanced technologies were utterly useless in this medieval world. Knowing the principles was one thing, but building these machines was another, impossible, given Westeros's materials and industrial capabilities. Even something as small as a screw for an airplane was beyond what this world could produce. Who would have thought that, just as he was feeling stuck, a casual conversation with Tyrion would reveal a golden business opportunity? The sheer backwardness of this world exceeded his expectations. To make money here, he didn't need the cutting-edge knowledge he'd imagined. Technologies and items that were commonplace or even obsolete back in his world were revolutionary innovations here. Chapter 62. The sun rose, heralding a new day. As usual, Yoren, the recruiter for the night's watch, went to Flea Bottom after breakfast to round up new recruits. Tyrion, in an unusual display of early rising, left to begin setting up the printing factory he had been dreaming of. Only Igor remained behind, sleeping a little longer. When the sun was fully up, and the time seemed right, he mounted his horse and set off leisurely for the storefront Eddard Stark had arranged for the night's watch in a street-facing location. It was, of course, impossible to have seals and signs made overnight, and the bonds wouldn't be issued in just a day or two. But the night watchman's office had to open quickly. Whether for signing bonds or recruiting new members, such activities couldn't be conducted in the open air or in someone else's home. Just as conmen and shell companies rent office spaces and hire employees to establish an air of legitimacy, financial dealings need to be conducted in a fixed, professional-looking location. This would provide first-time visitors with a sense of security. Jack had already ordered tables, chairs, cabinets, and other office supplies the previous day and scheduled their delivery. They were due to arrive today, and as the applicant and future head of the night watchman's office, Igor had no choice but to be on site to supervise the setup and oversee the arrangement of the storefront. The merchant proved to have a good sense of timing. Within half an hour of opening, all the workers and goods arrived. After a quick cleanup, Igor began directing the workers to move tables, chairs, and cabinets inside, arranging them one by one in their designated places. Though he'd never opened a shop before, growing up around his mother's tailoring and clothing store had left an indelible influence on him. Without even realizing it, he set up the office's layout in a way reminiscent of his childhood home. The office was divided into 2 rooms, one for public access and the other for private use. On one wall of the public room, a poster would display detailed explanations and rules of the Night's Watch bonds. On another wall, a poster would highlight the benefits and requirements of enlisting in the Night's Watch. Below these posters, 2 rows of benches were set up for visitors to rest. In the center of the room stood a large table, where the store manager would eventually sit to explain bond purchases or enlistment procedures to interested visitors. Once they were certain of their interest, they would be invited into the inner room. The inner room served as Igor's private office. It featured a row of simple cabinets and wooden shelves, with space for safes or other secure storage in the future. A desk stood by the window, slightly smaller than the one in the outer room. This would be the place for more in-depth discussions and negotiations, where Igor would personally sign every Night's Watch bond and recruitment contract. After the setup was complete, both Igor and Jack were drenched in sweat. They moved chairs outside the storefront, sitting down to catch their breath while looking at the newly furnished but still empty office. "Do you really think anyone will sign up for the Night's Watch?" Jack asked, fanning himself with one hand. He had removed his Lannister armor due to the heat. "I mean, no offense, but the price you pay for wearing black, it's just too steep. I'd rather die." "True," Igor replied, a slight smile on his face. "The Night's Watch does need to reform. If we keep clinging to that sacred nonsense about lifelong vows, we'll disappear altogether." "Reform?" "Yes, reform." Igor's smile deepened, though it was a calculated one. He had no intention of actually sending large numbers of new recruits to the wall. Even if he had the means to do so, he wouldn't. Training them, making them swear oaths, and turning them into lifelong brothers of the Night's Watch offered him no personal benefit. It was true that the more men he sent to the wall, the more secure its defenses would be, and the less likely it was that the Watch would recall him. But it was also true that with more recruits, the overall power of the Night's Watch would grow and that growth would diminish his influence. Igor had no desire to return to the wall, but neither did he want to be sidelined by others in the Watch. His plan was simple: spend a month or 2 pretending to recruit in King's Landing, then write a letter to the Night's Watch leaders, lamenting his difficulties. He would claim he tried his best to persuade many to join, but nearly all balked when they learned of the lifelong vows. He would propose a compromise: allow men to temporarily serve at the wall for a few years, help defend it during these dangerous times, and then return home. With the wall in desperate need of manpower, Jeor Mormont would have little choice but to agree. From there, Igor could recruit mercenaries or adventurers, paying them wages to fulfill their service. These men would owe their positions, their pay, and even their eventual freedom to him, forming a network of loyalty. Over time, this temporary force would grow into a significant faction within the Night's Watch. Imagine a scenario where half or even more of the Watch owed their allegiance to him. His influence would be unparalleled. Even if he held no formal position, he could become the de facto leader of the Night's Watch. He wouldn't rebel or seek independence, avoiding attention from larger powers, but anyone, whether Alliser Thorne or Benjen Stark, who tried to move against him would have to think twice. What to name this new force? The Night's Watch Auxiliary Corps? The Wall Defense Construction Corps? Or the Temporary Garrison of the Wall of Despair? That could be decided later. For now, there was no need to share such thoughts with Jack. It wasn't a matter of looking down on Tyrion's squire, some things were simply better kept to oneself. Everything depended on the success of the Night's Watch bonds. As long as that succeeded, all his plans would follow. After all, problems that can be solved with money aren't real problems. Igor's confident expression, as if he had everything under control, made Jack uneasy. After following Tyrion for so long, the squire had absorbed some of his master's insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Just as Jack was about to ask more, he glanced up and froze. 7 hells. Lord Stark, why is he here, Igor? He seems to be heading this way. Is he looking for you? Igor, startled by the interruption, followed Jack's gaze. Sure enough, the current hand of the king, Eddard Stark, was riding along the street with a group of guards. The Night's Watch office had only just begun its renovations, far from ready to host visitors, let alone the hand of the 7 kingdoms. Still, Eddard Stark's presence couldn't be entirely coincidental. Given his concern for the Night's Watch, it wasn't unreasonable to think he might stop by to inspect or even instruct the progress of their work. Technically, the Night's Watch was independent, and the Warden of the North had no authority over its operations. But practically speaking, Stark's support or at least his lack of interference was critical for Igor to carry out his plans in King's Landing. Chapter 63. Yeah. Eddard nodded briefly in greeting, remaining seated on his horse. His sharp eyes scanned the Night's Watch office, which was still under construction. A faint smile of interest crossed his face. It looks quite formal. When do you expect to start recruiting? In 2 or 3 days. I'll begin as soon as possible, Igor replied. This office won't just handle recruitment. It'll also serve as a hub for receiving, accounting, and transferring the food, equipment, and funds donated by the nobles and common folk of the 7 kingdoms to the Night's Watch. Everything will be recorded and sent to the wall. Eddard hesitated, his gaze briefly narrowing. Where did you get the money for all this? Lord Tyrion Lannister provided me with a squire to assist, Igor answered without missing a beat, gesturing toward Jack. This is Jack. Realizing he couldn't avoid the introduction, the young squire quickly stood and greeted the hand of the king. Unlike Igor's calm demeanor, Jack was visibly nervous. It wasn't surprising, given the well-known animosity between the Stark and Lannister families. Eddard had initially wondered why there was someone here in red robes, but now that his confusion was resolved, he saw no reason to show any disrespect to a servant. He gave Jack a curt nod in acknowledgement of his greeting before turning to a short man standing nearby. The wildlings beyond the wall are restless, and the Night's Watch is struggling, Eddard said gravely. Even with the treasury short on funds, symbolic support must be provided. Go raise some money to allocate to the Night's Watch. Consider it part of our national defense expenditures. Me, sir. The short man looked taken aback, his expression innocent. The kingdom's finances are. There's no room for debate, Eddard interrupted firmly. This is a matter of defending the realm. You managed to find prize money for the tourney, you can handle this. Isn't that your job as master of coin? His tone left no room for argument. I'm not asking for much. Just a few dozen or 100 gold dragons will do. Enough to help the Night's Watch establish itself here. The rest is up to his ability. Well, if it's the hand of the king's order. The man sighed dramatically, his tone dripping with reluctance. I suppose I'll just have to make it work. Eddard ignored the man's theatrics and turned to one of his guards. Jory, you stay here with Arya. Lord Baelish and I have other matters to attend to. Yes, my lord. What? A girl's voice rang out in protest. You promised to take me shopping, and now you're leaving. I'm coming with you. The protest drew Igor's attention, and for the first time, he noticed the girl among the group. Without needing much thought, he recognized her as Arya Stark, the second daughter of Eddard Stark. As for the short man Eddard had ordered to raise funds, Igor realized with a jolt that this must be Peter Baelish, Littlefinger himself, the master manipulator who thrived on chaos. It took Igor a moment to fully register this revelation. Littlefinger's appearance was somewhat different from the TV series portrayal, which was likely why Igor hadn't recognized him immediately. But now that he knew, he couldn't help but take a longer look. First, he understood why Baelish had earned the nickname Littlefinger. Then, like a cold bucket of water poured over his head, he remembered that the events of the original story were still unfolding, moving forward like an unstoppable wheel rolling downhill. The place the hand of the king and I are heading isn't suitable for children, Baelish said with a sly smile, giving Arya an exaggerated wink. Especially not for girls. I'm not a child. Arya snapped. Be patient, Arya, Eddard said gently, trying to placate her. I'll come back later, and we'll continue shopping. And, Igor. He turned toward the Night's Watchman, his voice calm but weighted with meaning. Do your best. And stay out of trouble. With that, Eddard gave a brief smile, then gestured for Baelish and the guards to follow him. The group rode away, leaving the Night's Watch office behind. The big boss was busy, and as quickly as he came, he left. Eddard Stark's group disappeared down the street almost immediately. Arya was left fuming at her father's inconsistency, loudly complaining about his broken promise to take her shopping. Meanwhile, Jory, the captain of Stark's guards, tried his best to soothe her frustration. Igor, however, was quiet. He stared in the direction Eddard had gone, lost in thought. By telling him to stay out of trouble, was Eddard hinting that he should keep quiet about Joffrey's supposed assassination of Bran? And what about the order to Littlefinger to raise funds for the Night's Watch? Was that Stark's way of throwing him hush money? No, those concerns were secondary. With Eddard's honorable nature, there was little risk of him harming Igor, even if he suspected or knew that the assassination attempt on Bran was fabricated. The real question was, what was Littlefinger up to now? Piecing together the conversation he'd overheard, Igor tried to reconstruct the events. Arya, restless and bored, had likely badgered her father into taking her out for some entertainment. Unable to say no, Eddard had agreed. But then they ran into Littlefinger, who came bearing some urgent business. Whatever the reason, Eddard had decided to accompany him instead, leaving his daughter behind. In the original story, Eddard didn't take Arya shopping at all. But this time, the story had diverged. Without the Starks blaming the Lannisters for Bran's fall and alleged assassination attempt, Catelyn hadn't secretly traveled to King's Landing. Tyrion hadn't been kidnapped, so there was no conflict between the Lion and the Wolf. As a result, Jaime hadn't challenged Eddard to a duel, and the 50 Stark guards were still alive and well. Eddard may have argued with Robert over the plan to assassinate Daenerys Targaryen, but it hadn't damaged their friendship. He was still firmly in his role as Hand of the King. In this relatively peaceful environment, it made sense that Eddard, as a father, would take time to indulge his restless daughter. But for him to suddenly change plans and follow Littlefinger meant the matter was serious. What could be so important? They seemed to be heading in the direction of the inn we're staying at, Jack muttered, breaking Igor's train of thought. The mention of the inn reminded Igor of something. Littlefinger's earlier comment to Arya, that the place wasn't suitable for children, especially girls, suddenly clicked. He recalled Tyrion's insistence on staying at the Albatross Inn when they arrived in King's Landing. The Red Keep is too far from my favorite brothel, Tyrion had said. It only took Igor a few seconds to reach a conclusion: they're going to Silk Street. Silk Street? Jack repeated, his tone hesitant. As Tyrion's squire, he was well aware of what went on there. He'd even accompanied Tyrion on some escapades. But he couldn't reconcile the idea of Eddard Stark, of all people, visiting such a place. But Lord Stark doesn't seem like someone who would go to a brothel. Going to a brothel doesn't necessarily mean going for that. Igor's pupils dilated as more details from the original plot flooded back into his mind. He suddenly understood exactly what was happening. Littlefinger's ultimate goal was to sow chaos in the Seven Kingdoms and profit from the turmoil. As a master manipulator, he could exploit any situation, no matter how minor or coincidental, to further his ambitions. Whether or not Catelyn had come to King's Landing was irrelevant, Littlefinger would find a way to insert himself into the Starks' affairs regardless. Without Catelyn's misguided assurances of Littlefinger's trustworthiness, Eddard would naturally be more wary of him. But for a manipulator of Littlefinger's caliber, even the slightest opening was enough. Now, the cunning schemer was leading Eddard Stark to Silk Street, ostensibly to investigate the death of Jon Arryn. But in truth, Littlefinger was setting Eddard up to discover the true parentage of Cersei's children. This revelation would be a death sentence for Eddard. His honorable nature would compel him to act, ultimately leading to Robert's death, his own execution, and the explosion of civil war. Renly would flee King's Landing to rally support for his claim to the throne. Stannis would assert his legitimate rights. Robb Stark, still little more than a boy, would be thrust into the role of king in the north, naively freeing Theon Greyjoy in the process. The War of the Five Kings would begin. Igor felt a chill as he realized the implications. His confidence in the success of the Night's Watch bonds had always rested on two pillars, Tyrion's involvement and the universal nature of human greed. But war was the ultimate destroyer of trust. In a time of chaos and uncertainty, no one would dare risk their money, no matter how high the promised returns. In King's Landing, Igor could avoid or navigate threats from individuals like Robert, Joffrey, or even Cersei. But chaos and war. There was no escaping that. For his plans to succeed, peace was essential. And someone like Littlefinger, who thrived on chaos, was an obstacle he couldn't ignore. Their interests were fundamentally at odds. Littlefinger's plans had to be stopped. Chapter 64. The noisy chatter outside brought Igor back to reality. Now wasn't the time to get lost in thought. He handed his horse's reins to the captain of Eddard Stark's guards and gestured for them to enter the partially set-up Night's Watch office. The two guests, one a stern soldier, the other the spirited Arya Stark, sat down. Igor followed them inside, all the while continuing to plan in secret. For the sake of his deception, he might now have to position himself as a peacekeeper, which struck him as ironic. But there was no room for laughter. This was a serious and messy problem. Stopping the War of the Five Kings, just thinking about it gave him flashbacks to his failed attempt to stop Bran from falling. Was this war another machination of some divine entity? Wait. This line of thinking led nowhere. Forget those meddlesome gods. The best solution to stop the chaos, logically, would be to eliminate Littlefinger and Varys, these two master manipulators, in one fell swoop. But he couldn't do it himself. The idea of relying on outside help naturally brought him to Jaqen H'ghar, but even that led to a dead end. The wounds from his encounter with Melisandre were still healing, and his thoughts about the faceless man only deepened his headache. He hadn't forgotten Jaqen, he simply didn't know how to approach him. Jaqen H'ghar was from Braavos, a city unique in more ways than one. Braavos wasn't just known for the Iron Bank. It was a haven of multiculturalism, a city-state founded by former slaves who had permanently abolished slavery. Its trade networks were unmatched, its religious and cultural diversity widely respected. The Iron Bank wielded immense financial and political influence, and then there was the House of Black and White, home to the legendary Faceless Men, assassins renowned for their lethal precision. Overseeing it all was the Sea Lord, a ruler chosen through an enigmatic and intricate selection process. Braavos had never lost a war, even against powerful opponents like Pentos. Such consistent victories were no accident. Winning at that scale required unparalleled coordination between its institutions, the Sea Lord, the Iron Bank, and likely even the Faceless Men. These groups were likely interconnected, perhaps even operated by the same elite ruling class. It wasn't far-fetched to imagine the House of Black and White doubling as an intelligence agency, training spies and assassins to eliminate threats to Braavos' interests. Jaqen H'ghar was no ordinary killer. He was a high-level faceless man capable of training apprentices, a spy and an agent of a city-state known for its far-reaching influence. Why would such a man allow himself to end up imprisoned in King's Landing? Was it a mistake, or was he there on purpose, perhaps with a mission to kill someone in Westeros or gather information? Igor had nothing solid to work with. Creating an accident to rescue Jaqen and earn his favor had briefly crossed his mind. But without reliable allies or a team he could trust, it was impossible to execute such a plan. Violent solutions like killing were off the table. That left only one viable option: stabilize the situation in King's Landing and help Eddard Stark gain the upper hand, or at least avoid a catastrophic defeat. But going head-to-head with Littlefinger? Igor didn't think he had the skill for that. On top of that, Littlefinger had a temporary ally in Varys, another schemer eager to sow chaos, albeit for different reasons. Igor's foreknowledge of the plot seemed almost useless in the face of these two high-level players. While they thrived on manipulation and intelligence gathering, he was juggling multiple responsibilities and struggling just to maintain his footing. The bonds, the Night's Watch office, the chaos in King's Landing, it all threatened to overwhelm him. One mistake could expose him and get him killed. Besides, what he knew was only the original plot, before the divergence. He thought back to his failure to stop Bran's fall. That experience had taught him that direct interference in the plot could easily backfire. How had he managed to escape the mess in Winterfell? By secretly informing the Stark family. Past successful experiences suddenly gave Igor an epiphany. Just as he had avoided directly dealing with the assassin to clear himself of any connection with Bran's attempted murder, if he wanted to help Eddard, there was no need to confront Littlefinger directly. Eddard Stark, as the de facto ruler of the North, had his own resources and intelligence. All Igor needed to do was to sow discord between Eddard and Littlefinger, preventing the former from being led by the nose. That alone would suffice. "Igor, my lady is talking to you." A male voice abruptly interrupted Igor's train of thought. He looked up and found himself face to face with a young girl's stern, expectant expression. "Ah, sorry. I was just thinking about recruitment. What can I do for you, Miss Arya? Are you the Igor that John talked about?" Arya pouted, repeating her earlier question. "The Night's Watch Ranger who killed the White Walker." "Yes." Igor reluctantly admitted it, noticing the incredulous look on Jory Castle, the captain of Eddard Stark's guards. It felt strange, even guilt-inducing, to tell the truth for once. Are White Walkers really that strong? They're terrifying. Gary and I fought 2 against 1, and we still almost got killed. But you managed to kill it in the end. You must be very good with a sword. Arya's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Come here. I want to talk to you alone." "Don't follow us," she yelled at Jory and the other guards, then promptly grabbed the still confused Igor by the arm and dragged him into the unfinished chief logistics officer's office. After closing the door behind them, Arya leaned in with a conspiratorial air and asked, "Can you teach me how to use a sword?" "Huh?" Igor blinked, taken aback. Shouldn't Eddard have already hired her a swordsmanship instructor by now? Wasn't it supposed to be that Braavosi water dancer, Syrio Farrell? Why not ask your father to hire a teacher for you? How could he agree to that? Are you stupid? I'm a girl. Something felt off. What change in the storyline had led to this deviation? Igor strongly suspected it was because of his own meddling. The butterfly effect, a small disturbance in initial conditions, could lead to a massive chain reaction over time. Maybe it was his fabricated accusation against Joffrey that shifted Eddard's priorities, or perhaps Arya had hidden her needle from her father too carefully this time. Whatever the reason, it wasn't worth worrying about now. Right now, he had enough on his plate. He couldn't be distracted by Eddard Stark's spirited little girl. "I'm sorry, young lady, but I'm busy," Igor said firmly, though inwardly, he thought, "I'm busy trying to save your father's life." He shook his head politely. "Why don't you ask your father's guards?" My father just helped you a lot, and you won't even do me this one small favor. Your father helped me, not you, Igor thought bitterly. Arya was undoubtedly a key character in the grand scheme of things. If circumstances allowed, she could be considered a potential ally. But right now, her worth to him was close to zero, at least until she completed her training with the Faceless Men. It was utilitarian, no doubt, to measure someone's value solely by their usefulness. But Igor was in a precarious position. He couldn't afford to indulge in sentimentality. He shook his head again, this time more decisively, preparing to decline her request outright. Under Arya's fiery glare, he began formulating the words of rejection in his mind. Yet, at the last moment, a sudden idea struck him. Asterisk. Chapter 65. To be fair, Arya is a lively, adorable, and lovable child, just like her brother Bran. She's not as skilled at dressing up as her sister Sansa, so she often gives off the impression of being plain-looking. However, from a modern perspective, judging by her facial features and bone structure, this little girl is actually quite the beauty. Apparently, someone agreed with this judgment. If Igor remembered correctly, someone in the original story remarked that Arya resembled her Aunt Lyanna and shared the same wolf blood as her. The wolf blood represents a relentless pursuit of freedom, a dangerously intoxicating romance, and an untamable wildness. Only through spontaneous journeys, reckless love, endless adventures, and the thrill of the unknown can those who carry this blood find fulfillment. And what did Arya's Aunt Lyanna do to make her name in history? She eloped with Prince Rhaegar, who already had a wife and children, while she herself was betrothed to Robert Baratheon. Sure, the marriages between Lyanna Stark and Robert Baratheon, and between Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell, were arranged for political gain, not personal happiness. Perhaps Lyanna and Rhaegar met during the Harrenhal tournament, believed they'd found true love, and then made the foolish decision to act on it. From a modern perspective, Igor might reluctantly support their choice for the sake of following their hearts. But running away without leaving a word? That was a whole other level of stupidity. Even a 6-year-old knows to tell their parents where they're going before heading out to play. A teenage girl not understanding this basic principle. If something happened, who could she blame but herself? Lyanna, the daughter of House Stark, eloped with the crown prince of House Targaryen and became his lover. What followed was a scandal that rocked the North, the Stormlands, and the royal family itself. At worst, it might have cancelled the Starks' betrothal to the Baratheons, tarnished Rhaegar's reputation, and required a hefty price to clean up the mess he caused. But because of Lyanna's foolishness and ignorance, a disaster was set in motion. Her father and brother assumed she'd been kidnapped and stormed into King's Landing to demand her return. They spoke out of turn to the Mad King, who, in his paranoia and cruelty, had them burned alive. Then Jon Arryn, the Warden of the Vale, refused to hand over his wards, Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon, prompting the rebellion known as Robert's Rebellion. In the end, the two star-crossed lovers paid the ultimate price. Rhaegar died in battle, his dynasty was destroyed, and Lyanna herself succumbed to childbirth. All that remained was her beauty, immortalized in a cold statue. Her reckless actions were no different from Robb Stark's later betrayal of a marriage pact, which ultimately led to the infamous Red Wedding. This is the world of ice and fire. If you court disaster, you'll meet it. Of course, while both the Stark children and Joffrey, Cersei's spoiled son, were willful, there were important differences. To put it simply, the Stark children still had redeeming qualities. They understood basic manners and had virtues like kindness, integrity, and loyalty. If the world weren't about to plunge into chaos, Igor wouldn't have minded making friends or forming partnerships with them. But right now, what he needed were allies with wealth and power and partners with cunning and foresight. The Starks, prone to getting their friends and families into trouble, were far from his first choice. Besides, Arya was only 10 years old. Unless Igor had some unsavory inclinations, which he didn't, why would he take an interest in her? His initial thought was simple: keep a safe distance from the Starks, who seemed cursed to bring misfortune to those around them. If he stayed out of their way, they wouldn't drag him down when calamity struck. His swordsmanship wasn't bad, perhaps good enough to teach Arya a thing or two. But if he stepped into the role of the Braavosi sword master and followed the original plot to its tragic conclusion, he'd be courting disaster himself. But upon further thought, even if this little she-wolf had no remarkable abilities for the time being, her status as a Stark child was intimidating enough. Arya could trick Eddard into giving her a certificate, which would usually be convincing enough. And if clients frequently saw a girl from the Stark family coming and going from the Night's Watch office, wouldn't they have more confidence in the bonds they held? Additionally, though Igor had not yet devised the best way to create a rift between Littlefinger and Eddard, he realized that whatever plan he chose, winning over a Stark child would make things much easier. After a brief internal struggle, Igor reluctantly stroked his chin and said, "It's not completely impossible, but there are conditions. If you want me to teach you how to use a sword, then I am your master, and you'll have to listen to me." "Okay, master. I'll listen to you." Igor continued to deliberate. Suddenly, he remembered that in the original events, the faceless man he'd never managed to recruit seemed to have some connection to the girl standing before him. There was an old saying that people naturally gravitate toward each other, just like Igor and Tyrion. Even if Igor hadn't gone out of his way to get close to Tyrion in Winterfell, given the right opportunity to meet and collaborate again, they would still likely hit it off. Could the same principle apply to Arya and Jaqen Hagar, both young and old? After some thought, Igor dismissed the notion of recruiting Jaqen through Arya as pure wishful thinking. He ultimately decided to let things play out naturally and see what would happen if he put the two of them in the same place. "Here's my first condition: don't come to me dressed like a boy anymore. Learn from your sister, dress like a proper girl, and then come for your sword lessons." "Why?" "Because dressing and fighting like a boy isn't exactly unique or remarkable, is it? But if you can be a proper lady and a skilled swordsman, like a rose with thorns, that would be a challenge, wouldn't it?" The reasoning was mostly nonsense. Truthfully, Igor just didn't want to teach a tomboy in his precious free time. He was already drowning in work, and having to deal with Arya in boys' clothing would only add to the monotony. "That makes sense." Arya pondered his words and was unexpectedly drawn to the idea of being a rose with thorns. She nodded. "Then I'll come here starting tomorrow." "It's up to you. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be staying here for a while," Igor replied with a shrug. "Second condition: before you leave for your lessons, make sure you inform your father or his guards, and have someone escort you. Even though the Red Keep isn't far from here, it may not be entirely safe for someone like you." "I'm not a child anymore." "If you say you're not, then you're not," Igor said dismissively. "But do as I say. If you want me to teach you how to use a sword, don't cause me unnecessary trouble." Chapter 66. After accepting this unexpected female apprentice, Igor rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. His responsibilities had increased yet again, and he was utterly exhausted. Coming from a peaceful and prosperous modern world, his childhood diet's nutritional quality was on par with what nobles in this world enjoyed. His naturally excellent physical condition, coupled with some training, made him stronger and more agile than many veterans stationed at the wall. But that was the limit. Among the craftsmen and officers of the Night's Watch, the weak and disabled, and the average wildlings beyond the wall, he might be considered the backbone of the Rangers. However, compared to the rest of Westeros, he was merely a recruit with slightly better discipline and experience. The brief time he spent training, less than a year, alongside the limited skill level of his master, Alliser Thorne, could not make up for the gulf in ability, no matter how clever or resourceful he might be as a time traveler. Forget about competing with those legendary figures. Even Jory Castle, Eddard Stark's captain of the guard, left behind in Winterfell to watch over Arya, was someone he couldn't hope to surpass. Luckily, Arya was still just an innocent little girl. If he put in half the effort he used to gain Tyrion's trust, he was confident he could figure out how to handle her properly. He could feign teaching her basic sword grips, footwork, and fundamental moves like slashing and blocking. By the time she realized he wasn't the master swordsman she thought him to be, she would already trust him, perhaps even see him as a dependable friend, another Jon Snow in her eyes. And if she wanted to continue her training afterward, he could always find someone better suited for the task. Someone like Jaqen Hagar or the famous Braavosi swordsman of the Sea Lord's court. What was his name again? Syrio Farrell? Or was it Leofor? Never mind. After agreeing to teach Arya some swordsmanship, the two left the small inner room. There was little of interest in the sparse Night's Watch office, which held nothing but some tables, chairs, and cabinets. Arya quickly became restless, her curious eyes darting around. Thankfully, Eddard returned soon with his original entourage and took his daughter away. Judging by the pensive look on the hand of the king's face, Littlefinger had clearly enlightened him on something. If this schemer were allowed to continue unchecked, Eddard's trust in him would deepen bit by bit, and by then, it would be too late. The plan to sow discord between Littlefinger and Eddard needed to be put into action immediately. This took precedence over everything else. With most of the day's work completed, Igor handed Jack a dozen silver stags and instructed him to purchase a few lightweight practice swords. After that, he prepared to close up the office and return to the inn to strategize on how to drive a wedge between Littlefinger and Eddard. Igor. Tyrion arrived at the office in a rush, accompanied by Maurice. He dismounted hastily and stepped inside. I was just about to head back. What's so urgent? Igor asked, his brow furrowed. The dwarf waved his hand, panting slightly. Come inside. Let's talk in private. Although puzzled, Igor followed Tyrion back into the inner room where he had spoken with Arya earlier. Sitting down, he waited for Tyrion to explain. After hearing Tyrion's explanation, Igor finally understood why the dwarf had come rushing over. The paper merchant they had contacted earlier couldn't provide the stable, cheap, and large quantities of paper they needed. The reason? Papermaking didn't exist in this world. Every book in Westeros was hand-copied onto parchment, which was made from actual sheepskin. This made books extraordinarily expensive, with the majority of the cost attributed to the materials rather than the scribe's labor, as Igor and Tyrion had initially assumed. The realization hit them like a cold splash of water. Without affordable paper, they couldn't achieve a revolutionary breakthrough in publishing or generate the massive profits needed to sustain their Ponzi scheme. To be honest, I only discovered this today, Tyrion admitted apologetically. As a nobleman, whenever he needed paper, he would simply toss a gold coin to Maurice or Jack to purchase a stack, considering any extra costs as a tip. Whether a piece of paper cost 1 or 2 silver stags had never been of concern to him. But now that he had serious plans to start a large-scale enterprise, he realized just how insufficient his funds were. The pocket money that had seemed plentiful before suddenly felt like a pittance. And as for Lord Tywin, the fact that his father hadn't docked his allowance entirely was already a sign of generosity. Asking Tywin Lannister for a loan to cause trouble? Out of the question. The excitement of preparing to open a factory and print books to spread knowledge had been crushed by the sobering reality, they didn't even have enough money to buy the materials. That doesn't make sense. Igor frowned, puzzled. The technological level of Westeros resembled the late European Middle Ages. By that time, the knowledge of papermaking should have been widespread. Wait. Spread? This world lacked a civilization as advanced as those on Earth, and no one had discovered or developed the art of papermaking. Without innovators to invent it or intermediaries to spread the knowledge, the technique simply didn't exist in this realm. Though the explanation made sense, Igor still found it frustrating. Papermaking wasn't some cutting-edge technology. Couldn't the people of this world have invented it on their own? True, the irregular seasons and the resulting lack of stability likely stifled innovation. But still. Igor, Tyrion interrupted his thoughts, isn't your homeland technologically advanced? How does your homeland produce paper? I'm just an adventurer, not an expert. Papermaking has been a standard process for thousands of years where I come from. It's such a basic technology that it's hard to believe there's a place in the world without it. Igor scratched his head, frustrated. The so-called prosperity of King's Landing, with its bustling shops and workshops, now seemed like an illusion of progress. Did this mean he'd have to figure out how to introduce papermaking to this world? Unfortunately, his knowledge of the process was limited to vague concepts. He couldn't suddenly turn into Kai Luan in a foreign land. The paper merchant mentioned a young man outside the city experimenting with making paper from grass. But apparently, what he's managed to create is only good enough to wipe yourself with. Tyrion chuckled dryly. I'll make time to visit him and see what he's doing. Grass for paper. Igor's mind raced. Although he didn't know the specifics of papermaking, he was aware that modern paper was made from plant fibers treated chemically. Perhaps he lacked the ability to succeed on his own, but with proper direction and funding, it could be done. That's promising news, Igor said, his spirits lifting. Take your men tomorrow and find this young man. If his method is just drying broad leaves and calling it paper, then it's worthless. But if he's attempting to crush the grass and process it into something usable, bring him in. Offer him whatever resources he needs, tens or even hundreds of gold dragons if necessary, and have him refine the process. Help him identify the best materials to use. We'll make this work. Crushing grass to make paper. Tyrion looked skeptical but didn't argue. Over the past few months, he had come to trust Igor's judgment almost unconditionally. All right, I'll see to it. If everything works out, this could be a game changer. Printing alone might reduce book costs by a small margin, but if we control the entire production chain, from papermaking to printing, the profits could be astronomical. Exactly. In my homeland, we call that a complete industrial chain, Igor explained, emphasizing the importance of monopolizing the process. If this young man's methods have potential, bring him under our wing, have him sign a confidentiality agreement, and make sure the secrets of the trade stay with us. Complete industrial chain. I like that term, Tyrion said, his grin returning. The bleak mood from earlier had lifted, replaced by excitement. Chapter 67. While discussing the details of establishing a book printing industry chain, Igor and Tyrion returned to the inn together. As they entered, the innkeeper informed Igor that a young man had come looking for him earlier in the afternoon, asking for money. It should be the son of the mine owner you introduced to me, Igor mused after thinking for a moment. He hadn't borrowed any money yet, so the only person who might come to him about funds was likely that young man. It's probably because the mine is ready to start operations and needs funding. So many things are piling up that I almost forgot about it. Have Jack send some money over tomorrow, Tyrion said without hesitation. Alas, for the first time, I've realized even I don't have enough money. The sign will take 2 days to arrive, but you can pick up the seal tomorrow, Igor replied. Let's secure the first loan as soon as possible. That's all we can do for now. I suppose I'll have to start scheming against my own people. Now, let me think, where should I begin? The two climbed the stairs as they talked. Everyone had been busy all day, so after they ate dinner together, they each retired to their rooms for the night. Tyrion might actually have gone to bed, but Igor was far from comfortable. To the imp, this was just another intriguing game, a diversion to occupy his sharp mind. For someone like Tyrion, born into the wealthy and powerful Lannister family, the accumulated fortunes of one generation became the safety net for the next, granting him the freedom to take risks and make mistakes. Igor, on the other hand, didn't have that luxury. His parents weren't even part of this world. This elaborate ruse he was caught up in determined his very survival here. He had to put everything he had on the line. Anyone who threatened his interests was an enemy. He paced the room, racking his brain for a way to prevent Littlefinger from gaining Eddard's trust. Hour after hour passed as one idea after another was discarded. If it were a simple matter of sowing discord, anyone could do it. But this time, his opponent was one of the most cunning players in the Game of Thrones. Either you killed him outright, or you stayed hidden and avoided alerting him to your plans, because if Peter Baelish discovered your intent, even a single misstep could cost you your life. The most direct and brutal option would be to tell Eddard outright that Littlefinger had orchestrated Jon Arryn's murder. But this case was different from the time he framed Joffrey. It wasn't common knowledge. Peter had manipulated Lisa Tully into poisoning her husband, and the truth was known only to those directly involved. There was no way Igor could plausibly overhear such secretive information. Besides, you couldn't use the same trick repeatedly. If a member of the Night's Watch kept uncovering top-secret matters, wouldn't Eddard grow suspicious? Igor wanted to play the role of an upright and loyal Night's Watch soldier, not some omniscient puppet master weaving webs of intrigue. Perhaps he could revisit the anonymous letter plan he had considered during the Winterfell incident, the one he ultimately scrapped. An anonymous letter accusing Littlefinger might work, but how would it reach Eddard without being intercepted in a city as full of spies as King's Landing? Any slip-up could be fatal. Littlefinger might not have true confidants or allies, but he did have money and plenty of connections. Meanwhile, Igor had nothing, no resources, no network, no protection. If he were exposed, a cup of poisoned wine, a hidden blade, or a silent arrow would erase him from existence. Sending a message through Arya wasn't safe either. The girl might be innocent and unlikely to betray her teacher on purpose, but in front of her beloved father, an unintentional slip of the tongue could easily reveal his involvement. The streets outside the window were quiet. Although King's Landing didn't have a curfew, there were no night markets except during major festivals. Igor sighed, blew out the candle, and lay on the bed. Perhaps, like last time in Winterfell, inspiration would strike the moment he woke up. Maybe he had been thinking about Littlefinger for too long because, as he drifted off, that familiar motto echoed in his mind. Chaos is a ladder. Chaos is a ladder. This sentence actually made a lot of sense. In a world where social classes were nearly immovable, the best way for those at the bottom to rise to the top was to create chaos. Chaos disrupted the interests of those in power, and when the mighty fell, someone else was bound to benefit. The problem, however, was that chaos tended to benefit people randomly, often in ways that defied expectations. Littlefinger's true genius lay in his ability to precisely position himself at the places where the great lords were injured and bleeding, ensuring he reaped the greatest rewards from the chaos. In this respect, he even outshone Varys, another master strategist known for his long-term planning. Using the stock market as a metaphor, Igor thought, Varys and Littlefinger might both invest in a stock with a general upward trend. Varys would hold on to it for the long term, earning steady profits. Littlefinger, on the other hand, would use meticulous micromanipulation to buy low and sell high, repeatedly, making far greater gains than the stock's overall increase. This kind of talent left Igor both marveling at and admiring Peter Baelish's ingenuity. But Peter was far from flawless. In the original plot, he vividly demonstrated the limitations of a pure pragmatist. He had used the intricacies of court politics to toy with almost everyone, but his ambition lacked a solid foundation. Aside from his relentless hunger for power, he showed no broader political ideals. This was fine in the beginning stages of his rise, but even toward the end of the game, he never bothered to fabricate a vision or ideology to attract followers or consolidate the power he had seized. How could he expect to sit on the Iron Throne? Littlefinger was undoubtedly formidable. Players with sharp minds and no moral boundaries could often rise quickly from chaos and emerge as winners. But that was his limit. He was the most dangerous destroyer, but never the final victor. The best he could hope for was to help some other force rise to power and profit from their success. Yet, blinded by ambition, he wanted the throne for himself. That impossible goal eventually led to his downfall. In the end, Littlefinger's power was entirely self-contained. It began and ended with him. Even at his peak, anyone with a blade could end his life, and no one would mourn him, much less rise to avenge him. If Igor simply wanted to see Littlefinger's ultimate demise, he could do nothing and wait. Sooner or later, Littlefinger's ambitions would destroy him. Even if Arya hadn't been the one to kill him, someone else eventually would. But Igor's goal was different. He wanted to defeat Littlefinger in the arena where he was most comfortable, on the battlefield of manipulation. And that was a much harder challenge. Chaos is a ladder. Chaos is a ladder. If Littlefinger sought to create chaos, then Igor had to maintain stability. He repeated his imagined opponent's motto silently, preparing to fall asleep. But then, a sudden voice emerged from his subconscious. Why? Why must we maintain stability to preserve peace? What if, instead, we leaned into chaos? What if we escalated the chaos in King's Landing to its absolute limit, just enough to keep it under control? What would happen then? The biggest advantage Igor had was knowing the truth behind the curtain. To abandon that advantage and try to outwit Littlefinger in his own game of subtle manipulation seemed like the kind of obsessive mistake only a fool would make. If the enemy wanted to muddy the waters, why not stir them further, until the waters boiled so furiously that no one, not even Littlefinger, could see clearly? Then let's see how he profits. The boldness of the idea shocked Igor. For a moment, he even wondered if the thought had been planted in his mind by the Green Seer or some other supernatural force. But after carefully considering the strategy, he realized it was feasible. No matter how fierce the undercurrents of court intrigue became, as long as the chaos didn't escalate into outright war and the markets and livelihoods of the common people remained unaffected, his scheme could continue uninterrupted. Turn the chaos into an uncontrollable storm. Make the game so complex and the situation so volatile that no player of the Game of Thrones could gain an advantage. When the dust settled, the ones who stayed out of it and focused solely on building wealth, like himself and Tyrion, would be the ultimate winners. There were countless ways to sow chaos, but what was the cheapest? Rumors. Chapter 68. Tyrion's enthusiasm for the project was beyond imagination. When Igor woke from his dreams and got dressed to go out on business, Tyrion had already taken Morris to the outskirts of the city to meet the young man who made paper. Of course, Igor wasn't ashamed of getting up late. He'd been working until the early hours, and in terms of rest, he probably had 2 or 3 hours less sleep than the dwarf. While eating breakfast, Igor ran into Yoren, who also seemed to have woken up late. This fellow crow was thoroughly enjoying life in King's Landing, far from the constraints of the wall and his superiors. Thinking of how hard he had been working himself, Igor couldn't help but envy Yoren's carefree attitude. Yoren, I need to ask you something. Igor, sitting in the inn's common room with his breakfast, suddenly remembered something. You went to the prison recently to identify a few recruits, didn't you? I did. Why do you ask? Yoren sat down across from his colleague and waved to the serving girl to bring him breakfast as well. It's not unusual. Only men guilty of crimes that leave no hope of release would choose the black cloak. Was there a man named Jaqen Hagar among them? There was. How did you know about him? Yoren, now dressed in the new black clothes Igor had bought for him, no longer carried that sour smell. I heard it mentioned somewhere. Do you know how he ended up arrested and thrown into the black cells? Of course I know. When we recruit new men, we always ask about their backgrounds, Yoren said with a shrug. The other 2 prisoners he was with are madmen, dangerous killers. Even I wouldn't want to be stuck in a room with them. But Jaqen was different, a strange one. He got himself arrested for stealing books from the royal library. Stealing books. Igor's interest was piqued. This was new information, even to him. What sort of book would require Bravos to send one of its most skilled assassins to steal it? With this question in mind, he pressed further. How would I know? I can't read. Igor chuckled, having forgotten that detail. But another thought struck him. Still, stealing books hardly seems like the sort of crime that lands someone in the black cells with murderers, does it? TSK. Do you even know where the royal library is? Yoren leaned forward, lowering his voice. It's between the White Sword Tower and the Hands Tower, right in the Red Keep. The official charge wasn't stealing books, it was trespassing in the king's residence with ill intent. That's no small matter. Yoren grinned slyly, clearly enjoying the tale. And the way he got caught was almost comical. Apparently, he hid in the Red Keep's kitchens during the day and snuck into the library at night. Who knows how long he stayed there? But no one else had borrowed books that month, and a thin layer of dust settled on the shelves and floor. His footprints and handprints were left behind, and the cleaning steward noticed. They reported it to the King's Guard, and Barristan Selmy himself decided to investigate with another night. Sure enough, they found Jaqen inside. The royal library has no windows, so the poor fool had no choice but to surrender. Jaqen Hagar might indeed be one of the most dangerous assassins in the world, but even he couldn't go head-to-head with two Kingsguard knights, one of whom was widely recognized as the best swordsman in Westeros. If Jaqen hadn't been caught on purpose, his capture was simply a matter of bad luck. But what exactly was he looking for in the royal library? By this time, Yoren's breakfast had been brought over. The old crow pretended to swat the serving girl's backside, making her scream and run off. Laughing to himself, he tore into a piece of bread and continued, "The most important part is this: how long had the previous hand of the king been dead? Sure, Jon Arryn supposedly died of illness, but isn't it suspicious that someone snuck into a place less than 100 feet from the Hand's tower? So they sentenced Jaqen to death, burying him alongside the former hand. That is quite a coincidence." "Coincidence?" Yoren snorted, lowering his voice again. "I think this man or one of his companions might have been the one who killed Jon Arryn. He looks calm and mild, like some traveling maester, but those two lunatics in his cell were terrified of him." "Why do you think that is?" "He's good with a blade." "I'd bet he's more than just good," Yoren muttered. "Still, this is all speculation, just us talking. Besides, even if he did kill the Hand, so what? The Night's Watch has taken in worse men before. Jaqen might have killed many people, but in this case, Igor thought, he was probably innocent. It was almost funny how even a powerful faceless man could look so pitiful when fate turned against him. "You took in those two lunatics as well?" "Of course. As long as they're willing to wear black, we'll take them. That's what the Lord Commander always says. Be careful with men like that. We've had brothers go mad and kill their own before." Igor frowned. Such tragedies had happened in the Watch's history, and he didn't want to see them happen again. Yoren shrugged. "I just recruit them. The more I bring in, the better I've done my job. Training them is the Lord Commander's problem, not mine." Igor sighed. He understood the necessity, but that didn't mean he agreed with it. "Don't sigh so much," Yoren said with a smirk. "Next time I'm here, I expect you to recruit someone useful for us. Do your best." "I'll try." After breakfast, still puzzled over Jaqen's actions in the library, Igor went to the Night's Watch office. The storefront was still empty, naturally, with no customers yet. As the chief logistics officer, he was a commander without soldiers, and the disadvantages were becoming increasingly apparent. Whatever needed doing, he had to do it himself. Handling one task was fine, but juggling multiple issues at once left him stretched thin. He found himself wishing for a reliable follower. Someone skilled, like Bronn, or as loyal as Podrick Payne. Ideally, someone who combined both traits. But everything was still in its early stages, and he didn't have time to rush such matters. After putting up 2 notices written by Tyrion on the office door, Igor returned inside, just as his apprentice arrived early for their lesson. A Stark guard Igor didn't recognize had escorted Arya to the office. The girl's hair was tied in a neat ponytail today, and she wore a fitted skirt that was clearly custom-made in Winterfell. It wasn't particularly striking, but it was enough to make Igor smile knowingly. This girl takes her promises seriously. "You wait outside," Arya instructed the guard who had accompanied her. She then turned to her teacher with an eager expression. "I did as you said. When do we start?" "Please, take a seat." Igor didn't answer her question immediately. Instead, he politely addressed the Stark guard. Does Lord Stark know that Miss Arya is here? When the guard confirmed that Eddard Stark was aware, Igor turned to Arya and said, "All right, follow me." Arya clutched a long object wrapped in cloth tightly in her arms and excitedly followed Igor into the inner room. The office included a small backyard, roughly a few dozen square meters, a rather luxurious setup for the location. Originally, Igor had planned to use the space to plant flowers and build a latrine, but for now, it seemed it could serve other purposes. Igor walked to a corner, picked up a training sword, and turned back toward Arya. As he did, he noticed her unwrapping the slender rapier Jon Snow had given her. "That's a nice little sword," he said, eyeing it. "Looks like a sewing needle." "How do you know it's called needle?" Arya's eyes lit up, her excitement growing. She looked at Igor as if she'd found a kindred spirit. "I also know who forged it and who gave it to you," Igor thought to himself, though he only smiled warmly. "Very good. It seems we share the same taste. Now, put your needle away. Can't I just practice with this?" "That's a real sword," Igor said, shaking his head. "Do you want to kill me or get yourself killed?" "But I brought it here so carefully," Arya protested. "If I take it back, my father might find out." Igor wouldn't confiscate the sword, he had no reason to. He needed to foster trust and build a closer relationship with the girl. "You can leave it with me. I'll keep it safe for you. And when you're ready, perhaps we can even spar with real swords." Arya hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I guess this way I won't have to worry about the nuns rummaging through my things." "Then it's settled," Igor said, gesturing to the training sword. "Now, take this one." Chapter 69. In terms of swordsmanship, Igor might not even be half as skilled as the swordmaster hired by Arya's father. But teaching a beginner like Arya, who had no prior experience with swordplay, wasn't a competition. A higher skill level didn't necessarily mean one would be a better teacher. Igor still remembered how, back in junior high, his physics classes were taught by a PE teacher. It sounded like a tired old joke, but it was true. His parents had been busy starting a business, and he'd ended up in a small, underfunded school in his hometown. The school didn't lack math teachers, but for every other subject, staffing was improvised. His homeroom teacher, a young woman fresh out of sports school, ended up teaching both physical education and physics. Her physics knowledge was basic at best. She was learning the subject herself while preparing her lessons. Igor could still recall the amusing incidents that occurred in class, like when she'd realized she'd taught something wrong the day before and corrected herself in the next lesson. But what stood out most was her earnestness. Despite the school's poor conditions and her inexperience, the physics scores of her class were consistently higher than those taught by more qualified teachers in other classes. When it came to teaching, extensive knowledge wasn't always the deciding factor. More important were teaching methods that were engaging, content that was clear and easy to understand, and a genuine willingness to help students learn. A good teacher needed to set a solid foundation, cultivate interest, and inspire confidence. That PE teacher could never have taught high school physics, but her patience, dedication, and care left a lasting impression on Igor. Now, he found himself stepping into a similar role as Arya's swordsmanship teacher. His own skill level might be average, but he believed that as long as he was serious, patient, and attentive, he could do no worse than Ser Alliser Thorne. The most practical reason Igor had agreed to teach Arya was to build a relationship with a member of the Stark family. If the time came when he needed to benefit from Eddard's position as Hand of the King, having Arya's goodwill might prove invaluable. With that goal in mind, he wasn't as strict or meticulous as Syrio Farrell had been in the original story. There were no theatrical flourishes, no throwing swords to see if she could catch them. Instead, he handed Arya a lightweight training sword in a straightforward manner and began by teaching her how to hold it and stand correctly. Arya was left-handed, which he found interesting. He'd once heard that the left hand reacted faster than the right, a possible advantage for a swordsman. "There's no such thing as one perfect sword style," Igor explained. There are countless techniques for attacking and defending: thrusting, chopping, slashing, sweeping, bumping for offense, dodging, blocking, parrying, and deflecting for defense. A swordsman's job is to master these techniques and know how to combine them in the right situations. He emphasized the basics. We'll start here. Build a solid foundation, and later you can decide what techniques and style suit you best. Igor began teaching Arya the most fundamental movements. Many swordsmen could demonstrate these techniques more beautifully or skillfully than him, but that didn't mean they'd be better teachers. Igor's own experience worked to his advantage. Having only started learning swordsmanship a year ago, he still remembered the struggles and questions he'd faced as a beginner, along with the solutions he'd discovered. To Igor's surprise, Arya picked up the basics quickly. She practiced the movements with enthusiasm and soon asked, "How long do I have to keep doing these moves?" "It's never too long. These are the most basic movements. You've just learned to walk, and now you want to run. If you think you're ready, then come and try to attack me," Igor said. After a round of clumsy exchanges, Arya failed to even touch the corner of his clothes. "My skirt is in the way. Can I take it off?" "No, deal with it. You're a girl, a lady of the Stark family. There will be plenty of occasions in the future when you'll have to wear a skirt. Do you think an enemy will politely give you time to change into pants?" But why do girls have to wear skirts? Pants are so much more convenient and comfortable. Don't blame the skirt. Keep practicing. No fair, this sword is heavier than needle. And it's still much lighter than a real sword. Besides, are you planning to fight with needle for the rest of your life? As Arya grumbled about her skirt and the training sword, they continued practicing until lunchtime. After eating, Igor suggested taking a break. There was no need to rush her progress. Training for long hours was one thing, but whether Arya could handle the strain was another. Besides, Igor was wary of pushing her too hard. If she learned too quickly, he might run out of material to teach her in less than a month. Back in the inner office, they relaxed in their chairs and chatted. As master and apprentice, they had only met a few times before and knew very little about each other. Igor saw this as a good opportunity to strengthen their bond. He recalled how he'd won Tyrion's attention back in Winterfell by weaving an elaborate tale. Now, he planned to do the same with Arya, tailoring his story to suit the playful, headstrong little girl. As expected, Arya was quickly captivated by the lie he had carefully crafted. Igor avoided delving into advanced concepts or complex systems from Cena, and instead focused on ideas that the rigid and hierarchical world of Westeros lacked most: gender equality and a freer, more open way of life. He told her that in a distant country west of the Sunset Sea, girls could openly learn swordsmanship, join the army, and even become officials. Perhaps most shocking and enticing for a girl like Arya, women there could choose their own husbands and divorce them if they weren't satisfied. If Igor had stopped there, Arya might simply have daydreamed about this fictional land. But when he casually mentioned that he had come to Westeros and joined the Night's Watch after an accident during his travels around the world, Arya's eyes lit up with excitement. "You're an adventurer." The girl's blood seemed to boil with enthusiasm, or perhaps her youthful imagination was simply running wild. Either way, Igor instantly became her new idol. "When are you going home? Take me with you on your next adventure." "God only knows when I'll be able to go back. There isn't a single ship in Westeros capable of safely crossing the Sunset Sea," Igor replied with a helpless shrug. "Is that so? Well, tell me more adventure stories, then. No more sword practice. Later. No rush." Arya's sudden change of focus caught Igor off guard. It was troublesome, to say the least. Making up stories about Cena wasn't difficult. After all, in a sense, he really was from there. But he wasn't a real adventurer. Of course, even if he'd never experienced such things himself, he'd read enough fantasy and adventure novels to weave convincing tales. Just as Igor began pulling details from his memory to spin a story, Tyrion's voice called out from outside the door. "Igor, come out and meet the guests. The first bond buyer is here. Chapter 70. Didn't Tyrion go to find the young man who made paper? How is he suddenly here at this moment, successfully brokering a deal for the first time? And hadn't they agreed to wait until the seal arrived before starting this venture? Why begin in advance? A flood of questions clogged Igor's mind. But generally speaking, fundraising is just another way of doing business. For a merchant, having customers come to you is never a bad thing. Pausing the story he had been telling, Igor stood up, pushed the door open, left the office, and stepped into the outer room. Against the familiar backdrop of the little devil's short stature, a figure that Igor recognized loomed tall and imposing, an unexpected and striking sight. Ser Jaime. Little devil. Igor's surprised exclamation overlapped with Arya's cheerful, excited cry. The scene was surreal. The Night's Watch office, not even officially open yet, was now crowded with important figures. Tyrion and Jaime, both prominent members of the Lannister family. Arya, the youngest daughter of House Stark. And several guards wearing either Stark or Lannister colors. For a moment, Igor felt as if he hadn't traveled through time but had instead stumbled onto the set of Game of Thrones. When Arya burst out from the inner room of the Night's Watch office, Tyrion was as taken aback as Igor was upon recognizing Jaime. While Tyrion didn't like being called nicknames, he wasn't one to hold grudges against children. He greeted her warmly and without pretense. "Good afternoon, Arya. What brings you here?" "I'm learning swordsmanship from my master," Arya replied proudly. "You? Learning swordsmanship?" The 10-year-old girl was nearly the same height as Tyrion, and the two struck up an easy conversation. Meanwhile, Jaime and Igor began talking nearby. "What do you want?" Jaime asked, his irritation thinly veiled. Whenever he recalled the debacle at Winterfell, a sense of unreality washed over him. He and Cersei had always been careful, so careful that not even Robert had discovered their secret for years. Yet, on that day, he didn't know what madness had overtaken him. He had been bold enough to carry on their tryst even after being seen. As if that weren't enough, he had then frightened the Stark child into near death. Why is a Night's Watchman, who knows too much, here in King's Landing instead of staying at the wall where he belongs? Hearing the subtext in Jaime's words, Igor instinctively knew this wasn't good. He had hoped to avoid prominent figures and quietly make a fortune. But Tyrion had dragged his brother into the matter. And although it was Igor who had suggested starting with familiar people, this was far too familiar. He couldn't show weakness now, nor could he let Jaime think he was here to blackmail him. After some quick thinking, Igor deflected with a calm response. "I am here on orders from the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch to gather food and armaments to resist the wildlings. I'm not here to trouble you, I'm here for business." "Humph," Jaime scoffed, his suspicion evident. "Out of all the people in the Night's Watch, they picked you. What a coincidence. Come on, who would believe that? Indeed, I am deeply grateful for the commander's trust. For the time being, I'm in charge of the Night's Watch's logistics. This is the truth. Believe it or not, that's up to you." "Fine. Since Tyrion is your friend, hand me one of those bonds you're selling. I'm unlucky enough as it is. Can I just pay you off and be done with this mess?" "Of course. Please follow me to the inner room, Ser Jaime. I'll explain the details of the Night's Watch bonds, including the trading rules and expected returns. If you don't believe me, I don't care. But I don't mind taking your money." While Tyrion distracted himself with Arya, who was a little too fascinated by dwarves, he didn't miss the exchange between Igor and his brother. On the surface, it seemed normal. But something about it felt off. "All right, Arya, there'll be plenty of opportunities for us to run into each other again in the future," Tyrion said, steering the conversation. "Can we get back to business with your master now?" "Okay," Arya replied, though curiosity still lingered on her face. "But what are Night's Watch bonds?" "Come in, and you'll understand after listening," Igor said, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. He gestured for the group to enter the office, moving stools and chairs for everyone to sit, including Arya. "No need for explanations," Jaime interrupted brusquely. "Just tell me how much they cost. 100 gold dragons apiece, right? How many do you want me to buy? Don't bother with theatrics. Just name your price so we can move on." Igor hesitated. Whether he was overthinking or imagining things, he felt an unspoken understanding between himself and Jaime. They seemed to know what the other was truly thinking beneath their words. Just as Igor was deciding how to respond, Tyrion cut in with a puzzled frown. "What's with you, Jaime? Didn't you tell me earlier today that you had nothing to do? Why are you suddenly in such a rush now that we're here?" "Nothing," Jaime replied curtly, crossing his arms and sighing. "I just feel uneasy whenever I see someone wearing black. I didn't know you had this problem." Tyrion rolled his eyes. "Neither did I, until now." Jaime shot a pointed glance at Igor, then turned to Arya. "Shouldn't your apprentice go play outside for a while?" "What?" Arya protested, her lips forming a pout. "Why are you being so secretive?" "It's fine." "Let her stay," Igor interjected, shaking his head. In truth, he wasn't keen on letting Arya know too much about the Night's Watch bonds. But at this stage, it wasn't a major secret. Building rapport was more important. If he kicked her out now, she'd undoubtedly grow suspicious. And if she ran off to tell Eddard that he'd held a secret meeting with 2 Lannisters behind closed doors, that would spell trouble. "Then, without further ado, I'll explain the details of the Night's Watch bonds to Ser Jaime." After several rounds of discussion and revisions over the past few days, a finalized version of the detailed bond rules had been drafted. While the original content remained mostly intact, a few supplementary clauses were added, and, at the very bottom, he included a rather dubious and ultimately unenforceable clause familiar from the world they lived in before. The final interpretation of this bond rests with the Night's Watch. In front of Jaime and Arya, Igor read out the rules one by one, explaining them clearly and methodically. At first, Arya listened attentively, her curiosity evident. However, it didn't take long before she started yawning, her interest fading quickly. On the other hand, Jaime, who looked impatient at first, gradually became more serious as he listened. "If you said you didn't bring money with you when you came to King's Landing and needed to borrow some temporarily, I'd understand that," Jaime said, his sharp gaze fixed on Igor. "But based on what you're saying, it sounds like you're asking to borrow money for the long term. Why not have your commander send someone down with the funds? Even if it's by horseback, it wouldn't take more than a month to travel from the Wall to King's Landing." The pointed question struck directly at the heart of the issue, catching Igor off guard. He had assumed Jaime to be simple-minded and impulsive before his hand was crippled. Yet, it seemed his mind was sharper than expected. "Since Ser Jaime is one of us, I won't hide the truth from you," Igor said, keeping his tone measured. "The Night's Watch is facing a dire threat and urgently needs supplies. The long summer is coming to an end, and the Northern Lords have already begun preparing for winter. Right now, they can't provide the Wall with full support. We have no choice but to do what we can to hold on and deal with the rest later. You can't repay the money in the short term, so you're relying on interest to attract creditors, expecting them to take their returns over time." "I understand that," Jaime said, leaning back slightly. "But when the Crown borrows, the loans are backed by the royal treasury. What guarantees do the Night's Watch have?" Though Jaime was Tyrion's brother, they were not the same person. The core secret behind the bond scheme couldn't be disclosed to him. Igor knew the conversation had reached its limit. Tyrion stepped in to clarify the situation further. "The bond is secured by the land and all assets of the Night's Watch," he explained, his tone confident. "And by guarantees from the hand of the king and myself. That's the public version, anyway. In truth, Igor and I plan to make some money here in King's Landing to resolve the rest of the problem." "Make some money? You?" Jaime raised an eyebrow, his skepticism clear. I've never known you to be much of a businessman. Humph, Tyrion snorted. You'll be surprised when the time comes. Just tell me, do you support me or not? Jaime chuckled softly, his smile one of reluctant amusement. At last, he seemed convinced that Igor wasn't in King's Landing to blackmail him. Of course I support you, he said. You're my brother, after all. I'll buy 200 bonds as a gesture of goodwill. Whether you succeed or fail, don't worry about repaying me. Consider it my donation to the Night's Watch. But don't keep coming back to me for more. After speaking, Jaime turned his attention back to Igor, his gaze pointed and clear. His expression seemed to say, think of this as hush money, don't push your luck. Igor shrugged helplessly. There was nothing he could do about it. Trying to explain further would only make things worse. Well then, let's get started on filling out the bonds, Jaime said, leaning forward slightly. Jack took the seal with him and hasn't returned yet. What should we do? Igor asked. No need to go through all that trouble, Tyrion interjected with a dismissive wave of his hand. Just use your fingerprints. He reached into the drawer, pulled out a blank bond he had prepared in advance, dipped a quill into ink, and began to write. Chapter 71. Debtor, the Night's Watch. Buyer and creditor, Jaime Lannister. Purchase amount, 200 gold dragons. Date, year 298 of the Aegon calendar. Tyrion muttered aloud as he wrote, his quill moving steadily across the parchment. Soon, he had filled most of the bond. Coincidentally, Jack, who had been sent on errands earlier, returned just in time, completing the 2 tasks Igor had assigned him. Among the items Jack brought back was the official seal Tyrion and Igor had ordered, allowing this first bond to be properly signed and finalized. These spaces on the back are for when you need to transfer the bond if you're ever short on funds, Tyrion explained. You can endorse it by noting the transfer date, adding the signatures and fingerprints of both the original holder and the transferee, and then sell the bond to someone else. I wouldn't know what it's like to be short on funds, Jaime said nonchalantly. His tone made it clear that no one in the room would dare to question that. I'm sure that's true, Tyrion replied dryly. But at least let me finish my routine of explaining the rules. After completing his meticulous writing, he handed the bond to Igor. Here, this first bond will include my signature and seal as the guarantor. Once the Night's Watch establishes its credit, we can skip this step. It's all yours now. The self-proclaimed Chief Logistics Officer of the Night's Watch nodded and carefully signed his name in the designated space for the person in charge, Igor West. The surname, West, had been chosen after some deliberation, following Tyrion's advice. The dwarf had pointed out that people in Westeros placed great importance on family names. Igor's role as the Night's Watch's logistics officer required him to solicit funds from the wealthier classes of King's Landing. Not having a proper surname would undermine his credibility and make potential investors uneasy, creating an invisible hurdle in his fundraising efforts. Not only did Igor need a surname, but it also had to sound natural and localized enough to put people at ease. Tyrion, while leaving most of the planning to Igor, offered a few key suggestions, and this was one of them. Igor found the reasoning sound and agreed. Ultimately, he decided on West. While it wasn't perfect, it was simple, easy to remember, and had a certain resonance. It carried the implication of being from the west of the Sunset Sea. With the bond filled out and signed, Igor reached into the bag Jack had brought back. He retrieved the custom seal he and Tyrion had ordered 2 days prior. Dipping the seal into the ink prepared on the desk, he pressed it firmly onto the front of the bond. Tyrion's seal was a standard personal mark, featuring his full name. Igor's, on the other hand, bore the words, Night's Watch Logistics Department, encircled by jagged lines resembling battlements, a detail Igor had specifically requested. The design was simple but distinctive, lending an air of authenticity and authority. The 3 of them, Igor, Tyrion, and Jaime, added their fingerprints at the bottom of the bond. Igor then wrote a hidden code in an empty space on the bond and dripped melted sealing wax over it. After pressing his seal into the wax, he brought the bond to his lips and blew gently to cool it. And thus, the first official Night's Watch bond was completed. This single sheet of parchment incorporated 3 layers of anti-counterfeiting measures, low, medium, and high. The low-level anti-counterfeiting relied on the bond's basic materials and visible features, the high-quality parchment, Tyrion's handwritten content, and the signatures and seals of all parties. These measures were straightforward but also the easiest to imitate. As the bond scheme expanded and more bonds were issued, these details would inevitably become more vulnerable to forgery. The medium-level anti-counterfeiting was the wax seal and hidden code that Igor had devised. The wax was extremely sticky and adhered tightly to the parchment once cooled. The Great Wall pattern on the wax added a layer of visible deterrence, while the hidden code beneath was the true safeguard. This code was actually a string of characters written in English, recording details such as the borrower, date, and amount. Igor was the only one who could read and verify these codes, as the knowledge existed solely in his mind. Even if someone in Westeros managed to peel off or melt the wax, they would only uncover an incomprehensible string of symbols. These codes could not be guessed or replicated, making forgery incredibly difficult. While not as secure as fingerprints, this system was a cost-effective way to deter most would-be counterfeiters. Finally, the high-level anti-counterfeiting was the fingerprints themselves. In Westeros, forging fingerprints was virtually impossible. Even if Igor wasn't present in the office, his future employees could easily verify a bond's authenticity by comparing the handprints. As an added layer of security, the office would maintain meticulous sales records. Even in a world with magic and supernatural abilities, no forger could create bonds that matched all the records. At most, they could fake 1 or 2 transactions, but large-scale forgery would be impossible. After asking one of his followers to fetch a purse, Jaime casually tossed it onto the table. Igor watched as the heavy bag of gold landed with a solid thud, marking the first step in his grand scheme. Having paid what he likely considered hush money, Jaime seemed visibly more at ease. His once tense expression softened, and his tone grew less confrontational. After a few more polite exchanges, he found an excuse to leave, departing with his entourage. "You asked me to swindle my own brother, and this is what we've got." "Well, your brother may support you unconditionally, but he's not the target audience I'm looking for," Igor said, shaking his head. "The Lannisters are far too rich. Growing up in an environment like that, Jaime has no real concept of money. He even said himself that he doesn't know what it feels like to be short on cash. Sure, he came here and bought bonds because of you, but he won't recommend them to anyone else. What I need are people with some financial means but not so wealthy that they're detached from the value of money. I need people who are drawn to our bonds for the rate of return, who see the interest as enticing, and who can bring in more buyers. What I need is a greedy person, not a donor. Do you get what I mean?" "I understand," Tyrion said, frowning as he reflected on it. "I ran into Jaime while I was returning to the city and brought him straight here. I didn't think it through. It's fine. At least we've secured an additional 200 gold dragons, 42,000 silver stags, 294,000 copper stars, completely out of thin air. And it's the best kind of money, the kind we don't have to repay anytime soon," Igor said, opting not to press the issue too much with his partner and benefactor. Instead, he made a light joke only a numbers-savvy person could appreciate, then switched the topic. "How did it go with the papermaking boy today? What were the results?" Tyrion chuckled as he thought back to it. "First of all, let me express my admiration. You're remarkably good at anticipating things. That young man does indeed make paper by crushing raw materials and soaking them in water. Fantastic." Igor let out a relieved sigh, narrowing his eyes as he made an immediate decision. "The original 1% monthly interest rate is too low. When you're convincing people to buy bonds, feel free to increase it based on the situation. I'll leave the specifics to your discretion. You want to raise it even further?" It's already at 17% annually. If all we cared about was maintaining a stable cash flow, 17% would indeed be too high, Igor thought, remembering how Madoff scammed Americans for 2 decades with a 10% return rate before collapsing. But our situation is different now. The invention of new paper is inevitable. As long as we handle it properly, what we're about to accomplish, the profits we'll generate will far exceed 17%. What are you even talking about? Arya suddenly interjected. She had been sitting quietly for a while, and now she burst out in frustration. She could understand every individual word the adults were saying, but not the meaning of their conversation as a whole. What came next wasn't something the girl could be privy to, so Igor used a classic distraction tactic. He reached out and gently patted her head, ruffling her hair as he said with a smile, "That's enough for today. Go back with the guard who brought you here, and I'll see you tomorrow." "But it's still early. I'll have nothing to do if I go back now." "You might have nothing to do, but your teacher is busy," Igor replied with a hint of playfulness. "Be good and head back. Look through the clothes you brought from Winterfell and think about how to dress yourself. Come back tomorrow wearing something new and prettier, and I'll tell you more stories about surviving in the wilderness." "Ugh, fine," Arya said reluctantly. Igor's attempt to connect with her was working, she genuinely wanted to impress her new swordsmanship teacher. His actions even reminded her of her half-brother Jon. She pouted slightly, sadness flickering in her eyes for a moment. But in the end, she decided not to argue. "Then I'll go back. But you have to tell more stories tomorrow, and the lesson can't be any shorter than today's." Chapter 72. Arya left, leaving only Igor and Tyrion in the room. Igor glanced at Tyrion and asked, "How did you deal with the paper inventor?" "Well, it's a bit more complicated than you might think. The one experimenting with papermaking isn't just a single person, but an entire family that makes a living weaving cloth. To be more specific, it's a pair of the youngest siblings in the family," Tyrion explained. The sister noticed that the cloth washer would leave behind small, paper-like residues after heavy use. That gave her the idea to soak a piece of cloth in water, steam and mash it, then dry it to create a complete sheet of paper. "What a remarkable woman," Igor said, his interest piqued. "So, she and her brother started experimenting with other materials to make paper?" "Yes, but while they technically made something resembling paper, it's more like hardened cloth than actual paper. Honestly, the quality is so bad it wouldn't even be fit to wipe your arse. Beyond that, the cloth they use to make this paper is also needed to make clothes to support their family. They're barely scraping by as it is. Their family doesn't oppose their experiments, but they lack the resources to keep supporting them. In fact, when her brother tried to sell the concept to a paper merchant and asked for some investment to improve the process, he was flatly rejected. And in the end, well, that's how we stumbled upon them." So that's how it was. It wasn't that the working people in the world of ice and fire lacked intelligence, but that short-sighted resource holders suffocated innovation and invention. "Did you bring them here?" "Yes. I told them to stop weaving and had the entire family move to the city. I rented them a large yard in a cheaper part of town. I'll cover their living expenses and the cost of their experiments. All they need to do is figure out how to make usable paper as quickly as possible." "That's a good plan. Let's stick with it. And what about this confidentiality agreement you mentioned?" "It's nothing magical. Just an agreement. We made it clear to them and to the entire family, that we'll provide for them, reimburse their experimental costs, and give them a bonus once they produce usable paper. But once they succeed, the process must remain confidential. They're not allowed to sell it or share it with anyone else. The invention is exclusively for our plan. If they leak it to another sponsor, the Lannisters, the Night's Watch, and even the Hand of the King will hold them accountable." "That sounds extreme. How exactly are you or the Night's Watch supposed to hold them accountable?" "As for the Hand of the King, I doubt he'd care about this. They're just commoners. Show them an official document signed and sealed by the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the hand of the king, and you, a prominent figure, and that'll be enough to scare them, Igor said with a shrug. This world really has no concept of patents, he thought. Of course, the best way to keep them loyal is to provide well for them so they don't get any second thoughts. First, supply them with the equipment and tools they need to make a batch of paper. Once we see the results, we can make more concrete plans. Understood. I'll leave it to you, Tyrion nodded. Aren't you going back to the inn tonight? It doesn't seem like there's much left to do here. There's still a few minor things to handle. You go on ahead. I'll be back later. Don't go to bed too early, we still need to discuss recruitment tonight. Got it. And don't forget, you're in charge of managing the funds. Take the money with you. Of course. After sending Arya, Tyrion, and their servants away, Igor was alone in the Night's Watch office. By now, it was almost dusk, and he had an important task to handle after dark. While he lacked manpower, this was something he wouldn't entrust to anyone else, even if he had employees. It was still summer, and the sun set slowly. Igor waited patiently as the sky darkened, eating dinner at a small tavern near the garrison camp before returning to the office. He sat quietly for a while, and at last, the sky was pitch black. It was time. He left the office, locked the door like an ordinary merchant closing shop for the night, and led his horse out. Mounting up, he set off toward the Albatross Inn. This part of King's Landing wasn't like Silk Street, where business continued after dark. There were no streetlights, and the shops on both sides of the road were already shuttered. The streets were quiet, with barely a soul in sight. Igor sat upright on his horse, tilting his head slightly to scan his surroundings. Confirming there were no people within sight or earshot, he reached into his bag. From it, he pulled a rolled-up piece of paper, holding it at his side. He took a deep breath and released his grip. In the silence of the night, the rolled paper slipped from his hand, falling past the horse's flank. It rubbed against the horse's hair before landing on the cobblestone road, where it was kicked half a meter away by the horse's hind hoof. The paper rolled to a corner of the street and came to a stop, merging with the shadows. Its origins were now lost. Careful to avoid gold-cloaked patrols, Igor deliberately took a long, winding route. Every few dozen meters, he dropped another small note, scattering them like a bomber dropping bombs. He repeated the process dozens of times until all the notes he had prepared the previous night were gone. The content of the notes was simple but explosive. Written in the tone of a young knight from the Vale, they told a story meant to shock anyone who read them. My name is Hugh, and I served as a squire to the late hand of the king, John Arryn, for many years. By the time anyone reads this note, I will be dead. A few months ago, I accidentally discovered an affair between Lady Lisa Tully and Peter Baelish, the master of coin. Lady Lisa threatened to have me executed if I told anyone, while Lord Baelish promised me endless wealth and glory if I stayed silent. Driven by a mix of fear and greed, I didn't report my findings to my lord, until he suddenly fell ill and died. Lord John was old, so his illness seemed plausible. But as I observed more closely, I noticed Lady Lisa meeting with Baelish more frequently around the time of his death. I began to suspect that Littlefinger may have instructed Lady Lisa to poison her husband. I have no evidence. Though Baelish kept his promise and had me knighted, I cannot shake my unease. If my suspicions are correct, then someone like me, despite being raised to nobility, remains nothing more than an expendable pawn in the eyes of a man as powerful and cunning as Littlefinger. And so, I have written this account and entrusted it to a reliable friend. If I die unexpectedly, know that I was murdered by Peter Baelish. My death will prove that Lord John's death was no accident. I am but a small man, and my hesitation cost the life of a great lord. My life may be worthless, but the truth must be known, and the guilty must be punished. The work was done. Now, all that remained was to hope it wouldn't rain over the next 2 days and that at least a few of the notes would find their way into the hands of literate and well-meaning individuals. Due to his low status, the death of Ser Hugh caused no stir, nor did it prompt any investigation. However, the circumstances of his death were as mysterious as the attempt on Bran Stark's life. Through casual conversation with Jack, Igor learned that his arrival in this world had not altered the fate of the young knight from the Vale. Ser Hugh had died days before Igor reached King's Landing, killed in a tourney duel by Ser Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, whose spear pierced his throat. Several questions arose. Was the draw for the tournament rigged to ensure certain matchups? If so, was Gregor ordered to kill Hugh? And if so, who gave the order, and why? Did Ser Hugh truly know a dangerous secret, or had he simply been trying to confuse Lord Eddard Stark? Even Igor had no answers to these questions, but that didn't matter. He wasn't seeking the truth, he only needed the note to stir up trouble for his enemies. The story in the note was almost entirely fabricated, except for the circumstances surrounding Jon Arryn's death. But rumors had a peculiar nature. As long as part of them was true, people would subconsciously believe the rest. It didn't matter if Lisa Tully and Peter Baelish had an affair in King's Landing, whether Hugh truly uncovered secrets he shouldn't have known, or if his death was merely a coincidence. As long as it was true that Lisa and Littlefinger had known each other since childhood, that Jon Arryn had died suddenly of illness, and that Hugh had died in a tourney, the note would be enough to set tongues wagging and trouble brewing. What made it even more convincing was the fact that Littlefinger himself had once boasted of taking the virginity of both Tully's sisters, a claim that lent credibility to the salacious parts of the note. Igor couldn't help but wonder if Peter Baelish, who had once taken pride in spreading such rumors, might come to regret his youthful arrogance. Littlefinger's ability to manipulate the game in King's Landing stemmed from more than just his cleverness. The key factor was that most people underestimated him. Born into a poor noble family from the Fingers, he had no military power, ran brothels that the nobility dismissed as beneath them, and displayed no overt ambitions. Though many influential figures dealt with him as equals and even relied on his financial expertise, they held him in disdain, both openly and in their hearts. This disdain, this tendency to overlook him, was precisely what allowed Littlefinger to cause chaos and bloodshed in the Seven Kingdoms. But now, someone who understood him and intended to oppose him had come to King's Landing. Littlefinger's golden days were coming to an end. Chapter 73. What left Igor speechless was that, while he was racking his brains to secretly plot against Littlefinger, the man sent someone to deliver 100 gold dragons as a national defense grant, the very morning after Igor spread the rumor notes. The stark contrast of events made him feel as though he were being toyed with by a villain. Of course, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt over accepting the money. Regardless of Littlefinger's personal qualities and misdeeds, the money itself came without any moral complication. Even if these 100 gold dragons came directly from Littlefinger's private coffers, he would eventually record it as a debt to the national treasury. The debt wouldn't be repaid by him or even this king, but rather by the next king, or the king after that, or maybe even a new dynasty altogether. Unless the Iron Throne managed to stabilize itself through sheer force, denying the Iron Bank and the Lannisters their debts, which was unlikely, this money would ultimately fall on the backs of Westeros's taxpayers, particularly those of the Crownlands. The irony was bitter. While the men of the Night's Watch defended the wall against 100,000 wildlings and other threats from the north, protecting all of humanity in Westeros, the people they protected reluctantly offered only a mere 100 gold dragons under Eddard Stark's care. 100 gold dragons, if sent directly to the Night's Watch, would barely cover the cost of feeding its members for a month, let alone accounting for weapons and pensions for the dead. But in Igor's hands, this sum was enough to stabilize the newly established Night's Watch office and ensure it gained a foothold in King's Landing. Moreover, since this grant wasn't from bond sales but was a special allocation from the hand, it legally and morally belonged to the Night's Watch. Igor was effectively on a business trip for the Watch, and as its head, he was fully entitled to use the money as he saw fit. Unlike bond profits, he didn't need to give this money to Tyrion for safekeeping, nor could he use it to pay off debts. With this first bit of freely usable money, Igor was finally free from the days when he carried only a handful of silver stags and felt burdened by the cost of a decent meal. Although Igor had effectively mastered the common tongue and its writing, he concealed this fact for several reasons, chief among them was the fear that his handwriting might be linked to the rumor notes. Even in front of Tyrion, he pretended to understand only spoken language while struggling with reading and especially writing. Under this guise, Tyrion personally handled almost all the written tasks for the Night's Watch office and the fundraising plan, from drafting recruitment notices to composing appeals for funding. Notices written by Tyrion were posted on the office door while Igor occupied himself with other tasks, teaching Arya some swordsmanship, spinning, adventure stories, and finally, overseeing the installation of the office sign. Several workers labored to install the wooden sign above the door. At last, the Night's Watch office had a name and was ready to open. Against the black-painted background, large golden letters reading, Night Watchman's Office, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. On a street where bright, colorful signs were common and black was avoided due to superstition, the stark design made it unusually eye-catching. Igor had no way of knowing how effective his rumor campaign had been, nor did he dare to ask or investigate directly. The office's pretentious recruitment and supply-gathering efforts had officially begun, but the success of the first critical step, the sample paper produced by the papermaking siblings, remained uncertain. Not being an expert, Igor couldn't intervene and had no choice but to wait for results. Meanwhile, the Dragonglass mine on Dragonstone had been put into operation, and Tyrion's recommended father and son overseer seemed reliable. But until Igor could recruit someone capable of managing the office, his days consisted of opening the door on time, waiting for Tyrion to lure bond buyers, and hoping for volunteers or donors who likely wouldn't appear. For now, he could only wait for events to unfold. After a period of non-stop work, Igor found himself with little to do. He was glad he had agreed to Arya's request for sword training, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to fill this sudden lull in activity. Each day, Igor opened the office, waited for Arya, spent most of the day with her, then closed the office and returned to the inn to sleep. After 2 days of this routine, Tyrion brought the first real bond buyer, Ser Lake. A minor noble from the Crownlands, Ser Lake had little interest in the specifics of the bonds. He had come solely out of respect for the Lannisters. After confirming the interest he would earn, he cheerfully purchased the minimum amount of 100 gold dragons and left with his bonds. The rate of return Tyrion offered Ser Lake was 3 times higher than what he and Igor had originally agreed upon. But for a fundraising plan that seemed to have found a way forward, this wasn't excessive. After seeing the buyer off, Tyrion remained behind. "The first batch of samples is ready," he said. "Let Jack look after the office, the store. Shall we go and take a look now?" "They're finished?" Igor asked, instantly excited. "Let's go." "Arya, you." "I'm not staying behind." Arya cut him off. "Wherever you and the little devil are going, I'm coming too." Igor looked to Tyrion, who offered no objection. With a shrug, Igor relented. "All right, let's go." Arya Stark, born into a ruling family of the North, was a clever and spirited girl. Energetic and unrestrained, she had a natural familiarity with others that set her apart from most noble girls. In just a few days, she had grown close to Igor under his deliberate guidance, as if they had been friends for years. She was as clingy as sticky candy that couldn't be shaken off. In truth, Igor hadn't put much effort into winning Arya over. To her, neither Syrio Farrell, the first Sword of Bravos, nor Igor West, the Night's Watch logistics officer, mattered. What she cared about was having a sword coach and a partner. Arya wasn't picky about friends, anyone willing to practice swords with her and keep her entertained could become one. Igor's advantage lay in his understanding of her and his store of adventure stories, which quickly cemented their bond. At the same time, Igor was careful to establish boundaries and win favor with her father, Eddard Stark. He imposed a rule: Arya could only train with him if she dressed appropriately and behaved with proper manners. The Stark guards reported these changes back to Eddard, who was pleased with his daughter's improved demeanor. As a result, he tacitly allowed her daily excursions to the Night's Watch office. Chapter 74. Here, Igor met the paper-making siblings. Well, calling them paper-making siblings might not be the best way to describe them. To be precise, they were Neil and Nina, a brother and sister from Rosby. That's right, they didn't have a surname. They were simply Neil and Nina of Rosby. Tyrion had previously explained to Igor that most commoners in Westeros didn't have surnames and usually introduced themselves as son of so-and-so, daughter of so-and-so, or so-and-so from such and such place. Even if commoners gave themselves a surname, it was generally meaningless and carried no weight. Only people with an identity, like Igor, could create and use a surname that others might recognize. For example, at least the people who had purchased Night's Watch bonds would remember Igor's surname. Neil looked rather plain. His height and build were similar to Igor's, and it was clear from his frame that he hadn't gone hungry growing up. Nina, on the other hand, immediately caught Igor's attention, not because of her beauty, but because of her eyes. Her eyes were crystal clear, like a pristine spring. They sparkled with a lively light. For a moment, Igor felt as though he had seen those eyes somewhere before. After some thought, he realized what they reminded him of. These were the eyes of someone who had been educated, seen a little of the world, and hadn't been beaten down by life's hardships. They were the eyes of someone whose curiosity and dreams were still intact, who still had hope for the future. Before his time travel, Igor had been surrounded by people with this kind of light in their eyes. But since arriving in Westeros, this kind of look had become extremely rare. It was something he had only seen in high-ranking nobles like Tyrion and Arya, people free from the crushing weight of survival. In sharp contrast, most of the common folk had eyes dulled by hardship, a numb and vacant expression that reflected lives spent merely trying to survive. When someone spends every ounce of their strength just trying to stay alive, with no hope for the future, that emptiness becomes visible in their gaze. It's no wonder people could tell at a glance whether someone was a noble or a commoner. It wasn't just their appearance, it was this light, this temperament. For a commoner in this world to have such a temperament was strange indeed. For a moment, Igor even wondered if Nina might also be a reincarnator. But after finally tearing his gaze away, he noticed her youth, petite, with fair skin and a face still carrying a hint of baby fat. This girl couldn't be more than a few years older than Arya. Sir. Nina's soft, clear voice snapped Igor out of his thoughts. The first batch of samples you requested has been completed. At Lord Tyrion's instruction, we used the original method without making any changes. We're waiting for your feedback and guidance. Igor nodded. As usual, he wanted to point out that he wasn't an adult, but after some thought, he decided it wasn't necessary. Very well. Lead the way. Neil seemed to be the quiet type, so Nina took the lead, guiding the group through the workshop. As they walked, she explained the tools, equipment, and processes used for each step with clarity and fluency. After a full tour, they arrived at the final product. The girl, calm and composed throughout the tour, suddenly grew shy. Her voice wavered as she introduced the finished product. This is the paper we've made. We're trying to make it thinner and stronger. Is this supposed to be the original plant fiber paper? Igor looked at the pile of unevenly thick sheets on the table and was momentarily speechless. Picking up a sheet between his fingers, Igor examined it closely. The color was a dark yellow, likely due to the lack of a bleaching process. The texture was hard, like a napkin that had been wet and dried again. The surface was rough, resembling the crust of a thick pancake. Igor gently pulled on it, and with a sharp snap, the sheet tore. Tyrion wasn't joking, this paper was of such poor quality that it wasn't even fit for wiping one's arse. Nina's face flushed crimson. Despite her usual quick wit, she found herself tongue-tied. She could only stare at Igor with nervous eyes, afraid that the boss behind the scenes, Lord Tyrion had mentioned would be angry. Of course, Igor wasn't angry. He had come to inspect an initial sample, not a perfect industrial product. This paper wasn't usable yet, but it was undeniably paper, and that was enough for now. This won't work. Igor muttered to himself. Touring the workshop with Nina had brought back memories of inspecting projects on behalf of clients before his time travel. And as a leader, he naturally had to offer some guidance after the inspection. Though he knew next to nothing about papermaking, Igor decided to try and help as much as he could. If he didn't understand the specifics, he could at least offer broad suggestions. As long as the direction was right, the craftsman could refine the details through experimentation. First, the uneven thickness must be due to issues in the soaking, boiling, or crushing stages. Those steps need to be more thorough. If you're short on manpower, try improving the equipment or using animal power. Don't worry about the cost, money is not a problem, Igor began, finding his rhythm as he spoke. Problem solving, after all, required universal skills that could be applied to any field. Next, find a craftsman to weave mats with smoother, finer surfaces for scooping the pulp. Spread the crushed raw materials evenly in water, use a sieve to filter out coarse debris, and then scoop it out with the mat quickly, don't waste time. Yes, Nina said, her eyes sparkling as she nodded eagerly. As for the color, there are two ways to improve it. One is to use chemicals to bleach and decolorize the raw materials during processing. The other is to add dye in the final step to force it white. You can decide which method to use. It doesn't need to be pure white, but the color should at least be light and even enough to contrast clearly with the text. Igor continued, the surface is too rough. For now, try polishing it during the drying step. Use smoother materials, but be careful not to grind it too thin or tear it. Press it lightly after it's half dry. How many people are in your family? Avoid hiring outsiders for now. If you need more help, come to me or Lord Tyrion. As I said, money is not a problem. Nina thought to herself, this boss is amazing. She nodded repeatedly, impressed not only by Igor's advice but also by the confident way he gestured and emphasized, money is not a problem. Arya, who had been watching from the side, giggled. You really know a lot, master. Don't interrupt, Igor said, ruffling his apprentice's hair before continuing. The biggest issue is that the paper isn't strong enough. That's a critical flaw. There's no easy fix for this, but try experimenting with different raw materials. If that doesn't work. Yes, add paste or glue during the final step to strengthen it. Again, money is not a problem. Focus on producing usable paper first. Once that's done, we can think about reducing costs. Glue. Nina blinked, then clapped her hands. Why didn't I think of that? That could work. For a moment, silence fell over the workshop. Finally, Tyrion broke it. Anything else? That's all, Igor said, satisfied with himself and the advice he'd given. Did you remember everything? Tyrion asked the siblings. Yes. We remember. Good, Tyrion said seriously. You heard what the boss said, money is not a problem. Work hard, and once you produce usable paper, you'll be rewarded. Oh, that reminds me, Igor added. Once you've mass-produced usable paper, 1/10 of the paper mill's profits will belong to you and your sister. Asterisk. Chapter 75. A gasp of disbelief echoed in the room, and even Tyrion turned to Igor with a look of despair. Hey, we agreed in advance there would be rewards, but shouldn't such an important decision at least be discussed beforehand? Tyrion restrained himself from objecting outright and waited until they had left the house to confront Igor. Brother, that's 1/10. I don't mind using some tricks to retain talent, but have you thought about how much we'll need to invest to expand that factory? You made no agreements, and yet you promised them 1/10 right away. Gods know how much that 1/10 could be worth in the future. Even if Nina is a charming girl, there's no need for this. If you want a girl, I'll find you one tonight. Did you see how she looks at you with admiration? If you're willing to put in a little effort, she'll be yours in no time. No need to promise 1/10 of the profits on impulse. Nina is going to be my master's wife. Arya, who had only caught the second half of the conversation, looked utterly confused. But didn't the Night's Watch swear never to marry? What nonsense are you spouting now? Igor snapped out of his self-congratulatory mood, realizing he may have gone a little overboard in his excitement. But the words had already been spoken, and there was no taking them back. He repeatedly apologized to Tyrion and quickly explained, "Don't be so alarmed. It's just something I said, I haven't signed anything, so there's still room to negotiate. How about this, we'll amend what I said to apply only to the profits from this specific paper mill, the one we just saw. Any future expansions or related industrial chains won't be included. Also, the paper they produce will only be sold to our own printing factory for a set period, and will control the pricing and profit margins. Does that work? You plan to deliberately lower the price, but they aren't fools. They'll eventually look for another way to sell it," Tyrion said, though he begrudgingly accepted the compromise. "Fine, if it's limited to just this workshop, then even giving them half the profits wouldn't be too much. Let's settle it that way. Actually, what's the harm in being a bit more generous? We're playing a financial game, and the best way to succeed is to share profits with the key participants. When the paper mill grows, we can issue bonds to distribute dividends to the siblings. They'll get their rewards, but most of the money will still stay in our hands. Isn't that the best of both worlds? And what if people cash in those bonds for actual money? Of course, we'll pay them. The most important thing in finance is maintaining credit. Don't worry about the occasional payout. As long as we keep enough capital in reserve, it'll be fine. Once our credit is solid, anyone who takes money out will eventually deposit it back," Igor said. "When the first batch of usable paper is ready, we'll start planning the factory's expansion. During that process, remember to involve wealthy families and merchants from King's Landing and the Crownlands. Don't try to hoard all the benefits. The Lannister name carries weight, sure, but even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. If you want to prevent others from stealing our business, the best way is to turn potential rivals into partners." A community of interests, isn't this the 100th time you've said that? Do I look that stupid? Tyrion smirked, clearly in a good mood. To be honest, borrowing money and attracting investments for cooperative ventures are much more enticing than Night's Watch bonds, which have no backing. I'm starting to think we should launch another investment-based debt project. For Tyrion, a core member of House Lannister, this community of interests was just a matter of how much profit he could make. But for Igor, it represented an opportunity to gradually integrate himself into the upper echelons of Westerosi society, claim a seat at their table, and earn influence and a voice in critical decisions. With Arya and her Stark guards present, Igor and Tyrion were careful to change the subject whenever their conversation veered too close to sensitive matters. "The small room over there is the printing facility I set up. Want to take a look? Let's go." The group visited Tyrion's so-called printing factory. Since the papermaking issue hadn't been resolved yet, the space was currently little more than a residence and workshop for 2 engravers. There, Igor saw the printing plates for the Night's Watch bonds, as well as an engraving project for the 7-pointed star in progress. "Have you contacted the church yet?" Igor asked. "Not yet. If they refuse, I'll sell the books myself. Do you really think there's no market for cheap 7-pointed stars? That's absurd. Maybe, but what if the church declares that printed 7-pointed stars are sacrilegious and blasphemous?" "Pah!" Tyrion spat on the ground. "To hell with their piety. Worst case scenario, I'll give the High Septon a statue of the 7 made entirely of gold. I guarantee he'll change his tune. And if that doesn't work, well, if they cut off Tyrion Lannister's financial resources, they won't live to regret it. Yes. Kill them, and we can all go worship the old gods together." Arya cheered. "You're a sly little rascal. Don't corrupt the child," Igor scolded, rolling his eyes at Tyrion's mock ferocity. "Just go ahead with the printing. I'll back you all the way." Joking aside, Igor's concerns weren't unfounded. Flooding the market with printed copies of the seven-pointed star would likely increase the church's influence in the short term. But in the long run, it would undermine the church's control over the people. The logic was simple: currently, only middle and high-ranking clergy had access to the seven-pointed star, while common missionaries and ordinary believers had to rely entirely on priests' interpretations. Once the printed version became widespread, literate individuals could read and interpret the text themselves, weakening the church's monopoly on doctrine. Still, Igor kept these thoughts to himself. This wasn't because he was particularly clever but because history offered clear examples. The leaders of the faith of the Seven likely lacked the foresight to see this, and even if they did, it wouldn't affect Igor directly. His immediate goal was to make money for the Night's Watch and himself. Let King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms deal with the fallout. Woodblock printing wasn't technically difficult, and Igor didn't find an opportunity to impress anyone with another, groundbreaking, idea. He explained the principles of movable type printing to Tyrion and the engravers, but after some discussion, they decided against it for now. Movable type required extensive material selection, skill, and expertise. Without advanced industrial tools, it was inefficient and prone to errors, like uneven letters or misaligned prints. For now, they decided to focus on reliability and stability, rather than chasing vague notions of progress. Tyrion sighed, lamenting that such an advanced technology couldn't be implemented immediately. "Don't worry," Igor reassured him. "When we've got more funds, you'll be able to print all the science and literature books you've ever dreamed of. Movable type will have its moment." "Fine. For now, let's focus on making money." While the adults worked all day, Arya had a great time running around and broadening her horizons. As night fell, her guards urged her to return to the Red Keep. Reluctantly, Arya bid farewell to her master and Tyrion and followed her escort home. Igor and Tyrion returned to the inn, handed their reins to the stable hands, and prepared to end the busy day. Inside, Jack was waiting for them in the lobby. "Igor, someone from the Red Keep delivered this for you. It's from the Black Castle." "A letter from Castle Black?" Frowning, Igor accepted the parchment sealed with black wax. The agreed date for the next batch of supplies was still far off. What could this letter be about? Chapter 76. "What's in the letter?" Tyrion asked curiously. "It's nothing good," Igor replied, his brow furrowed. "As of the time this letter was sent, Benjen and his patrols still haven't returned to Castle Black. Mormont has sent out several more search parties, but none of them found any trace of him. Now, he's preparing to organize a large-scale reconnaissance mission beyond the wall. The letter not only urges Yoren to bring the new recruits back to the wall as soon as possible, but also asks me to prepare a shipment of weapons, cold-weather gear, and portable rations to send north. They're afraid they'll have to face the White Walkers." "White Walkers again?" Tyrion frowned, baffled. He didn't believe in the old legends of gods and monsters, but he also couldn't imagine why Igor would lie to him about something so seemingly irrelevant. The fact that Igor kept repeating such claims in a serious tone made Tyrion waver slightly. But shaking his head, he chose to dismiss the subject. "Something doesn't add up. Didn't we already send the first batch of supplies? According to our agreement, the next batch isn't due for another month or two. Why are they rushing us now? The first shipment hasn't reached Eastwatch yet, it was shipped from King's Landing, after all," Igor said solemnly. "I'll have to check on the progress of the Dragonglass mining operation in the coming days. But that's my personal matter, let's drop it for now and get some food and rest." All Igor wanted was to start a business with Tyrion in King's Landing, live a good life, and focus on his own plans. But why did the ripples of the larger plot refuse to leave him in peace, constantly dragging him back into chaos? Benjen's disappearance wasn't surprising. Igor had expected it. At Castle Black, he had assumed the first ranger's decision to go north was simply out of a sense of duty and stubbornness. But after learning more from Melisandre, his perspective had shifted. Igor couldn't shake the suspicion that Benjen's disappearance and transformation into cold hands might have been orchestrated by the old gods, or the Greenseers. Perhaps the old gods needed a servant who was not alive, someone who didn't require supplies and whose cold body wouldn't easily draw the attention of the whites. This servant could operate north of the wall, ensuring that Bran Stark would still have someone to guide him after crossing into the far north to accept his destiny. The dire wolves given to the Stark children might have been part of the same plan, a way to activate their latent abilities. Especially for Bran, having a companion like Summer, far more capable and perceptive than any human, would be invaluable on his journey. Igor pinched his thigh, snapping himself out of his spiraling thoughts. He reminded himself of a simple truth: not everything is a conspiracy. Rather than overthinking the possible manipulations of the Greenseers, it was better to focus on the immediate situation, Mormont's planned large-scale reconnaissance mission beyond the wall. The Ranger expedition, as it would later be known, wasn't a bad idea on paper. Leading a force of over 300 Night's Watchmen, half of them professional soldiers, meant that, barring an overwhelming assault by tens of thousands of wildlings, they were practically untouchable. Yet, the expedition didn't encounter wildlings. Instead, it stumbled upon something far worse: an army of the dead. That disastrous engagement at the Fist of the First Men nearly annihilated the Night's Watch's elite forces, including their leadership. Of those left at Castle Black, most were old, injured, or inexperienced. It was a crushing blow to morale. Had it been any other army, the organization might have been disbanded entirely. As it stood, the Night's Watch barely managed to repel the wildlings' first wave of tentative attacks. Igor's mind instinctively wondered, could the Greenseers have deliberately orchestrated this? Perhaps the goal was to weaken the Night's Watch, ensuring the wildlings could breach the wall and escape into the south, thereby preventing them from bolstering the White Walkers' ranks. But he quickly dismissed the idea. The Greenseers might be powerful, but they weren't omnipotent. If they wanted to ensure the wildlings crossed the wall, wouldn't it be simpler to manipulate Mormont into letting them through rather than orchestrating such a convoluted chain of events? Besides, judging from the original story, the gods' whispers and manipulations weren't as powerful as they seemed. The Greenseers were in a weakened state, and this expedition was far more likely to be Mormont's own decision. What should a rational person be considering right now? Does this plotline affect me? Do I need to intervene? If so, how should I do it? The disastrous results of the Ranger expedition had several implications. First, it led to the death of Jeor Mormont and the rise of Jon Snow. While Jon's promotion could benefit Igor by creating a more flexible leader who owed him favors, the Night's Watch's decimation was a double-edged sword. If the wildlings broke through and the wall fell, Igor, sitting far to the south, would be caught in the ensuing chaos. But then again, if the War of the Five Kings didn't happen, the Northern Lords would still have the strength to send reinforcements to the wall. In that case, the wildlings' invasion could be halted, albeit with consequences for whoever took charge. Wait. Igor paused. If the Northern Lords intervened, they would inevitably impose their authority over the Night's Watch. And what role would Igor play in all this as the chief logistics officer, stationed in King's Landing? After running through several mental scenarios, Igor's head began to spin. There were too many variables, and predicting the future with any certainty was impossible. Even professionals with access to vast amounts of information often made mistakes. I'm not a prophet, nor am I as adept as Littlefinger at thriving in chaos. Perhaps the simplest and most practical option was to do nothing. He could fulfill Mormont's supply request, maintain his distance, and let events unfold as they would. But then, a memory from the last season of the show he had watched before his time travel struck him like lightning. In the original plot, after the War of the Five Kings had run its course, Jon Snow foolishly led a group beyond the wall to capture a white and bring it back to King's Landing. This ridiculous and belated stunt served only to give the Night King a dragon, ultimately enabling the wall's destruction. That had been the screenwriter's way of advancing the story and balancing the conflict between the living and the dead. But Igor wasn't a screenwriter, he was a time traveler. He didn't care about making the story exciting. If it were up to him, he'd ensure the White Walkers were destroyed in their lairs before they could pose a threat, allowing him to live out his life in peace. What if, Igor thought, at this crucial turning point, the Night's Watch captured a White and brought it south to King's Landing? What if they placed it before Robert Baratheon, who sat feasting in the Red Keep, oblivious to the gathering storm? What kind of explosive impact would that have? If he was already changing the plot, why stop now? Why not go big? Asterisk. Chapter 77. It was impossible for Igor to return to the Wall and personally oversee the mission to capture a White. So, how could he remotely guide the Night's Watch to pull off such a daring feat without having any direct command authority? That was a question that required careful thought and planning. Fortunately, Mormont had written specifically to request more men and supplies, making it clear that the Lord Commander had no intention of launching the expedition immediately. Igor still had some time to devise a plan. For now, he would set the matter aside and focus on the tasks at hand. Over dinner, Igor passed along the instructions from the letter to Yoren. The old recruiter had been planning to enjoy a few more days in King's Landing with a pocket full of coin, but the sudden order to return north left him both shocked and disappointed. "You can take your time on the road," Igor advised. Having served as a brother of the Night's Watch himself, he fully understood Yoren's reluctance to leave. "When are you planning to set off?" "Taking it slow sounds tempting, but I can't linger here after receiving an order like that," Yoren replied glumly. "We've gathered more than a dozen recruits, and everything's ready to go. I'll be leaving tomorrow." "All right, then I have a favor to ask before you go. Let me take one of the recruits off your hands, the one we talked about before, Jaqen Hagar. The man who was caught stealing a book. Leave him with me." "That dangerous one?" Yoren looked at Igor with disbelief. "What do you want him for?" "He spent several nights in the Red Keep's library." "He must be literate," Igor explained. "The office could use someone who can read and write. It's rare enough to find a girl with a cock, let alone a man who can read," Yoren joked, laughing at the absurdity of the situation despite himself. Then his expression turned serious. "Igor, that man's a slippery one. He was only caught because he was cornered. If you release him from the cage, he'll vanish before you can blink. I've already decided not to let him or the other two murderers out until I reach Castle Black and hand them over to Alliser." Igor understood Yoren's concerns and agreed with his decision in principle. But the truth was, Jaqen Hagar would escape eventually, no matter how closely he was guarded. Even a skilled fighter like Barristan Selmy had only managed to capture him by locking him in a room. By freeing Jaqen early, Igor could at least claim some credit for doing the man a favor. It wouldn't hurt to build a connection with someone as resourceful and unpredictable as Jaqen. Saying no more, Igor pressed a round, gleaming coin into Yoren's hand. "Don't overthink it. If you let him stay, this should cover all your travel expenses, with enough left over to eat and drink well on the way to the Wall. And when you come back to King's Landing, I'll make sure you leave with 10 more recruits. 10 more. You'll be lucky if half of these don't bolt before the next time I'm here." Yoren snorted but pocketed the gold coin all the same. After a moment of consideration, he nodded. "Fine, take him. But be careful. Don't let the Kingsguard find out the man they caught is roaming free, and don't let him kill you while you're at it." "I'll be careful," Igor promised. Tyrion's enthusiasm for their venture showed no signs of waning. The dwarf rose early every day, heading out to oversee operations. He and his brother Jaime couldn't be more different. Jaime, the heir chosen by their father, was obsessed with chivalry, honor, and public recognition. Meanwhile, Tyrion, despised by his father and dismissed as a liability, craved his family's approval and sought to prove his worth. Igor suspected Tyrion's zeal wasn't entirely about the money, it was also a way to earn his father's respect. "Stop worrying about other people's problems, Igor," he told himself. "Focus on your own business." Clearing his thoughts, Igor dressed and left his room. After washing up, he met Yoren over breakfast to confirm the timing of the handoff. Then he headed to the Night's Watch office to begin his usual routine. Not long after the sun had risen, Arya arrived, full of energy as always. But today, Igor was already preparing to leave to rescue Jaqen Hagar. "Master!" Arya called cheerfully. "Wherever you go, I'm coming too." "No, I'm escorting Yoren and his recruits back to the wall. They're just a bunch of scoundrels and rapists, not something worth seeing." "Stay here or go back to the Red Keep," Igor said, shaking his head. He had no intention of letting Arya witness him freeing one of the prisoners. "I want to go too," Arya protested. Igor raised an eyebrow. "Stop being difficult and listen to me." Arya glared at him for a few seconds, then relented with a sigh. "Fine. I'll wait for you here." "How long will you be gone?" "I'll be back before sunset," Igor reassured her, his tone softening. "Take care of the office while I'm gone, and I'll have a reward for you when I get back." "All right." Arya beamed. Satisfied, Igor nodded. The first step in training Arya to follow instructions had gone smoothly. Humans, after all, were just animals. And compared to adults, children were even more instinct-driven. Smart animals were highly moldable. By using rewards and punishments to guide their behavior, Igor could shape their habits and responses. Over time, Arya would learn when it was worthwhile to push for what she wanted and when it wasn't. She had already picked up on the expression Igor had shown earlier, one that left no room for negotiation. And just as he expected, she stopped pushing as soon as she realized it wouldn't work. Of course, saying these principles is one thing, but implementing them at the start was no easy task. Igor had benefited from Arya's good character and the fact that she saw him as a master. He wasn't afraid of offending her and relied on 3 firm rules to suppress the innate arrogance of the Stark princess. The speed of his success had clearly startled the Winterfell guard tasked with escorting Arya. The grey-cloaked soldier's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Since when has our proud little lady become so obedient?" The first Night's Watch stronghold in the south was conveniently located opposite the east camp of the City Watch, one of King's Landing's 2 police stations. With nothing valuable or irreplaceable in the office yet, Igor was comfortable leaving Arya behind after a quick explanation. Confidently leaving the office door open, he rode northwest through King's Landing. After passing through the Gate of the Gods and following the King's Road for a few miles, Igor soon found Yoren and his party waiting for him by the roadside. 2 carriages were parked under the shade of a large tree. One held a wooden cage for the prisoners, while the other carried condiments, medicines, and spices that Yoren had purchased. Thanks to the supplies provided by Tyrion and Igor, Yoren's preparations for the journey were far less stressful than they might have been. Without their assistance, he would have spent days running around procuring provisions for the trek to the wall. In addition to the carriages and their horses, there were 5 or 6 donkeys and a dozen people gathered in the shade. Yoren himself was seated on the driver's seat of the supply wagon, while the orphans he had lured with promises of full bellies and warm clothes squatted or stood nearby, looking bored. Together with the prisoners forced to join the Night's Watch, they stared curiously at Igor as he approached on horseback. Even a fool could tell that, despite his black garb, the man riding toward them carried an entirely different air from the others. Perhaps he was an officer of the Night's Watch. The more astute among them were already calculating how to win favor with their apparent superior, but Igor didn't give them the chance to waste their energy. Riding straight to Yoren, he greeted him briefly, prompting the old recruiter to climb down from the wagon. "You haven't changed your mind?" Yoren asked skeptically. "Why would I?" Igor replied with a snort before turning his attention to the 3 prisoners locked in the wooden cage. It was no surprise that Yoren was wary of these 3. One of them was a man with no nose, just a gaping hole in the center of his face. Another was a fat, bald man with sharp, animalistic teeth, a face covered in pus-filled sores, and a feral glint in his eyes. The last one, however, stood in stark contrast to the others. He had regular features, was neatly dressed, and wore an air of calm gentleness. That incongruity alone made him the most unsettling of the three. So ordinary, Igor thought as he studied the third man. Nothing like the cool, mysterious image from the show. Had Jaqen Hagar not been locked in the cage, Igor doubted he would have been able to pick him out of a crowd. As a spy and assassin, Jaqen had clearly mastered the art of blending in with a common appearance. Still, Igor couldn't help but wonder, was this even Jaqen's true face? Did the faceless men rely on human skin masks, or was there some kind of magic involved in their transformations? He didn't let his gaze linger on Jaqen for too long. Instead, he deliberately looked around the group and raised his voice. The Night's Watch office needs someone who can read and write. Can any of you read? Chapter 78. To avoid drawing the attention of the gold cloaks, Igor and Yoren deliberately conducted their transaction outside the city walls. When Igor asked his question, silence fell over the group. In a world where literacy rates were abysmally low, anyone who could read and write was considered a rare and valuable resource. Add basic arithmetic to that skill set, and they were regarded as talented. For the Night's Watch, such individuals were either volunteers like Benjen Stark and Jon Snow or disgraced nobles like Alliser Thorne who had been forced to don the black. In times of peace, it was almost impossible to imagine such a person ending up among the ragtag recruits bound for the wall. Among the dozen or so recruits gathered here, none could read, except for Jaqen Hagar. As expected, after a few seconds of silence, a calm and gentle male voice broke through. Someone happens to know some Westerosi writing. Someone. Can't you just say, I, like a normal person? Igor couldn't help but roll his eyes internally at Jaqen's odd phrasing, though he knew the reason behind it. Jaqen wasn't trying to show off, he was deliberately concealing his Braavosi origins. Disguised as a Lorith noble, he adhered to Lorith cultural norms, where using I was considered vulgar. Instead, the upper class referred to themselves as someone. While Igor found it irritating, he had no choice but to play along. After all, he was also pretending to be a foreigner, a Sena noble. Since Jaqen had spoken, it meant his mission did not require him to travel to the wall, and he had no intention of heading to the far north just yet. Can you read? Igor asked, stepping closer to the cage and holding out a piece of paper. What does this say? Office. Night's Watch, Jaqen said after squinting briefly. Night's Watch office. Good, Igor said, putting the paper away. He turned to Yoren. What crime did this one commit? Yoren gave Igor a look that practically screamed, are you serious? But, having taken a gold dragon from him, the old recruiter begrudgingly played along. He read the king's book. Read the king's book. Igor raised an eyebrow and looked back at Jaqen. What book? A book about dragons, Jaqen answered smoothly. Someone has always been curious about these powerful magical creatures since childhood. Valyria has been destroyed, and only Westeros still holds knowledge of dragons. It was an ambiguous answer, neither fully convincing nor entirely suspicious. And for that, you're being sent to the wall. Igor pressed. Yoren shrugged, clearly not interested in the details. Who knows? That's not for me to decide. Well, since he's not a murderer, he'll do, Igor said, feigning satisfaction. In truth, Jaqen had probably killed more people than everyone else here combined, but as long as he wasn't a threat to Igor personally, it didn't matter. Everyone deserved a chance, after all. But before I let you out, I'll need you to make some promises. Books are meant to be read, and what you did isn't a serious crime. If, one day, you decide to leave and go home, that's fine. But until I can recruit someone else, you must work diligently for the office. And before you leave, you'll need to notify me and pay a fair ransom. Do you agree? Someone agrees, Jaqen replied without hesitation. Very well. Swear an oath. Someone swears by the old and new gods. Stop. I'm not from Westeros, and I don't believe in the old or new gods, Igor interrupted, a sudden idea forming in his mind. There is only one true God, death. Swear to the god of death in your name. And add this, you will never harm the interests of the Night's Watch. Under Igor's steady gaze, Jaqen hesitated briefly before speaking again. I, Jaqen Hagar, swear to the god of death that I will never harm the interests of the Night's Watch. Before I have to leave, I will serve the Night's Watch with all my heart and soul. I also promise to notify the Night's Watch and pay the ransom before I leave. Pay a ransom? What a cunning bastard. Yoren realized belatedly what was happening. Compared to the ransom he'll likely charge, that single gold dragon is nothing. While annoyed, Yoren reminded himself that the ransom wouldn't benefit him personally, so he kept his grumbling to himself. Igor, meanwhile, noticed how Jaqen had carefully phrased his oath. Before I have to leave. It was as if Jaqen was already anticipating an unavoidable departure. For all Igor knew, the faceless man could announce his departure that very evening, leave a small payment behind, and vanish without a trace. Still, Jaqen's willingness to play along indicated that he had no intention of outright breaking the oath. Igor wasn't expecting much from him anyway. Forcing someone like Jaqen to swear eternal loyalty to the Night's Watch was pointless. After all, hadn't Igor himself sworn the same oath only to plot his own departure? An obviously unreasonable oath would only give someone an excuse to break it. For a skilled spy like Jaqen, changing his name and claiming Jaqen Hagar was dead would be enough to render any promise void. All right, let him out, Igor said. Yoren shot him another irritated look. Do I look like your subordinate? With a sigh, the old recruiter handed over the key. Do it yourself. I need to keep an eye on these two. Drawing his sword, he added, and I'll kill anyone who tries to run. Swords don't have eyes. Igor took the key and stepped up to the cage. Before his time at the wall, the sight of the other two prisoners, one with a noseless face and the other a feral, pustule-covered brute might have intimidated him. But after a year as a ranger, facing White Walkers and the horrors of the haunted forest, such sights no longer fazed him. He unlocked the door, opened it, and watched as Jaqen crawled out and stood. The other two prisoners roared and lunged toward the opening but were swiftly forced back by Yoren's sword. Calmly, Igor locked the cage again, removed the shackles from Jaqen's wrists and ankles, and tossed the key back to Yoren. Put on black, Igor said, tossing Jaqen a package. From now until you leave, you're a member of the Night's Watch. You're lucky, you don't have to guard the wall or fight monsters in the north. But you'll need a new name. Let's call you Akun. Someone has no objections, Jaqen said with a slight bow. Good. Yoren, safe travels to you and your recruits. Igor glanced at the remaining dozen men, gave a nod of farewell, mounted his horse, and gestured to Jaqen. Let's go, Akun. Since Igor hadn't prepared a horse for Jaqen, the two rode back to the city on the same mount. Despite trusting Jaqen enough to release him, Igor couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that the man might stab him in the back at any moment. By the time they reached the Night's Watch office, Igor was surprised to find his legs trembling slightly as he dismounted. When they stepped inside, Igor was startled to find that quite a few people were waiting for him. Asterisk. Chapter 79. You're so slow, Master. Arya jumped up as soon as Igor entered and complained with dissatisfaction. Where have you been? Tyrion frowned, giving Igor a hard stare. You left Miss Stark to watch the office and made customers who wanted to buy bonds wait for you. Ha! What a fine chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch you are. Damn. Igor immediately realized the identity of the other two people in the room and quickly apologized. He had promised Tyrion he would stay in the office at all times but had broken that promise to secure Jaqen's release, nearly creating a disaster. That such a mistake happened at the very start of the Bond campaign was inexcusable, even to himself. No wonder even the usually affable Tyrion sounded so sharp. That's all right. It was quite pleasant chatting with Miss Stark, said one of the men Tyrion had brought. He had only come to give face to the Lannisters, but unexpectedly meeting the daughter of the Hand of the Seven Kingdoms had turned out to be a stroke of luck. With the Stark family's position and influence, such an encounter was rare for someone from his station. Waiting a while had been worth it. "This is Ser Lien Brune, and this is Ser Roger Hogg, two noblemen from the Crownlands," Tyrion introduced them. "Greetings, my lords. I apologize again for being late." Igor greeted the two courteously and quickly straightened his clothes. "Please, come in." Making others wait while borrowing their money was never a wise move. If these two potential investors had expressed displeasure or walked away, Igor could only have accepted it with a smile. Fortunately, Arya's presence had softened the situation. Both knights were polite, which gave Igor a small sigh of relief. Spending time fostering a relationship with the youngest Stark was already proving to have unexpected benefits. Leaving Akun to guard the outer room, Igor invited the guests into the inner office for a detailed discussion. After introducing the bond system and answering their questions, both knights purchased 100 gold dragons each. Once the signing and sealing procedures were completed, Igor exchanged some polite conversation with them before personally escorting them out of the office. "I understand that you're busy," Tyrion said once the knights had left, "but if you're going to leave, you need to let me know ahead of time. Better yet, set a proper schedule. Tell me which days you'll be here without fail and which days I shouldn't bring anyone. Is that too much to ask?" Igor nodded quickly, knowing he was in the wrong. For several reasons, he couldn't delegate the signing of bonds to anyone else, but he also had to leave the office from time to time for other matters. After giving it some thought, he realized he needed to establish set workdays and rest days. "I've got some new ideas to discuss with you," Tyrion said, his tone softening. He wasn't one to dwell on mistakes. "You've seen that I can attract people. I know who has spare money, and who's easy to persuade. But even with all that, they'll only buy the minimum, 100 gold dragons. Without something tangible to show them, you can't expect them to invest more. Words and promises alone won't make them spend their fortunes." "That's true," Igor admitted, "but once the first and second groups receive their returns." "That will take time," Tyrion interrupted, waving a hand. "My idea is to create something similar to a bond but focused on investment and cooperation. Write down agreements for future profits and dividends as a certificate." "You mean, a new bond product?" Igor caught on immediately. "An investment voucher, maybe. We calculate the funds needed to build an industrial chain, papermaking, printing, even bookstores, and use the voucher to represent a shareholder's stake in those ventures." "Exactly," Tyrion confirmed. "It would complement the bonds we're already selling. Bonds offer a low return and can be withdrawn at any time. Investment vouchers, on the other hand, would tie the principal to the venture. They might yield much higher returns, but the money would be locked in. Investors couldn't withdraw it, only transfer ownership to someone else. That way, we cater to two types of people, those with some spare money who need liquidity and those with significant wealth looking for long-term opportunities." "That's a great idea. Once the product is ready, we can create some high-quality samples to attract investors," Igor agreed but couldn't shake a vague sense of unease. "You'll handle the business side and operations, and I'll focus on the technical and creative aspects. I'll also visit Nina frequently to oversee their progress on papermaking improvements." "Good." Taking a deep breath, Igor suddenly understood where his unease stemmed from. Everything was moving too fast. Initially, he had only intended to run a simple Ponzi scheme to establish himself. Now, he was delving into financing and shares before even paying the first round of interest. Could someone like him, with his limited experience and resources, truly control the beast of capital? He wasn't confident, but there was no turning back now. Unless he chose to betray Tyrion, pocket the money, and flee across the narrow sea to live in obscurity, his only option was to push forward. This must be the mental journey every entrepreneur goes through, he thought grimly. Thankfully, he had the advantage of operating in an undeveloped market, with almost no competition, and had a resourceful Lannister as his partner. Have you two finished talking yet? Are we practicing today or not? Arya interrupted, clearly fed up. She hated discussions about bonds and shares. Aside from knowing they were related to money, she didn't understand a thing. What she did know was that she had spent the entire day waiting and doing nothing. Those two guys just now, they kept asking me questions. Then they started asking if I was married or if I liked anyone. It's none of their business. Well, it is none of their business, Tyrion said with a laugh. The two knights he had brought in were relatively wealthy, but Arya Stark's status was far beyond their reach. Even if she were to marry, it would be to a powerful earl or marquis, not someone like them. Still, Tyrion couldn't fault their curiosity. Your sister Sansa is already engaged to Prince Joffrey. For the next century, the Starks will be one of the most powerful families in the realm. Of course, the marriage of the Queen's sister is going to attract attention. Tisk, Sansa's such an idiot, Arya muttered, crossing her arms. She's perfect for Joffrey, that lying jerk. I don't want to end up like her. Igor cheered internally but couldn't let her continue. Where's my little lady apprentice? Don't say such rude things. Humph. Arya pouted but suddenly grew quiet, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought of Micah, the butcher's boy who had practiced swords with her before his untimely death. She sniffled and stayed silent. Yes, Sansa is already engaged to Joffrey, and Eddard is not only the current hand of the king and Robert's sworn brother but also the father-in-law to the future king. It's likely that even Eddard himself didn't fully realize that this connection was part of what gave him the confidence to come to King's Landing, despite knowing the dangers that awaited him. Unfortunately, in the original timeline, after being lured by Littlefinger, Eddard quickly uncovered the truth about Cersei and Jaime's secret. What had been his greatest source of confidence turned into his greatest threat. With Eddard's unyielding pride, there was no way he would allow his beloved daughter to marry the product of incest, especially the illegitimate child of Jaime Lannister, whom he loathed above all others. However, his unwavering sense of honor wouldn't permit him to harm the children. Trapped in this conflict, Eddard's every move after that inevitably led to disaster. Thinking about this, Igor's thoughts shifted to the rumors he had spread several days ago. Out of caution, he hadn't shared this plan with anyone before or after carrying it out. He hadn't even tried to probe the situation indirectly. Given how preoccupied he'd been with other matters recently, he might have completely forgotten about dealing with Littlefinger or preventing the War of the Five Kings. If things continued down the same path and the war broke out as in the original plot, it would lead to nothing but trouble for him. He needed to know now whether the rumors had gained traction, so he could decide whether to take additional steps to destabilize Littlefinger's position. Oh, right, Igor said, pretending to have just remembered something. I heard a rather nasty rumor circulating these days. I wonder if you've heard it too. Are you talking about the rumor that Littlefinger poisoned Jon Arryn? Tyrion interrupted with a smirk, curling his lips in disdain. It spread across the entire city already. Even I just heard about it this morning. Chapter 80. It's all over the city. Igor raised his eyebrows, working hard to keep his tone neutral. He realized he might have underestimated the destructive power of high-level gossip, especially one centered on an affair between the Master of Coin and the former hand of the king's wife. However, his intention in spreading the rumor wasn't just to disgust Littlefinger. He needed to know if it had caused enough damage to disrupt Littlefinger's plans moving forward. Well, what did the person involved say? It's none of my business. Tyrion sneered, his expression one of mockery. That, Hugh, was just some insignificant servant. Those notes are likely not even his last words. But the person who started this rumor was quite cunning. The content is either unverifiable or exaggerated to distort the truth. There aren't any real loopholes in the story. Still, Baelish is the Master of Coin, a pillar of the realm. How could a rumor bring him down? That said. Tyrion paused, a sardonic grin curling his lips. I haven't seen him around these past few days. His brothel is still open, though. Really? Igor concealed his unease. It was true that clever people like Tyrion generally didn't involve themselves in gossip, which fit perfectly with his character. But since the rumor had clearly spread far and wide, it meant Igor could safely investigate its effects without raising suspicion. The only question now was, who could I ask to find out if the rumors achieved their intended effect? After some thought, Igor decided to talk to the Stark guard who escorted Arya to and from her classes every day. His immediate goal was to prevent Littlefinger from gaining Eddard's trust, and who better to provide insight into Eddard's thoughts than one of his subordinates? Or perhaps the rumor. Arya sniffled, suddenly perking up as the conversation finally shifted to something she recognized. For once, she wasn't being ignored. Taking the opportunity to jump in, she proudly shared the information she had overheard. My father said the king sent a letter to Lady Arryn, asking her to come to King's Landing to explain the rumor and clear her name. Ah, of course. Igor mentally kicked himself. Eddard's daughter was right in front of him, why bother going through the guard outside? He had been treating Arya like a child who wouldn't understand anything. But in truth, 10-year-olds, especially smart ones, could grasp much more than adults often gave them credit for. Arya was not only Eddard's daughter but also his apprentice. She had daily access to the hand of the Seven Kingdoms and trusted Igor enough to speak freely around him. If handled carefully, Arya could be the perfect ears. The realization delighted Igor more than he expected. Building a relationship with a Stark was turning out to be far more advantageous than he had initially imagined. But he couldn't let his excitement show. Arya might be eager to share information with him, but she was just as likely to relay everything he said back to her father. While she could provide key insights, Igor needed to tread carefully. Any careless words could lead Eddard to grow suspicious, which would ruin everything. Tyrion smirked at Arya. Lady Arryn? If I recall correctly, she's your aunt. Oh, yes, she's my aunt. Arya nodded, blinking in slight embarrassment. But I don't even know what she looks like. I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. It's just a rumor, Tyrion replied, adopting a lecturing tone. It's the nature of common folk to believe every bit of gossip they hear. As for the king's letter, it's meaningless. Lisa Arryn will never come to King's Landing. If the rumor is true, she wouldn't leave her fortress to walk into a trap. And if it's false, she would still assume it's a ploy to harm her and stay in the safety of the Eyrie. Exactly, Igor agreed. In the Vale of Arryn, Lady Arryn rules as a queen. But if she came to King's Landing, she'd be nothing more than the widow of the former hand. I wouldn't come either. He paused, pretending to think for a moment, then asked nonchalantly, well, Arya, what has your father been up to these past few days? What does he think of the rumor? Or has he been spending his time with Lord Baelish? Arya answered without hesitation. No, Jory said Littlefinger's been ordered not to leave the Red Keep, and my father seems to be investigating where the rumor came from. Ordered not to leave the Red Keep? That sounded a lot like a noble version of house arrest. As for Eddard investigating the source of the rumor, Igor's mind raced as he reviewed every step he had taken. The ink was common, the parchment was high quality but widely available, and the purchases had been made by Tyrion's servants for legitimate purposes. No one else had been involved, and no one else knew about it. Unless Eddard had some way of analyzing fingerprints on the notes, it should be impossible for him to trace the rumor back to Igor. I probably should have worn gloves, Igor thought with mild regret, though he quickly dismissed the idea. Westeros doesn't have that kind of forensic technology anyway. Letting out a breath of relief, he suddenly felt a strong sense of disbelief. Could it be that Littlefinger, the master manipulator of King's Landing and one of the most dangerous players in the Game of Thrones, was being outmaneuvered by a simple rumor? Nothing is impossible. This is the real world. Littlefinger's power was built on conspiracy and the trust of those in power. It had no real foundation. When left unnoticed, he was the most dangerous. But the moment someone who knows his schemes forces him into the light, exposing him to scrutiny, his so-called power dissolves like spring snow under the midday sun. Once he loses the trust of Eddard and King Robert, and becomes a suspect in the murder of the former hand of the king, Petyr Baelish's grand ambitions are over. Of course, Eddard might suspect that these rumors are a Lannister plot designed to divert his attention, and Petyr could still find ways to manipulate Eddard into discovering Cersei and Jaime's secret. However, Igor's interference had already disrupted the original trajectory of events. Even if the plot were to continue as before, the ending would inevitably shift, for better or worse. Regardless, the current situation was far less bleak than the disaster that unfolded in the original story. Igor didn't let himself bask in the satisfaction of outmaneuvering Littlefinger too long. Petyr might be finished, but he wasn't dead. And even if he were, that wouldn't mean victory. Igor's true enemy wasn't just a master schemer, it was war itself. Since the death of the Targaryen's last dragon, Westeros had lost its most powerful symbol of unity. The Seven Kingdoms had stayed together only out of inertia, bound by the lingering echoes of conquest and fear. But the unity was fragile. The realm was too vast, the lords too ambitious, and the nobles of Highgarden and the Westerlands had long grown dissatisfied with the status quo. Both regions were quietly or not so quietly preparing for conflict. War was inevitable. The only questions were when it would begin, what would spark it, and who would emerge victorious. Littlefinger's schemes may have been thwarted for now, but Varys was still weaving his webs of intrigue. The Spider was working tirelessly behind the scenes, advancing his own plans. Still, Igor's moves had earned him precious time. Time to push forward the money game he had built with Tyrion. Now, he needed to focus on growing his influence before the inevitable war arrived. To survive and perhaps thrive, he would have to remove other potential threats while expanding his power base. Arya performed well today. It's my fault for staying up late doing other things and delaying your sword training, Igor said warmly, rubbing the young girl's head. He had noticed over time that Arya seemed to enjoy this small, affectionate gesture, and it was an effective way to show his appreciation. The little she-wolf had helped him a great deal today, whether she realized it or not. He decided to give her a proper reward. As compensation and as a reward, I'll spend all of tomorrow with you. Whatever you want, sword practice, more adventure stories, or even a trip to the paper mill, it's entirely up to you. Does that sound good? 2/3. Chapter 81. Before the time travel, Igor often wondered, how did a family like the Starks, full of so-called idiots, according to the plot, manage to hold the North for thousands of years and even triumph over several families vying for the title of King in the North? Now, as an outsider in this world, he has to examine the issue more deeply and fundamentally. Over time, he gradually realized that Eddard Stark's seemingly pedantic, stiff, and naive behavior in Game of Thrones wasn't the fault of the Stark family, nor was it solely due to Eddard's immaturity or stupidity. It had been preordained from the beginning. Eddard wasn't raised as someone who would play the Game of Thrones. He wasn't groomed to be an heir but rather as a second son raised in the Vale. In this era, many prominent families, in order to avoid internal conflicts, would raise their heirs and younger sons differently. The eldest son, destined to inherit the family, would not only be taught how to govern and command but also when to act noble and honorable, and when to set morality aside to protect the family's interests. Meanwhile, second sons were only required to be brave, upright, and loyal, as their role was to assist their elder brothers, not to act independently. To put it simply, the eldest son needed to be cunning, while the rest of the siblings were intentionally kept simpler. A sibling too competent could endanger the family hierarchy. Eddard received the latter type of training. At the age of 8, he was sent to the area as Jon Arryn's ward to strengthen the alliance between the North and the Vale. Lord Arryn, upright and noble as he was, helped train Eddard into a qualified second son, much like Benjen Stark, the responsible chief ranger of the Night's Watch, whom Igor was already familiar with. In and of itself, there was nothing wrong with this. The real problem arose when Eddard's older brother, Brandon Stark, was killed by the Mad King. In a backward and tumultuous era, the death of an heir wasn't uncommon. Typically, the family would quickly pick another child and begin grooming them to take on the role of heir. However, Eddard's situation was far more complicated. His father, Rickard Stark, was also executed by the Mad King on the same day his eldest son was killed. Thus, a second son, who had been groomed as a loyal subordinate, suddenly found himself thrust into the role of Lord of Winterfell and head of the Stark family without any prior training. Such a situation was rare enough, but what made matters worse was that the rebellion against the Mad King, the Usurpers' War, was ignited by this very tragedy. Eddard not only lacked his father's guidance, but he also had no time to be mentored by other elders. Eddard lacked the experience and wisdom necessary to lead a family. Fortunately, he wasn't alone in fighting the Targaryens. During the hastily initiated rebellion, he was supported and guided by two seasoned leaders, Hoster Tully, his father-in-law and Lord of Riverrun, and Jon Arryn, his former guardian and the Lord of the Vale. Together with Robert Baratheon, they managed to topple the Targaryen dynasty despite many setbacks. By the time the rebellion ended, Eddard had become a celebrated warrior with immense prestige throughout the realm. As the oldest surviving member of the Stark family, he held unrivaled power as the Warden of the North. There was no one left qualified to teach him how to govern or transform him into a more fitting ruler. Thus, Eddard retained the honor and integrity he had learned as a second son and began ruling the North. Fortunately, the North, poor and remote as it was, lacked the kind of intricate conspiracies and power struggles seen in the South. In this context, his second son qualities didn't lead to significant missteps. As a result, Eddard not only adhered to his own virtuous principles but also raised all of his children to be qualified second sons. And the results of this upbringing became evident when Robb Stark, without the education and training of an eldest son, made one blunder after another after becoming king in the North. He insulted the powerful House Frey without realizing the consequences, executed Rickard Karstark, a key ally during wartime, and walked blindly into the Red Wedding without any precautions. If Brandon Stark had lived, would the children he raised have made such politically ignorant decisions? So, those who still mock Eddard as foolish, naive, or idealistic should reconsider. Eddard was a product of Westerosi society, a qualified second son miscast by fate, and by a king who lacked the foresight to see his limitations. Everything stems from the second son education. Igor's current mission was to protect this man who had been misplaced by destiny, a pedantic and stubborn individual. The reasoning was simple: having such an honorable man, who respected the Night's Watch and could be easily manipulated, as hand of the king, was in Igor's best interest for the time being. It's a deal then, no cheating tomorrow. The Night's Watch does not tell lies. After seeing off Arya, who had left beaming with excitement over their agreement, Igor let out a long sigh. Supporting someone hopeless was undoubtedly exhausting. Thankfully, he'd been lucky with his first move, unraveling his opponent's plan with a single rumor. For now, he had some breathing room before the next crisis. Well, I'll write a letter to the wall when I get back to the inn. But first, I need to figure out how to persuade Commander Mormont to cancel, or at least delay, the Ranger expedition. I'll also need to catch 2 whites and send them south to prove to these skeptics that the threat is real. Stretching his body, Igor walked into the outer room with Tyrion, only to find the second member of the Night's Watch he'd recruited, a Kun, sitting upright at a desk in the office lobby, dutifully minding his post. Igor rubbed his temples. He wasn't sure how to handle this pretender. If he dismissed him now, the problem might seem easy to solve, but there was always the chance a Kun would sneak into the Red Keep to cause trouble. If that happened, things could turn disastrous. It's closing time. Let's go, Igor said to Jaqen, deciding to let the man act out his charade for now. When it came to assassination, Igor couldn't match Jaqen, but in the realm of deception and persuasion, he had his own methods. Turning to Tyrion, Igor added, "Don't go to bed too early tonight, I might need your help writing a letter." "You really should learn to write yourself," Tyrion grumbled, though he didn't refuse. "Acting as your scribe all day is exhausting. Thanks for your hard work." "Those who are capable should do more," Igor replied with a grin. Igor Mormont, the former Lord of Bear Island, had become commander of the Night's Watch after donning the black. For Igor, he was a leader and a formidable figure, someone to respect, but also someone who required careful handling. Convincing a man like him to change his mind wasn't going to be easy. After all, Commander Mormont had never seen the White Walkers or their overwhelming power. His decision to send a ranger expedition north was perfectly logical. Since there was no fault in his reasoning, Igor knew he couldn't argue with him through logic alone. TSK. How should I approach this? Back at the Albatross Inn with Jaqen and Tyrion, Igor thought hard and finally came up with a strategy. If reason wouldn't work, he'd take the opposite approach, start with an unreasonable accusation, grab Mormont's attention, and then use a mix of persuasion and pressure to achieve his goal. Chapter 82. The duty of the Night's Watch is to guard the wall, not to protect the Starks. Organizing a large-scale operation to find Benjen Stark not only puts the cart before the horse but also shows blatant disregard and disrespect for the lives of the other brothers. Tyrion repeated Igor's words, staring at him as if he'd seen a ghost. The hand holding the pen hovered in mid-air for a long time before he finally asked, "Are you sure you want to write this? This is insubordination. Even if Mormont is reasonable, he can't possibly let this slide. Besides, how do you know your commander-in-chief launched the ranger expedition just to find Benjen Stark?" "I don't know," Igor admitted. "Maybe I misunderstood him. After all, he's the former Lord of Bear Island and the commander of the Night's Watch. He must be a magnanimous man. He wouldn't recall me or punish me just because I, a subordinate, accused him of a misunderstanding. And anyway, he's counting on me to provide supplies. If you're so clear on that, why use such an aggressive tone?" Igor spread his hands. "What do you think he'd think if I presented my arguments nicely, using facts and reason to persuade him not to conduct this large-scale expedition? I don't know. Even though I'm short, I can't fit into Mormont's mind. I think he'd definitely think, this guy who's comfortably stationed in King's Landing is hypocritically advising us not to take risks. Just supply the resources and stay out of it," Igor said with a laugh. Then, he'd probably skip the rest of the arguments entirely and reply directly, ordering me to prepare the supplies immediately or face recall. "You're just making malicious assumptions. But you can't deny it's possible," Igor said. "On the other hand, if I act like I've misunderstood him and then criticize him under the guise of caring for the Night's Watch." He trailed off, giving Tyrion a knowing look before continuing. "You see, people have a weakness. When they hear or see someone accusing them of being wrong, they instinctively focus their attention on it. Their first reaction is to refute the other party. When Commander Mormont sees my accusations, even if he's disdainful, that instinct will likely compel him to keep reading the rest of the letter. Maybe he'll even write back to appease me and explain the real purpose behind organizing this operation. After all, he's counting on me to work harder and fulfill the supply list." "You overthink things," Tyrion snorted, though he begrudgingly acknowledged that Igor's logic made some sense. Nodding, he picked up the letter and said, "All right, tell me again. I'll write it down word for word. But if this backfires, don't blame me." Thus, Igor dictated while Tyrion wrote. About an hour later, the first official letter from the Night's Watch's inaugural Chief Logistics Officer to the 997th Commander-in-Chief, Igor Mormont, was completed. Written by Tyrion Lannister, it was meticulously composed in the neat and elegant script popular in the Westerlands. The letter began with a stern accusation, aiming to immediately grab the reader's attention. It was followed by Igor's speculation and analysis of the situation beyond the wall. Igor described the circumstances as dire as possible, hoping to alarm the reader. Then, he offered his own suggestions. The Night's Watch was currently too weak to act independently. The safest course of action was to stabilize their defenses, gather solid evidence, and then appeal to the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms for aid. Finally, the letter included several concrete plans devised by Igor. Using his imagination, he outlined methods for capturing whites alive with minimal risk, requiring only small teams of elite Night's Watch brothers. He also promised to provide all the weapons and equipment needed to implement these plans. "Excuse me, Igor, but your plans seem a little too idealistic." "They'd only work if everything went perfectly and nothing went wrong," Tyrion remarked, shaking his head. He had decided, at least for now, not to question the existence of the so-called ghosts beyond the wall. Assuming Igor wasn't speaking nonsense, Tyrion addressed the practical issues instead. "I've been to the wall myself. The conditions and circumstances there are terrible. The personnel are unevenly trained, and the situation changes constantly. I'm not asking them to follow my plans to the letter. The key lies in the preparation." Igor smiled faintly. "As long as they agree to the idea of appealing to the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms for help and wait for me to send them the equipment for catching whites and dealing with White Walkers, my goal will be achieved. It takes about a month to travel from King's Landing to the wall, even by sea. By the time the supplies arrive, the most dangerous period will have passed." "What dangerous period?" Military secrets." The part Igor didn't share with Tyrion was this: in the original timeline of the Ranger expedition, the Night's Watch stationed themselves at the Fist of the First Men because they believed it was a critical choke point. Mance Raider's 100,000 wildlings were expected to pass through the Milkwater River, and the rugged terrain of the Fist was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Strategically, this high ground was vital. Securing it meant that a few hundred brothers of the Night's Watch could hold off tens of thousands of wildlings. However, instead of wildlings, the Night's Watch faced an army of undead. If the Night's Watch delayed their departure and waited for Igor's promised equipment and supplies, the wildlings would already be marching south from their assembly point. They would bypass the Fist entirely, and the expeditionary force would lose their first-mover advantage. Without seizing the high ground, the Night's Watch wouldn't be trapped on the Fist, surrounded by the dead. This delay could avert their near annihilation. For Igor, this was the best way for a logistics officer to influence the front line without having direct command authority, control the timing of supplies. If the Night's Watch could capture whites and present them in King's Landing as evidence, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Otherwise, saving as many brothers as possible was a worthwhile alternative. Faced with the choice, Igor ultimately decided to follow his conscience. He couldn't sit by and do nothing while 300 Night's Watch brothers walked to their deaths. Although he wanted to shed his identity as a brother of the Night's Watch and resented being saddled with endless tasks, he still shared a camaraderie with the men at Castle Black. On a personal level, he also admired the dedication and moral character of leaders like Commander Mormont and Maester Aemon. "TSK. I don't care about these so-called military secrets." Tyrion waved dismissively and picked up the letter. "Well, that's it. Do you want to add anything else?" "Let me think. First, request an official certificate of appointment for me as Chief Logistics Officer. Write that I don't want a salary, and I'll recruit my own subordinates. All I need is for the Night's Watch to officially recognize my title." "Fair enough. What else?" Igor thought for a moment and realized sending a letter to the wall was rare, so he might as well include everything. "Mention the difficulties I've had recruiting soldiers and explain that I'm planning to recruit temporary Night's Watch. See if Mormont agrees." "You're having trouble recruiting soldiers?" Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "Have you even started recruiting yet?" "No, but just write it down," Igor replied nonchalantly. "Fine." After organizing his thoughts and slightly embellishing the plan, Igor continued dictating, and Tyrion wrote it down. "Oh, one more thing. If you find the bodies of Rangers patrolling beyond the wall, don't burn them when you bring them back to Castle Black. Lock them in cages. If they're alive, send them to King's Landing." Tyrion frowned, baffled by the bizarre request, but decided to play along. "Anything else?" "That's all." "Oh, no, add one last note for Jon Snow. Tell him Arya asked me to say hello. She's learning swordsmanship with me here in King's Landing and having a great time. Tell him to take care of himself at the wall." Tyrion rolled his eyes. You're impersonating Lady Arya now. Just write it. I'll talk to Arya tomorrow. She'll agree. Chapter 83. The letter to the wall had been sent. 1,000 miles away, Igor could do nothing more and had no other way to influence the Night's Watch. He was painfully aware that, since he was neither the sole nor the primary source of logistics for the Night's Watch, the so-called logistics impact on the front line would likely be minimal. All he could hope for now was that the raven carrying the letter would reach its destination safely and quickly, and that whoever read it would take the contents to heart. Life in King's Landing went on. After realizing that Arya could serve as his eyes and ears in the city's power core, Igor began putting more effort into winning her over. Except for matters he absolutely couldn't let her know, he was willing to take her along wherever he went. On the bright side, their master-disciple relationship was growing stronger. On the downside, the closeness also meant that Arya frequently pestered him. If the girl hadn't occasionally dressed up as a proper noble lady or been capable of surprising him with her spirited nature, Igor might have wondered if all the effort he'd spent just to gain a bit of information was worth it. At times, he missed the compulsory education system from the world he came from. Kids without homework. Far too terrifying. Though Arya's antics could be troublesome, she was easy to handle if you found the right approach. However, someone else was giving Igor a headache, Jaqen Hagar. Jaqen hadn't gotten along with Arya upon first meeting her, but more unexpectedly, he hadn't left King's Landing as quickly as Igor had initially hoped. Instead, he seemed to settle comfortably into the quarters Igor had arranged for him. Clad in black every day, Jaqen accompanied Igor to and from work, completed minor tasks at the office when instructed, and occasionally watched over the place in Igor's absence. Even after Igor hired another local employee to help with the workload, Jaqen never mentioned leaving. What was the point of having such a skilled assassin and spy around if he wasn't collecting information or killing people on Igor's behalf? Irritated, Igor decided to test the situation by bringing Jaqen and Arya together, either to share the burden or to annoy Jaqen enough to make him leave. "Akun, I'm busy today," Igor said, addressing Jaqen with the alias he had given him. "Go practice swordplay with Miss Stark." "What?" Arya immediately frowned in displeasure. "No. I only practice with you, Master. Don't try to push me off on someone else." "You're so useless," Igor said with mock disdain. "It's a waste of my time to practice with you every day. When you've mastered what I've taught and can beat my men, come back and find me." "But he doesn't even know how to use a sword." Arya shot back, glaring at Jaqen. Igor narrowed his eyes and fixed Jaqen with a sharp gaze. "You can sneak into the royal library, but you can't handle a little girl. I won't ask about your origins or try to restrict you from staying or leaving, but don't treat me like a fool. If you can't use a sword, then teach her something else. Your only task is to avoid losing to her until I have time to take over again." Jaqen hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Someone understands." To avoid creating tension, Igor didn't watch their practice session in the backyard. Arya was sulky at first but quickly became enthusiastic once she started sparring with her new partner. Watching from a distance, Igor finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Jaqen had both remained in King's Landing for unknown reasons and shamelessly pretended to be useless, Igor truly wouldn't have known how to deal with him. After a mishap where potential bond buyers came to the office when Igor wasn't there, he and Tyrion agreed on a stricter schedule for the sales of Night's Watch bonds. On designated days, Igor would stay in the office from morning to night while Tyrion sought out customers. During other times, Igor left the office in the care of his employees and focused on other matters, such as supervising the siblings' progress on papermaking, refining their processes, urging the mining of obsidian, and purchasing supplies for the Night's Watch. Summer in King's Landing remained as hot and foul-smelling as ever. Without the interference of Catelyn Tully or Peter Baelish, the city's political landscape seemed duller than the original plot. The king spent his days drinking, feasting, and indulging in every vice imaginable. The queen nervously continued her incestuous affair with her brother, while the hand of the king fretted over the mystery of Jon Arryn's death and the increasingly worrisome rumor spreading through the city. Beneath this uneasy calm, however, the first batch of Night's Watch bonds had been issued, and papermaking technology had quietly progressed. On Dragonstone, the first shipment of obsidian mined from the ancient quarries was loaded onto a ship, packed tightly alongside the supplies Igor had purchased for his white capturing plan. Meanwhile, in a small workshop, the first sheets of plant fiber paper with practical use in Westeros and perhaps the entire A Song of Ice and Fire world were finally produced. This was a historic moment, especially for the small group of individuals hoping to make their fortunes with the new invention. Igor, Tyrion, the siblings, and an excited Arya gathered in the workshop to inspect the results. From appearances alone, the paper in front of Igor, despite its slightly grayish-yellow color and uneven edges, resembled the low-quality, pirated books or ghost money he had seen in his past life. He picked up a sheet to test it, folding and rolling it. It was flexible enough. Pulling at it with some force, he found that it deformed slightly without tearing. The next test was writing on it. "Bring me a pen," Igor ordered. Nina hurried to fetch pen and ink, but Arya snatched them up. "I'll write on it," she declared excitedly. Igor sighed, a hint of affection creeping into his voice. "All right, I'll let you be the first." Of course, Arya wasn't really the first to test the paper. The siblings wouldn't have dared to summon Igor and Tyrion without conducting their own experiments. Nonetheless, Arya eagerly dipped the pen in ink and wrote her name, Arya Stark. Beneath it, she added a drawing of a cloud, a tree, and a stick figure. The room grew silent as the siblings watched Igor and Tyrion nervously. Tyrion gave Igor a questioning glance. "Well?" Igor prompted. "What?" Tyrion shrugged. "Aren't you the one in charge of printing? Do you think this paper can be used for printing?" Tyrion studied Arya's scribbles and doodles for a moment, then stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I think it'll work." "Good." Igor nodded decisively. "Nina, what's the cost of producing this paper?" "The raw material cost is negligible," Nina replied. "The main expenses are equipment, chemicals, dyes, fuel, and labor. Exclude the equipment and venue. Give me a rough number for production alone." "About 10 copper coins per sheet." "Very good." Igor began calculating in his head. "After mass production, even factoring in equipment and rent, the cost will decrease further. As the process improves, we'll drive that number even lower." Turning to Tyrion, he asked, "How much does parchment cost on the market right now?" 2 months ago, Tyrion wouldn't have known, but he had since done his research. "For a sheet this size? More than a silver stag, maybe even a silver moon for higher quality." "Then it's clear." Igor exhaled deeply. "Even without further improvements, our paper costs a fraction of parchment." He paused and smiled. "Now the fun begins. To mark this historic moment, let's give this paper a name." Nina spoke first. "Master Igor made the greatest contribution to its creation. Let's call it West Paper." "Ha! I don't deserve all the credit." "No, it should be Arya Paper." Arya chimed in. "Look, my name is already on it." Amid the laughter, Tyrion raised his hand. "Let me be the boss this time. I say we call it Night's Watch Paper. Not only does it honor the sponsor of its development, but it also doubles as free advertising for our bonds." Chapter 84. Although they were excited, there were more pressing concerns than naming the paper, specifically, how to quickly commercialize their innovation. In other words, how to make money from it as soon as possible. The first priority is attracting customers. Igor motioned for everyone to quiet down. "First, let's calculate. After trimming off the irregular and useless edges of the raw paper, how many uniform rectangles can we produce?" The answer wasn't difficult to determine. Igor folded a sample sheet himself and soon reached a conclusion. A single raw sheet could be divided into 6 pieces slightly larger than A4 paper, with minimal waste. However, Considering the size of the printing plates and the ergonomic preferences for books, it should actually be halved again. That meant one sheet of raw paper could ultimately yield 12 sheets of a practical size, ideal for printing text and binding into books or pamphlets. How many sheets of raw paper can the workshop produce in a single day? Nina licked her lips, pausing to think. Hard to say. The process from raw materials to finished paper requires time and effort. Adding lime, other powders, and firing can speed things up. If we hire more people, buy better equipment, and establish a steady cycle for all the steps, we could increase production significantly. Then expand as quickly as possible, Igor suggested after a moment of thought. Recruit locals you trust. Divide the papermaking process into several distinct steps, with each worker specializing in a specific task. Essentially, create an assembly line. This will not only speed up production but also make it harder for anyone to learn the entire process by poaching workers. To steal the technique, they'd have to recruit almost everyone on the production line, which would be impossible to do discreetly. Assembly line. Nina bit her lip, considered it, and quickly grasped the concept. And what happens if they poach your workers openly? Tyrion shrugged. It's not a particularly complex process. Once production scales up, it'll be impossible to stop others from copying it. True, Igor admitted. That's why we need to move quickly. Before competitors start popping up, we must establish partnerships with as many wealthy patrons as possible to minimize their potential influence and dominate the market. He leaned back, his tone matter-of-fact. In a world without intellectual property rights, expecting to monopolize the industry was naive. Igor knew better than to waste time on fruitless endeavors. First, collect the paper we already have and print a copy of the seven-pointed Star Bible. Take it to churches, bookstores, and general stores to showcase it, and try to negotiate some orders. Tyrion, you're good at that sort of thing, so I'll leave it to you. Why does everyone assume I'm good at this? You're certainly better than I am, Igor quipped with a sly grin. He wasn't sure about Tyrion's business acumen, but as a member of the Lannister family, he was bound to have connections and charm. Making full use of everyone's abilities and influence was crucial in starting a business. Also, we need to start recruiting more workers to ease the burden. Don't sit idle while we're waiting on major orders. Keep working and refining the production process. Send all finished paper to the printing press and have it made into calendars. If people want them, we'll sell them wholesale. If no one does, give them to me, I'll distribute them through the Night's Watch office as gifts. Every visitor will get a monthly calendar, and anyone who buys bonds will receive a year's worth. For those who invest in our venture, their homes will always be supplied with Night's Watch calendars. Not a bad idea, Tyrion remarked approvingly. Calendars weren't a new concept. In a world where seasons were irregular, significant dates like major festivals were recorded in the royal calendar, issued by the Citadel and approved by the Iron Throne. However, paper was a luxury item, and anything made from it was rare. Wealthy officials who needed to keep track of time always had a calendar, but ordinary city folk often shared one among several households, or even an entire street. In rural villages, there might be only one for everyone. As a non-essential luxury, paper calendars were a rarity. Using them as gifts was cost-effective yet impressive, making it a perfect choice. In the workshop, Igor naturally fell into the role of leader. The others didn't seem to mind, in fact, they often deferred to him. After assigning tasks, he suddenly remembered something else. Of course, I won't just sit back and do nothing. I'll start gathering writers to create some adventure novels. Once we've ramped up our papermaking and printing, we'll start publishing books. Master, you've told me so many stories about your adventures before coming to Westeros. Those alone could fill a book, Arya said. Igor was about to tousle her hair to dismiss her comment, but then he paused. Why hadn't he thought of that? The girl had a point. To avoid slipping up when recounting his fabricated adventures, he'd been jotting down notes every night, outlines of incredible tales that could easily rival world-class adventure stories like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Treasure Island, The Adventures of Robinson Crusoe, or Around the World in 80 Days. If he polished these outlines and handed them to a skilled writer or bard to refine, he could pass them off as his own biography of daring escapades. The sales potential was enormous. These stories had universal appeal, requiring no special literary knowledge to enjoy. Perhaps, Igor thought, this could even enhance the Night's Watch's public image. Maybe he should become an icon of sorts. He rarely acknowledged Arya's insights, but this time he gave her a rare compliment. Good idea. Tyrion's eyes gleamed with mischief as he leaned closer to Igor and whispered, "Don't forget one more thing. It won't be respectable enough for the stage, but the public will love it." "What are you talking about?" Arya demanded, her sharp ears picking up the whisper. Igor's mind raced. Something scandalous yet marketable. Of course. A little yellow book, risque stories. There were no censors in Westeros, after all. He chuckled inwardly but reassured Arya, "Don't worry, I'll get you a book when the time comes." Would it be a bad influence on the child? Possibly. But considering how little time Eddard Stark had spent raising her, Igor figured he was doing more than enough. With everything discussed, the only thing left was for everyone to carry out their tasks. The business was ready to begin in earnest. "There's one last matter," Igor said, remembering his earlier promise. This time, he had discussed it with Tyrion beforehand. "Previously, I mentioned giving you 1/10 of the profits from the paper mill. That was unclear and incomplete, so here's what I'll do: half of this workshop will be yours, not just the profits, but the ownership. When we have enough funds, I'll buy the yard outright to serve as your permanent workspace and home. This is my acknowledgement of your contributions to the process and your innovations. However, in exchange, you cannot quit or start your own business without my permission. If you have new ideas or inventions, you must report them to the Night's Watch first. If you agree, one of you can come back to the Night's Watch office with me to sign the agreement today." "Thank you, sir." Neil quickly replied, surprising everyone with his decisiveness. "Let Nina sign the agreement." Chapter 85. The setting sun cast deep patches of orange and crimson light over the cobbled streets of King's Landing. Igor, Tyrion, and Arya, along with the red-cloaked and grey-cloaked guards representing the Lannister and Stark families, walked out of the workshop, chatting and laughing as they led their horses back toward the inn. After more than a month together, these individuals hailing from different corners of the world and unlikely to have crossed paths otherwise had become surprisingly familiar with one another. Even Tyrion's 2 servants could now exchange friendly nods and light-hearted greetings with the Stark nanny, who came to pick Arya up from time to time, sometimes lingering for a casual chat. Igor walked at ease. He had now spent over a month in King's Landing, and under Tyrion's diligent efforts, nearly 2,000 gold dragons worth of Night's Watch bonds had been sold. Without the allure of extraordinary returns typical of Ponzi schemes, the sales had been slow. Furthermore, Westeros had no established concept of investment or financial management, so not a single bond purchase had come from someone who approached them on their own initiative. Even among Tyrion's connections, with the slight exception of Jaime Lannister, most had only purchased the minimum bond amount of 100 gold dragons, more as a favor than anything else. However, this slow and steady pace did have its advantages. Most buyers viewed their purchase as a gesture of goodwill toward Tyrion, believing that the Lannisters would ultimately ensure the return of their investment, however small. Under such circumstances, Igor had little reason to fear a sudden, large-scale demand for repayment. 2,000 gold dragons might not seem like a fortune, but with Tyrion's own wealth added to the mix and in the absence of rebellion or costly public works it was a significant sum, capable of achieving much. For instance, they had already purchased a large piece of land outside the city, acquired equipment, and hired workers to construct a substantial workshop for papermaking and printing. Or perhaps factory would be a more accurate term. With this in place, they had secured dominance over the production and trade of Bibles, calendars, and novels within King's Landing and the surrounding crownlands. If Tyrion could attract additional investment, the business could expand further while still maintaining a solid financial cushion for emergencies. The initial goal of establishing a foothold in King's Landing had been achieved. From here, it was a question of how much profit could be made and how far this partnership with Tyrion could go. As Arya's nominal master, Igor had made several attempts to civilize the girl, to have her dress more like a proper young lady, refrain from swearing or acting rudely, and understand the importance of decorum. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to curb her habit of interrupting conversations to share her own opinions. At this moment, Igor wasn't sure what she had said to Tyrion, but the two of them were laughing and exchanging jokes again. The sight was strangely harmonious, an older man and a young girl, one a Lannister and the other a Stark, both roughly the same height, unexpectedly hitting it off. In the original course of events, they would have met only briefly, before diverging onto vastly different paths. Yet, thanks to the disruption caused by Igor's arrival, they had encountered each other at the Night's Watch office and somehow formed a rare bond between two rival families. If not for the significant age gap, and if Igor didn't see them every day to know otherwise, he might have suspected that these two were trying to act out a melodramatic tale of love bridging a family feud. He turned his head slightly, remembering another person trailing behind him, Nina. She followed quietly, head bowed, looking a little shy. Having spent his days with individuals like Tyrion and Arya, one of whom treated him as a partner, while the other called him master. Igor was aware that outsiders might see him as someone important. This naturally left an impression on others, who often reacted with awe or nervousness. It was human nature. Nina was no exception. The girl was intelligent, literate, and resourceful. Igor decided to break the awkward atmosphere and draw her into conversation. "Nina, tell me," he asked casually, "do you or your brother have any ideas on how we could reduce costs?" "Ah," she exclaimed softly, startled by the sudden question. She glanced up briefly before lowering her eyes again. "I have some thoughts, but I haven't tested them yet. I'm not sure if they'll work." Igor was certain he hadn't imagined it. Her cheeks seemed to flush red. He was no stranger to women. If not for his unexpected journey to this world, he might have already become a father. In that moment, it clicked, this wasn't just the nervousness of speaking to someone important. No, this was the kind of flustered panic that came from being near someone she secretly admired. Could Tyrion's teasing have been right? Was this girl truly interested in him? It wasn't impossible. While Igor himself was a common soldier, his time in King's Landing had been spent in meetings with powerful individuals, the Hand of the King, noble knights introduced by Tyrion, and even members of the royal court. His efforts to cultivate a polished image had paid off. Apart from his insistence on wearing black, his clothing, manners, and overall demeanor were likely more refined than those of many impoverished nobles. And in Nina's eyes, he wasn't just a benefactor, he was her employer, a man of means and influence. In a society like Westeros, where life was harsh and ambition often came second to survival, it wasn't surprising that a young girl might develop feelings for someone like him. Igor let out a faint, self-deprecating smile. Before arriving here, his life had been modest. While he had no trouble finding a partner, he had never experienced the sensation of being openly admired. "Well," he said gently, "ideas don't have to be perfect. Share them with me, and I'll help refine them." As Nina explained her thoughts on improving papermaking efficiency, Igor listened intently, though some of her suggestions went beyond his understanding. He took the opportunity to study her more closely. The bright eyes that had first caught his attention needed no further praise. But even setting those aside, her features had a quiet beauty, soft, rosy skin, delicate dimples that appeared when she spoke, long lashes, and a slender figure hidden beneath her modest clothing. She was like a newly blossomed lotus flower, pure, untainted, and full of potential. Nina wasn't just pretty, she was capable, literate, and inventive. A rarity in the harsh world of Westeros. While noblewomen often possessed beauty, they rarely combined it with intelligence and practicality. For a fleeting moment, Igor considered the possibility of keeping her close, not just as an employee, but as something more. The thought was quickly dismissed. He wasn't foolish enough to jeopardize his work or her future over fleeting temptation. Still, it didn't hurt to maintain a friendly rapport. Smiling, he encouraged her, "Don't worry about costs. Try what you think will work. Don't be afraid of failure." Gradually, Nina's shyness faded. As they chatted, she began to relax, even sneaking glances at Igor when she thought he wasn't looking. By the time they arrived at the Night's Watch office, Nina was in much higher spirits. Though she wasn't a financial investor, Igor and Tyrion intended to sign a formal, investment certificate with her, as they would with future partners. If they wanted to retain capable people, they needed to show sincerity. But before they could proceed, a staff member approached. "Sir, a letter has arrived from the Lord Commander." That was fast. It had only been a dozen days since they'd sent the last letter. Taking the envelope, Igor noted that the seal had already been broken. Was it the work of Maester Pycelle, responsible for handling letters in King's Landing? Or had Jaqen opened it, ever the silent spy lurking in the shadows? Igor's gaze briefly flicked to the Braavosi man, who sat nearby feigning innocence, before he unfolded the letter. As long as it didn't summon him back to the wall, he could handle whatever it said. After reading for a few seconds, Igor raised his head, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "What news is so delightful?" Tyrion asked, unimpressed. Having written the original letter himself, he had a good idea of the response. Did Mormont postpone the northern expedition and explain why? Igor nodded, still grinning. Did they confirm your position as Chief Logistics Officer? Another nod, the grin widening. Did they finally capture one of those whites? Not quite. But they're trying, Igor replied, setting the letter aside. Though it contained a minor piece of troubling news, he already had a plan to address it. Enough about that. Let's head inside and sign the investment certificate. Chapter 86. The partial bad news in the letter was that while Mormont approved the idea of recruiting temporary guards for the wall, he didn't fully accept the plan's more subtle intentions. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch placed specific restrictions on Igor's proposal. Anyone recruited to temporarily assist at the wall, and intending to return to civilian life after a few years, could not be called a member of the Night's Watch unless they swore the official oath. Not only that, they couldn't undergo formal training at Castle Black like ordinary recruits. They had to arrive at the wall as mercenaries, rather than sworn brothers, and immediately contribute to its defense. In summary, the recruits Igor brought in were barred from becoming fully integrated members of the Night's Watch, and they had to be ready to take on military tasks as soon as they reached the wall. Under these restrictions, Igor was left with two options: hire professional mercenaries or train recruits himself. The first option was appealing. In this era, mercenaries were professional soldiers, their combat effectiveness almost guaranteed. However, mercenaries came with high costs. Employing them made sense only for those with deep pockets, like the Lannisters, or in conflicts where spoils of war could cover their wages and pensions. For Igor and the Night's Watch, who faced the Wildlings and the White Walkers, two types of enemies who offered no financial return even in victory, this was a problem. Defeating Wildlings might yield some spoils, but White Walkers left nothing of value behind. Without any means to fight to support the war, Igor knew mercenaries, always pragmatic, would demand steep upfront payments. While a few thousand gold dragons was a significant amount, enough to start a business, it would barely make a dent if funneled into mercenary wages. Igor simply couldn't afford that luxury right now. His only viable option was to train recruits himself. What a nuisance. Igor frowned. Did Mormont see through his plan to gradually dilute the Night's Watch with outside recruits to increase his influence? Or was it simply about maintaining the purity of the Night's Watch as a brotherhood? Or, perhaps, it wasn't that complicated at all. Maybe Mormont just wanted to add another burden to keep him busy and productive while stationed in King's Landing. Whatever the reasoning, the answer didn't matter. The real question was how to handle the situation. Igor wasn't overly concerned, he had anticipated this possibility. If the Night's Watch differentiated between their own men and outside foreign aid, then his original plan to gain influence and control might stall. However, on the flip side, training his own recruits in King's Landing would give him tighter control over the foreign aid he brought in, as well as a closer relationship with them. While this approach would cost more and require greater effort, the benefits of direct oversight could potentially outweigh the drawbacks. Attached to the back of the letter was a small note, which Igor handed to Arya. It was a message from Jon. The moment Arya read it, she beamed with joy, nearly letting out a squeal. She was too thrilled to notice Igor shaking his head and sighing inwardly. Poor Jon, stuck in that bleak place like Castle Black, reduced to writing letters just to convince his little sister he was living a fulfilling life. Leaving Arya to her note, Igor took Nina into the inner room. Fully prepared, he quickly signed the world's first Night's Watch asset investment certificate, with Tyrion's assistance. Handing the document to Nina, he praised her and encouraged her, telling her she could always come to him directly if she encountered trouble. With this, the papermaking project was officially concluded. According to routine, he should have sent Arya back to the Red Keep, accompanied Tyrion to his inn, and then escorted Nina home. After a few such visits, familiarity with Nina's family would make retrieving her for future work easier. But after some thought, Igor decided against it. Instead, he called for Jaqen. Akun, escort Miss Nina home. Once you've done that, head back to the inn and rest. I'll lock up here. I have too many responsibilities right now, Igor thought. Flirting with a girl like Nina, barely out of childhood and still inexperienced, would be irresponsible for both her and myself. Discipline was paramount in a world full of dangers and temptations. Suppressing the distractions caused by his hormones, Igor shifted his focus to two pressing matters. First, training his recruits in King's Landing. Second, finding alternative ways to strengthen his influence and authority within the Night's Watch, particularly as a chief logistics officer, stationed far from the wall. After all, if the foreign aid he brought in was excluded from votes or decision-making, his influence might be diminished. Training troops in King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, was a particularly sensitive endeavor. It was akin to trying to establish a private militia under the king's nose, an act that could provoke suspicion and conflict. Even with the backing of Eddard Stark, the hand of the king, the endeavor wouldn't be smooth sailing. Igor would need a legitimate reason. The solution to the first problem came to him quickly. Since he was opening a factory, it would naturally require security guards to protect the premises. He could recruit workers under the pretext of hiring factory guards, train them collectively, and, when the time came, offer double salaries to those willing to head north to the wall. As for the second issue, after mulling it over, Igor realized he'd fallen into the trap of relying too much on trickery. Having seen success with deception and schemes, his first instinct was to approach every problem with those tools. But this situation was different. He was a sworn brother of the Night's Watch and had officially been recognized as its chief logistics officer. Although his influence was currently limited, practically non-existent, save for Jaqen's shadowy presence, these titles still carried weight. They granted him real authority within the organization, a foundation he could build upon. The solution wasn't convoluted. To increase his influence, he simply needed to perform his duties well. If he ensured the Night's Watch had adequate food, warm clothing, and sufficient weapons, and made it clear to the brothers in black that these improvements were thanks to his efforts, his reputation would naturally rise. He just had to ensure that no other officer took credit for his work. With visible, tangible results, his standing within the Night's Watch would grow organically. Sometimes, an open and honest effort could accomplish more than any hidden scheme. And in the end, money could solve most problems. Finally able to relax his mind, Igor let out a breath. The next step was to select a site for the factory and begin preparations to establish what he dubbed the Night's Watch Logistics and Security Department. Chapter 87. The seven-pointed star Bible is the primary scripture of the faith of the seven. It is divided into 7 gospel chapters, each corresponding to one of the 7 faces of God. The official version contains over 300,000 words, and each printed copy with illustrations spans hundreds of pages. Normally, purchasing a book made of parchment, painstakingly copied and painted by hand, costs at least 1 gold dragon. Even then, it's typically out of stock and must be custom ordered. No one has the resources or the patience to produce large quantities and wait for buyers. When the first 7-pointed star Bible printed and bound on plant fiber paper was completed, Tyrion personally brought the sample to the church to promote it. With his status and persuasive charm, he secured the first major order. The church requested 1,000 copies at the price of 30 silver stags each, as well as an additional 10,000 brochures and images with content provided by the church, priced at 1 silver stag per copy. In addition to this, Tyrion's salesmen managed to secure small orders from merchants and shopkeepers. By the time the factory began production, the accumulated orders, many of which were tentative, as customers tested the appeal of this new product, amounted to hundreds of gold dragons. Because of the Lannister name, some smaller clients even paid in advance. The first set of printing plates was already complete. Seeing the demand surge, not falter, Igor wisely ordered the production of a second set. The above results only account for the 7-pointed star Bible. Calendar sales added sporadic orders worth dozens of gold dragons. Meanwhile, preparations for novels and adult material were also in full swing. Unfortunately, while finding writers for novels was relatively simple, Igor had yet to locate someone skilled in crafting risque content. This realization left him feeling slightly uneasy. If no one else could produce it, he might have to step in himself. Writing explicit content wouldn't be difficult, he had the experience for it, but illustrations were another matter. Without cameras or computers, all images had to be drawn by hand. Still, it was too early to dwell on such concerns. As the saying went, the path would reveal itself when the mountain was reached. After much discussion, the factory was finally established outside the southwest walls of King's Landing, slightly upstream from the bustling ports along the Blackwater River and south of the tourney grounds. There were several reasons for this choice. The area was spacious and relatively clean. Its proximity to the river allowed easy access to water for production, as well as a place to discharge waste. Additionally, the river could potentially provide water power. The location was close to Blackwater Bay, King's Gate, and major roads, making transportation convenient. Lastly, the poor population living around the city walls offered a steady source of cheap labor. After several days of map studies and on-site inspections, Igor and Tyrion finally settled on this open space. It had once been farmland, located a few miles outside King's Gate, only a few hundred yards from the main road and close to the Blackwater River. Logically, a location so close to King's Landing and on the southern bank of the Blackwater should have been highly coveted. However, this wasn't the modern world Igor had left behind, filled with savvy speculators. In this era, all the land around King's Landing was technically the personal property of King Robert, and there was one major factor devaluing such locations: land outside the city walls wasn't protected and was considered less desirable. In the original story, even the priciest area outside King's Landing's walls, Blackwater Port near the Mud Gate, was completely leveled during the War of the Five Kings. Stannis' forces had approached by sea and land, and Tyrion, leading the city's defense, ordered the area demolished to prevent it from being used as a staging ground for an attack. The location chosen by Igor and Tyrion was farther west from that bustling port area, where the Blackwater Bay narrowed into the Blackwater River. The riverbanks were steep and the water fast-moving, making the area unsuitable for merchant ships. As a result, the land was deemed worthless by traders. After the surrounding trees were cut down, the space had been left idle, eventually being occupied by a handful of farmers who planted vegetables, fruits, and melons. Arya adored her swordsmanship instructor. As her father had grown slightly fonder of Igor because of his daughter's enthusiasm. As the Hand of the King and Warden of the North, Ned was also intrigued by Igor's idea of developing the Night's Watch's industry in King's Landing. Without much effort, the chief logistics officer was granted use of the land from the hand himself. All Igor needed to do was compensate the farmers for the crops they had planted. He didn't even have to pay rent to the Iron Throne. Perfect. After hiring a reliable construction team and creating detailed plans, the Night's Watch began building their first southern stronghold. That same day, after inspecting the site, Igor and Tyrion returned to King's Landing together. Maybe I should move out there someday, Tyrion mused. It's not just bigger, it doesn't reek like the city. It's a good place, Igor agreed, but it's far from the brothels. As more people move into the industrial area, brothels will follow naturally, Igor added with a chuckle. Who knows? Someday, the Night's Watch might even have brothels of its own out there. At the mention of brothels, Igor couldn't help but worry about Tyrion. Because of his interference, the dwarf had never crossed paths with Shay. While Igor considered this a good thing, Tyrion wasn't getting any younger, and Igor wondered if he'd ever find true love. Of course, the brothels meant for workers wouldn't be fit for a noble Lannister. You should consider keeping one just for yourself. I like to change my tastes occasionally, Tyrion quipped, ignoring the joke. But what about your little apprentice? She's the Hand's daughter. How could she travel more than 10 miles every day just to take lessons from you? Having Arya around is an asset. Even if you don't factor in personal reasons, you can't abandon her. True. Igor nodded. Arya's presence was invaluable. That was just idle talk. I'll stay in the city for now. But you did give me an idea, Tyrion said, quickly pivoting. Building the factory is one thing, but providing services to workers is another. We could open canteens, shops, brothels, even gambling houses right next to the factory. Then, restrict workers from leaving during work hours and ensure they can only spend their money on site. That way, we can pay them higher wages, knowing they'll spend part of it back on us. It'll keep the capital flowing steadily. Igor gave Tyrion a sideways glance. That's diabolical. You deserve your nickname, Little Demon. I learned it from you, Tyrion shot back, grinning. If I'm the little demon, you're the big demon. I just want money, you want to send these people to the wall to fight wildlings and White Walkers. That's throwing lives away. What started as a joke suddenly felt heavy. Igor's face darkened. Someone has to do it. Yes, Tyrion admitted, realizing he had struck a nerve. Someone does have to do it. Hoping to lighten the mood, he added, we'll just have to pay them handsomely for it. Absolutely, Igor agreed. While he didn't want to face such dangers himself, he wanted to reward those brave enough to stand against humanity's enemies. The conversation shifted. Tyrion mentioned progress in attracting investors. A young noble living in King's Landing had shown interest and informed his family. A senior member of the noble house was due to arrive within 2 days to visit the factory. If all went well, their first large investment was within reach. Riding side by side, the two made their way back into the city, bypassing Visenya's Hill, traveling along Iron Street, and passing the Great September of Baelor. That's when Igor noticed an unusual building. He had seen it before, on his first day in King's Landing, but the city's stench and his disorientation as a newcomer had drowned out any curiosity. Now, with a better understanding of the city, the building's incongruity stood out even more. It was grand, like a large hotel, taller than the surrounding structures but smaller than the Great September located in the heart of the city. It appeared abandoned, its doors were shut, its windows broken and unrepaired. What's that building for? Igor asked. Tyrion glanced up. That? The Alchemist's Guild Hall. Chapter 88. You must have heard of pyromancers and wildfire, Tyrion replied with a shrug. Seeing Igor pull the reins to halt his horse, Tyrion sighed and stopped as well, along with his 2 guards, Jack and Maurice. What's wrong? That doesn't sound fun. Igor turned back, curiosity piqued. If I wanted to visit, could I go inside? Of course. It's not hard to get in, Tyrion said. Pyromancers were once the favorites of the Targaryens, but now they've fallen so low that anyone with a bit of coin can walk in and sneer at them. If it weren't for all the wildfire stockpiled underground, this building would have been torn down long ago. The people inside, though. Well, they're half crazy, maybe half pitiful. Imagine falling from the heavens straight into hell. That's what their lives are like. Let's go take a look, Igor decided. Tyrion frowned, puzzled by the sudden interest, but he was already used to Igor's unpredictable nature. Without further questions, he climbed down from his special saddle with some difficulty, standing beside Igor along with the two servants. How do we get inside? Through the main door, Tyrion answered matter-of-factly. Igor rolled his eyes. The door's shut. Then knock, Tyrion said flatly. Was it really that simple? Maurice stayed behind to watch the horses while the other three ascended the steps and knocked on the wooden door, which looked as though it hadn't been opened in decades. To their surprise, the response was almost immediate. Far faster than expected, the door creaked open, revealing an old man with a shifty demeanor, his face lined with suspicion. He looked even more disreputable than Will. What do you want? Buying that substance? Tyrion patted his purse, letting the golden dragons and silver stags inside jingle audibly. Hearing this, the old man opened the door wider. Come in, then. What are you doing wearing so little? What was that supposed to mean? Igor frowned but refrained from asking, trusting Tyrion's confidence as they followed the old man inside. However, he soon realized something was off. They weren't going upstairs, as he expected, but descending into the lower levels. What's your name? Tyrion asked their guide. Call me Wisdom Haleen, the old man said proudly. How much do you want? Ask my friend here, Tyrion said, gesturing to Igor. He's curious about wildfire. How much does it cost? Igor's mind was a whirlwind. Who was he? Where was he? And what was he doing? Right, he was now Igor West, Chief Logistics Officer of the Night's Watch, standing in the hall of the Alchemists' Guild, trying to learn about wildfire. Yet the casual tone of their conversation unsettled him. Something as dangerous as wildfire, explosives, essentially, was being discussed as if it were a fine wine available for casual purchase. Ah, wearing black, I see. Someone in your family died. It's a good idea to use this stuff to cremate the body, Haleen said with a morbid grin. Igor's face darkened. I'm a night's watchman. That's none of your business. Just explain this substance to me. Fine, fine. You curious squirrels always have so many questions, Haleen muttered, before turning his attention back to Tyrion. But if I explain, you must buy at least 10 silver stags worth. Do you know who I am? Tyrion asked, raising an eyebrow. My family has enough gold to buy the entire Alchemists' Guild. Haleen stared at Tyrion for a long moment, visibly unsure. From his reaction, Igor could tell the old man genuinely didn't recognize Tyrion, or the Lannister name. Still, Tyrion's confidence and commanding aura seemed to intimidate him enough. Without further complaints, Haleen grabbed an oil lamp from the wall and began leading them down a dark, narrow staircase. Do you know about dragons? Haleen began dramatically as they descended. Those terrifying creatures with wings that darken the sky, able to burn the world with their breath. Do you know where their fire comes from? Magic? Igor guessed. No. It's an organ in their chest, Haleen said, shaking his head. This organ secretes a mystical liquid. When the dragon breathes fire, the liquid is compressed, sprayed out, and ignited by a small spark of magic. That's how dragonfire is made. What does this have to do with wildfire? Is it the same substance, harvested from dragons? Igor asked, frowning. A grim thought crossed his mind. Was the Alchemists' Guild responsible for the extinction of dragons, harvesting them for wildfire production? Of course, the idea was absurd. Even if dragons produced such a substance, Humans would have found a more sustainable way to extract it, like milking a bear for bile. His real concern was something else. How could such a dangerous and vital military weapon be treated so casually, sold like common merchandise? Judging by Helene's humble demeanor, wildfire wasn't even in high demand. No, Helene replied. It's not harvested from dragons. It was inspired by them. With a combination of magic and technology, we managed to create it ourselves. Then just call it wildfire, Igor snapped, growing irritated. Why all this cryptic talk about that substance? It's ridiculous. Wildfire is a name used by laymen. Helene huffed indignantly. It's not wild, it can be controlled. With proper safety precautions and mastery of fire magic. You know fire magic? Tyrion interrupted, his tone dripping with skepticism. If wildfire were truly controllable, the Targaryens would still sit on the Iron Throne. Instead, your substance has been devalued to the point that no one wants it. Helene faltered, stammering a weak response. He fell silent and continued leading them deeper underground. The temperature dropped sharply as they descended. By the time they reached the bottom, Igor was shivering. It felt as though the outside temperature of 30 degrees had plummeted to 10 in the damp, stone-walled cellar. The walls were coated with saltpeter, and the only light came from the sealed iron bar oil lamp Dake carried. Finally, they arrived at a heavy, reinforced door. Handing the lamp to Igor, Helene produced a key and unlocked it. Don't come inside. Helene warned sharply. Stay by the door. The light and temperature could destabilize the substance. Igor froze, carefully holding the oil lamp at arm's length. He was beginning to understand why wildfire wasn't widely used. If it was this volatile, how could anyone handle it safely? Peering inside, he saw rows of shelves lined with bright red ceramic jars, each shaped like a plump grapefruit. Come. Help me, Helene called, motioning for the group to approach. Igor passed the lamp to Jack and cautiously stepped forward. Taking a jar from the shelf, Helene poured its contents into a small vial. Under the faint light, the liquid appeared dark green, with a texture resembling thick honey. Don't touch it. Even your body heat could destabilize it. Body heat can ignite it. Igor nearly dropped the jar in alarm. Not quite. At least, there are no recorded cases of that happening, Helene admitted sheepishly. But the older it gets, the more unstable it becomes. Better safe than sorry. Before long, the small vial, slightly larger than a bottle of ale, was filled. Helene insisted the amount was worth more than 10 silver stags but claimed the extra was a gift. After paying, Igor carefully stored the vial according to Helene's instructions. I'm very interested in this, Igor said as he handed Helene a card. If you're free, visit me at the Night's Watch office in the next 2 days. It's across from the east camp of the King's Landing garrison. We can discuss a larger deal. Chapter 89. Big business. Tyrion shivered from the cold, rubbing his short arms as he climbed the stairs quickly. You mean the wildfire stored below? Sorry, but that's not happening. The only reason the king hasn't reclaimed this building for other uses is that the wildfire stockpiled beneath it is too dangerous. Most of the experts who knew how to handle it properly either died in the war or disappeared, so the few remaining pyromancers have been left here to keep watch. Technically speaking, the little deal we just made was illegal, but Robert doesn't care enough to put a stop to it. But if you're thinking of moving all the wildfire out and transporting it to the wall for military use, forget it. That's absolutely impossible. It certainly was. Igor suspected that wildfire was likely some volatile oil mixed with white phosphorus or other phosphorus compounds, highly flammable with an extremely low flash point. The longer it sat in storage, the more the oil evaporated, leaving behind a higher concentration of phosphorus residue, making it even more prone to combustion. Without precise safety measures, transporting such a substance over long distances was out of the question. Is that so? Igor turned to the pyromancer. That's correct. Now that he had been paid 10 silver stags, Helene looked considerably friendlier. The wise King Robert has decreed that the wildfire below must be kept under constant guard and that not a single jar may leave the cellar. Not a single jar. So what, we just smuggle them out one at a time instead? Tyrion quipped sarcastically. No, that's not. It doesn't matter, Igor cut in before Helene could flounder further. I'm not interested in the wildfire already stored here. What I want is the method to produce it. Tell me, are you still making new batches, or are you only selling off the old stock? Impossible. Helene's demeanor changed instantly. His eyes widened, and he stiffened as if insulted. The process of crafting wildfire is the most closely guarded secret of the Alchemists' Guild. No amount of gold could buy that knowledge. No amount of gold. Igor smirked but let the comment slide. Instead, he shook his head. When I say I want wildfire to be made, I don't mean you should hand over the formula or reveal the production process. I mean I want you to make it, for me. Do you understand? Serve you. Answer me now. Can I see the production process? Or at least the place where it's made? Helene hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. That can be arranged. He led them back upstairs, and as soon as they stepped onto the ground floor, the warmth of the air made them exhale in relief. So far, Igor hadn't seen any other pyromancers. It seemed the Alchemists' Guild had declined significantly, those who remained likely worked in shifts. When they first arrived, Helene had taken them straight to the cellar to buy wildfire. Now, retracing their steps, Igor had his first real chance to examine the guild hall. It was a vast labyrinth built entirely of black stone, its internal structure far more complex than its exterior suggested. Twisting corridors and dimly lit passageways framed by black iron beams led them to a door at the end of yet another hallway. Helene unlocked it, revealing a chamber with a small window, finally a room with natural light. The moment Igor stepped inside, he knew he was in the right place. A long row of tables filled the room, cluttered with an assortment of jars, vials, and equipment of varying shapes and sizes. Among them, Igor immediately identified two distinct apparatuses, one for extraction, the other for distillation. This was a chemistry lab. Or, at the very least, the prototype of one. The Alchemists' Guild was not merely a group of fire-obsessed fanatics, it was in essence, an early chemical research institution. Why, then, had they faded into obscurity, replaced by the maesters of the Citadel? With so much equipment at their disposal, they should have been making chemical discoveries that advanced society, yet all they did was manufacture wildfire. Was this a distortion of human nature or just a tragic loss of curiosity? What do you see? Tyrion asked, noticing Igor's stunned expression. I see the future, Igor murmured before turning sharply to Helene. His gaze was piercing. Do you know how to use everything in this room? Mostly. I was trained, after all, Helene admitted hesitantly. But I haven't practiced in years. I'd need time to reacquaint myself with the equipment. He looked around, rubbing his hands nervously. We should step out. This room isn't entirely safe. Igor nearly choked. Not safe. I thought the wildfire was stored in the cellar. Is there anywhere in this guild that is safe? Not really. Helene pointed at the ceiling. There are mechanisms built into it. If an accident occurs, if a fire breaks out, the ceiling will collapse, releasing a large amount of sand from the compartment above to smother the flames. In theory, that should prevent any catastrophe. In theory? Igor echoed, narrowing his eyes. It hasn't been maintained in over a decade, Helene admitted sheepishly. So? I'm not sure if it still works. Igor glanced up. Sure enough, the ceiling looked dangerously heavy, as if it might collapse at any moment. That was enough to make him reconsider stepping any further inside. Instead, he backed out quickly. Before leaving, he turned to Helene. Master Helene, remember what I said. When you're free, come find me. Once outside, Tyrion could no longer hold back his curiosity. What exactly do you want that man for? He asked. He's no master pyromancer, probably just a glorified assistant. The wildfire he makes is likely subpar. I don't need wildfire. I need him, or more precisely, his knowledge of how to use the equipment in that room. Igor mounted his horse and looked back at the decrepit but still standing Alchemist's Guild Hall. Where I come from, there's a substance similar to wildfire, but more stable and far more powerful. It's called gunpowder. More stable and more powerful. Tyrion's eyes narrowed. He wasn't a warrior, but his mind was sharp, and he understood war better than most nobles. It took him only a moment to grasp the implications. That would change warfare entirely, it could reshape the world. Exactly, Igor said, his expression unreadable. Do you know how to make this gunpowder? Tyrion's voice dropped to a whisper. I know it, and I don't, Igor replied cryptically. That's why I need someone to help me figure it out. He gave his horse a nudge forward. By the way, you seemed oddly familiar with the wildfire trade. How come? Oh, that? Tyrion smirked. There's a Myrish juggler in Robert's court, Thuras. He's known for fighting with a flaming sword. Turns out, he paints wildfire on the blade before battle. I once bought him a drink and asked him how it worked. That's when I learned he buys the wildfire here, from the Alchemists' Guild. So that's the trick, Igor muttered. He had once thought the flaming swords in the show were a sign of R'hllor's divine power. Turns out, it was just a cheap pyrotechnic trick. Let's head back, Igor said, shifting in the saddle. Things are about to get busy. Best to enjoy what little rest we have while we still can. Tyrion chuckled. For once, I agree. Let's go. Karl Marx once wrote in the economic manuscripts. Gunpowder, the compass, and printing, these are the three great inventions that heralded the rise of bourgeois society. Gunpowder blew apart the feudal knights, the compass opened the world to markets and colonies, and printing became the weapon of Protestantism, the revival of science, and the most powerful force in shaping the intellectual foundations of a new era. Now, things were about to get interesting. Asterisk. Chapter 90. Gunpowder, or more precisely, black powder, is composed of 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, and 3 parts charcoal. The formula is simple and easy to remember, and many people can memorize it at a glance. This ratio represents the reactive components, though in actual practice, an optimized mass ratio is used. Igor recalled a more precise composition, 2:15:3. Beyond just remembering the formula, he also knew that sulfur and charcoal referred to elemental sulfur and carbon, while nitrate specifically meant potassium nitrate. He could even write out the chemical reaction equation for an explosion, not that it was something to boast about. It was basic knowledge, easily grasped in high school. However, knowing the principles of gunpowder and being able to immediately produce large quantities of it for practical use were two entirely different matters. After all, Igor wasn't a chemist or a geologist, nor had he ever made the substance himself. And even if he could, he wouldn't be able to use it just yet. The reason was simple: gunpowder was too powerful a weapon. At present, he was still living under someone else's roof, in other words, under the protection of the Iron Throne. More specifically, under the indirect protection of Eddard Stark. Though the latter likely wasn't even aware of it, the fact remained: so long as Eddard remained in power, Igor had a degree of safety. That reality would not change simply because Eddard happened to be familiar with the real story or had secretly saved him in the past. Until he built a force that was loyal to him and him alone, manufacturing gunpowder would only serve to benefit others. The moment word of it got out, the ruling class of Westeros would swoop in and seize it. They'd use it in their endless wars, and war was indiscriminate. As a neutral Night's Watch officer, Igor's greatest asset in navigating the various political factions was balance. If that balance were broken, the Seven Kingdoms would descend into chaos. Apart from the north, perhaps, no other faction would hesitate to turn on him. And if war engulfed Westeros, the loss of his financial assets would be the least of his concerns. Worse still, if he was killed by the very technology he introduced, it would be nothing short of a cosmic joke. As a time traveler, Igor was perfectly happy to enjoy the company of beautiful women in this world. But experiencing cannon fire and battlefield artillery firsthand? While that might sound like a man's romance to some, he'd rather not. The ideal future would be to find a powerful patron or, better yet, build his own power base. Only then could he unleash this devastating weapon at the most critical moment. For example, if the Seven Kingdoms miraculously avoided civil war, he could introduce gunpowder when the White Walkers attacked. But if war was inevitable, he would use the chaos to his advantage, making sure that before the various factions could reverse engineer gunpowder for themselves, he would demonstrate its absolute superiority. Equivalence is truth. Range is justice. By crushing his enemies in a decisive blow, he could secure his place at the pinnacle of power. From there, he could either enjoy life in this world indefinitely or search for a way to return home, whichever suited him best. Alas, Igor couldn't help but lament how much easier things would have been if he had been reborn as a prince instead. If he had inherited a title, a fief, and loyal subordinates from the start, life would have been much simpler. Planning too far ahead was pointless. For now, aside from recruiting a few alchemists as a contingency plan, his more immediate concern was the defense of the wall. Wildfire was incredibly dangerous in the warm climate of the south, but on the cold, desolate wall, it could function as an effective explosive provided it was handled carefully. While waiting for the first night's watch factory to be completed, Igor spent time experimenting with the bottle of wildfire he had purchased, carefully pouring out a few milliliters at a time and testing its properties. "Don't get too close," he warned Arya, who was watching him intently. "If I catch fire, throw that bucket of water on me." The girl giggled, agreeing without hesitation. To her, it was perfectly natural for her adventurous master to play with fire. With a great deal of caution and preparation, Igor avoided any serious accidents. Before long, he had reached a few important conclusions. First, wildfire was much less dense than water, which was obvious. Light oils always floated. Not only did wildfire float on water, but it could also burn despite being submerged. This explained how, in the original story, Tyrion had used it to incinerate Stannis' fleet on the Blackwater. Second, it was insanely flammable. Even though body heat alone couldn't ignite it, almost anything else could. Drip it onto hot ground. It ignites. Leave it under direct sunlight for 30 seconds. It ignites. Snap your fingers near it. The friction-generated heat might ignite it. Igor didn't have a thermometer, but after repeated tests, he estimated that any temperature above 50 degrees Celsius (122 degrees Fahrenheit) could cause spontaneous combustion. And that wasn't all. Wildfire had extremely low surface tension, meaning it soaked into anything it touched and seeped into the smallest crevices. This was a terrifying trait for a flammable liquid. It ensured that once ignited, the fire would spread rapidly and be nearly impossible to extinguish. Good stuff. He was already looking forward to seeing it unleashed on the Whites. Igor later sought out the pyromancer, hoping to recruit him into the Night's Watch. Unfortunately, he was flatly rejected. It was no surprise. The very mention of serving the Night's Watch triggered deep-seated fears in most people. For older individuals like Helene, this fear was even more ingrained. No matter how Igor tried to explain that his offer was different, the old man refused to budge. In the end, he let it go. Not everything could go his way. He was just a minor officer of the Night's Watch, after all. Not every endeavor would succeed. But time was on his side. Once the Night's Watch's industrial ventures grew, once they forged stronger economic ties with the nobles of King's Landing and the Crownlands, money and power would do what words could not. When the time came, Igor would return to the Alchemists' Guild with an offer they couldn't refuse. His first major investment was secured, and the future looked promising. Yet just as Igor was celebrating his progress, a piece of shocking news threw him into turmoil. During a casual conversation with Arya, she inadvertently revealed something extraordinary. A group of major Vale lords including Lord Jon Royce of Runestone, Lady Anya Waynwood of Ironoaks, and Lord Gerald Hunter of Longbow Hall, had secretly formed an alliance and launched a coup. Calling themselves the Alliance of the Righteous, they had seized the Bloody Gate, taking control of the Vale with minimal bloodshed. Now, they had completely surrounded the Eyrie, besieging Lysa Arryn without attacking. Their demands? Lysa Tully must hand over young Lord Robert Arryn for proper education. She must submit to trial for the suspected murder of Jon Arryn. The noble houses of the Vale would jointly raise and mentor Robert Arryn as their future ruler. A formal declaration had been issued from Runestone and was already on its way to King's Landing. Arya had overheard this explosive news from a conversation between her father and his advisors. Without realizing its significance, she had casually related to Igor, making him the second person in King's Landing to know, right after the royal court. "Oh, this is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Jon Royce really is something else, no wonder his son, Waymar Royce, is so ruthless. Like father, like son. The way he's handled this situation is nothing short of spectacular." Igor had only meant to stir up rumors to bring down Littlefinger, but rumors are like Pandora's box, once opened, they take on a life of their own. And now, this particular storm had completely spun out of his control. It had spread beyond King's Landing, igniting chaos in the Vale. The Vale, originally one of the few regions that stayed neutral during the War of the Five Kings, preserving its strength throughout the entire conflict, was now the first place to descend into turmoil. On a personal level, Igor couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude over the siege of the Eyrie. But in the grand scheme of things, he wasn't just a bystander. He was playing a different kind of game, one that involved raising capital, leveraging financial strategies, and laying the groundwork for an enterprise built on advanced technology. This wasn't a game that could be played in isolation. No matter how slow information traveled or how difficult long-distance communication was in this world, the ripple effects of every major event would reach him eventually. And now, Igor had to wonder, would this sudden civil war in the Vale end up disrupting his own plans? Chapter 91. Strictly speaking, this was yet another accident caused by a lack of foresight. I wanted to dismantle Littlefinger's scheme, and I succeeded. So far, Peter himself had lost his influence in King's Landing, and the final piece he had placed in the Vale was now under siege. A generation's worth of conspiracies had been unearthed and exposed to the light by a single wave of a time traveler's hand. But when I came up with this idea, I had only considered Peter. I had forgotten about the woman caught in the affair. And now, as a result, the interests of this supposedly clever time traveler were being threatened by a wildfire of rumors. Igor let out a bitter smile. There was no such thing as a perfect solution. Taking down a major villain so easily was bound to have consequences. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in regret. What he needed to do was assess the trajectory of events and find a way to benefit from the situation, or at the very least, minimize the damage. Given that he was an outsider with limited knowledge of this world, Igor knew his deductions about the situation were bound to have blind spots. Things would be much easier if he had someone well-versed in Westerosi politics to offer insights and join in the discussion. So that night, Tyrion learned the news. After some deliberation, the two arrived at a grim conclusion: war was inevitable. From the perspective of a time traveler who knew the truth, the so-called Alliance of Justice had acted in a way that could, without exaggeration, be considered just. They had removed the young heir of House Arryn from his unstable and dangerous mother, a woman who had poisoned her own husband. They had placed him under the care of several major noble houses with no interest in rebellion, ensuring he would be raised and educated properly to grow into a capable and moral ruler, trained in both governance and warfare. It was a noble ideal. But the problem was that while Igor had released the truth, it had spread in the form of rumors. And rumors, by their very nature, could not be used to justify the disruption of the established order. As king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon could never tolerate one of his major vassals being forcibly stripped of power by a group of lower-ranked lords. If such an act of defiance were allowed to stand, it would set a dangerous precedent. The authority of the crown would be trampled underfoot. A king who could not protect his bannermen was no king at all. Even if the accusations against Lisa Arryn were proven true, it was the king's right alone to deal with her, not some coalition of minor lords. It was harsh, but that was the nature of feudal rule. The Iron Throne and this so-called Alliance of Justice will likely enter a period of prolonged negotiations, Tyrion analyzed. But it's unlikely to lead to any meaningful resolution. After securing the throne, Robert made several compromises to stabilize his reign. He chose not to punish House Martell and House Tyrell for their support of the Targaryens. He married my sister to secure an alliance with the Lannisters. He named Jon Arryn as Hand of the King to placate the Starks, Tullis, and Arryns, houses that had fought for him but had not been properly rewarded. All of these were deals struck with great houses. Swallowing his pride to work with them was humiliating, but not disgraceful. But who are the Royces and Waynwoods in comparison? Tyrion took a sip of wine and frowned. Besides, our dear king has been restless for years. Tournaments are no longer enough to satisfy him. Even if it's just to relive the thrill of leading an army, Robert will refuse to back down. And that alliance, having taken their first step, will never simply bow their heads and go home to await punishment. Igor understood Robert well enough not to dismiss him outright. The man was no statesman, but he had been an exceptional battlefield commander. Fighting him head-on was one of the worst mistakes anyone could make in Westeros. The fate of Balon Greyjoy's rebellion was proof enough of that. So where does their confidence come from? Igor asked. How do a few noble houses in the Vale expect to stand against Robert? Their confidence comes from the Bloody Gate and the kingdom's financial troubles. Tyrion leaned back in his chair. To put it simply, an impregnable mountain pass, and an empty royal treasury. For thousands of years, the Bloody Gate has never been taken by force. The Alliance of Justice captured it through treachery, and they'll never give Robert the chance to do the same. And as for the treasury, anyone with half a brain in King's Landing knows it's a mess. If Robert marches on the Vale and gets bogged down at the Bloody Gate for a month or two, he'll have no choice but to negotiate. Igor felt a chill run down his spine. If the treasury is empty, Robert will turn to his vassals for loans. His voice grew heavier. That means our creditors might cash in their bonds and the investments we just secured could collapse before they even begin. Exactly. This is a serious problem for us. Tyrion exhaled slowly. If Robert goes to war, my father will send troops to support him. And while the Lannisters have deep pockets, we don't just throw gold away. Right now, even I wouldn't be able to borrow money from my own family. Igor let out a deep breath. We need to do the math. How much strain can our finances handle? After running the numbers, they reached a sobering conclusion. To maintain their financial stability, they would have to immediately dismiss all employees, halt factory construction, withhold wages, delay payments on ongoing projects, and consolidate every last coin at their disposal. This included personal assets and even the funding the Iron Throne had allocated for the Night's Watch. Even under these drastic measures, their capital reserves could only cover about 70% of the potential bond redemptions. A decent margin, but only just. And this was only the beginning. The game had barely started. They hadn't even begun to truly spend. If the redemption volume stayed below half, their business could continue at a reduced scale, but the capital chain would remain precarious, always on the verge of breaking. If it exceeded half but stayed under 70%, their only option was to hold on and pray that Robert won quickly and return to King's Landing. But if it surpassed 70%, then Igor might as well pack his bags and head east to join the Dragon Queen, while Tyrion would have to start considering how to beg his father, Tywin, to clean up the mess. After all, Tyrion was still Tywin's son. Even if he was an outcast, he wouldn't suffer too much. But Igor? He was a deserter from the Night's Watch, a failed schemer in King's Landing who had run when things went south. Why would Daenerys Targaryen ever take him in? Unacceptable. Igor's face twisted in frustration. Losing financial backing was bad enough, but the worst part was that the force cutting him off wasn't even a person, it was an uncontrollable situation, leaving him nowhere to direct his anger. Calm down. The more flustered you are, the harder it'll be to think of a solution, Tyrion said smoothly. We were the first to learn of this. That gives us an advantage. Can you think of anything we can do with this head start? The phrase, head start, sparked something in Igor's mind, and an idea struck him like lightning. What would he have done if he had come across this kind of insider information before he had ended up in this world? Dump any stocks that might crash because of the bad news and shift investments toward military industries. Even if war broke out, it would be a localized conflict. Even if Robert suffered a setback at the Bloody Gate, the Vale's lords didn't have the guts or the strength to march on King's Landing in retaliation. On the contrary, once they had burned off some energy in this skirmish, internal tensions in Westeros might ease for a time, meaning the overall situation would stabilize. If that happened, his financial position wouldn't completely collapse. He just had to hold on. We need to immediately stockpile food and military supplies, Igor said decisively. Once word gets out, prices for both will skyrocket. We can profit from the price difference and keep our capital chain intact. What? Tyrion looked at him in shock. Who suddenly buys up that much food and arms out of nowhere? You'd be announcing to the world that you have insider knowledge and are trying to profit from the war. Do you take the people in power for fools? I'm not just anyone, you keep forgetting that. Igor narrowed his eyes, his confidence growing. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. I'm the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch. 100,000 wildlings are pressing up against the wall. As part of our war preparations, I buy a massive amount of food and weapons and send them to the Watch. Who could say anything about it? At worst, Eddard Stark will pressure me to keep prices fair, but he's not going to have me executed over it. As long as I make the purchases look legitimate and play my role convincingly, this could work. Tyrion stared at Igor in silence, processing the plan. He was, after all, technically the Night's Watch's logistics officer. But war profiteering was a dangerous game, and trying to snatch food from the lion's jaws was an even greater risk. Was it worth the gamble? Then, suddenly, Tyrion's sharp mind clicked into place. A slow grin spread across his face. You know, you're not wrong, the dwarf admitted. Stockpiling supplies as the Night's Watch quartermaster is a reasonable cover. But the way you're planning to do it is still too risky. I have a better idea, make it look like you're giving up most of the profit. Bring others in, let everyone make some gold together. That way, we guarantee our safety. Chapter 92. The next morning, Igor and Tyrion rose early, taking with them the certificate signed by Eddard Stark and the letter of commission from Mormont. Without wasting any time, they launched into their first true shopping spree since arriving in this world. For the first time since its establishment, the Night's Watch office remained closed in the morning. Every employee, including Jaqen, followed their chief supervisor through the bustling trade hubs of King's Landing, Iron Street's warehouses and the Blackwater River port on a massive procurement mission. The role of the guards was straightforward: carry the money and ensure its safety. A peculiar and intimidating entourage roamed the marketplaces, several Night's Watch brothers clad in black, armed and watchful, 2 fully armored Lannister guards in dark red plate, and a dwarf recognizable to nearly everyone in the city. Such a conspicuous combination made it highly unlikely that anyone in King's Landing would dare to entertain any ill intentions toward them. They brought with them half their total funds, over 1,000 gold dragons. By the time the sun had fully risen, they had already secured deals with several of the city's most well-stocked merchants. Their purchases? A staggering amount of supplies, enough provisions to feed the entire Night's Watch for several months, hundreds of horses, and a vast arsenal: steel swords, crossbows, and enough arrows to arm 70 or 80 men to the teeth in an instant. They didn't bother haggling, instead paying slightly above the market rate, putting down a deposit equal to 1/10 of the total cost. Their only demand was that the merchants sign a contract. The agreement stipulated that all goods were to be tallied and gathered in the port warehouses as soon as possible, then shipped to Eastwatch by the sea within 2 weeks. Upon delivery to the Night's Watch at the Wall, the transporter would receive a receipt from Eastwatch's garrison, which they could then present at the Night's Watch office in King's Landing to claim the remaining 90% of the payment. As for penalties, if either party breached the contract, the offending side would forfeit an amount equal to the deposit, 1/10 of the total payment. Put simply, if Igor suddenly decided to back out of the deal, he would lose his entire deposit, essentially handing free money to the merchants. Conversely, if the merchants failed to uphold their end of the bargain before the goods were shipped, they would be required to return double the deposit as compensation. On the surface, the terms seemed fair, and the price reasonable. However, in reality, Igor did not have the funds to cover the remaining 90% of the payment. What he had done was leverage the situation to gain temporary control over a vast cache of food and weaponry, goods worth 10 times the deposit and 5 times the total assets of the Night's Watch. Once word spread about the upheaval in the Vale and the Red Keep caught wind of it, the prices of food and arms would inevitably skyrocket. What Tyrion had deduced, those seasoned merchants who thrived on trade and war speculation would also figure out, perhaps just a step behind. Before Robert could even muster the Seven Kingdoms' armies to march north, the cost of grain and fodder would surge by well over 10%. But Igor and Tyrion weren't looking to profit from the price hike itself, instead, they aimed to collect the penalties from breached contracts. The reasoning was simple. Profiting off price surges was akin to plundering a lion's den, extremely dangerous. Any merchant capable of supplying such vast amounts of goods had significant backing, noble title or not. If Igor attempted to resell those supplies at a higher price without the ability to pay the remaining balance, the entire scheme would collapse. The original suppliers wouldn't just sit back and let someone else profit off their goods, not without consequences. The deal would reach a deadlock. If the deposit had come from Igor and Tyrion's own pockets and they were reckless enough to take the risk, they could have negotiated for an even higher penalty clause, squeezing even more out of the merchants. But in reality, with creditors already knocking to redeem debts, the capital chain would soon tighten, then snap altogether. And once that happened, it would all be over. By taking the initiative to concede, accepting the penalties, and playing the role of the wronged party, they would appear as mere victims of the merchants' broken promises. On the surface, it seemed like they were sacrificing the larger profit, but in truth, they were walking away with a substantial sum, without attracting unwanted scrutiny. Best of all, it would keep them out of trouble. After all, the goods never actually passed through their hands, and the Night's Watch could simply claim to be another casualty of rising food and weapon prices. Who could accuse them of war profiteering? And then, there was the matter of the current hand of the king, Eddard Stark, a man known for his honor and rigid sense of duty. Committed to governing the Seven Kingdoms justly, he would never allow the campaign against the Vale's rebellion to turn into an unchecked profiteering spree for arms dealers and grain merchants. Before those merchants could even count their ill-gotten gains, sanctions could rain down from above. At that point, it would become a power struggle between the forces backing those merchants and the king's future father-in-law, the hand of the king himself. So long as Robert Baratheon still sat on the throne, Eddard held the upper hand. The question was not whether he could suppress these profiteers but rather how much he was willing to compromise with the local power players of King's Landing. How much of a price hike would he tolerate before stepping in? That would depend on the outcome of his ongoing battles, both in open court and behind closed doors against the city's nobility and wealthy elite. Regardless of how that struggle played out, Night's Watch Industries had already secured its profits. With the penalty fees in hand, they could settle their outstanding debts. Through strategic foresight and timely action, they had successfully navigated the treacherous waters of fundraising and business survival, clearing their first major hurdle. From here on out, the road to expansion and prosperity lay wide open before them. The above was what Igor and Tyrion had envisioned. According to their plan, these steps would likely take a few days to a week to fully execute. If, by chance, a particularly diligent merchant had already tallied their inventory and was prepared to ship the goods north, the chief logistics officer might have needed to find some excuse to delay the process. After all, once the ship set sail, they would have to worry about the remaining 90% of the payment. But in reality, everything unfolded at an astonishing speed. Igor wasn't the only one with eyes and ears in the royal court. The news of the uprising in the Vale had first reached King's Landing through a raven sent by the very faction that initiated the rebellion. Varys' intelligence network, as extensive as it was across the Seven Kingdoms, could not outpace the speed of that raven. The incident had erupted too suddenly, and while his little birds were everywhere, they simply couldn't be faster than a message in flight. As a result, the first person in King's Landing to learn of the upheaval was Grand Maester Pycelle, who oversaw the city's ravens. He received the information from the official declaration of the so-called League of the Just. The second person was Queen Cersei. However, with her utter lack of political foresight, she neither considered its implications nor thought about how it might affect her own position. Next came Varys, though the eunuch's true allies and long-term plans lay far beyond Westeros, across the narrow sea. Seeking the Iron Throne for his chosen ruler, he had neither the means nor the interest to profit from a war economy in King's Landing. The fourth to receive the news was the Hand of the King. Only after he convened a royal council and briefed Robert did the rest of the ministers, and finally, the king himself, become aware of the situation. And then, there were the spies scattered throughout the Red Keep, listening intently for valuable information. These spies would try to smuggle the news to their respective patrons. Once those patrons grasped the full implications of the civil unrest, they would dispatch their own people to warn merchants aligned with their interests, hold on to stock, because prices were about to surge. But all of this took time. The informants inside the palace, the ears and eyes of noble houses and trading consortiums were mostly lowly servants and handmaidens, whose movements were strictly controlled. They could only leave through the gates at designated times in the morning and evening. Even after slipping out, they had to find ways to deliver their reports. And their masters? They weren't sitting in fixed locations all day, waiting for messengers to arrive. In an era without telephones or instant communication, relaying intelligence required patience. And then, there was Arya. During lunch, she had overheard her father, Eddard Stark, discussing the situation in the Vale with his advisors. She even learned the specific time of the emergency royal meeting scheduled for that afternoon. Not long after, as was her habit, she left the Red Keep with her guards and rode to the Night's Watch office. As usual, she chatted with Igor for a while before heading to her sword-fighting lesson. Before she left, she casually relayed what she had heard, treating it like just another tale, another bit of exciting gossip. To Arya, it was simple. Igor was always telling her adventure stories. In return, she naturally wanted to share something equally thrilling. What could be more interesting than the fact that her aunt, an aunt she had never met, was now besieged in the Eyrie? And so, in this frantic race to control information, Igor unwittingly became the victor. Littlefinger, the one person most likely to have seized the advantage, had been placed under house arrest at the Treasury due to his involvement in spreading certain rumors. And just like that, through a mix of luck, timing, and sheer happenstance, Igor ended up ahead of everyone else. By the time the purchases were completed, the sun was high overhead. When Igor and Tyrion returned to the office, it was already past noon. By then, the market had shifted. Anything that could be of use in war was no longer being sold at a fixed price. Before sunset, a payment of 600 gold dragons, along with an additional sum as a penalty for breach of contract, was delivered straight to the Night's Watch office and placed on Igor's desk. The man who brought the gold also carried a message from his employer to Igor and Tyrion. Next time you have inside information, we can work together. No need for tricks. As Igor and Tyrion stared at the large sack of gold on the table, a heavy silence filled the room. Igor was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding. If not for Arya's first-hand information, wouldn't his entire venture in Westeros have collapsed before it even began? Meanwhile, Tyrion sat deep in thought, his brow furrowed. If even the Red Keep, a royal stronghold, was so riddled with leaks, then was the so-called peace and stability of the Seven Kingdoms nothing more than an illusion. Chapter 93. Arya had no idea that she had inadvertently become the greatest benefactor of the Night's Watch enterprise. Thanks to the girl's timely revelation, worth its weight in gold, quite literally, Igor had managed to survive the most significant financial crisis since arriving in the world of ice and fire. This entire operation had relied heavily on luck. There was no shame in admitting that. But as the saying goes, luck is a part of one's strength as well. Through the combined forces of fortune and strategy, the Night's Watch enterprise not only weathered the crisis but also saw a dramatic increase in available funds. In theory, all of the Night's Watch's financial resources, though now effectively managed by Tyrion, had not only covered their outstanding debts but also reached a level where they could withstand full withdrawals and redemptions without breaking the capital chain. On the very day the orders were finalized, more than half of the initial deposits miraculously returned to the Night's Watch office, now doubled. The remaining portion was reluctantly handed over after Igor personally led his men to press the merchants for payment, backed by signed agreements. It was worth noting that Tyrion had advised Igor to take careful note of the order in which these merchants paid their penalties. The faster they had access to inside information, the stronger their connections and backing. Creating a record of these dealings could prove invaluable in forming future alliances and navigating the city's power structures. Igor readily accepted this wise counsel. What followed was the inevitable wave of bond redemptions. King Robert, the most powerful and hot-tempered man in Westeros, wasted no time negotiating with the so-called Alliance of the Righteous. Instead, he issued an ultimatum. When the rebels failed to respond within a few days, he promptly called for full mobilization, summoning the lords of the realm and preparing to assemble the entire royal army to crush the rebellion. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that bondholders would seek to reclaim their gold dragons in order to purchase supplies and equipment for themselves, their knights, and their retainers. This was not an act of financial sabotage but a practical necessity, and Igor and Tyrion, recognizing this, chose to act accordingly. Rather than enforcing early withdrawal penalties, they graciously waived them. Any bondholder who presented their bonds at the office could redeem their full principal plus a minimum of 1 month's interest. The earliest investors, those who had held their bonds for more than a month, even received returns equivalent to 2 months' interest. This decision meant an additional expenditure of several dozen gold dragons, but it was far from an impulsive giveaway. The goal was to establish goodwill. By ensuring a smooth and amicable settlement, they were betting on future opportunities. If these nobles and wealthy investors found themselves in need of profitable ventures after the war, they would remember the Night's Watch enterprise as a reliable place to reinvest their wealth. While the remaining net assets controlled solely by the Night's Watch enterprise were already substantial, further expansion and development would always require more capital. No one ever complained about having too much money. Under the bright summer sun, the royal host began to assemble more than 10 miles north of King's Landing. Similar gatherings were taking place across Westeros, in the Westerlands, the Reach, the Stormlands, the North, and even in Dorne. The Iron Throne was a monarchy in name, but in reality, the king's power was only as strong as the noble houses that supported him. His control over the Seven Kingdoms depended entirely on his ability to command and enforce loyalty. Fortunately for Robert, his military prowess and history of victories made him a formidable force. After more than a decade of careful governance by Jon Arryn, the old alliances that had carried Robert to the throne remained largely intact. Meanwhile, Littlefinger, who had originally sought to provoke discord between House Stark and House Lannister, had been removed from play. In this relatively stable political landscape, the so-called Alliance of the Righteous had emerged as an unwelcome disruption. For the 4 great houses tied by blood and marriage, Lannister, Stark, Baratheon, and Tully, there was no question of their support. They were determined to break the Vale's uprising and rescue the besieged Eyrie. Even the 2 houses that had once stood against Robert, House Tyrell of the Reach and House Martell of Dorne, both former Targaryen loyalists, dared not openly defy the king's summons. Tyrion was quick to predict that the Tyrells and Martells would each send important representatives, along with just enough troops to fulfill their obligations without fully committing to Robert's cause. Westeros now projected an image of unity, preparing for war. The last time such widespread cooperation had been seen was during the Greyjoy Rebellion. Even the Ironborn, notorious for their defiance, had answered the call, sending a fleet in token support. Though their ships were of little use in an inland campaign against the Vale, their gesture sent the right message. None of this had much to do with Igor, or at least, that was what he told himself. As an outsider with no real roots in this world, he had no intention of profiting from war. His focus remained on his business. His priority was to complete the first factory, fulfill orders from the church and smaller clients, and secure the final payments. Strengthening the financial foundation would allow him to reinvest in further expansion. One advantage of living in a pre-industrial society was that things were relatively straightforward. Just 2 weeks after narrowly surviving the initial financial hurdle, the first production line was already operational despite the factory itself not yet being fully built. Hundreds of kilograms of raw materials for papermaking were fed into a massive stone mortar. A wooden pestle, thicker than a man's arm, crushed the materials under the steady motion of a water wheel. The resulting pulp was treated with alkaline powder before being sent to the next stage of processing. The secret to a successful assembly line was simple: as long as raw materials were continuously fed into the system, production would never stop, regardless of how long individual processes took. The printing plates for the 7-pointed Star Bible, calendars, and other texts were already prepared, awaiting the first sheets of paper from the production line. Meanwhile, hired bards and writers had begun transforming oral stories into written works. Since Igor had promised them full authorship rights, they worked diligently. Among all these projects, one story held Igor's particular interest, a novel based on his adventures. Titled The Fantastical Adventures of the Night Watchman, the tale followed the journey of a young traveler setting out into the world for the first time. It chronicled his adventures across distant lands, his struggles and triumphs, and ultimately, his growing curiosity about the shape of the world itself. In the final volume, the protagonist, having explored every known land, made the fateful decision to set sail on a daring voyage to circumnavigate the world. But fate had other plans. Shipwrecked on a foreign shore, he found himself in Westeros, where circumstances forced him to join the Night's Watch. By sheer chance, he rose through the ranks, eventually arriving in King's Landing to secure provisions, supplies, and recruits for the Wall's defenders. There were no professional storytellers in this world, and the works penned by bards tended to be rough and disjointed. However, the story itself was fresh and engaging enough to capture interest. The name Igor West never appeared in the novel, but anyone with a bit of insight would recognize that it was about the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch office in King's Landing. This was a bold public relations experiment. The more copies sold, the more people would come to know of his experiences. When the day came for him to leave the Night's Watch, the backlash and opposition would be far less severe. Igor glanced at drafts of several other novels. Compared to the one he had personally outlined and authorized, the nightly tales passed down by the bards felt stale and formulaic. He had a strong hunch, even from a purely financial perspective, his story would be the most profitable. Meanwhile, preparations were also underway for the material Tyrion had referred to as unsuitable for polite company. Since no experts in the field could be found, Tyrion took a more direct approach. He invited painters and bards to move into his favorite brothel, where they could collaborate in an atmosphere best suited for inspiration. Their goal was to create an illustrated book that combined vivid imagery with suggestive storytelling. The dwarf proudly presented the draft of this risque book to Igor. To be honest, compared to the famous erotic works from Igor's previous world, this was absolute garbage. In his opinion, it was barely better than crude street performances. Still, it was a novelty. How well it would perform in the market remained to be seen. True to his promise to his apprentice, Igor handed the book to Arya, who had been waiting beside him with eager eyes. He expected her to take one look, turn red, and throw it back at him. Instead, she became utterly engrossed in reading, her face flushing as she muttered, "Master, you are awful." Tyrion barely managed to reclaim the manuscript from her. Everything was progressing smoothly. The experimental workshop's paper production was, for now, solely reserved for printing the 7-star Bible and calendars. Once the factory outside the city reached full production capacity, all the groundwork they had laid would finally come into play. Igor looked forward to that day. Instead, he received an unexpected visitor. A royal servant from the Red Keep arrived at the Night's Watch office, announcing that King Robert required the presence of a true brother of the Night's Watch, someone who had sworn the oath, to accompany the royal army. Unfortunately, Igor was the only one in King's Landing who met the requirement. "Why does the army need a Night's Watchman?" Igor asked, eyes widening. He immediately reached for the most reliable and time-honored defense. The Night's Watch swears to take no part in the conflicts of the Seven Kingdoms. His Majesty has decreed that, once the Bloody Gate is taken, the nobles responsible for the rebellion will be given the option to take the Black, the servant replied, nose held high. A sworn brother is required to receive them and escort them to the wall. But that falls under the jurisdiction of the Raven's Shadow. That's the Chief Steward's responsibility. I am the Chief Logistics Officer. The servant gave him a blank stare, clearly incapable of distinguishing between the various Night's Watch titles. He frowned. "You can either come with me and explain that to the king yourself, or I'll return and inform His Majesty that you refused his request. Either way, it's your problem. Now, come along. Check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction user of the Gojo clan, I refuse to be cut in half." Chapter 94. Why are you worried? You won't be sent to the battlefield. Just think of it as a trip. Tyrion shrugged, trying to reassure him. If you don't climb the mountain, the valley still offers a nice view. Are you afraid Robert will lose? At worst, it'll be a stalemate. I'm not worried about my safety. It's just, our business is finally taking off. If one of the two key figures behind the Night's Watch suddenly disappears, it's bound to cause some disruption. Two key figures. TSK. I appreciate the flattery. Tyrion rolled his eyes. This man always had a way of delivering compliments in the most unexpected manner. He had to admit, it was a skill he admired. With me in King's Landing, nothing major will go wrong. As for you, just don't try to talk your way out of the king's orders. Go, do as you're told. When you return, the factory will be running at full capacity. I might even have an entire network of allies set up for you. At that point, all I'd have to do is introduce you to the right people, and in a matter of minutes, you'd become someone with real status in King's Landing, someone with influence, someone people recognize, and to the brothers of the Night's Watch, someone in charge. Oh, well, I'll have to trouble you with that, then. You're welcome. I can't let that big-shot reputation you gave me go to waste. Now, sign a statement authorizing me to handle all matters of the Night's Watch office while you're away. Leave one of your seals with me, and I'll take care of the rest. Enjoy your trip to the Vale. Igor decided to follow Tyrion's advice. He didn't have much of a choice. It wasn't that he thought the Night's Watch enterprise would collapse without him, his partner was an exceptional man, unparalleled in the Seven Kingdoms. Aside from knowledge, expertise, height, and physique, Tyrion outclassed him in almost every way, connections, strategy, and political maneuvering. With the worst of the financial crisis behind them, there was no reason to believe disaster would strike in his absence. And knowing Tyrion's character, he wasn't worried about being abandoned while he was away. Igor wasn't afraid. He was frustrated. Tyrion had no idea that this war, in a sense, had started because of him. Months ago, when he watched Bran fall from the tower at Winterfell, he had assumed fate and the story's trajectory were unchangeable. But now, he realized that not only could the plot be altered, but it could also be reshaped with astonishing ease. If he found the right pressure points, a single push could send events spiraling in unexpected directions. The dominoes had already fallen, and not only had he lost his advantage of knowing the future, but the consequences of his own actions were now coming back to haunt him. It was not a pleasant feeling. There was a word that described this situation perfectly. What was it again? Oh, right, backlash. He was now suffering from the very rumors he had spread. The king had given his command. Igor wasn't technically in charge of the decision, but it seemed that Eddard Stark was the only man in Westeros who could outright refuse Robert Baratheon without consequence. Besides, for business to continue functioning, it required the approval and sometimes the direct involvement of the ruling class. No matter how he looked at it, his business dealings in the Vale would inevitably be affected. There were still a few days before the royal army set out. His best option was to use this time wisely, to ensure Tyrion was informed of his plans, issue whatever orders were necessary, and hope that his partners and subordinates could carry them out in his absence. The next scheduled shipment of supplies to the Night's Watch was still a month away. Igor had originally planned to use this shipment as a stepping stone for his broader goals. In addition to the items listed by the Lord Commander, he intended to donate additional supplies voluntarily. The food at the Wall was barely passable. He had arranged to send several thousand pounds of meat and barrels of wine with each shipment, ensuring his brothers on the Wall could enjoy something better than their usual rations. Outside of officers, most of the Night's Watch only had a single set of winter clothing. If their clothes got wet or needed washing, they had to sit shivering by the fire, waiting for them to dry. He planned to gradually provide spare winter garments for the rank and file. If this practice continued, it wouldn't be long before a new pattern emerged. Every time the logistics department resupplied the Wall, the defenders would receive fresh food, warm clothing, and perhaps even better boots, gloves, and hats. With these tangible benefits, the new department would become an essential presence in the lives of the men at the Wall. And the best part? Compared to weapons and large food shipments, these extra provisions were cheap. A small investment for immense goodwill. But it wasn't enough to simply provide these things. He would make sure every crate and every sack carried a clear label, property of the Night Watch Logistics Department. Supplied by Igor West. He would not let the men at the Wall enjoy his gifts without knowing exactly who had provided them. Tyrion highly approved of the plan, but when Igor calculated the timing, he realized there was a high chance he wouldn't be in King's Landing when the next batch of supplies was delivered. There was no way around it. The meat and wine would be handled by merchants introduced by Tyrion, leaving it up to them to source the goods and ensure they reached the Wall. As long as the shipments arrived in good condition and didn't make anyone sick, that was all that mattered. As for the clothing, Igor sought out Nina and tasked her with handling it. Not only would she need to prepare a batch of thick, warm black garments, but each item had to be embroidered or marked with Night's Watch Logistics Department and produced by Igor West in a way that would be difficult to remove. Given that Nina's family was already involved in the textile and clothing trade, this was a relatively simple task for her. It would also serve as a test, to see if she was not only intelligent but also capable of handling practical matters. He hoped the sharp-minded people around him wouldn't let him down. He had no way of competing with frontline commanders for glory or prestige while staying in the relative safety of the rear, but carving out a presence for himself and ensuring his brothers remembered his contributions should not be too difficult. The bond redemptions were nearly complete. Those who had not yet claimed their money had either forgotten or had no urgent need for the 100 gold dragons. In the end, more than 1,200 of the 2,000 gold dragons had been withdrawn, falling squarely between the crucial thresholds of 50% and 70%. 3 days after receiving the king's orders to accompany the army, Igor packed his belongings, took along the young attendant Casey, whom he had recruited in King's Landing, and set out for the army's assembly point. The horses galloped forward, the metal rings on the reins and bits jingling with each movement. Bathed in the morning sun, the chief logistics officer and his attendant rode out through the Gate of the Gods, leaving behind the stench and towering walls of King's Landing. The assembly point was still some distance away, but Igor could already see smoke rising from the army's camp. As they rode through the farmland flanking the road, the distant murmur of thousands of voices drifted toward them, like the rolling tide of an unseen sea. The closer they got, the louder the noise became. As they crested a small dirt hill, the sounds sharpened, and the vast sprawl of the encampment came into view. Beneath the summer sun, a seemingly endless expanse of tents stretched across the landscape, their canvas tops scattered like mushrooms after a storm. Countless campfires sent pale wisps of smoke curling into the sky. Neatly arranged warhorses stood in lines stretching for miles. The surrounding forests had been stripped to provide wood for long poles to hoist the banners. Some of the siege engines, too large to be hauled into battle at a moment's notice, were already assembled along the King's Road, some towering higher than a man. Sunlight glinted off thousands of spearheads, casting fiery reflections. The grand pavilions of the lords and knights stood in stark contrast to the smaller, more modest tents of their men, dotting the fields in an uneven yet organized sprawl. Within this sea of canvas, soldiers moved like waves, some mounted on horseback, some marching with spears, swords, or bows in hand. Elsewhere, teamsters drove carts loaded with supplies, while servants tended to livestock near the edges of the camp. The air was thick with sound, the clatter of weapons, the whinnying of horses, the shouts of soldiers and merchants alike, blending into a chaotic, deafening symphony. Somewhere amidst the din, the high-pitched laughter of children could even be heard. The scent of food and sweat mixed with less pleasant odors, the unavoidable byproduct of thousands of men living together in close quarters. It was, in a way, fresher than the filth of King's Landing, yet it remained an unmistakable stench. Wherever large numbers of people gathered, they needed to eat, and inevitably, they needed to relieve themselves. Robert's call to arms had created what now stood before Igor and Casey, a sprawling war camp, teeming not only with soldiers and lords but also with servants, merchants, and the countless others who had followed in their wake. Chapter 95. Not to mention Casey, a young man from King's Landing who had only just come of age, even Igor, who had served as a soldier before, found himself momentarily stunned by the sheer scale of the military camp before him. Compared to this gathering of forces, Castle Black was nothing more than a small outpost. Of course, in terms of purpose, the Night's Watch was indeed the sentinel of the Seven Kingdoms, so the contrast made sense. How many men were assembled here? 10,000? 20? 50? 100,000? As the saying goes, 1,000 men seem to stretch from earth to sky, and 10,000 are beyond counting. For anyone without professional scouting experience, estimating the size of an army beyond a certain point was impossible. 10,000, 50,000, or 100,000 once up close, it all blurred together. This was precisely why, in the ancient world, rulers often exaggerated their troop numbers to intimidate their enemies. To be honest, Igor had no idea how many soldiers stood before him. But after listening to Tyrion's breakdown of the Crownland's population and economy, he had a rough estimate. The so-called Crownlands functioned more like a direct royal domain. In essence, the duke of this land was none other than the king himself, Robert Baratheon. This region stretched south of the Vale, east of the Riverlands, and north of the Reach and the Stormlands. If not for its coastal access, it would have been a constant battleground. Historically, it had never been an independent kingdom but instead a contested land fought over by the Riverlands, the Stormlands, and other powers. This cycle of chaos only ended when Aegon the Conqueror landed here with his dragons and used it as his base of operations, ultimately establishing his capital. Before the Targaryen conquest, this area had a total population of less than 100,000. But after 3 centuries of rule under the Dragonlords, with a combination of immigration and natural growth, it had transformed into a prosperous land, home to King's Landing, the largest city in Westeros, and boasting the highest population density and wealth per capita. Wealth aside, the sheer number of people here made it stand apart. The Crownlands were relatively small, and if one excluded the abnormal population of King's Landing itself, its total population was roughly on par with the sparsely populated north. Given the lack of precise population records in this era, estimates put the total number of inhabitants in the Crownlands at around 2 million. Robert's campaign against the Vale was a localized conflict, not a full-scale war. This wasn't a general mobilization, and under such circumstances, rulers typically sought to balance military needs with maintaining domestic stability. The goal was to ensure the war did not disrupt daily life, damage economic productivity, or weaken the realm's long-term sustainability. Given the technological and economic constraints of the time, an initial mobilization rate of 0.5% to 1% of the total population was a reasonable expectation. That translated to a standing army of 10 to 20,000 men, not counting the merchants, camp followers, and laborers accompanying them. The exact number depended entirely on the authority of the ruler and his ability to command the allegiance of the lords. Igor couldn't say with certainty how many men stood before him, but it was definitely more than 10,000. And to put things in perspective, during the later siege of King's Landing, Cersei Lannister had struggled to muster even a few thousand men in desperation. This vast difference in response numbers was the most tangible proof of how much power truly lay in the hands of a king in this era of rule by strength. "There are so many people," Casey muttered, his eyes wide with amazement. Igor had the same thought, but as the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch, and, in the young man's eyes, a big shot, he had to at least appear composed. "It's quite a force," he said calmly. "Let's see what accommodations the king has prepared for us and how we're expected to move with the army." Seeing his leader remain so unfazed, Casey suddenly felt that his own inexperience must be showing. Determined not to seem too awestruck, he nodded and quickly spurred his horse forward, following Igor down the slope toward the camp. If an army of this size marched north to the wall, they could crush the wildlings by the hundreds of thousands, leaving them too battered to even remember their own names. But instead, this force was marching on the Vale to rescue a madwoman who had murdered her own husband, simply because she had once been a Tully and was now the mother and legal guardian of the young lord of the Eyrie. Earlier on the road, Igor had been grumbling to himself about how Robert was already planning for victory, thinking about sending Royce and other lords to the wall before a single battle had even been fought. The fact that he had specifically summoned a Night's Watchman for the task was, frankly, absurd. That fat pig is far too optimistic. But after seeing the sheer scale of this army, Igor understood where Robert's unshakable confidence came from. Robert may have been extravagant and irresponsible when it came to governance, but in terms of sheer personal authority and leadership, he was leagues above most rulers. His reckless spending had undoubtedly left the Iron Throne buried in debt, yet it had also bought him immense loyalty from the middle nobility and the lesser knights, men who had received honors and rewards under his reign. This concept of borrowing from the future to maintain present stability, through financial overreach, whether by accident or design, was a surprisingly advanced strategy. Granted, the kind of loyalty and control bought with coin was inherently fragile. But when wielded by a leader who won battles consistently, it became something else entirely. As long as Robert remained undefeated, and as long as he didn't suffer a catastrophic loss, his influence, however tenuous in peacetime, was as potent as any standing army under the most disciplined social system. And these were just the forces personally led by the king. Once the other 6 kingdoms joined the fray. If not for the natural fortifications of the Bloody Gate, the so-called alliance of the righteous in the Vale wouldn't have lasted beyond a single engagement. During his time working at the Night's Watch office in King's Landing, Igor had familiarized himself with the sigils of Westerosi nobility. As he rode deeper into the army camp, clad in his black cloak, he recognized many of the banners fluttering around him. The golden-crowned stag of House Baratheon was the most common, which was no surprise given Robert's personal summons. But beyond that, he spotted a variety of other heraldry, emblems emblazoned on soldiers' surcoats, painted onto wooden shields, sewn into tent flaps, or decorating the lances of knights. There were the crossed warhammers of House Lake, the sheep holding a golden cup of House Stokeworth, the light green waves of House Hayford, and many more. Igor didn't bother counting them all. It was easy to guess that every house in the Crownlands had sent men. When the king himself issued a mobilization order, even the smallest, most destitute noble families would find a way to answer. Even if all that remained of a house was a lone heir, he would still crawl to the battlefield with his banner, desperate to earn glory and rebuild his family's fortunes. With so many noblemen gathered in one place, this would have been a prime opportunity for a financial scheme, some way to manipulate or profit from their ambitions. But right now, Igor had a more pressing concern. He needed to find the king, or at the very least, someone who could tell him where he was supposed to be stationed. After asking several soldiers, he came up empty. None of them seemed to be aware that King Robert had summoned a night's watchman. This irritated Igor. It was the sort of frustration that came with dealing with the vast gap in power and status. He had already suspected that the order had been nothing more than a passing thought Robert had while drinking. After all, the servant who had come to fetch him hadn't even carried an official letter or token of proof. But even if it was a drunken whim, he had still been compelled to obey. The reason was simple: if he showed up, Robert would likely forget about it. But if he hadn't shown up, and the king did remember, he'd be in serious trouble. Either way, his valuable time that could have been spent building his business, was now being wasted on a pointless campaign. Igor had cursed the fat stag countless times in his mind, but now that he was here, there was no turning back. Refusing to report in wasn't an option. Beyond the broader consequences, there was also the matter of his own reputation. How would it look to his personal attendant if he wandered around aimlessly, unable to even confirm his orders? He couldn't keep running in circles and hitting dead ends. He needed to resolve this quickly, before it became outright embarrassing. He urged his horse forward, pushing deeper into the encampment. To be honest, the discipline, organization, and overall quality of military forces in this era were terrible. He had simply followed the king's road and ridden straight into the heart of the army without anyone stopping him. There were no enemies for hundreds of miles, but what if he had been an assassin? Igor had to wonder, if he knew exactly where to go, could he have ridden all the way to Robert's tent, only to be stopped at the last moment by the king's guard? He wasn't sure if Robert's personal guards were even present in the camp yet. Either way, if there were ever such things as explosive weapons in this world, assassinating a king would be almost too easy. Finally, he spotted someone familiar, one of the nobles from King's Landing who had purchased bonds from the Night's Watch enterprise. Even better, the man had redeemed them just 2 days ago, meaning they had met twice and exchanged at least a few words. Good, Igor thought. At least I never gave him trouble over the early redemption penalty. Now I don't have to worry about him pretending not to know me. Chapter 96. The knight did indeed remember Igor, not just because his investment had earned him several gold dragons and interest upon redemption, but also due to Igor's distinctive black attire and foreign features as a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Recognizing him at a glance, the knight not only greeted him warmly but also introduced him to those around him. This is the Night's Watchman I mentioned before. You all thought it had to be a scam, but I withdrew my entire investment and actually received 3 gold dragons in monthly interest. As far as I know, nearly everyone who answered the king's call cashed out their bonds to buy equipment. That's just how things are. 3% interest. Another knight looked surprised. I don't get it, where is the Night's Watch getting this kind of money? As for our profits, Igor interjected smoothly, if you have more than 500 gold dragons, you can invest directly and earn even higher returns. For details, once we've dealt with this rebellion and returned to King's Landing, you can visit my office. It's directly across from the garrison's east camp. I'd be happy to give you a full introduction. And if you'd like to see the Night's Watch factory in operation, that can be arranged as well. He delivered his pitch in a matter of seconds before seamlessly shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand. Now then, which kind-hearted knight would be willing to deliver a message to King Robert for me? I know one of the King's Guard on duty today. I'll speak with him on your behalf, the knight who had bought bonds offered, thumping his chest in assurance. After all, he had personally profited from the Night's Watch investment, and a favor was the least he could do. Wait here for my return, don't go wandering off. Much appreciated. Standing outside a tent marked with 3 red stripes, Igor spent some time conversing with the knights. He spoke persuasively, pitching the Night's Watch enterprise with ease, and soon several of them showed interest in both the bonds and the industry he described. By the time their discussion ended, many had already expressed their intent to visit his office in King's Landing once the war was over. This unexpected gain significantly eased Igor's frustration at what had felt like wasted time. In truth, first impressions mattered in any world. When he had first approached the knights for directions, both he and his attendant Casey had looked respectable enough. Then, the knight who recognized him had personally vouched for him. And when they heard that this chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch was managing hundreds, if not thousands of gold dragons, their wariness vanished. It no longer mattered that he wore black or belonged to the Night's Watch. In their eyes, he was simply a man of means. Igor had long understood this simple reality: wealth, or even the mere appearance of wealth, opened doors. It was little wonder that people instinctively flaunted their riches. After all, money was just another form of power, and those who controlled resources naturally commanded respect among their peers. It was a truth as old as time, applying to both men and beasts alike. About 20 minutes later, the knight who had gone to speak with the king's guard returned, accompanied by another man wearing a tunic embroidered with 2 stag antlers. Igor recognized him immediately. Earl Buckwell. What were the odds? Igor had a feeling this was too much of a coincidence, but he simply raised an eyebrow and held his tongue. The man before him was none other than the Lord of Staghorn Castle, a noble of the Crownlands who had once planned to invest in the Night's Watch enterprise. He had intended to put down 1,000 gold dragons for a stake in the paper mill, but the sudden civil unrest in the Vale had disrupted his plans before the funds ever arrived in King's Landing. Even though their deal had fallen through, the bond between them remained. The old Earl might have been forced to halt his investment, but he was still the first nobleman to visit the Night's Watch office and personally inspect the papermaking workshop. Over 50 years of age and yet bold enough to take risks on new ventures, his decisiveness alone made him someone worth befriending. The gray-haired Earl Buckwell nodded to Igor and the surrounding knights before speaking in a formal tone. His Majesty has ordered that the Night's Watchmen be attached to the army of Staghorn Castle. I am responsible for your safety. With that, Igor's position in the army was finally settled. The old Earl bid farewell to the other knights, then led Igor and their respective attendants toward the camp belonging to Staghorn Castle's forces. Truth be told, King Robert had completely forgotten about summoning you, Buckwell admitted once they were out of earshot of the others. It was only when your friend reminded him that he remembered. The Earl shook his head with a small smile. This was hardly an honorable thing to reveal, but as a vassal, he had no right to criticize his king, especially not one as powerful as Robert Baratheon. His Majesty was deliberating on where to place you when I happened to be present, so I volunteered to take you under my command. Well, I appreciate your kindness, my lord. Igor had suspected this outcome all along. Still, hearing it confirmed made his heart sink. He had already resigned himself to this trip, but knowing for certain that he was only here because of a half-remembered whim made the entire ordeal feel even more absurd. Yet no matter how much he cursed Robert internally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to voice those thoughts before a high-ranking noble. At least, not yet. You needn't thank me. Since you're here, it's best to make peace with it. King Robert's memory is unpredictable, he forgets new ideas quickly but often recalls old ones at inconvenient times. If this rebellion ends and he suddenly remembers wanting Royce and the others to take the black, only to realize no one's there to handle it, well, you'd be in serious trouble. Buckwell had just given voice to the very concern Tyrion and Igor had discussed earlier. If Igor had been a typical sworn brother of the Night's Watch, an honorable man with no attachment to anything but his duty, he could have ignored the king's whims entirely. He could have disregarded Robert's foolishness and done nothing, since the oaths of the Night's Watch explicitly forbade interference in the politics of the Seven Kingdoms. Unfortunately, he was not that kind of man. And as long as the king issued an order, Igor had no choice but to comply. Even if this entire campaign turned out to be nothing more than an empty trip to the Vale, it wasn't something he could afford to dismiss lightly. There was too much money on the line. You're right, Igor admitted. I was already prepared to waste some time when I came here. That's good. I understand that the Night's Watch is sworn not to involve itself in the internal struggles of the Seven Kingdoms, but this situation is different. This isn't the Six Kingdoms waging war on the Vale, this is the Seven Kingdoms united to quell a rebellion. The war isn't being fought against the Duke of the Vale himself. Strictly speaking, your presence here doesn't break any rules. Seeing the uncertainty on Igor's face, Buckwell continued in a reassuring tone. Besides, whether or not King Robert succeeds in breaching the Bloody Gate for the first time in history, no one will hold you accountable. There's no reason to worry. It was a reasonable point. The old Earl was a wise man. If Robert's forces broke through the Bloody Gate, the outcome was obvious. And if he failed, the most likely scenario would be a negotiated settlement, the king agreeing to withdraw his army in exchange for the Justice League guaranteeing Lisa Arryn's safety and delivering her for trial. As for the notion that a handful of Vale lords could somehow defeat an army led by Robert Baratheon himself, that was pure fantasy. Unless, of course, some other time traveler had appeared in the Vale and started manufacturing gunpowder. But barring that, there was no realistic scenario where the Righteous Alliance came out on top. I have already sent a letter to Castle Black requesting that an official be dispatched to the south. If the rebellion is quelled swiftly and without trouble, I will simply fulfill my duties as expected. But if things do not go smoothly, who will have the time to concern themselves with me? Once the Crows arrive to take over my role, I can set down this burden and return to King's Landing without worry. The Earl of Staghorn and the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch walked together toward the Buckwell camp, conversing along the way. Igor quickly gathered more information. The forces from Staghorn Castle numbered 500, including 20 knights. The king planned to depart at dawn, heading for Saltpans to rendezvous with the Riverlands army before moving to the mouth of the Vale, where they would wait for reinforcements from the other kingdoms. And then there was one last piece of news, one that made Igor nearly burst into laughter. Robert had ordered Peter Baelish to travel to Braavos and negotiate the next loan, ensuring that the realm did not plunge into financial ruin while waging war. Igor couldn't hide his surprise. How is that possible? I mean, isn't our master of coin still facing rather serious charges? Exactly. Who knows? Buckwell sighed. That man has always been responsible for handling the crown's loans with the Iron Bank. And now, with a war looming, there's no one else who can take his place in Braavos. Imagine it, we send the adulterer to borrow money, and then we march off to rescue the adulterer. Only King Robert could come up with something so utterly ridiculous. The old Earl shook his head, swallowing whatever choice words he had nearly spoken. Of course, this is only a rumor for now. We shouldn't assume it's fact without evidence. But if it is true, I doubt Littlefinger will ever return to Westeros. Indeed. Igor composed himself. It was absurd, yes, but then again, Robert had thought to summon a Night's Watchman for this campaign. Was there anything he wouldn't do? Unexpected as it was, this situation did not change the fact that Littlefinger had already been undone by his own schemes. Baelish was a noble in name only, stripped of power and influence. Even if he fled across the narrow sea, what could he possibly do? Would he dare to steal the Iron Bank's loan and start his own venture to challenge Westeros? That would be suicide. The Iron Bank would never support a rival to one of its most valuable clients. And as for the Faceless Men, well, they were not exactly known for leniency. With that conversation settled, they moved on to discussing Jarman Buckwell, who was currently stationed at Castle Black. Like most noble houses in the Crownlands, House Buckwell had originally been loyal to the Targaryens. During Robert's rebellion, Staghorn Castle had chosen the losing side. After Rhaegar fell at the Battle of the Trident, the heir of House Buckwell surrendered, was taken captive, and ultimately sent north to take the Black. Over the years, Jarman Buckwell had risen to the rank of Ranger Squad leader at Castle Black. Igor himself had nearly been placed under his command. To some extent, it was this connection that had given Earl Buckwell a favorable first impression of the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch has rarely had much involvement with the Seven Kingdoms. Why, then, have they suddenly begun collecting provisions from the south and even starting industries? Now that they were away from Tyrion and the other Crownlands nobles, the old Earl finally voiced the question he had refrained from asking during his last visit to the office. For noble houses, sending a family heir to the wall was more than just an inconvenience, it was a catastrophe. With Jarman Buckwell serving as a sworn brother, the family had lost one of its most promising successors. Such a loss could easily lead to decline. It was only natural that the old Earl would be anxious. Igor immediately understood the implication. The Earl saw hope in him. If Igor West could leave the wall and operate freely in the south, then perhaps, under the right circumstances Jarman Buckwell could do the same. Chapter 97. Over 100,000 wildlings beyond the wall are desperate to cross before winter sets in. The Night's Watch is too weak to stop them. Change is inevitable, and change often means destruction. Igor carefully avoided mentioning the White Walkers. Without solid proof, bringing up such things would only undermine his credibility. But the reason I was able to organize all of this, he continued, aside from the support of Lord Tyrion Lannister, is that I didn't offend anyone. It sounded like a clever turn of phrase, but in reality, Tyrion had once summed it up in a much cruder yet entirely accurate way. The price wasn't too high. The real reason Tyrion had been able to pull Igor from the wall aside from money and some strategic embellishments was that Igor had been insignificant. He had no powerful allies, no sworn enemies. No one had been invested in his fate, and no one had cared enough to challenge the decision. When he left, there had been no outraged voices running to Lord Commander Mormont or King Robert to demand his return. But if a former heir of an earl, someone who had been sent to the Night's Watch as punishment for backing the wrong side in Robert's rebellion wanted to leave, that was an entirely different matter. There was no exaggeration in saying that Robert's rule would not have lasted had he allowed such things. Even now, long after his rebellion, those who had fought against him had only two choices: switch allegiances or remove themselves from power entirely. That was the unspoken rule of Westeros. A king sat at the top of the feudal order, the greatest beneficiary of the noble system. Unless he was an utter fool, someone with a political mind as abysmal as Joffrey's, he would never be the one to break that system and weaken his own authority, not for something as trivial as a bribe. If anyone wanted to buy their way out of the Night's Watch, they would have to offer a price so high it would truly tempt the king. And even then, they would have to ensure that no one in Westeros protested the decision. House Buckwell was wealthy enough that they could afford a sum in the thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of gold dragons. But for Robert, a man who had been a king for years yet had no concept of how much daily necessities actually cost, that was nothing. It wasn't even a fraction of what he owed Tywin Lannister and the Iron Bank. Would a sum like that really interest him? Technically, the Night's Watch could ignore the king's opinions altogether. But in practice? In a land where all power ultimately answered to the throne, how many truly dared to disregard a king's will? People could talk about Frey's arrogance, Prince Oberyn's defiance, the Queen of Thorne's cunning, or the brutal audacity of the Boltons. But as long as Robert Baratheon still lived and the alliances of House Baratheon, Stark, and Arryn remained intact, even the boldest of schemers had to bide their time and keep their heads down. Even setting aside external politics, there was a more immediate problem. How much effort had Tyrion already put into persuading the Night's Watch leadership to release Igor? It had taken extraordinary maneuvering just to get them to make an exception for someone as unimportant as him. Sir Jarman Buckwell, on the other hand, was a different matter entirely. He was not just a ranger, he was a political exile, a noble sent to the wall to ensure his house survived the rebellion. The real danger wasn't the lack of gold but the inequality of such an act. If the precedent were set that the right price could free a man from the wall, it would destroy the Night's Watch in an instant. Those with wealth or noble ties would scramble to find ways to buy their way out, while those without anything would be left seething with resentment, watching helplessly as others escaped. The leadership of the Night's Watch, as well as the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, would never allow such a situation to unfold. If that ever happened, their response would be swift and brutal, a total crackdown to stop the problem before it spread. And if that day came, even Igor, who had done everything by the book so far, might find himself dragged back to the wall. This was not something that could be handled easily. I see. Earl Buckwell nodded slowly, understanding the unspoken meaning in Igor's words. He had been lucky to keep his head after choosing the losing side in Robert's rebellion. Trying to push further, seeking to undo his son's sentence, was an overreach. Still, he was not willing to give up entirely. But I have an idea, the old Earl said. Since you are the chief logistics officer, perhaps you could intervene in personnel assignments. Transfer Jarman to serve under your department as a logistics officer. Then, order him to work in the Crownlands, officially tasked with procuring food and supplies at Staghorn Castle. That way, everyone wins. The suggestion was completely viable in theory. But Igor wasn't about to tell him the truth, that his position as chief logistics officer was little more than an illusion. Most people, upon hearing his title, assumed he was the fifth highest authority in the Night's Watch, ranking just below the Lord Commander, the Chief Ranger, the First Steward, and the Master of Arms. This misunderstanding, this illusion, was precisely what Igor wanted them to believe. And so far, it had been extremely beneficial. But the reality? He wasn't even close to having that kind of power. Even a random ranger captain carried more weight than he did. Right now, Igor was lucky just to not be recalled to the wall. The idea of pulling strings to get someone else out. That was a battle he couldn't even start to fight. My lord, Igor said carefully, I won't deceive you. He chose his words carefully, not outright lying, but framing the truth in a way that would temper Buckwell's expectations. The logistics department was only recently established. It does not hold as much influence as the older divisions. I do have the authority to recruit new personnel as I see fit. But transferring someone from Castle Black? He shook his head. That is beyond my power. At least for now. After all, I have only been in office for 2 months. He paused for a moment before continuing. Once I expand the Night's Watch industry, build a network of allies at court, gain control over the bulk of the Watch's logistical supply, and eventually send my own trained men to the wall. Igor painted a picture of what could be achieved if everything went according to plan. But in the end, he concluded with a more serious tone. Influence and authority don't appear out of thin air. They must be earned. My lord, you have spent decades in power, you must understand this better than anyone. I do, Earl Buckwell nodded. The man in black before him had made his position clear. I will do everything I can to support your endeavors in King's Landing. As for investment, once this war is over, if Staghorn Castle's finances are still intact, we will continue as planned. Profit is secondary, I'm willing to take little or none at all. But please, Chief Logistics Officer, remember Jarman's situation. You have my gratitude, my lord. The Night's Watch will not forget your aid during this critical time for the defense of the wall. Dealing with intelligent men was always easier. With just a few words, 2 individuals, or in this case, 2 small factions that had previously been strangers, had discovered common interests and even reached a preliminary agreement for cooperation. Igor felt a twinge of guilt. The truth was, he had no means of rescuing Jarman Buckwell. But in order to secure investment, he had deliberately implied that it might be possible, just difficult. Perhaps this was just how things worked. The longer he played this financial game, the more he found himself changing. He was no longer simply an engineer. He had become a businessman, one who never missed an opportunity to promote his financial ventures, always steering conversations toward money and investment. Once upon a time, he had been an honest man, the kind who never lied except to his parents or his girlfriend. But now, he could weave half-truths and grand promises without so much as blinking. It was not a pleasant realization, becoming someone he once disliked. But at least he had no intention of outright scamming his investors. This was a brutal world, and he, a man with no family name, no noble blood, and no real backing, couldn't afford to play the game any other way. Littlefinger, one of the most cunning figures in Westeros, had been easily toppled by a single rumor thanks to Igor's interference. But that wasn't because Peter Baelish had been incompetent, it was because public perception was dangerous. Still, if there was one thing worth learning from Littlefinger, it was his ability to profit from chaos. Having just secured his first investment through a mix of diplomacy and deception, Igor found himself wondering. What would Baelish have done in my situation? Dragged into a military campaign on a whim, forced to waste time at a crucial moment in his business's development, what would Littlefinger have done? The answer came to him quickly. Yes, this war was a show of strength for Robert. It was an opportunity for the king to relive the glory of battle, a way to remind the realm of his power. But for Igor, a Night's Watchman, this was something else entirely. Most of the realm's nobles had answered the king's summons and gathered here. That meant that right now, in one place, was a collection of men who controlled wealth, land, and resources. And he had just been handed the opportunity to meet them, all without having to chase them down or beg for introductions. Tyrion had urged him to enjoy the trip, but Igor had never been one to sit idly by while others worked themselves to the bone. While his partners in King's Landing toiled like dogs to keep their operations running, he would not simply wander the Vale, admiring the scenery. He would seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If this campaign was going to waste his time, then he would make it worthwhile. By the time he returned to King's Landing, he would have built the network he needed. Chapter 98. Igor and Lord Buckwell reached an understanding and set aside the discussion of Jarman's potential release from the Night's Watch. Before long, they arrived at the section of the camp occupied by the forces of Staghorn Castle, where dozens of tents bearing the sigil of House Buckwell, 2 stag antlers on a field of blue and white, stood in neat rows. The old Earl assigned Igor and his attendant a tent adjacent to his own, a generous arrangement given the circumstances. In times of war, securing private quarters, even a simple canvas shelter, was a privilege reserved for high-ranking officers and honored guests. At dawn the following day, the army set out as scheduled. For all his flaws, Robert Baratheon was not a man who overslept when there was war to be fought. The sheer scale of the royal host, impressive when stationary, became even more striking once it stretched into a marching column. The line of soldiers and wagons extended beyond sight in both directions, disappearing into the morning haze. From where Igor rode among the Staghorn men, he could neither see the head of the procession nor its rear. Clad in his black cloak amidst the gleaming armor of House Buckwell's soldiers, he stood out like a shadow among silver and steel. It wasn't long before word spread through the ranks there was a Night's Watchman marching with the army. Waiting to buy up captured prisoners at a discount, no doubt, one soldier joked. He'll haul them off to the wall soon as we're done here. None of them knew that Igor had been forced into this campaign against his will. To them, the presence of a sworn brother of the Night's Watch was nothing more than an amusing oddity. A mascot of sorts. If even the crows are betting on our victory, the soldiers thought, then this rebellion must be as good as crushed. None of them spoke of the old superstitions of how black garb was said to bring ill fortune. If anything, Igor's presence seemed to embolden them. As they rode, Igor remained by Buckwell's side, listening intently as the old knight recounted stories of Robert's rebellion. He committed each name to memory, every noble house whose members had been forced to take the black for backing the Targaryens. At first, he entertained the thought, if I gave these families the impression that I had a way to smuggle their kin out of the Night's Watch. Of course, it would only work if his business in King's Landing flourished. But if it did, could he use that leverage to attract more investors? More clients? Yet, as quickly as the idea formed, he dismissed it. It had been over a decade since the rebellion ended. Most houses that had suffered for their loyalties had since recovered, their exiled sons forgotten or replaced by younger heirs. Only the Buckwells still clung to the hope of retrieving their kin, and that was because the family had failed to produce another male heir. This was an exception, not a trend. So much for running a rescue operation, he mused. Still, the war provided an opportunity. If nothing else, it was a chance to forge connections with Westerosi nobility. The royal army marched for 10 days, passing through several crownlands villages and towns, including Sow's Horn, before finally reaching their first rendezvous point, the Riverland stronghold of Lord Harroway's town. Though the town bore the name of the once great House Harroway, that lineage had long since perished. In its prime, House Harroway had been powerful enough to be granted Harrenhal itself. But like every other house to claim the largest castle in Westeros, they had succumbed to its infamous curse, extinguished, their lands and titles scattered. Here, 1,000 Riverlands troops guarded the ferry, ensuring that no rebels from the Vale could interfere with the King's Crossing. Not that it was needed, Robert's army crossed the Trident without incident. With the river behind them, they set their sights on the Vale. One day later, they arrived at a place steeped in Westerosi history, the Crossroads Inn. Few places in the realm had seen as much misfortune as this humble three-story inn. In the original timeline, it had been the site of many fateful encounters. It was here that Catelyn Stark and Ser Roderick had crossed paths with Tyrion Lannister, leading to his fateful capture. Here, Sandor Clegane had taken Arya Stark northward, cutting down Gregor's men along the way. Later still, Brienne of Tarth had passed through, setting yet another chain of events in motion. But now, thanks to Igor's intervention, many of those stories would never come to pass. Still, the inn remained the crossroads of Westeros in more than just name. Its strategic location where the King's Road met the River Road made it a gathering point for travelers, merchants, and, most importantly, armies. Anyone journeying between Winterfell and King's Landing passed through here. Any force marching from Riverrun to the Vale had to stop here. And so, it was here that the forces of the Crownlands and the Riverlands finally united. Nearly 20,000 Riverlords had joined the war effort, swelling Robert's host even further. Their banners bore the sigil of House Tully, led by Edmure Tully himself, son of Lord Hoster Tully, the man who had helped forge the Stag, Wolf, and Falcon alliance that had won Robert his throne. Lady Arryn, besieged in the Eyrie by the rebels of the so-called Righteous Alliance, was a Tully by birth. She was Edmure's sister. And blood was not so easily forgotten. The Riverlands and the Reach were unique among the Seven Kingdoms. Despite being among the richest regions, neither had been ruled by native kings before Aegon's conquest. As a result, though their lords bore the title of Duke, their hold over their own lands was tenuous at best. They lacked the ironclad authority and deep-seated loyalty enjoyed by the Starks, Lannisters, or Baratheons. On the surface, they were powerful but in truth, they had little hope of ever seizing the Iron Throne or declaring independence. Their only path to maintaining power lay in strategic alliances and well-placed marriages. Fortunately for House Tully, Robert Baratheon was still king. His rule, however reckless at times, was stable enough that the Riverlords fell in line without resistance. With his authority behind them, the Tullys had no difficulty rallying a massive force. Igor took note of the banners flying alongside the riverborne host. Even House Frey, infamous for its later betrayal at the Red Wedding, had joined the Riverlands coalition. That alone spoke volumes. Robert's grip on the Seven Kingdoms was stronger than Igor had anticipated. With the Crownlands and Riverlands now fully united, the royal host swelled to over 30,000 strong. That number counted only the fighting men, not the vast network of camp followers and supply trains that trailed behind them. For a feudal army, this was a staggering force, especially considering it came from just two of the Seven Kingdoms. And they were not done yet. Without pause, the combined army pressed eastward. For Igor, this second pass through the Crossroads Inn was just as brief as the first. There was no time to stop and enjoy its famed hospitality. 2 weeks after departing King's Landing, the army finally crossed into the Vale of Arryn. They marched until the narrow mountain pass leading into the heart of the Vale was visible in the distance. Then, at Robert's command, the host split in two, forming a pincer-like formation on either side of the pass. The southern and northern flanks of the royal army dug in, completely cutting off the Vale from the outside world. With 30,000 men at his command and siege engines arriving soon, Robert had the strength to assault the Bloody Gate directly. But he did not. This was not just a campaign, it was a spectacle. Robert would not simply march in and crush the rebels. He would wait. He would let the full might of the Seven Kingdoms assemble before striking. Igor could see it clearly, the usurpers' war was long past, and Balon Greyjoy's rebellion had been crushed a decade ago. The Seven Kingdoms had begun to forget why they once feared Robert Baratheon. Now, he intended to remind them. Igor found it amusing. Eddard Stark had remained in King's Landing to govern in Robert's absence. The king had taken only 4 of his King's Guard with him, the rest, including Jaime Lannister, had stayed behind to protect Queen Cersei and the royal family. That alone was telling. A civil war had erupted in the Vale, yet the greatest winners might very well be the Lannister twins, safe in the capital. Igor could only shake his head. Here sat the king of the Seven Kingdoms, posturing before the Bloody Gate while his wife cuckolded him in King's Landing. And the best part? He was borrowing money just to afford the show. One thing was certain, displays of power were only effective when backed by true strength. Those who flaunted wealth they didn't have rarely met a good end. Igor could only hope this rebellion didn't turn into an outright disaster, because if things went south, he had no intention of being dragged down with it. Chapter 99. Igor knew full well that calling Robert's campaign a show of force was a subjective take, influenced by his own cynicism. After all, Robert Baratheon was no longer the warrior he had once been, he was a fattened king now, his prime long behind him. But more importantly, he had been raised as the heir to a great house, receiving an upbringing entirely different from that of Eddard Stark. If Eddard was the steady foundation, Robert was the commanding presence. And if both men had been alike in temperament, they likely would never have become such close friends. The king of the Seven Kingdoms had not marched to the Vale solely for spectacle. Politically speaking, this was about more than reclaiming order. Robert intended to make his vassals remember their obligations, reminding them that feudal loyalty was not merely ceremonial. He had let them grow comfortable for too long. Now, it was time to remind them what was owed. The feudal order was built upon a simple contract between lords and vassals, a system of mutual obligation. A ruler was expected to protect and maintain his vassals. Protection was straightforward, Robert's campaign to subdue the Vale's rebellion was a fulfillment of this duty. He would not only lift the siege on Lysa Arryn but also ensure justice was served, whatever that might entail. To maintain his vassals meant granting them lands, titles, and people to rule over, ensuring they could sustain themselves through taxes and harvests. In return, the vassals had 2 fundamental duties. 1. They could not act against their liege's interests, whether in life, honor, or wealth. Even speaking against the king in private was considered treasonous unless it was done as counsel to his face. 2. When their liege issued a summons, whether for war or governance, they were bound to answer. Eddard Stark had honored this by traveling to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King. The lords of Westeros had answered by gathering their banners and marching to the Vale. It was a simple agreement in principle but in practice, feudal obligations were rarely so clear-cut. One rule, however, was of paramount importance. It was also the reason Robert dared to wage war despite an empty treasury. When a lord summoned his banners, his vassals were responsible for supplying their own men. That meant Robert only needed to fund his personal retinue from King's Landing. The other 30,000 men and any additional forces yet to arrive would be financed by their own lords. The king did not need gold so long as his vassals could pay their own way. This was not trickery. It was the foundation of feudal society. Robert had been raised to understand this from birth. He knew his rights as a liege lord and exercised them without hesitation. Even if there had been another way to resolve the conflict, he had chosen war. And once war was chosen, his vassals had no say in the matter. Any who refused to answer his call would be guilty of treason. Once the rebels in the Vale were dealt with, Robert would turn his attention to those who had hesitated. The irony was that the alliance of the righteous, as the rebels called themselves, had also justified their actions under the banner of feudal duty. They claimed to serve House Arryn's rightful heir, young Robert Arryn, who was being held captive by his mother, the very woman suspected of murdering his father. The mutiny, they argued, was not rebellion but rescue. In their view, Lysa Tully was not a true feudal lord, but an unworthy regent, a vassal who had seized power unlawfully. Robert Baratheon, however, saw things differently. As far as he was concerned, Lysa was the acting Lady of the Vale, guardian of her son's birthright. That made her his vassal and therefore, under his protection. At the heart of it, the conflict boiled down to a question of legitimacy. And in Westeros, legitimacy was determined by steel. Whoever won this war would be right. The royal army made camp at the mouth of the valley, establishing defensive lines just beyond the rebels' reach. Both sides cleared forests to prevent ambushes and spread their forces wide enough to avoid accidental fires or congestion. If the rebels attempted a raid, they would find both wings of Robert's forces prepared to respond. Robert also took steps to secure his supply lines. A secondary force was stationed at a crossroads miles behind the main camp, tasked with guarding provisions. Should the battle turn, these reserves could be deployed as reinforcements. For all of Robert's personal failings, his grasp of strategy was sound. He was no tactician like Stannis, nor a battlefield genius like Tywin Lannister, but he was no fool. His instincts as a warrior and war leader had not dulled completely. Igor had to admit, he could find little fault in the way the campaign was being conducted. Of course, he had never been a military man before his arrival in this world. Once the army had established its foothold, scouts were sent into the valley to assess the terrain and deliver Robert's demand for surrender. Messengers were also dispatched to the noble houses of the Vale who had not joined the rebellion, calling upon them to honor their feudal oaths. Many houses answered. But Robert, in another calculated move, did not integrate them into his main army. Instead, he ordered them to march against the holdings of the rebel lords, laying siege to their castles and strongholds. It was a shrewd maneuver. The politics of the Vale were murky at best. Who could say how many among these latecomers harbored sympathies for the League of Justice? By sending them elsewhere, Robert minimized the risk of betrayal within his ranks. It was, Igor had to admit, an intelligent decision. A shame, then, that such a capable general made for such a terrible king. While only 2 of the 6 kingdoms had arrived thus far, Igor wasted no time in his personal endeavors. He had resolved to meet as many nobles as possible, introducing himself, speaking of his work in King's Landing, and subtly promoting the Night's Watch industry. Most of the lords he approached regarded him with indifference. They granted him an audience out of politeness, given Robert's presence, but their patience was thin. After a few pleasantries, they would make it clear they had no further interest in entertaining him. In a matter of days, he had been dismissed more times than he could count. Yet he was not discouraged. A first meeting rarely led to immediate trust. But if a man remembered his face, if he recalled their conversation upon a second encounter, then the foundation of a connection was already laid. In that regard, Igor had advantages. For one, he was likely the first Night's Watchman most of these lords had ever met. And lastly, he carried something few had ever seen, books made of fine plant fiber paper, printed with ink. In a land still bound to parchment and scribes, that alone was enough to intrigue the curious. The next army to arrive came from the north. Nearly 10,000 strong, led by Robb Stark. It was an impressive force, considering the North's vast and sparsely populated lands. To summon so many men so quickly for a mere rebellion spoke to the loyalty House Stark commanded. Robert, in high spirits, rode out several miles to personally greet his friend's son. Next came the host from the Westerlands, 10,000 men, led by Ser Kevan Lannister, Tywin's trusted second. They were fewer in number than the River Lords or the Northerners, but their presence overshadowed the rest. Their ranks gleamed with polished steel, their banners crisp and unweathered.